All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 1741. Absence and Investigation. 3 days later, Luke took Elena to Margaret's high-end apartment. Margaret, who had just come out of the elevator, was already waiting for them with a smile. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would meet guests at the elevator? But Margaret clearly didn't care. Elena didn't care either. She hugged Margaret with a smile and showed her 2 bottles of red wine. Margaret usually didn't drink, nor did she care about the quality or price of alcohol. After confirming that there was red wine, she looked at the food box that Luke was carrying. "Is it yogurt cake?" Luke nodded. "It's chocolate and strawberry. How does that sound?" Margaret nodded quickly, as if she was afraid that if she said she didn't like it, Luke would never bring his cake again. Seeing that Elsa had arrived early, Luke greeted her with a smile and teased, "You have a lot of friends, huh? Plus, she's a rich lady. You came running for the party?" Elsa simply asked, "Where's Selena?" Luke said, "She's busy with some work." Elsa narrowed her eyes at him. "Should I call her and ask her what she's doing?" Luke shrugged. "Sure." Surprised, Elsa really did call Selena. "Hey, when are you going to have your party?" "Oh, no, I'm not in a hurry. What are you doing?" "Work." "Okay, bye." After hanging up, she looked at Luke, who was leisurely sipping his coffee. She couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "You're really capable." Luke chuckled. "You're the one who gave me this commission. Do you think Selena doesn't know?" Elsa chuckled and looked at Elena, who was examining the cake in the food box with Margaret. "Does your companion know why you're here?" Luke nodded calmly. "Of course." Elsa clenched her fist and tapped her forehead. "Fine. Dustin's advice was right. I was wrong. I shouldn't worry about your personal life." Luke looked at her sympathetically. "The boss is already married." Elsa's hand froze. Luke made things worse. "He's no longer a lonely middle-aged man, so he won't rebel against society like you." "Shut up." Elsa grabbed the apple that was on the table and threw it at him. Wasn't he implying that she didn't have a boyfriend? Luke caught the apple and tossed it back at her. "I'm just being polite. Isn't it normal to show care and concern for each other?" Elsa snorted and decisively dropped the unfriendly topic. "Are you confident about this job?" Luke took another sip of his coffee and replied casually, "Let's talk after I meet Haley. I'm not a relationship consultant. I don't care about the relationship between the sisters. I'm just checking to see that they're not in danger." Elsa was relieved to hear that. Detective agencies always destroyed relationships. The chances of a fallout happening increased rapidly when most family matters were taken to a detective agency. Even if the main factor was the problem between the 2 parties involved, the agency was definitely an expert at adding fuel to the fire. But Elsa wasn't worried about Margaret at all. She just wanted her friend to realize one thing: sisters couldn't be together forever. Haley was 5 years older than Margaret, and was already 29. In society, it was normal for a 39 or even 49-year-old not to get married, but there weren't many 29-year-olds who weren't obsessed with work. A strong commitment to work could lead to a promotion and higher pay, and some people enjoyed it. Haley was clearly an ambitious woman. If she didn't work hard now, would she wait until she was 40 or 50 years old? There was some truth to the saying, "If you're lazy in your prime, you'll regret it in your old age." It had to be pointed out that most big shots in specialized fields were under 30. There were geniuses in Go or math who were even younger. Haley had helped Margaret avoid being tracked down by the LA gangs for the last 2 years before going back to a normal life. Not everyone could be like Margaret, who had $1 billion in assets and blithely became an artist who didn't have to make money for the rest of her life. As Margaret's sister, Haley had already done a lot for her. She couldn't be blamed for wanting to focus on her career. Elsa had only asked Luke to come to confirm that the sisters weren't in any danger. For Luke, however, checking out the situation and explicitly promising to keep them safe were 2 different things. Margaret, who had finished examining the gifts, came over with Elena. The 4 of them chatted and laughed as they waited for Haley to come home. However, after the feast which Haley ordered was delivered between 6 and 7 p.m., Haley herself had yet to show up. They waited from 7 to 8 p.m., but Haley still didn't return home. The atmosphere in the room turned heavy. Margaret paced anxiously and called Haley every now and then, but nobody picked up. Elsa gave him a meaningful look, and Luke nodded, then shook his head. This meant that he was already investigating, and was telling her not to be hasty. Luke quickly sent a message to Little Snail. Although he hadn't thought much of Margaret's request 2 days ago, he had still collected information on Haley. He didn't need to look at previous info, and just looked at Haley's records from the past year or so. Little Snail began to put together information on Haley's recent movements. Haley hadn't switched jobs. She had still been working as a psychiatrist at Kings Park Sanatorium for the past 2 years, but Luke discovered that the place had been renovated last year. According to Margaret, Haley had been working overtime a lot since last year. While the Clinton renovation company hadn't gotten the main engineering project for the hospital, it had still received a few related small projects. From the engineering quotes, it was clear that the renovations cost a lot. After all, the renovation company only did the smaller jobs, but they were very lucrative. It wouldn't make sense for the sanatorium to spend money on minor things and save on the big project. Luke checked the bank account and saw that the renovation project cost $12 million, and that was for 3 months of work. Luke raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this too expensive? How long and how many patients would it take to recoup the cost? The money would definitely be earned back. After all, doctors in America made a lot of money, and psychiatrists were like lawyers, they were money-making tools. But to invest so much money in a short period of time, and not for a complete rebuild of the sanatorium, wasn't a very smart move. Few capitalists were stupid. Even if they didn't understand anything, the professionals who worked for them would offer suitable suggestions. So, exactly what did the sanatorium renovate in those 3 months? Seeing that, Luke had his level 2 clone head to Kings Park Sanatorium on the west side of Brooklyn. Chapter 1742, Haley missing, and comforting Margaret. 5 minutes later, Luke arrived at the sanatorium and sighed. Fine, something really did happen. The sanatorium, which should have been conserving electricity at night, was brightly lit, and more than 50 guards were patrolling the place. Luke glanced at them. All the guards were armed. There was definitely something wrong. This wasn't the reaction of a sanatorium, but a military base. Looking at the way these people moved, they were all veterans with military training. Their combat ability wouldn't be any worse than that of an ordinary SWAT team. Several small drones hovered in the sky to monitor the surroundings of the sanatorium. Luke turned to look at the beach, only to see that there were also security guards and search dogs wandering around the sewers. There was no doubt that the guards were searching for something. Luke stopped moving and released a mid-sized drone to monitor the entire sanatorium from a higher altitude. Then, a large number of mini-ant drones started to enter via various hidden corners. Compared with a big person like him going inside, the mini-drones were naturally more comprehensive and efficient. The 2 ant drones in the lead were also the smallest drones. They were only 5 millimeters long. They looked like big ants, but were actually new experimental models with nuclear and vibranium components. Because it could absorb the energy of Sky's vibration ability, Luke named the special metal vibranium. Most of the time, it had very strong physical attributes. The 2 vibranium experimental models had an extremely simple internal structure but durable and sturdy bodies, and had practically boundless kinetic energy in comparison with their sizes. As long as there wasn't some extremely thick protective layer, these 2 drones could deal easily with anything. Not only that, they were also charging stations for the other ordinary mini-drones when necessary. On top of that, these 2 drones had the ability to become super assassins. For these vibranium machines, digging up cement was no different to digging up mud. It was also easy to dig out the toughest skull. There wasn't even any need to go that far to kill an ordinary person. But for Luke, using the drones as assassins was meaningless. After all, he had 100 ways to deal with people he didn't like. He didn't need to mobilize the drones for that. Of course, Luke had to test how useful these experimental models were. That was because the 2 drones had the mentality of ants, and had the 2nd-generation arc reactor which they were using as a power source after it was shrunk using the PIM particle. The ordinary drones also looked like ants. They were long enough to accommodate all sorts of functional components, and could pass through narrow passages dug by the 2 experimental models. Less than 5 minutes later, the 2 drones led the main force through a gap and opened passages in some key locations, before they entered the sanatorium from the north and south. Hundreds of ant drones silently searched every place that had people, and recorded them. Most of the guards didn't talk much, but that didn't mean it was useless. Just like when Frank commanded a battle, the less was said, the simpler the language, and the more prominent the focus. Luke soon uncovered the reason for the search. 2 people had escaped the sanatorium. To be precise, patient 0, had escaped and taken a doctor with him. Luke had a bad feeling, and soon confirmed that while Haley's phone signal was coming from the office, she wasn't in the sanatorium. Given the development of the internet and telecommunications, very few people wouldn't have their phones on them. Even though this sanatorium was special, it was unlikely that Haley would go home without her phone. After the drone entered Haley's office and Luke saw her purse, everything was basically confirmed. Haley was probably the doctor who had been kidnapped by the patient. What was even more troublesome was that from the bits and pieces of information, it was very likely that this Zero had escaped through the sewers. This rendered Luke's sharp nose useless. He even patrolled the coast that the sanatorium was on in stealth mode, but didn't find any traces of Haley. There wasn't much he could do about that. Even the smallest lead from Sharp Nose could have helped. Without this lead, Luke was looking for a needle in a haystack like everyone else. After confirming the situation, he could only tell Elena to stay with Margaret as much as possible as her friend. The disappearance of the person closest to you would be a huge blow to anyone. The young widow didn't have any other family in New York, so Elena could only do her best as a friend. Otherwise, it would be terrible if something happened to Margaret. While Elena comforted the widow, Luke explained the situation to Elsa in a low voice. Elsa didn't wonder where he got the information. She and Dustin were just one of Luke's information channels, and Elizabeth was in the internet department. Luke definitely had more personal connections than just these old friends from work. She simply looked at Margaret worriedly and asked in a low voice, "What can I do?" Luke said, "Calm her down. After all, you're her most trusted friend." Elsa said, "Of course, but you don't need my help." Luke shook his head. There should be something going on behind the scenes. If you start investigating, you'll very likely draw attention. It's easiest for me to get involved secretly. Elsa was a little surprised. Secretly, Luke said, "Keep this between us. There's something fishy about Kings Park Sanatorium. It definitely doesn't have a simple background." Elsa said worriedly, "Will it be?" She sympathized with Margaret, but she couldn't let an old friend take such a huge risk. Luke waved his hand. "As long as none of you know anything, I'm safe. So, just act like I didn't take on Margaret's request. You should console her." I see." Stumped for a moment, Elsa then got it. Even an experienced officer like her had to pretend that she didn't know anything, while someone as naive as Margaret could only be told even less. Otherwise, if Haley was rescued, anyone with a brain would be able to find out from this young widow that it was Luke who had done the good deed. Elsa looked at Luke helplessly. "But I'm afraid that Margaret will be very sad. It's better to be sad than to be used." Luke chuckled. "Besides, it's better for her to dislike me more." Staring at him speechlessly for a moment, Elsa finally couldn't take it anymore. "Why do so many women like someone like you?" Luke touched his face and said, "Do you need an answer?" Elsa said, "I'll go attend to Margaret." Chapter 1743. Breaking in the PDD and sanatorium patients. Elsa relaxed when she saw how Luke bragged about himself. Even though Luke was no longer a police detective and this case had nothing to do with the police, his unperturbed manner was still very reassuring. She remembered Luke's successes and the countless criminals he had taken down. Besides, she didn't have a better candidate. After Elsa and Elena went to keep Margaret company, Luke sat on the side and sent a message to Director Selina. There was something a little strange about this matter, and the PDD could get involved. Although this would increase Director Selina's workload, using a minor case like this as a field run was the best. To put it callously, Haley wasn't enough to make Luke anxious. He wasn't that sentimental. He had volunteered to help look for Haley for Elsa and Elena's sake. For the next few days, Luke didn't look for Margaret again. He even pretended to stay at home. In fact, he and Selina spent most of the time in the basement of the Research Institute, officially completing their first PDD assignment. During this time, Luke simply gave reminders on the side, and let Selina decide on the details of the work. An enormous intelligence network slowly started operating. Although it had yet to reach its most efficient level, it was already astonishingly capable. Details on Kings Park Sanatorium were pieced together bit by bit. Looking at the name of a certain organization in the intelligence, Luke was a little surprised. The Joint Advanced Research Unit. Amanda was indeed just a tool. Whoever the person behind the sanatorium was, quite a number of his men used to be mid-level members of Argus. Clearly, Argus, half of which Luke had destroyed, hadn't disappeared, but had held on and revived. As long as the upper levels of the American government needed secret research carried out, these organizations would appear wave after wave. Luke didn't plan to touch this reborn Argus right away. He was now aware of its presence, and it had a lot of holes in its surveillance which were a lot easier to manipulate than before. What he was curious about was the sanatorium patient. There was no information on this person on the internet or in the sanatorium's internal system. The research he was related to was probably classified. On the other hand, Luke had found patients 1 to 4, who were still locked up in the sanatorium. From the drone's ongoing surveillance of all the staff and guards in the sanatorium, it could be determined that these 4 patients with special code names had serious psychological issues and extraordinary abilities. Luke also found some information on patients 1 to 4. Because of his overly active brain, cold emotions and extremely strong ability, patient 1 had been plagued with problems since he was young. In the end, he found pleasure in torturing and killing his own kind, and became the classic serial killer. However, the man had always been in Kansas, where Luke rarely went. Patient 2 had a pair of wings on his back which allowed him to glide. He was treated as a monster from birth and was sent to a secret organization. After more than 10 years of being locked up, he went crazy. A few years ago, patient 3 had still been a cosmetic surgeon. One day, he realized that he had a strange ability in his hands. He could cut skin with his bare hands, and even use his ability to operate on people. Then, this guy became obsessed with dissecting and couldn't extricate himself from it. He couldn't help but treat more than 10 of his female clients as cadavers, and studied them bit by bit. He was caught sooner or later. One day, a sister of a client finally reported her sister missing. When the police questioned her, she named this man as a major suspect. According to this sister, the doctor looked like he wanted to cut me open when he put the silicone in my chest. That was right, this person was also one of the cosmetic surgeon's clients, who successfully put an end to the man's career of cutting things apart before she herself turned into a cadaver. Patient 4 was a felon who had been sent to the sanatorium after an abnormality was discovered during the prison checkup. The man could turn into a fish. He had an ability similar to a merman's, but he didn't look like one. He was very fast in water, and his skin acted like fish gills to take in oxygen. Luke wasn't too interested in the information on these patients' superpowers. If there was a chance, he would obtain them, but if not, it wasn't a shame to give them up. These people might be part of Amanda's Suicide Squad project. Amanda was black-hearted, but she was capable. Luke destroying several important Argus bases put huge pressure on some people in the government. These big shots didn't care who was right or wrong, nor did they care if the members of the Suicide Squad were good or bad, or how many ordinary people died. They just needed to train a team to fight superhumans. As for why the sanatorium was located in New York, it was basically to satisfy Patient Zero's request to stay in New York. The information had been inadvertently picked up from a conversation between 2 researchers. There was no written record of it. In fact, all the information on Zero had already been packed up and moved. Luke's 2 experimental drones in the sanatorium, along with a bunch of ant drones, hadn't found any detailed information on this mysterious Zero. But from the superpowers of the 4 patients, it could be deduced that Zero's superpower definitely wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, the researchers wouldn't have set up the research center in the sanatorium and sent away all the information on Zero so quickly. If things went wrong, Zero might become a difficult opponent. A week later, Elsa and Elena both called and told him that Margaret's mental state was deteriorating. Luke simply said that he got it. Then, he secretly went to Margaret's place that night and treated her with his 3 abilities. The next day, Elena called and said that Margaret seemed to be getting better, but she was a little forgetful. She could only suspect that there was something seriously wrong with Margaret's mental state. Luke told her to keep an eye on Margaret. After hanging up, he refocused on the case. Using his abilities to directly change Margaret's mindset would be taxing and unrewarding. So, he used the most economical way of making her forget so that Margaret wouldn't remember most of what happened to her sister, Haley. But given how much Margaret relied on Haley, this wouldn't last. However, it shouldn't be long now. He picked up the intelligence which Selena had just sent him and looked at the man and woman wearing caps and masks. He murmured, "Gotcha, Zero." Chapter 1744. Target discovered. Half a day later, the Level 2 clone arrived in Tijuana, a city on the Mexican border. Luke had been here before, when Roger and Martin had come looking for trouble with a certain drug lord. Later, when his clone was harvesting points in Mexico, it came here several times. Since he had the time, he invested in a security company to specially provide surveillance and installation services to various organizations and companies, including the government. This company was currently one of the PDD's temp agencies in Mexico. Luke had only been taking the opportunity to expand his surveillance network, so he used subsidies to encourage his staff and to break new ground in the local market. Thus, the security company didn't charge much, and came with free surveillance cameras in public areas. Of course, the company couldn't fiddle too much with the internal surveillance systems of client organizations and companies, but the latter were less particular about surveillance cameras in public places. The surveillance footage of the individuals suspected to be Zero and Haley was from a parking lot of a beach hotel in Tijuana. It was from a surveillance camera which the security company had supplied to the hotel for free. After Luke inputted data on Haley's physical appearance into the PDD's search system, it would be easy to find her, unless she was in an area with no surveillance. Luke's main goal was to save her. Zero was just a bonus. Now that he had a good lead, he could finally fix a date to close the case. A week should be enough. Haley and the man suspected to be Zero didn't stay at the hotel. They had just parked their car here. But since they were now exposed, there were too many things Luke could do. On the way here, he had gotten the security company to check the public surveillance in this area. It wasn't hard for the security company to do that in the name of daily maintenance. In any case, it was a free benefit that had been included in the contract, which nobody would refuse. Luke soon found more traces of Haley and her companion. It had already been half a day since he arrived, and his sharp nose didn't find any useful leads. However, it was very simple for him to use the surveillance footage to figure out their route. Following the trail, Luke reached the seaside before nightfall. Looking at the beach, which was packed to the point of bursting, he sighed. Not good, there's too many people. With so many people, the mix of scents was unimaginable. Even if Haley were here, he might not be able to tell. It was the end of August, and the people on the beach were all sweating, the smell of which was mixed in with the scents of perfume, sunblock and food. It was like pouring a mix of soy sauce, chili oil and tar into a cup of tea. Who the hell would be able to smell the tea? Thankfully, Luke had never relied purely on his superpowers to make a living. A few hundred meters away from the beach, he released the drones and started searching for a needle in a haystack. It might not work, but in any case, he didn't need to do anything. This was what tools were for. Unsurprisingly, Haley and the man weren't found near the beach. The two of them had been wearing caps, sunglasses and thin face masks. They didn't look like they were here to sunbathe or swim. Were they just passing through? If so, it would make sense that Luke wouldn't be able to find them here. Zero had been able to mysteriously bring Haley with him to Tijuana without being discovered. It was understandable that they hadn't brought any luggage with them when they ran. Finally, Luke received a new message from Selena before nightfall. Haley and Zero had appeared on camera once more at a gas station audited by the security company. It was only 5 kilometers away from the beach. That couldn't be helped. It took time for the security company to collect the surveillance data. Also, if they weren't looking in the right direction, it would naturally take even more time. Luke really wasn't in a hurry. There weren't many things that could make him anxious right now. Watching the slick girls on the beach could actually be considered a leisurely pastime. It was already 8 at night. In an empty forest next to the road, he put the bicycle which he had used in the afternoon back into his inventory. Thinking for a moment, he put on the clown suit that he hadn't used much recently. This was the suit with the least amount of protection. The purple suit he was wearing was a high-quality fake, and couldn't withstand large-caliber machine guns. The nanomask on his face could only fend off poisonous gas and liquid at most. It couldn't stop a rifle. However, the clown could use a lot of abilities. At the very least, many big shots knew that the clown was easily injured but not easily killed. Of course, it was still easier than trying to kill the suited-up Dark Knight. Activating the hover function on his nanosuit, Mr. Jeff drifted south along the road like a ghost. He didn't take off into the air, in order to make it easier to use sharp nose and elementary sound wave in tandem to do a search. There were villas scattered along the beach. Many middle-class Americans had holiday villas here. This Zero might be in one of them. Luke didn't think that the other party could use an alias to prepare safe houses worldwide like him. It was hard to use superpowers, but it was easy to use money. After passing the gas station, he slowed down. He quickly scanned all the buildings that had lights on and people inside. He didn't see Haley and Zero, but certainly saw plenty of eye-opening situations. People who could come to the seaside to have fun, whether inside or outside the buildings, longed to be free. In the dark, there were a lot of people in bed and also a lot of people partying in the villa. It wasn't just young people getting high, some middle-aged couples were even putting on a show. Luke simply glided past and pretended not to see them. However, a woman happened to look in his direction as he drifted past, and he turned his head and grinned, revealing his pale face and bloody mouth. Never let it be said that Mr. Jeff wasn't a polite gentleman. As for whether or not the man the woman was with would be frightened into going limp by her hysterical screams, that had nothing to do with Luke. They were already lucky if they weren't frightened into going crazy by his ugly face. Luke searched 2 kilometers south of the gas station. At that moment, his sharp nose suddenly detected Haley's pheromones. After his sharp nose was upgraded to the elementary level, Luke had tried combining it with pheromone control, and had obtained his own exclusive elementary pheromone nose. This ability, which had yet to develop fully, was better at tracking the pheromones released by the human body. When it came to finding people, pheromones were more accurate than smells. As long as there weren't too many people, it was very easy for Luke to detect pheromones. Chapter 1745. Please hurry up. A moment later, Luke arrived at a 2-story seaside villa. Looking at the light through the crack in the door, he thought for a moment, then knocked 3 times. Hello, is anyone home? The voices in the room suddenly stopped, but nobody opened the door. Luke said, if you don't answer, I'll take that as a yes. I'm coming in. With that, he turned the doorknob and opened the door with a light creak. He walked in as if he owned the place. 3 meters in, he saw the living room on the right. Then, he stopped and grinned even wider. Hi, how should I address you? In the living room, one person was standing and the other was sitting down. It was Haley who was sitting on the couch. She was wearing a white shirt and denim shorts, and she just looked at Luke blankly. Behind her was a thin white man with a calm expression, who was between 25 and 30 years old. While a smiling Luke sized him up, the thin man let go of Haley's head with a curious expression. It's you, Joker. Luke bowed. What an honor. You actually know my name. The thin man looked at him curiously. Your name is Jeff Richard Housen, right? Luke said, yes, but I prefer that most people call me the clown. The thin man nodded thoughtfully. So, the clown is the real thing. Interesting. Luke walked into the living room unhurriedly and sat down in the armchair next to Haley. No, you're the interesting one. As he spoke, he picked up a cup of coffee from the table and took a leisurely sip. Should I call you Zero? The thin man walked out from behind Haley to an armchair on the other side and sat down as well. With Haley in the middle, the 3 of them formed a perfect triangle. The thin man leaned back and placed his hands on the armrests. He tapped his fingers on the armrests. Simon Nepple. Luke glanced at his fingers and then smiled as he took another sip of the coffee. Do you know why I'm here? After a brief silence, Simon replied, because you're looking for me. Luke raised an eyebrow. This guy was interesting. He had been paying attention to Simon's mental fluctuations ever since he knocked on the door. At that time, Simon had been slightly excited and delighted. Luke almost thought that the guy was doing something unspeakable to Haley. Thankfully, Sharp Nose and Elementary Sound Wave rejected this possibility, and he saw that Haley was also fully clothed. In the face of Luke's sudden appearance, Simon didn't panic. Instead, he was hugely excited. This excitement was suppressed by his focused mindset, which made him look very normal. But Simon was currently extremely excited, it was just that he was even more focused. To use an old saying, he was 1 part hot, 1 part cold. Apart from being willing to give his name, Simon didn't reveal anything else. At the very least, Simon didn't reveal who was most likely to send people after him. Thinking quickly, Luke nodded. Yes, I'm very interested in the research on you, and I want to study you. Simon nodded slowly. I thought as much. Luke's hand that was holding the coffee cup moved away from the armrest and let go, allowing the coffee to fall and splatter on the colorful Mexican carpet. He drew his hand back and applauded. Wow, it seems that someone wants to play a game with me. Excellent. Simon smiled strangely. To be able to run into you is indeed awesome. Then, here I come. Luke applauded and nodded. Come, please hurry up. System. Unknown mental energy detected trying to establish a link. Except, yes, no. Luke casually chose no, then looked askance at Simon. Try harder. Did you not eat last night? Should I help you call for a taco? Simon was stunned for a moment, before his eyes burned even brighter. Sure enough, you're one of a kind. Let me see what secrets your body contains. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up from the couch and lunged at Luke. He was much faster than an ordinary person. Simon's blurry figure had already lunged forward in an instant, his hands reaching for Luke's head. Then, it turned black in front of his eyes. Bang! Simon staggered back several steps, dazed. On the couch, Luke slowly lowered his left foot. Too bad, you're a little slow. Simon was fast, but his combat skills weren't outstanding. Luke had simply stretched out his left foot, and Simon slammed into the sole. Simon, who had barely regained his balance, touched his nose, blood trickled down from both nostrils. He didn't care. He simply murmured, "You're really strong. No wonder you can fight the Dark Knight head-on." Luke again took note. Basically only those who had ever chased the clown knew a little about how he fought. Psychiatric patients normally wouldn't have access to such classified information. So, was it the rebuilt Argus that had given Simon information on the clown? Simon, however, didn't waste any time. After saying that, he lunged forward again. But this time, he was much slower. He was clearly wary of a head-on clash. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and waved them quickly. Luke didn't think much of it. Their combat skills were too different. Unless Simon used brute strength to crush Luke's combat skills, he would always be the one to be beaten up. At that moment, the wooden-faced Haley suddenly jumped up and lunged at Luke. Haley and Simon formed a pincer attack against Luke. Luke ignored Haley. Given her ordinary physique, 100 punches wouldn't make a difference. The next moment, he slapped Simon's hands, and Simon was sent flying several meters. He rolled a few times before he stopped moving. Luke's expression changed when Haley lunged at him. Haley's hands turned into claws, and she grabbed his left arm and clawed the left side of his ribs. There was an ear-piercing crunch as several holes were torn in the clown's suit. Haley's sharp nails dug into Luke's flesh. Astonished, Luke shook his arm and turned to the side. His muscles quivered and immediately pushed out the 10 fingers that were digging into his flesh. Haley was clearly stunned. A physical superpower. Chapter 1746. Simon escapes, and Haley's new life. Luke smiled and gripped Haley's arms. Congratulations, you got it. Here's your prize. Haley looked at her trapped arms, one of which had a small paralysis dart in it. Stunned for a moment, her eyes gradually turned hazy. What's this? Luke threw her onto the couch with a smile. Try guessing again. If you're right, I can give you another one. As he spoke, he threw out a second paralysis dart, which hit Simon a few meters away. Different from his calm appearance, Luke was feeling extremely puzzled. His powerful mental perception was focused on the couple in the room. After asking the question, Haley succumbed to the drug. She closed her eyes and fell completely unconscious. Luke, however, frowned at the system notification. Sure enough, the system didn't give him a notification that he had defeated Haley, but that he had successfully rescued her. He threw her and Simon into space too without hesitation, but there were still no new notifications. Luke opened the door and left. At the same time, he took out Tony's mental probe from his inventory. After modifications, it looked like a phone. After adjusting it to a maximum detection range of 500 meters, he indeed found an abnormal red dot 300 meters away. Luke didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he chose the option on the mental probe screen to record the mental fluctuations. A small percentage bar appeared at the top of the screen, which slowly increased from 1% to 5%. At the same time, a man 300 meters away opened his eyes in surprise. What ability is that? It seems to be testing me. His calm face turned gloomy. This wasn't good. He, who should have been invincible, seemed to have encountered an opponent who could counter him. Thinking that, his eyes rolled back and he fell back onto the bed. The man's wife was still sound asleep and didn't notice her husband mumbling to himself in the middle of the night. On Luke's side, the red dot on the screen suddenly disappeared, and the progress bar stopped moving. He raised an eyebrow and walked back into the house. Several seconds later, he turned invisible and drifted north toward Tijuana. In the next few minutes, looking at the red dots that disappeared from time to time on the mental probe and the progress bar which struggled to climb to 6%, Luke had a deep understanding of how difficult this opponent was. Also, He knew that it would be hard to catch this, Simon, since up ahead was bustling Tijuana. Compared with the narrow strip of seaside villas that went from north to south, Tijuana was like a huge pancake full of people. Once there, this strange, Simon, could easily leave the range of the mental probe and even enter San Diego in America. The national border made no difference to Simon. Sure enough, after the red dot which represented Simon entered Tijuana, it quickly disappeared. Facing the resplendent night view and the wild partying in Tijuana, Luke sighed helplessly. After sending Selena a message to say that the case was closed for now, he resigned himself to wandering the city. It was a toss-up whether or not Simon would be flustered or discouraged, and maybe refuse to leave the city. If that was the case, there might still be a chance to catch the other party. Haley woke up and looked at her unfamiliar environment. After a long while, she finally remembered what happened in the last few days. Her face flickered with various emotions for a long moment before she came back to herself and began to observe her environment. This was the same seaside villa from last night. Her purse was in the room. There was some cash as well as tissues and sunblock in it. She didn't have a wallet, a passport, or even a phone. She hadn't needed them when she was with Simon. Naturally, he had no interest in these things. He had only needed to control a tycoon and have the man take a private plane to San Diego that very night. He then controlled a member of the Coast Guard, and they easily arrived in Tijuana by boat. Naturally, the owner of this villa was a random person. Then, they settled here for the time being. They occasionally went shopping or ate out in Tijuana every now and then, but Simon spent most of the time tinkering with Haley as his test subject. In Simon's words, since she wanted to study him and really wanted to be involved in the research, then he would give her everything. This wasn't revenge, but sharing the blessing. That was because Simon really enjoyed being studied. Recalling the various strange psychological tests, Haley couldn't help but shiver. What was scarier was that she feared Simon, but didn't hate him. To be precise, she had already started to worship this demonic man. As a talented psychiatrist, Haley knew that there was something wrong with her own mental state. But she also knew that she couldn't and didn't want to fix the problem. For the current her, these mental issues weren't torture, but the release of a suppressed self from the depths of her heart. It was also the reason why her attitude toward Simon had changed so quickly. Simon hadn't created a brand new Haley, he had just destroyed the fetters of ordinary society so that she was no longer restrained by moral chains. So, even though she was free, she didn't call Margaret right away. She used to be very protective of Margaret. Thinking about it now, it couldn't be said to be a joke, but it was indeed unnecessary. However, when she thought of her simple-minded sister, she couldn't help but think that she should let her know, in case she came looking for her. That would be troublesome, so she drove to Tijuana that night and easily took a phone off of a young American. She went online and left a video message for Margaret. Then, she quietly returned to the seaside villa and stayed in hiding. She would wait for Simon here. Although it was unlikely that he would come back, Haley would still be patient for a month. That was because the clown was probably watching her as well. Haley had thought of this long ago. It didn't make sense for the clown to ignore her otherwise. Simon's conversation with the clown that night had turned this into a game. Currently, they were the only two main characters in this game. She was just a tool. But Haley wasn't discouraged. Perhaps one day, she would go from being a pawn to a player, and the three of them would be able to play this dangerous and interesting game together. Thinking that, Haley couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart as she cheered for her new life. She couldn't help but get up. Without turning on the lights, she walked out to the seaside patio. She licked her red lips, her heart burning. Haley picked up her pace as she walked down the steps. In the end, she tore off her nightgown and jumped into the ocean. Chapter 1747. Speculation about Big Treasure. Simon as a certain psychiatrist broke free of her inhibitions. Luke watched everything silently from behind. He could only sigh at her midnight swim. He had been in Tijuana for the past few days. He had already set up detectors around the villa, but they were all in passive receiver mode. When he had been tracking Simon that night, he realized that the other party seemed to be able to detect fluctuations of the probe's record function. It wasn't a bad thing to pay more attention to this strange and difficult Simon. Luke was even willing to have his level 2 clone hang around idly here. Of course, it wasn't because he coveted a certain psychiatrist's body. He just coveted Simon's abilities. Although he hadn't defeated Simon that night and couldn't obtain a list of his abilities, this in itself was a clear message. The tall and thin man who had been knocked down in the villa wasn't Simon Nepple, but a well-connected American tycoon called Jim Thomas. Luke had thoroughly investigated the background of this tycoon over the last few days, and there was a 99.9% chance that he wasn't Simon. The only time Luke had met Simon was at the Tijuana Villa 7 or 8 days ago. Although it seemed unusual for Jim to be on vacation without his wife, it actually made sense. Ever since this tycoon arrived in Tijuana, the public surveillance cameras showed him taking 1 or 2 different hot young Mexican girls out to play every other day. It made sense for him to lie about being on a business trip and not bringing his wife with him. On top of that, Luke had thoroughly examined this tycoon's body in space too. There was damage to his brain in many areas, which would be very hard for him to recover from. He was 100% in a vegetative state. As for the suspicious targets who appeared along Simon's escape route, Luke had secretly examined them, and found that they all suffered brain damage, albeit very slightly. Haley also had minor brain damage. Actually, before Haley woke up the next day, Luke had dug out all her memories of this period of time. He had already analyzed them countless times. His conclusion was that Simon could no longer be considered an ordinary person at the physical level, but more like a ghost. He could enter and control a person's body with ease. During this time, the person under control might be able to sense the outside world, or they might fall into a deep sleep. Haley was the only one who still retained her senses, while the others all became dormant. That could also explain how Simon had moved from the villa to Tijuana so quickly. He traveled through other people's bodies. When he was in and out of bodies in a short period of time, he was practically teleporting. Luke had been suspicious ever since the night he guessed at Simon's abilities. After relying on various clues to confirm Simon's ability, he was even more determined to find him. It had to be pointed out that Luke's Star of Justice was a combination of elementary spirit form and cloning. No matter how he looked at it, Simon's ability was somehow related to the spirit form, and Luke was probably qualified to learn it. Considering the practical use of the Star of Justice, even if Simon's possession ability was only partially available, how could Luke not covet it? And that was only one of the reasons. The second question worth investigating was why Jim, the tycoon whom Simon had possessed, had kept trying to attack Luke with both hands. Later, Simon suddenly abandoned Jim and possessed Haley, who unexpectedly injured Luke. Luke had thoroughly examined Haley and confirmed that she didn't have any superpowers. It was impossible for her to break Luke's nanosuit or even stab him with her nails. Thus, Simon had probably given her this ability when he possessed her. Luke speculated that Simon's possession wasn't a simple mental control, nor was it a physical control like pheromone control. He could make the possessed body exhibit superpowers, which led to Luke making even more connections. For example, the ability to break armor with bare hands was very similar to the bare-handed autopsies, which Patient 3 at Kings Park Sanatorium could do. Simon entered the ocean with Haley through the sanatorium's sewers and swam 50 kilometers to New Jersey, which was similar to what Patient 4, the merman, could do. More importantly, Haley was one of Simon's doctors and also one of his main research assistants. That was because Simon had 2 identities in Kings Park Sanatorium. He was the researcher studying patients 1 to 4, and himself as patient 0, and he was the main research subject for the entire project. He was a completely different existence from a normal person, a monster who was happy to study himself. Haley's guess was that Simon had fled the sanatorium because he had fallen out with the investors. What the investors wanted to do was control Simon and even use him to control other superhumans, thus forming a team of superhumans. Simon, on the other hand, mainly studied how he could control other superhumans. For the investors, an uncontrollable Simon was even more terrifying than their enemies. At the very least, they didn't have to shell out money to take care of their enemies. So, after more than a year of research, they finally decided to make a move against Simon, and were prepared to turn this monster into a real research subject. Haley didn't know much about the details of the conflict. Simon had simply taken her and ran. But from the information she gave Luke and the information he obtained from the sanatorium, Luke guessed that Simon was probably afraid of the investors. Or rather, the investors had the ability to pose a threat to Simon. That was why Simon decisively abandoned the sanatorium and came to Mexico. Of course, it could also be because Simon had already obtained the means to use the superpowers of patients 1 to 4, and so he left without hesitation. Simon's ability to possess people was what Luke was most interested in. The way Simon obtained other people's superpowers was Luke's second goal. In the face of this buy one, get one free deal, even if they couldn't be learned in the end, that didn't stop Luke from being determined to catch Simon. With this in mind, Luke found Haley, who had gone for a midnight swim instead of sleeping, pleasing to the eye. If she hadn't provided him with a lot of information, he might have overlooked Simon, this great treasure. If he had only found out about Simon's existence in a couple of years, it would be very hard to obtain his abilities then. After all, Simon had probably only obtained the abilities of Patience 1 to 4, and none of them were particularly strong. Once this guy learned abilities like magnetic control to make up for his shortcomings, or had pheromone control and mental illusion to reinforce his advantage, he would become a super troublesome opponent. Even so, Luke was glad that he had appeared this time as the clown, or he would have really been worried about Simon's counterattack. Chapter 1748. Making arrangements for Haley, and Simon's background. After a few days, there was still no movement on Haley's end. Thinking for a moment, Luke simply had his level 1 clone, which had recovered, come and continue monitoring the female doctor. The level 1 clone's self-healing experiment had gone very smoothly, and Luke was very happy with the data gathered. With just life 1, the clone regrew the 2 missing limbs in 10 days. It had to be pointed out that this was the level 1 clone with the lowest strength. If it was the level 2 clone or Luke himself, it should be twice as fast. Before he came to work, Luke went to see Tony, and the tycoon was dumbfounded. Regenerating broken limbs after 10 days wasn't as unbelievable as the extremis virus, but it wasn't ordinary either. At the very least, Tony didn't have similar technology. Besides, the virus was too flawed for widespread use of, but Luke could use it on a small scale. This news was also released to the Bat Squad to eliminate the negative impact of Knight's disability as soon as possible. Although it was only Ivan who had confronted Tony directly that night, it was impossible to say that nobody else felt any ill will. Now that Knight had completely recovered, everyone recalled what happened that day. Indeed, they couldn't blame it on Tony. It had to be pointed out that it was Luke who had set up the team's safety rules. He had never been seriously injured like this before. From the looks of it, only Knight could have fought Killian head-on because he could regenerate his broken limbs. The little turtles, who had been feeling suffocated, finally cheered up. They were just naive, not stupid. They realized that the team's attitude toward Tony had turned subtle after the last mission, but they were still kids and didn't dare say or ask anything. However, if anyone in the team had the best impression of Tony, it would be these 4 turtles. After all, Tony was generous and fun. Apart from Luke and Selena, Tony was the one who had invested the most in the little turtles. Mindy had a good relationship with the little turtles, but she was an even bigger fan of Batman. She complained a lot about the tycoon to the little turtles in private, which put them under the biggest pressure. Now that Luke said that he had recovered, everything was fine. Everybody here had experienced serious injuries before. It was fine as long as they weren't crippled. After Luke switched out the clones, the level 2 clone returned to New York and started investigating. He had to dig out all the information on Simon Nepple in order to learn more about his opponent. It was precisely because he didn't know anything about Simon's abilities in Tijuana that this treasure had escaped. Otherwise, he would still have had a chance to catch the other party. Luke didn't stay idle. He began to try and find a way to resist Simon's possession. If this problem wasn't resolved, except for Luke and Selena, the rest of the Bat Squad might be unlucky if they ran into Simon. Luke had never encountered anyone with such a powerful mental superpower, so he hadn't researched much related equipment. The Bat Squad's armor had a mental remote component and was resistant to mental abilities to some extent. There was little chance of being controlled in battle. But nobody could wear armor 24/7. It would be very easy for someone to take them down in one go. If anything happened to one person, it might implicate the rest of the Bat Squad, which was the most dangerous thing. Luke had to come up with nanomask helmets which looked like hats, glasses, headbands and so on to prevent this from happening. In the face of the immense amount of work which Simon was giving him, Luke was nevertheless happy. As the saying went, it was fun to compete with others. Fighting bad guys with superpowers was even more fun. To repay Margaret, who was the first person to lead him to Simon, he didn't forget to turn invisible and help her with therapy several times. The young widow, who had been depressed after being abandoned by her sister, inexplicably started to get better. Luke's two clones treated the sisters at the same time, and the mental landscapes they experienced were completely different. If Luke had to choose, he would choose Haley's mental landscape. This definitely didn't include the fact that the female doctor liked to go for midnight swims. It was just that Margaret's mental landscape was too simple, like a child's drawing, while the female doctor's mental landscape was as dazzling as a kaleidoscope. Whether in terms of difficulty or taste, drive, Haley was much more fun. When it came to his own interests, Luke always preferred bad guys. Margaret, who had donated a lot to charity, had always been a light green in the system. Haley, on the other hand, had turned from a neutral yellow 2 years ago into a light red evil. The female doctor, who chose not to live an ordinary life, naturally became a research subject. For the sake of their past friendship, Luke would hire her as a temp worker for the Joker after she was done acting as bait, and ensure that she led a splendid life. She liked playing games, right? Then, she could help the Joker design games to fight battles of wits and courage with the bad guys of the world. Of course, this temp project wasn't urgent. It all depended on whether or not the female doctor could lure Simon out. But it had already been a week. It was unlikely that the guy would come back for Haley. In the middle of September, Luke finally dug out Simon's background. Simon Nepple was actually a rich heir, even if, indirectly. Simon's biological father, whose exact identity was still unknown, had an affair with his mother, Gina. At that time, Gina had just been a minor living on the streets. It wasn't until Simon was 6 years old that Gina met his stepfather, Roman Vorobyev, and embarked on her fairy tale-like life. Roman was a young heir with a car and a house, and his parents were dead. Living aimlessly, he met Gina, and fell madly in love with her. With no one to object to it, he married Gina without a hitch. They lived harmoniously after they got married. Roman, the wastrel, turned over a new leaf, and Gina, the feral girl, settled down. Over the past 15 years, Roman had developed his family business into a small pharmaceutical company. He was worth almost $2 billion, but never had any children. Simon naturally became the only heir in the family. What was even more amazing was that Roman regarded his stepson as his own and loved him. The reason Simon could become the lead researcher at the sanatorium and not a research subject outright was mostly because Roman had spent a lot of money. Luke was pretty astonished by this fairy tale-like plot. Unconvinced, he found an opportunity to observe Roman and Gina up close. As he expected, both of them had abnormal mental fluctuations, and their brains were slightly damaged, but not seriously. It was clear that Simon had done something to the brains of his stepfather and his mother. That explained how Simon's mother got so lucky and why Simon was so loved. Not every bad girl could get lucky, unless they had a son with a superpower. Chapter 1749. Need potential clients, and little brother's scheming now. Roman was still the major shareholder who controlled the pharmaceutical company, which surprised Luke. But on second thought, given Simon's abilities, he didn't need Roman's company. Moreover, after studying the history of the company's development, Luke discovered that its two most important mergers and acquisitions had gone smoothly. The company had easily obtained two pretty effective drugs, which helped it to expand quickly. Come to think of it, it wasn't that Roman had made Simon a rich successor, but that Simon chose to turn Roman into a rich predecessor. It was hard to say who had the upper hand. The results of the investigation made Luke even more wary of Simon. It was likely that this opponent was a freak who knew how to dig pits for other people at a young age. It was possible that he had manipulated the marriage between his stepfather and his mother for his own protection. Now, Roman was still the boss of that pretty successful pharmaceutical company. When Simon escaped from Kings Park Sanatorium, nobody had anything on him. It could be said that he had mysteriously disappeared under the surveillance of New Argus. Strictly speaking, New Argus had to give Roman and his wife an explanation for why their son had suddenly gone missing. New Argus didn't dare act recklessly. Roman was no longer someone who could be dealt with casually. It would be hard to hide the fact that they had wiped out the entire family after losing the son. It would be very difficult for New Argus to look for sponsors in the future. Besides, the missing mysterious Simon was still hiding in the dark. Anyone who made a move against Roman and his wife was courting death if they didn't catch Simon. Simon alone had enough research to drag a lot of people from New Argus down with him. Even if the investors were fine, losing $1 billion would be just a matter of minutes. Worst of all, who knew whom Simon was possessing? Raman had 100 ways to provide Simon with funds and help. In any case, nobody knew who Simon was. Thinking about it, Luke felt this MO seemed a little familiar. Is this guy copying me? I really want to beat him up. After figuring out Simon's background, Luke felt that the clown had to take action. He really wouldn't be at ease leaving this to someone else. Nobody could guarantee that they could deal with a ghost like Simon. If Batman pissed Simon off, this guy could start with Tony. If not Tony, there was Pepper, and if not Pepper, there was Happy. Luke didn't think that a superhuman who could arrange everything for his mother and stepfather at the age of 6 would have much of a moral bottom line. The detective agency got off to a good start. Although it didn't earn a single cent, Luke was very satisfied. But there was no such good thing for the next few days. After sorting out the PDD and the Justice League, the new director relaxed. She had been following up on this job and knew everything about it. She couldn't help but suggest, why don't we find a few new clients? Luke took a bite of the mutton skewer he was holding and felt the tender flesh give way in his mouth. He said sadly, dream on. Do you think just anyone can run into a monster like Simon? Selina thought for a moment and sighed. That's true, but then she came back to her senses. Wait, of course it's not easy to run into Simon just given the few people we know. So, we need clients first, right? The two of them had been gone for a long while. Those they weren't especially familiar with would at most contact them over the phone. Of course they wouldn't get commissions if they couldn't meet in person. Luke's expression, however, was still gloomy. Even if we take the initiative to accept jobs, where do you think we can get a suitable one? Selina was lost for words. A moment later, she took a big bite of her crispy grilled fish. I'll go through all the intelligence in the world. I don't believe I can't dig out potential clients. Luke's heart skipped a beat. Are you kidding? Because of Simon, he and his 2 clones were busy. If Selina dug out potential clients, how much busier would they be? However, he relaxed after that. It wasn't that easy to find a suitable client. In any case, they would cross that bridge when they got there. At most, he would recall his level 1 clone, who had been keeping a very close eye on Haley. It was less and less likely that Simon would look for the female doctor, and Luke had already set a trap. It wasn't a big deal to stop watching the doctor go on midnight swims for a few days. Just when Luke thought he would continue messing with tech at home for a while, Joseph let him know a piece of good news. This little brother was coming to New York for high school, and to Dalton High School at that. Hearing his brother's voice, Luke suddenly asked, "Do you want to be classmates with Mindy?" There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. After a few seconds, Joseph said calmly, "Yes." Luke snorted. "Did she hit you silly during summer vacation?" After a brief silence, Joseph replied, "Actually, I'm very smart." Luke said, "No matter how smart you are, you can't fool me. Tell me, how did you make Catherine agree?" Hearing that, Joseph knew that Luke didn't plan to pursue the matter about him and Mindy, and quickly got down to business. It wasn't complicated. Joseph had a goal since last summer. He passed the school entrance test for Dalton Junior High, and then negotiated with Catherine over an invitation issued by the school. As for Robert, forget it, a certain brat was afraid of being beaten up by his irascible father. Even if it was just a token spanking, that was too humiliating for Joseph, who had vowed to grow up quickly. Joseph had proven that continuing with primary school was a waste of his time. In the end, he even said that Luke as his big brother would be his guardian. In any case, Luke didn't have a job right now. Robert and Catherine naturally knew that Luke and Selina were traveling the world, and couldn't say anything in response to that. They were unwilling to stint on their children's education. Even though they had wanted Luke to become a police officer in Shackelford back then, and Robert had even quarreled with Luke several times over it, they had still prepared school fees in advance. Now, the family only needed to be responsible for just Joseph's school expenses, and there indeed were better options. They had never told Luke about it because they were worried he would also cover his little brother's school fees. This was what Robert couldn't stand the most. He had only covered 1 year of school fees for Claire and nothing more. This was a serious challenge to his position as the head of the family. It wasn't until Joseph was about to enter school and the family was about to set out that Luke got the news. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Okay, I'll keep an eye on you." With that, he hung up. On the other end of the line, Joseph was stunned for a moment. His back felt a little cold, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Don't tell me Luke is waiting for Mom and Dad to come back before he deals with me slowly." It was a vain guess. Luke had always respected his family's freedom to choose. How could he deal with his little brother like that? He would just, properly, groom his dear brother so that he could make something of himself sooner. After all, if incompetent people got close to Mindy, they might die. Before that, he had to figure out what Mindy and his little brother were up to. Chapter 1750. Children and Family. Luke didn't look for Mindy directly, but casually asked the little turtles whom she was close to if she had been doing any extra-school activities recently. Donnie hemmed and hawed. Clearly, he was hiding something. Luke simply hummed in acknowledgement before he cut the communication. Donnie pondered for a moment, then suddenly jumped up. Not good. Something big happened. Bewildered, Mikey raised his head from the game console. "What's the big deal?" Donnie said. "Mr. Bruce just asked me if I knew what Pink Bear has been up to recently." Mikey was stumped for a moment. The girl in the pink bear suit on the TV screen was hit by the hell-level Big Boss's ultimate move, Super Laser Cannon. She screamed and puked blood before falling to the ground. A huge KO popped up on the screen. The boss laughed wildly, and the two miners trembled. Mikey gulped hard. "No way, right? This is just a game." Donnie said miserably, "I know, Mr. Bruce won't beat us up. After all, he's never beaten us up, or even scolded us." Mikey was relaxed. Donnie, however, added, "But if Master finds out, he'll definitely confine us to Mikey's bad room." Mikey was angry. "Hey, excuse me, am I the only unlucky one? Can the three of you escape?" Two round heads suddenly stuck themselves through the door. It was Raphael and Leo. "Who did something bad? Why are we being confined in Mikey's bad room again?" Donnie told them about Luke's question, and the two little turtles were stumped. Raphael asked, "Then, should we apologize to Master first?" Leo said, "Idiot, Mr. Bruce was just asking. Besides, wasn't it just a passing thought?" As the four little turtles bickered, Luke cut the communication and chuckled. "Interesting. The little guys have their own secrets now." He was very calm about it. He wasn't angry, disappointed, sad or anything like that. Kids all had their own little secrets. It could be a crush, an embarrassing episode that nobody knew about, a prank that had yet to be discovered, and so on. Thinking that, Luke chuckled. "Time to show you my amazing detective skills. Tremble, children." Selena had just finished her shower after training, and was walking down the stairs with a bottle of Dr. Pepper. Seeing a certain person acting foolishly on his own, she rolled her eyes. "Do you need me to remind you that our agency currently only has one job that is not earning us any money? Are you going to demonstrate your detective skills to the air?" Luke turned around and looked at Selena, who was only wearing a bathrobe. "Can't I rehearse?" Selena took a sip of her cold soda and smacked her lips. "Tell me about it." A moment later, she exclaimed, "Is your brother going out with Mindy?" Luke's eyes twitched when he heard that. They were still kids. Couldn't it be a little more innocent reason? But he had to admit that it was indeed a possibility. Mindy had just entered 10th grade, and Joseph was about to enter 7th grade. These two guys were especially precocious, and might really have a secret thing. Of course, he didn't think it was likely. It was more likely that these kids were playing at carrying out some sort of secret operation. It would be beneath Batman to check their communication records outright. So, he nodded. "It's decided. This will be our agency's second commission." Selena spat out her soda. "Why are you going up against kids? Who's hiring you?" Luke silently raised a finger and pointed at his nose. "Me. It's a commission for myself." Selena. The dog head, who had been watching silently. The next day, Luke's family gathered together, even Grandpa Drax was with them. Claire was also here, but she didn't stay in Luke's apartment in New Jersey with everyone else. Instead, she made her own arrangements. It had been a long time since they last met, and it was a very lively gathering. Cindy, who was almost 2 years old, was the little princess of the family. She was kissed and hugged, and giggled happily. But the people she liked the most were Luke and Selena. It was impossible for a 2-year-old girl to remember them, but Kai was the most attractive to her. The father could only hide on the side and wonder jealously why his little angel ignored him. God wasn't fair. If he asked Luke the question directly, he might get the right answer because his Kai was too weak. Apart from that, little Cindy's favorite was Gold Nugget. It was pure fate. The little princess liked to run around with the dog head. The dog head really couldn't stand this little tyrant whom it couldn't beat up or be fierce with, so it simply used Dollar to fend her off. Dollar, this middle-aged nanny, was simply a marvel at keeping kids company. Then, a certain father doubted himself even more. Am I not even as good as a dog? It wasn't until Luke dragged him out that the father stopped feeling sorry for himself. Luke wanted to ask Robert and Catherine if they needed a place in Nassau County or New Jersey. Robert didn't say anything and left the decision to the head of the family, Catherine. Catherine shook her head with a smile. Firstly, this small apartment in New Jersey was enough for the family to gather for a short period of time. Secondly, they couldn't leave Drax alone in Texas. Robert and his wife could take turns living in New York and Texas, but Drax definitely couldn't. The old man was already used to everything there. It was uncomfortable for him to spend half a month in a metropolis instead of on his own ranch, where he could drive his beloved modified truck, play with guns, drink, ride horses and feed the cows. In comparison, letting Joseph return to Texas every year to visit his grandpa was a better choice. That was because the old man's heart was now full of little Cindy. The old man had always insisted that Texan men should be tough and wild, but little Cindy was a girl, and girls just needed to be cute. Besides, little Cindy was more lively and energetic than Claire had been at that age. She was always excited about going to her grandpa's place to play, and was very happy to ride the horses, walk the dogs and feed the cows with him. The old man treasured her. If Robert and the others came over to New York and took away the old man's only grandchild who could keep him company, he would be too lonely. Luke didn't force them. Robert, Catherine and Drax were all homebodies. Since they were living comfortably in their hometown, there was no need to force them to change their lifestyle. Chapter 1751, Schadenfreude, and inviting trouble. After 2 days of fun, Robert and the others returned home. Now, they all took Luke's private jet whenever they traveled. They didn't have to worry about the cost, so nobody was reluctant to leave. Luke was a little reluctant to part with little Cindy, but it was a pity that she was the treasure of the family. His own father, mother and grandfather were very protective of her, and he could only pinch that chubby little face when they weren't looking. Claire was about to slip away as well, but Luke grabbed her neck and stopped her. As they talked, Claire's eyes started to glow with curiosity. If this were a cartoon, a small light bulb would probably light up above her head. Clearly, for this heartless big brother and sister, investigating their little brother's secrets was a challenge. Joseph, who was calmly standing inside the school office and completing the enrollment procedure, had no idea of any of this. During a break between lessons, he met Mindy on the rooftop of a school building. 4 pairs of eyes watched silently from a distance. Luke couldn't help but click his tongue. It really looks like a rooftop fight. Claire raised her binoculars. Why does it feel more like a gang deal about to go down? Selena said, it's more like a puppy love drama. Aru, a certain dog had whined. Claire said, go, kiss her. Joseph, you little chicken, hurry up and use your tricks from kindergarten to conquer her. 2 people and 1 dog raised their eyebrows. You actually want to one-up Mindy, don't you? A minute later, everybody put down their binoculars regretfully, except the dog head, which could see hundreds of meters into the distance without binoculars. Claire said disdainfully, what are they doing? They left without even a goodbye kiss. After that, she sensed her brother looking at her strangely, and she immediately cringed. Why are you looking at me like that? Luke narrowed his eyes. It seems you've had a good year. He criticized her inwardly. Joseph is only 9, and you want him to learn from you. Wait, Mindy is a girl, at least. From this point of view, Joseph was much more reliable than Claire. In fact, Joseph and Mindy had only exchanged a few words and agreed on a meeting place after school. Nothing happened like Claire had expected. Also, Claire's motive wasn't pure. She had fought Mindy many times. Maybe she wanted her little brother to take drastic action, so that she would become Mindy's senior. On the other side, Mindy, who had returned to class, wasn't paying attention at all. She simply propped up her textbook on the table and lay her head down behind it and pondered. Why did she get a strange feeling just now? Something didn't seem right. Feeling a little uneasy, she couldn't help but operate the virtual screen on her sunglasses. There were no surveillance drones, cameras, or suspicious people nearby. Then, why did it feel like she was being spied on? She was puzzled. She had set up a lot of equipment around the school to avoid being spied on without her being aware. The surveillance equipment was all good stuff from the big shot who sold everything, and probably wouldn't overlook anything. After thinking for a moment, she gave up on pursuing the matter. New York was her territory. Nobody could mess with her here. Maybe she had become too paranoid after thinking too much about classified matters recently. What she didn't know was that Luke was used to leaving back doors in the equipment he sold. It was nothing more than a basic operation to make them ignore the existence of their creator. Soon, school ended. Mindy grabbed her pink bag and casually sent away a few female classmates who invited her to play with them. She ran to the back of the school and got into a car that was waiting on the side of the road. Closing the door, she took a deep breath. Okay, to the training base. Monica turned the wheel and started the car. She didn't forget to smile. Why are you running away like you're being chased by a dog? Mindy snorted. We're in a hurry, Madam Monica. Monica was immediately unhappy. Hey, I just graduated high school. I'm still a girl. Nikki smiled and exposed her. Didn't you just say that when you go to college, you're an independent adult? Monica snorted. Are you two any younger? Come, Joseph, yell out your age for them to hear. Joseph was helpless. He was still a kid. Why should he be the judge? Amidst the laughter, the car drove into traffic. 100 meters away, Selena lay in the passenger seat and asked lazily, can't you just turn on the surveillance cameras? Why are you following them yourself? Luke rolled the lollipop around in his mouth. Wouldn't using surveillance be bullying them? They're all kids. Selena asked, are you sure those two college students are still kids? They don't look young. Luke smiled. They're young at heart. In the backseat, Claire nodded quickly. That's right, I'm still a kid. Luke, you're not allowed to spy on me with those surveillance cameras. Selena perked up when she heard that. Huh, it seems you really are hiding something. Why don't you tell us so that we can have a good time? Claire froze. She had spoken too fast and had forgotten that Selena was there. Thankfully, Luke didn't want to care about his sister's daily life. I don't need to monitor you if I want to investigate you. Don't blame me and say I didn't remind you to be careful to not get caught by the paparazzi. Otherwise, you can just wait for the whole family to come and congratulate you. Claire had been really cheerful while watching Joseph just now. Hearing that, she couldn't help but shiver. As the saying went, spectators laughed when they watched, but cried when they were the ones being watched. She felt a little cold when she imagined the entire family watching her. After talking for a while, Mindy and the others drove to the training lodge in New Jersey. Luke stopped and turned around to leave. Claire found that odd. Huh, why aren't we following them? Luke rolled his eyes. It's not like you've never been here before. Joseph has been training with them all summer. What can we do? Let's go. Go back and train with Selena. Claire turned pale with fright. She hadn't expected to be burned herself. No, I have something to do in the afternoon. Luke said, no problem. Selena will work harder and let you go in half an hour. Selena chuckled creepily in the passenger seat. Claire was full of despair. Can't we cancel it? Luke said, cut the crap. It's been a long time since we've checked your training progress. You still want to run after sending yourself to our door? Claire was full of despair. As it turned out, the little monkey hadn't slacked off in the past year. Whether it was in terms of the safety rules or sparring, she did a good job. Of course, she got cocky again in the end and provoked Selena. Selena instantly got serious, pressed her to the floor, and spanked her. After giving this energetic monkey a beating, Selena had gold nugget number 1 send gold nugget number 2 a message for the old man to activate the self-healing function. Chapter 1752, A Sorority. Ursa Minor. After Selena told Luke that she had already educated Claire, Luke waved his hand and let Claire go. Of course, if she was still interested, she could still participate in investigating Joseph's little secret operation after this. After thinking for a moment, Claire gave up on this unwise choice. What if Luke told Selena to test her on something else tomorrow? Then, should she torment Joseph or let herself be taught a lesson? Claire wasn't that stupid, and quickly slipped away. Wasn't it good to be with Stacy? Why should she shoulder responsibility for Joseph? On the other side, Joseph wasn't having it easy either. If the boys at Dalton Junior High knew that he was training with 3 former cheerleaders, they would definitely be envious. After experiencing it for themselves, however, most of them would probably avoid it. Not every man could take being taught a lesson by 3 girls one after another. It hurt their pride. Joseph was mature and rational. He wasn't ashamed that he couldn't beat the three girls. Before he met them, he had only been slightly better at exercising than an ordinary boy in a big city. Even after more than a year of training, he was still half a head shorter than Mindy. When he faced the tall Monica and Nikki, it wasn't just their busts that were outstanding, they also had a lot more defined muscles than he did. He wasn't even 10 yet, and was far from reaching the end of puberty. Working out to build up muscle wouldn't do him any good. Also, he knew very well that these three girls weren't normal. As a peripheral male member of this sorority, he could share some of their secrets. For example, they had taken Joseph with them during this summer break to go and beat up hooligans and increase their combat experience. He had mentioned this to Luke before, but had barely said anything before Luke nodded in agreement and just told him not to get carried away. When he asked Luke why, Luke said offhandedly, "I was going to get you to beat up classmates, but that would mean dealing with their parents. As for beating up hooligans, I guarantee that nobody in NYPD will arrest you for it." Joseph immediately got it. Didn't this person used to be a NYPD detective? He had beaten up dozens of hoodlums. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of people looking for trouble with him. Also, Joseph knew very well that the reason he as a guy could join this sorority was because of Luke's endorsement. It was only because of Luke that the three girls trained with him. In fact, if Luke wasn't his brother, Mindy really wouldn't have roped Joseph in. After an hour of training, Mindy deftly tossed Joseph out again, and Monica shouted for everyone to take a break. The four of them sat in the living room and talked business as they wiped their sweat with towels. Mindy said, "Let me say first, I pulled in my father's support for the initial investment." "Joseph, are you sure your plan can pull in subsequent funding?" Joseph carefully wiped his sweat and nodded. "I've already developed a program. You can give it a try now. If there's no problem with it, we can officially embark on the project." As he spoke, he took out a laptop from his bag and copied a program onto the girls' phones. After he returned their phones, the three girls opened the program and quickly started tapping. A few minutes later, Mindy and Monica started giving comments. "The graphics are very ordinary. But the content is interesting. D*MN it, again. Haha, I did it. I'm on the 6th level." Joseph didn't say anything. He simply waited for 10 minutes before he clapped. 10 minutes are up. The three girls put down their phones reluctantly. Joseph asked, "Is this game alright?" The three girls nodded. Joseph said, "Then I'll leave the rest to you." The three girls looked at each other and nodded again. Mindy said, "Joseph and I are still minors, so Monica and Nikki will complete the paperwork to register the company, which will be under your names. The profits will be used to establish the sorority and for daily expenses. Is everyone fine with that?" This was something they had discussed before, and she was just confirming it officially. Monica and Nikki had no objections. Joseph slowly raised his hand. "I have a question." Mindy waved her hand. "Say it." Joseph lowered his hand and took a sip of water. "Since we've established a company, should we change the name instead of using sorority?" Looking at Mindy's wide eyes, he raised his hand and gestured for her to calm down. "First of all, the sorority will make people think that we're only recruiting female members, when I can be considered a male founding member. Secondly, there are too many sororities in America. The sorority in Dalton Junior High is also an established institution with decades of history. What if everyone thinks that this sorority is the same as the others?" The three girls looked at each other, unable to respond. When it came to fighting, three Josephs couldn't beat any one of them. When it came to brains, the three of them combined couldn't compare with him. Otherwise, why would Mindy rope in a man like him, even if he was only 9 years old? With Luke's help, Joseph had learned a lot of psychology in the past year. Looking at their expressions, he knew that his words had worked, and he was instantly relieved. He finally wasn't going to be a member of a sorority anymore. Joseph had been quite tempted when Mindy first suggested setting up an organization for them, because, like him, they weren't ordinary people. But if he had to become a girl before he could join, he would still withdraw in the end. After all, this might become a black stain on his path to success. "Now, think of a nice new name," he said patiently. "It shouldn't sound like a company name. After all, the company is just a tool for making money. The goal of our organization isn't to make money." The three girls discussed it excitedly. Half an hour later, Joseph barely managed to control his breakdown as he helped seal the victory for Mindy. After all, The names that Monica and Nikki came up with, like Lavender Love or Violet Heart, sounded more like women's makeup. Mindy, on the other hand, had come up with Ursa Minor. It wasn't very grand, but at least it didn't sound feminine. Monica and Nikki had no interest in each other's choice of names, so they simply chose Ursa Minor. After everything was decided, Monica and Nikki drove off to handle the formalities for the company. Mindy would send Joseph home. They went back to Mindy's house first and took 2 bicycles to Manhattan. On the way, they discussed the development of Ursa Minor. When they reached Luke's house in Clinton, Mindy suddenly asked, "Why is the villain in that game a pig head?" Joseph was stunned. "Because it's cute." Mindy was confused. Shouldn't the protagonist be the cute one? Wouldn't it be better to make the villain a big bad wolf? Joseph shook his head decisively. "What I mean is that the game style has to be cute. A wolf as the villain doesn't fit this setting. Also, there's nothing special about it." Mindy snorted and mumbled in a low voice, "Just like your brother. You're no fun at all." Chapter 1753, Just Let Me Ask, Who is the enemy? Selena burst out laughing. "That's right, some people don't understand a girl's heart at all." Luke didn't think much of it. Principles have nothing to do with gender. Of course, you can pay more attention to the methods used. Selena was intrigued. "Oh, if it were you, what would you do?" Luke said, "I can create a custom-made version in a matter of minutes." "How's that?" Selena was stunned for a moment at this perfect answer. "How professional of you." Luke said, "Of course. All right, Joseph is coming in. Disperse." 2 people and 1 dog scattered. When Joseph reached the 2nd floor, he saw that the living room was empty. He called out casually, "Gold Nugget, you're the only one here." Gold Nugget raised its dog head and whined. Joseph rubbed its head a few times before clapping his hands. "Okay, have fun on your own. I'm going to take a shower." In the basement, Luke rubbed his chin. "A game? It seems we're getting closer and closer to the truth. Hee, there can only be one truth." After saying this famous line, he chuckled and tossed the matter to the back of his mind as he tinkered with his nanomask. The truth about Mindy and Joseph's little project would come out sooner or later. Luke wasn't in a hurry at all. Who knew, they might reveal everything themselves in a few days. That was indeed the case. Since this was the first time Mindy and the others were doing something like this, they didn't hide anything when they set up the company, and it was soon discovered by Little Snail. The company was listed under Nikki and Monica's legal names, and the other information matched. Both Luke and Selena felt sorry. They had barely tried, and the agency's second commission was already about to be wrapped up. The detective agency could only blame itself for being too good at detective work. A few days later, MNJ software was set up and a game called Angry Birds was released through the Titanium App Store. Watching Selena and Gold Nugget play the game avidly, Luke didn't know what to say. Although it wasn't exactly the same as the one in his previous life, the core and style were basically the same. When Joseph had done the initial research, he had discussed games with Luke. There were too many people in Luke's previous life who had made their first fortune from video games. Also, it didn't require much technology and the games were quick provided that the game was fun. Joseph wasn't sure what was fun, but his brother knew. Luke casually mentioned the basic layouts of a few games from his previous life. Joseph, who had an extraordinary memory, clearly remembered them, and had developed a similar game. Luke was amused. He hadn't been able to take this route back then. After all, smartphones hadn't even existed until a few years ago, and it wouldn't have been easy to sell games like these. After Luke created the smartphone, he no longer cared about making money from games. In the end, his brother had picked up a good thing. Joseph wasn't short of money. All his research expenses and information were from Luke. He didn't have a girlfriend, and kids' toys weren't as interesting as what he made himself. He basically had no use for his pocket money. The game was produced by a software company registered under Nikki and Monica, and Damon was the one covering all the costs. Joseph's investment was clearly in terms of his technological skills. There was no helping it, he was a lot smarter. Luke had no objections to Mindy secretly roping his brother into starting a small gang. It wouldn't be a joke to say that there could be 5 cliques in a 4-person female dorm. It was unrealistic to think that everyone could be united. It only took Luke a moment to understand why Mindy was doing this. The establishment of the PDD and the Justice League, as well as the rules system, made her realize, Batman had already set up so many external organizations, so why couldn't she do the same? There was no rule against doing this. Moreover, the Bat Squad was basically made up of wily old foxes who didn't have anything in common with Mindy and weren't fun at all. Thus, it would definitely be much more interesting for her to pull out the little turtles who were her own age to join a new group. At the very least, she could be the boss for once. After Luke more or less guessed the reason, he stopped paying attention and let the kids play. With him around, they couldn't do anything big. That was the confidence that came with being rich. What he didn't know was that after Joseph returned home, he used his messenger account to send a message to a person called Handicapped. The game is online. Wait for your dividend. In a bungalow in Nassau County, Sky paused. As she wiped her sweat with a towel, she picked up her phone. Then, she smiled and replied casually, I only helped out a little, a dividend is unnecessary. Person of Destiny sent another message, a deal is a deal. The conditions we agreed on can't be cancelled so easily. Sky shook her head helplessly. There was nothing she could do about this tough girl. Fine, then contact me again when my dividend reaches 1 million. After sending the message, she put down her phone and was amused. Don't tell me she wants to use money to tempt me to join that sorority or whatever. It was through their chats that Sky deduced that the other party was a girl. She didn't think that a man would come out of nowhere in a group full of women to recruit people. On the other side, Mindy was also taking action. Wearing the stealth suit, she soon arrived in Harlem. She entered an old apartment building before she revealed herself and knocked on a door on the bottom floor. A moment later, the door opened a crack. Little Bear, Mindy said, Shadow. The secret signal matched, and the door quickly opened. Mindy darted inside. There was only one gas lamp in the living room, and the curtains were completely drawn. A 16 or 17-year-old black teenager looked out warily through the gap in the curtains before he relaxed. Doesn't look like you were followed. Mindy rolled her eyes. Come on, Tyrone, I'm a professional at stealth. Besides, nobody knows you're here. The young man named Tyrone, however, shook his head. You don't know how terrifying they are. Mindy chuckled. Are they scarier than the Chidori? Or a lot scarier than Hydra? After thinking carefully, Tyrone nodded. They're no less scarier than Hydra. Mindy didn't really believe him, and simply asked, have you thought about my proposal? Why me? You know I'm in serious trouble. Mindy snorted. Because I'm not afraid of trouble. Tyrone looked at her in disbelief. Really? Mindy said, I guarantee that as long as it's not your fault, you don't have anything to worry about. Just let me ask, who is the enemy? Chapter 1754. Debut. Ahead of schedule. After hesitating for a moment, Tyrone finally gave his savior a name. Roxxon Corporation. Mindy was stunned. The Roxxon Corporation that sells oil. Tyrone nodded solemnly. They're too powerful. They can even bribe NYPD to frame my brother. If they know that you're helping me, they have 10,000 ways to frame you. After a brief silence, Mindy suddenly burst out laughing. Tyrone was stunned. What are you doing? Mindy put her hand to her forehead. Come on, do you know who I am? You. Tyrone thought for a moment before he understood. Fine, I only know that you're called Little Bear. But he immediately added, but Roxxon is different. They're very powerful. They might be able to uncover your real identity. Mindy was about to say something harsh, but recalling the safety rules, she changed the topic. It's fine. As long as we communicate via a single line, we're safe. You just need to remember that you'll be working for me. There was doubt in Tyrone's eyes, but he didn't continue pursuing the matter. At most, he would be careful in the future and not cause trouble for Little Bear. Mindy then asked him about his grudge against Roxxon Corporation. It happened 10 years ago. Tyrone's brother had been a street hoodlum. One night, he was caught stealing by the patrol officers, and he accidentally barged into a certain dock. In the end, Tyrone's brother was killed at the dock, and the patrol officers chasing him said that he had resisted arrest. When Tyrone heard the conversation between the patrol officers and the person who killed his brother, he knew that it wasn't a police officer who had killed his brother, but a guard at the dock. As he grew up, Tyrone investigated the cause of his brother's death, and discovered that the two patrol officers had resigned not long after that incident to become security guards for Roxxon Corporation. He had suspected that Roxxon was behind everything. When he started investigating the connection between Roxxon Corporation and what happened back then, someone came to capture him, but he escaped. Later, he started playing hide and seek with them, until one day, when the other party found an opportunity to shoot and injure him. He couldn't escape, but he ran into Mindy, who had come out at night to fight. Mindy knocked out the other party, saved the heavily wounded and unconscious Tyrone, and treated him, saving his life. Of course, Tyrone wasn't an ordinary person. Mindy had seen him use his ability when he escaped that night, and had observed him for a while before roping him in. Now that she understood the grudge between Tyrone and Roxxon Corporation, she wasn't scared at all. Instead, her eyes flickered. Hadn't Killian been in cahoots with Roxxon Corporation last time? She had been bored the whole time. Now that she was going up against Roxxon Corporation, this was definitely God's arrangement. However, she was well aware of how terrifying Roxxon Corporation was. Almost half the gas stations in America had the Roxxon oil logo on them. Apart from ordinary people like the gas station employees, Roxxon had more than 1,000 mid and high-level staff. It was impossible to kill all of them like they were drug dealers. Thus, they could only look for the mastermind behind the murder. But this was very dangerous. Nikki, Monica, and Joseph were all too young and lacked practical combat experience. It wasn't suitable for them to participate in such a dangerous operation. Mindy decided that she and the victim, Tyrone, would do it. This would be Ursa Minor's debut. Batman set up the Pacific Detective Department to hire temp workers to help with cases. So, as a private detective, there was nothing wrong with her looking for Tyrone for a temp assignment. Making up her mind, she took out a roll of cash from her purse and tossed it to Tyrone. "I'll give you a week's pay in advance. You need to adjust yourself before you continue." Tyrone subconsciously caught the roll of cash and looked at it, only to see that it was $20 bills. 20 bills meant $400 in total. Of course, it wasn't a lot, but since Little Bear was helping him get revenge, he couldn't take the money. He mumbled, "I can't take this." Mindy waved her hand impatiently. "If I don't pay you, are you going to do odd jobs to make a living? We don't have that much time. Also, this is just an internship. If you work hard for me in the future, your salary will increase." Tyrone. What, wasn't this treatment a little too good? He realized that he was still inexperienced. Since he had been given the money, it was settled. Mindy then took out a piece of nanomaterial from her bag and covered Tyrone's face. This could be considered the raw version of the nanomask. It couldn't copy someone else's face, and could only change details of their appearance. After his forehead, cheekbones, and nose were raised to change the subtle shape of his eyes and mouth, Tyrone saw a completely unfamiliar face in the mirror. Mindy said, "Okay, wear something a little bigger, put on the backpack, and come with me." 10 minutes later, they left Manhattan through an alley that didn't have any surveillance cameras. Looking at New Jersey across the river from the shadows of the alley, Mindy gestured. "Can you teleport over there?" Tyrone's expression changed, but he smiled bitterly. "You saw it the other day." Mindy didn't think much of it. "It's just a superpower. You don't have to be so shy." Tyrone. "Am I being shy?" Mindy said, "All right, you're faster than I am. I'll get going first." With that, she glided lightly toward the river and quickly disappeared. Tyrone's eyes widened. Fine, she wasn't an ordinary person either. With a thought, his figure twisted and turned into a shadow which quickly shrunk until he disappeared. The next moment, a black dot swiftly expanded into a shadow behind a tree on the other side of the river and quickly returned to its original form. Suppressing his agitated emotions after using his ability, he looked at the river. Vaguely, he saw a shallow ripple. It rushed up to the shore and stopped next to him. Then, Mindy appeared, and she nodded at him in satisfaction. "Not bad. Your ability is interesting. Let's talk when we get there." Soon, she found 2 motorbikes that had been prepared earlier, and they rode north. After traveling more than 20 kilometers, they stopped in front of a bungalow. Mindy opened the door and walked in. When Tyrone entered, she closed the door and said, "You'll stay here for the next few months. I'll send your training plan over tomorrow. When I think you're ready, we'll start investigating your brother's matter." Tyrone, who was examining the house, was stunned for a few seconds. He pointed at the room. "Is this for me?" Mindy didn't want to waste time. She nodded affirmatively. "Of course. This way, you won't be exposed or hurt again before the training is over. If you want revenge, you have to learn to protect yourself first. Do you expect me to help you deal with Roxxon if you're dead?" Chapter 1755. The things that came with the meteors. Tyrone was lost for words. If it were him, he wouldn't help a regular friend deal with a monster company like Roxanne after their death. So, was Little Bear also a monster? Mindy didn't know what Tyrone was thinking. She said that she would give him the supplies he needed tomorrow night before she promptly left. Tyrone was left confused. Why did it seem like she had thought of everything and was just waiting for him to join her? Of course, he didn't know that Mindy was just copying the rules of the PDD and the Justice League. At most, she would omit some parts that weren't easy to implement. After all, Ursa Minor wasn't the Justice League. There were very few of them, and there was no need for such strict and complicated rules. In any case, she was still a kid. Batman probably wouldn't mind her using him as reference material. The next day, while Luke, Selena, Joseph and Gold Nugget were having breakfast, they heard a voice on Selena's tablet. The Leo meteor shower will reach Earth at 9 o'clock tonight. Stargazing fans, get ready. Good spots to observe the meteor shower are the southern parts of New York, Virginia. Luke and Joseph continued eating their steamed buns and drinking their soybean milk. Completely indifferent to this good news. Selena's eyes glowed. Luke, let's watch the meteor shower tonight. Luke said, okay. Joseph raised his head in surprise. He looked at his brother and then at Selena, and felt that something wasn't right. But that was all Luke and Selena said, there was no other meaning. After breakfast, Selena went upstairs to get ready for work. Before Joseph went downstairs with his backpack, he looked at Luke, who was still watching the news on the couch. He couldn't help but hesitate for a moment before he said, well, why did you agree immediately when Selena said that she wanted to watch the meteor shower? Luke was confused. Why not? Joseph replied with a baffled expression, but isn't that a waste of time? Luke was enlightened. So, you're not going to watch the meteor shower with Mindy tonight? Joseph was even more confused. Why would I watch it with her? Luke was surprised. Then are you going to keep Nikki or Monica company? Wait, don't tell me you don't just like big sisters, but also both at the same time. Then, you should be careful not to be chopped up like firewood. Joseph's face darkened. Hey, I'm only 9. They're both 18. Just because Selena's 6 years older than you think I'll fall for a woman twice my age? Luke snorted. By the time you're 90, they'll only be 1/10 older than you. Time will tell. Joseph's eyes widened. I can get a girlfriend when I'm 90. Luke said, be prepared. There's nothing bad about being prepared. After that, Luke switched to serious matters. Since you're all partners, it's necessary to invest in your relationship. You can work and study anytime, so why can't you take a night off to watch the meteor shower? Do you think the Leo meteor shower happens every day? Joseph nodded thoughtfully and left with his backpack. After school, Luke received a call from Joseph, who said that he would be home late. Luke, Selena and the dog head didn't have to go far to watch the meteor shower, and just went up to the top of a skyscraper in stealth mode. Tony and Pepper were in Stark Tower nearby. Hearing Jarvis's notification that Mr. Bruce and Miss Bastet had appeared next door, the tycoon was baffled. Luke was too lazy to bother with him. In any case, he wasn't standing on Stark Tower. The meteor shower wasn't as dazzling as in the movies, but it was still in the news the next day. The hottest news was that one of the Life Foundation's deep space satellite probes happened to be caught in the meteor shower. The probe was destroyed, and its remains fell in Borneo. But this news soon disappeared from the limelight. Satellites weren't rare. If one was destroyed by a meteor, it wasn't like the public had to pay compensation for it. Apart from the unlucky Life Foundation, everyone else quickly forgot about it. At the headquarters of the Life Foundation in San Francisco, Carlton Drake, the CEO, was speaking with a solemn expression on the phone. One of the organisms on the probe escaped. Then find it for me. Do you know how much money we spent? One less sample means that we wasted hundreds of millions of dollars. What the CEO didn't know was that not long after the probe crashed last night, a yellow liquid had scuttled into a nearby river. Not long after, a big fish with yellow eyes swam through the river and followed the currents to an estuary dozens of kilometers away, before it was swallowed by a killer whale. A moment later, the killer whale's eyes turned yellow. Apart from the meteor which blew up the probe, many of the meteorites didn't burn up completely as they fell directly into the sea around Japan, including the bottomless Japanese trench. Soon, flesh-colored strip-like things with numerous thin legs on their upper torsos appeared in the ocean. They looked similar to embryonic scorpions. They gradually approached the 4 Japanese islands and Korea. Mindy's Ursa Minor started taking on a regular pattern of operation. Sometimes, she would use Damon as an excuse for Joseph to stay for dinner. When it was time to send Joseph home, the two of them would put on the nanosuits in the safe house and use the appearances of 17 to 18-year-olds to go out and train. At first, Joseph had rejected these simple and crude beatings, which had no sense of style at all. But in Ursa Minor, he was only in charge of making money and planning. When it came to taking action, it was definitely Mindy who took the lead. Thankfully, for the sake of confidentiality and in consideration of this little brother, Mindy didn't take out her 1.8-meter-long double-ended longsword. Otherwise, she just needed to cut melons and vegetables one time to traumatize Joseph. Joseph gritted his teeth and agreed to this combat training, but most of the time, he preferred to use the stealth system and follow Mindy around New York. Looking at the strange things that happened in the bustling and dark parts of the city, he gradually formed an understanding of the truest face of the world. Life in New York was vastly different from in Texas. At least in Shackelford, most people had jobs to make ends meet. Their lives weren't great, but few were completely poor. In New York, people could do anything in order to survive. Using yo-yos to knock out two more hoodlums who were robbing sex workers on the street, Joseph sighed. They're lazy and bully the weak but fear evil. These people are hopeless. Mindy didn't react. She had killed so many drug dealers with her father. Even more insane things went on there. These two hoodlums were already very conscientious, running off after robbing the ladies of $20 to $100. Chapter 1756. The girl in peculiar Ursa Minor New York was now a world-famous, safe zone. There were a lot of thieves here, but few of them dared to use guns. Unless there was a sudden superpower-related emergency, this place was safer than most metropolises. The Bat Squad had already proven their prowess. From small gangs to superhumans and even mercenaries and assassins, it wasn't a big deal for them to come to New York and just be good, regular passers-by. If they caused trouble, it was very easy for them to get broken bones. Going to the hospital first before going to prison was a common occurrence. Armed crime in New York this year was 30% lower than 3 years ago. That was also why Mindy dared to bring Joseph out for training. Mindy waved her hand. Just beat these hooligans up. Why are you so emotional? If you have the time, use that program of yours to help me find a drug nest. Joseph was a little helpless. Why are you always looking for trouble with drug dealers? Because they're especially bad. Mindy didn't even have to think about her answer. For money, of course. Taking down a drug nest is a lot more profitable than beating up 100 hooligans. Joseph was at a loss. Wasn't the answer supposed to be about upholding justice? After all, when she set up Ursa Minor, she had been so puffed up about it. If it wasn't for what she said, Joseph would never follow her to beat up hooligans at night. Besides, how much money could these nests have? How could they compare with the revenue from his game? It had to be pointed out that not long after the Angry Birds game was released, it had gotten a pretty good recommendation as a new product in the Titanium App Store, and the number of downloads skyrocketed. Joseph just needed to put the data into a simple math model to predict that he would earn more than $1 million in revenue within a year. He also had to give his co-creator, Handicapped, a dividend, but this was just a small game. Joseph had learned a lot after listening to Luke. Not to mention, he had other plans to make money. As long as he found the right path, it might be impossible for him to earn hundreds of thousands every minute, but it wouldn't be a problem to earn hundreds of thousands a month. How long would it take to squeeze out that amount from the drug dealers in New York? For a moment, Joseph was unable to say anything. After a long while, he came back to himself and saw that he was surrounded by low buildings. They had arrived at the top of a 4-story building on the east side of Queens. Mindy canceled her stealth mode. She sat on the edge of the roof and took out 2 pieces of chocolate from her bag. Take a break. Joseph consciously canceled his stealth mode and took the chocolate before sitting down. Looking at a certain person who was humming a song as she kicked her short legs in the air, Joseph thought of Nikki's long legs and twitched before he silently turned his head to eat the chocolate. They had formed a certain tacit understanding recently, and didn't have to make small talk. However, using his understanding of general psychology, Joseph deduced that the reason a certain violent girl liked to come out on night operations was probably because she had reached her rebellious phase. Unfortunately, her father was a little intimidating, so she could only take Joseph along to vent her restless emotions. It seemed that he had to pay more attention when he got to this age in the future. This hormonal rebellious phase was a waste of time. Also, His siblings were all thick-skinned and black-hearted. He couldn't afford to provoke them. While one studied the other, a voice suddenly rang out behind them. "What are you doing?" Alarmed, they both turned around. The difference was that when Mindy turned around, she didn't forget to push herself to her feet. When Joseph turned his body around, however, there was instantly empty air under his butt. He screamed and disappeared from the rooftop. Mindy rolled her eyes. This newbie's clumsy performance was too painful to watch. To stop the guy from being injured, however, she could only throw away her half-eaten chocolate before swiping her waist. A yo-yo flew out at the flailing Joseph, who yelled, "Ah," as he bounced up and down a few times. Mindy wanted to cover her face. This guy was really embarrassing. But when she saw the person behind her, her eyes lit up. "Hey, how old are you?" 3 meters away, a barefoot girl in a white nightgown shook her head. "I can't tell you." Mindy was stumped. "Then what's your name?" The girl shook her head again. "Can't tell you." Mindy wanted to ask more questions, but Joseph said meekly, "Can you pull me up first?" Annoyed, she let go, only to hear a short cry of, "Ah," boom. The world finally quieted down. 2 seconds later, Joseph stuck his head over the edge of the roof a little embarrassedly. "Actually, you could be a little gentler." Mindy snorted. "Starting tomorrow, I'm going to give you more training in floating." Joseph. After bickering for a moment, their gazes fell on the girl in the white dress not far away. Joseph discreetly touched the side of his forehead and quickly activated the detection function on his helmet. Mindy asked again, "Then what can you tell us?" The girl tilted her head and thought for a moment, before she shook her head decisively. "I don't know, Mindy." Joseph coughed. "Did you want something?" Uncertain, the girl looked at him curiously. "Who are you?" Pondering for a few seconds, Joseph replied, "Person of Destiny." Mindy raised an astonished eyebrow at this little brother's domineering nickname. The girl nodded. "You look a little like someone I know." Joseph asked, "Who?" The little girl said, "I can't tell you." Mindy. Joseph. This was how the first exchange between the 3 kids started. Luke didn't monitor Joseph's every move. He wasn't worried about his brother's safety. Joseph always wore the nanosuit when he went out with Mindy. Although it was strange that it was Mindy who gave his brother armor made by Luke, Luke was very encouraging about it. What was so embarrassing about a man relying on his abilities to make a living? Most other men envied such outstanding men because they didn't have the same means. No matter how Joseph got his armor, Luke could directly check Joseph's situation in an emergency. If it were any other boy who knew that he was being monitored 24/7, his heart would definitely collapse. Luke couldn't use the excuse that, "It's for your own good," with a little brother as cold and sensitive as Joseph. Thus, without Luke knowing, Ursa Minor quietly turned into a peculiar organization. Chapter 1757. Moving the base of operation, and killing 3 birds with 1 stone at the end of September, Luke's level 1 clone finally moved. After waiting at the seaside villa in Tijuana for a month, Haley left after confirming that Simon wasn't coming back for her. She returned to America through private channels, but didn't go to New York. Instead, she went to San Francisco under an alias. Naturally, Luke followed her. He could guess why she was going there. Simon's stepfather, Rahman, owned a pharmaceutical company in San Francisco. The chances of Simon appearing here were higher. Since they had already waited a month, they didn't mind waiting a few more days. This was what the watcher and the person being watched thought. To hide her identity, Haley turned into a disheveled homeless woman in a hat. These people were everywhere in the big city, and nobody cared about them. As long as it wasn't in a rich neighborhood, the police wouldn't bother with them. There was no benefit in the police arresting these people, plus the police would have to cover their food and shelter. Secondly, the homeless here weren't what many Chinese thought of as beggars. Some people just couldn't find official jobs for various reasons. It wasn't surprising to find an ex-IBM manager turned tramp picking up scraps. It was probably because his pension wasn't enough for him to live on. Thus, while many tramps indeed weren't exactly that hygienic or polite, there were also many who were. Haley was pretending to be the more civilized type of tramp. In truth, while she didn't have the smell of perfume on her, there were no odors either. Her gray face was just makeup. Her jacket was a little dirty, but didn't have any old stains on it. But coupled with her shabby trolley and her mismatched rags, she looked 70 to 80% like a real tramp. It had to be said that this female doctor was the polar opposite of her silly, sweet art student of a sister. Art was a hobby for Margaret, and was purely about spending money. Psychology was Haley's hobby, but she could use it to disguise herself and make money. In the days after, Luke watched her use her understanding of psychology to easily make people empty out their pockets. After an hour or two, she could easily earn more than $100. It was much easier than what regular workers did. For a psychiatrist who earned $300 an hour for counseling, this wasn't a lot of money. However, the reason Haley could charge $300 an hour before was mostly because someone was willing to spend more than the market price to hire a beautiful female psychiatrist. What she was doing now was purely for practical purposes, and she had to make it impossible for ordinary people to detect her. Just like that, Haley spent some time every day making enough money. The rest of the time, she appeared near Raman's company headquarters to gather intelligence. Not long after, she simply set up a base near the company so that she could monitor the place practically day and night. Luke didn't think much of it. Haley's behavior was actually his doing. He had fueled Haley's urge to find Simon, and embedded an irrefutable logic in the depths of her heart. Simon had been sent running by the clown, and didn't even dare show his face now. As long as she couldn't find Simon, part of her admiration of an obsession with him would be transferred to the clown. Once she was thoroughly disappointed, Haley would abandon the useless Simon in favor of the even stronger and more mysterious clown. So, Luke wasn't in a hurry at all. Whether or not it was fair to Haley was another matter. If it was that easy to get rid of Simon's control over Haley, Luke wouldn't be after Simon's abilities. This was the lesser of two evils. At the very least, Luke had the system to remind him not to do anything bad, while Simon didn't. It was better for Haley to be under Luke's control than to become an accomplice of a monster like Simon. But without the seaside villa, Luke lost interest in keeping an eye on the female doctor at night. After setting up enough surveillance equipment, the level 1 clone went off to do its own thing. It was incumbent upon him to help relieve the San Francisco drug dealers of extra stock and dispose of redundant personnel. He carefully selected targets who had committed heinous crimes and were worth a lot of points, and both men and goods went missing. Most of the mid and low-level members who were left behind were confused. Did the bosses run off on their own? As the number of missing big shots increased to 10, some smart people with good memories finally remembered what happened a few years ago. The urban horror legend that had once shrouded the neighboring city, the Ghost Butcher. Tempted by the money, however, most people couldn't help but take over the territories and businesses left behind by the missing persons. Now, when no more people went missing, the gang members who had picked up the spoils were overjoyed. The terrifying legend was tossed to the back of their minds. In fact, it was only because Luke realized that many people wanted to run that he stopped harvesting points. Who knew how long the level 1 clone would have to stay here? A path of sustainable development was necessary. He had already learned this lesson in New York. It was already bad enough when Luke and Selena continued harvesting there. Then, Frank, the little turtles, and Damon and Mindy went out every now and then to adjust their moods. All that was left now was a small harvest. Besides, if the guys from San Francisco ran, Luke wouldn't have the time to look for them. He could only restrain himself a little and shear the sheep with a little more skill. Apart from monitoring the female doctor, Luke's level 1 clone found Drive Pym, who was hiding in a small building in the wilderness. Assuming the identity of the big shot who sold everything, he took the initiative to drop by for a visit. Luke was in a good mood after obtaining another 6 Pym particles. But this time, the big shot had agreed in part to Dr. Pym's small request to consider helping him take back his company when the time was right. Darren Cross, the current CEO of Pym Technologies, was already upset by Dr. Pym's small actions, and it seemed that he was prepared to carry out some less benevolent experiments. Luke hadn't agreed to deal with Darren before because Darren was a neutral yellow, and it had been a business dispute between him and Dr. Pym. There was no saying who was right or wrong. But if this guy carried out human experiments that went beyond legal and moral boundaries, he might turn from yellow to red in the system. At that time, not only would he lose the system's protection, he would also cross Luke's moral bottom line. Killing Darren would definitely be overboard, but beating him up to learn the Pym particle technology could only be considered a reward for Luke's righteous hard work. In any case, Luke wasn't short of money, and the Pym particle would only be for his own use, so it wasn't like he was digging a hole for Dr. Pym. Chapter 1758, Someone is Taking Action. It was October, and nothing happened after Haley came to San Francisco for a week. After sealing the deal with Dr. Pym, Luke sent 2 drug lords off with food poisoning and a drug overdose respectively. Secondly, in a 4-way gang war, he happily helped out by killing a few bright red names. In the spirit of not leaving his name behind after doing a good deed, the San Francisco gangsters didn't notice anything unusual. They just felt that the recent battle had been a little too intense. In previous battles for territory, only a few people would be injured in 3 to 5 rounds, and 1 or 2 would die if they were unlucky. Also, those who died were usually the small fry who led the charge, while the ones who had died in the last few days were famous ruthless characters. But thinking about how there were no longer any famous big shots in New York, and how more than 3 gang lords had been replaced in Los Angeles, San Francisco's environment was already pretty stable. Just when Luke thought that he needed to come up with a new way to deal with the San Francisco gangs, there suddenly was movement on Haley's side. At that moment, Luke was watching 2 masked welfare workers. He had some impression of them. They had been checking a lot of tramps around Haley recently, and it was very common for them to hand out some toiletries, clothes, and food. There were all sorts of welfare workers. Sometimes, it was the government who forked out the money, sometimes it was a charity fund, sometimes it was pure charity, and sometimes, it was the pharmaceutical company. They treated Haley the same as the other tramps, and there was nothing wrong with the questions they asked, so Luke naturally couldn't be bothered to investigate them. Besides, he needed Haley to lure Simon out. Ordinary investigations would be useless in the face of Simon's abilities. Now, the 2 welfare workers were following an ambulance to Haley's shack in the middle of the night. In the end, one of the 2 welfare workers screamed and drew back. He covered his eyes and rolled around after being taken down by Haley's pepper spray. The face of the other welfare worker changed, and he charged in with a taser. Soon, the welfare worker who had charged in collapsed, creating a huge hole in Haley's shack. Only after he stopped twitching for a moment after being tasered did he say to his 2 companions who had just gotten out of the ambulance, I tasered her." His 2 companions immediately understood and entered the broken shack to drag out a twitching Haley. Some people were already craning their necks to see what was going on. The 2 people who had grabbed Haley were wearing white masks and white coats. One of them said loudly, "She might be infected with rabies and needs treatment." He spoke very loudly, clearly wanting to give the onlookers a decent explanation. Then, they put Haley and their 2 companions into the ambulance. The ambulance sped off. Although the people around them felt that something wasn't right, the vehicle had already driven off and disappeared. There were too few hot-blooded people here who cared about somebody else's business. They returned to their shacks. Watching the feed, Luke knew that the ambulance was fake. An ambulance with the same license plate had just picked up a patient and sent them to the San Francisco General Hospital. Thinking quickly, Luke changed into his combat suit and followed the ambulance. Whether or not these were Simon's people, their goal wasn't to kill Haley. As long as they didn't kill Haley instantly, Luke could get her back. At most, he just needed to use Life 1 and spend the credit points required for Light of Life. 20 minutes later, Luke watched the ambulance drive into a 12-story building on the outskirts. While he checked the surveillance system, he investigated the building. To his surprise, it belonged to the Life Foundation. Luke remembered hearing this name recently. He looked up the news and saw that the meteor shower had destroyed one of the Life Foundation's deep space probes. He was stunned. Nothing to do with medicine. After all, the name, Life Foundation, sounded like it was something related to biotech. It wasn't like Simon or his father's pharmaceutical company couldn't secretly study biotech. But after searching for a moment, Luke discovered that the Life Foundation had nothing to do with Simon. The CEO of the foundation, Carlton Drake, had a clean record, and nothing like Raman's colorful history. However, Simon had a strange ability, and might be able to control this person as a puppet to do things. Inside the building, Carlton said impatiently to a woman in a white coat, "Drive. Dora, in this world, no success comes without a few bumps. We're working hard for the development of mankind. Everything we do now is just the price we have to pay. Go back and think about it." With that, he turned around and left. Dora, who was wearing a white coat, looked worried. After making up her mind, she quickly turned around and left. Carlton was about to go downstairs, when he ran into 2 security guards, who reported, "Sir, we've found a new volunteer, but someone might have seen us detain the woman. Carlton didn't look happy, but he didn't flare up. It was the security guards who did the dirty work, so there was a far higher chance of something going wrong. He simply asked, "Were your identities exposed?" The security guards quickly shook their heads. "We covered our faces and pretended to be with the hospital." Carlton nodded. "Go check it out. If there's a problem, deal with it." The security guards nodded and quickly left. Carlton thought for a moment and made a call. "The female volunteer who came in tonight will be next in line." After making the arrangements, he left the building. Luke released a few drones and snuck inside. He watched as Haley was sent off for a checkup while unconscious. However, these people didn't even change her clothes. They simply took her for a regular blood test and an MRI, before they sent her to an isolation room. 2 walls of the room were normal, while 2 adjoining ones were tempered glass. Apart from a ventilation duct, there were no other openings in the room. As soon as he saw the room, Luke knew that this was for observation. Apart from the guards on patrol, the people who had performed the examination on Haley also left after sending her here. There were 3 tramps in a similar row of rooms next to Haley. Clearly, she was safe for now. Luke frowned. Did he have to wait again? Looking at the scattered factories and warehouses in the remote surroundings, he was relieved. It was good if there was no one around here. Thinking that, he found an empty room in a building 200 meters away and went inside. Chapter 1759, Learn Something Weird. Industrial Spy, Fan. As long as nobody was around, Luke could take out a full set of camping equipment from his inventory. Even a full set of furniture wouldn't be a problem. So, this desolate wilderness wasn't torture for him. Instead, it was the most relaxing place. He released an invisible screen that looked like a mosquito net from his inventory to block out possible external surveillance. There was a couch, a coffee table and a cup of hot coffee. He made himself comfortable and unhurriedly started to look up information on the Foundation. It was his usual practice. At the very least, when he needed to deal with this organization, he could roughly gauge the consequences and come up with subsequent countermeasures. An hour later, Luke confirmed that he had been on the wrong track. The only thing he knew at first was the news about the deep space probe, so he had been mistaken about the Foundation's research direction. It had in fact been established by a pharmaceutical company. After Carlton made a fortune with his pharmaceutical company, he spent most of his energy on space probes for some reason. But that didn't mean that he had given up on the pharmaceutical industry. The Life Foundation's space program was now supported by profits from the pharmaceutical company. Was Carlton really Simon's puppet? Luke was a little unsure. Also, the Life Foundation couldn't be clean. A clean organization wouldn't secretly abduct homeless people. That was good news. Compared with the San Francisco gangs, who were easily startled, Luke felt that it wasn't a bad idea to switch to an underground organization like this. Suddenly, he turned to look at the feed transmitted by his land monster drones. In the underground parking lot, a woman opened the trunk to let out a handsome young man. Luke had seen the woman on the surveillance earlier, and he checked her profile. She was a researcher from the Life Foundation called Drive. Dora Skirth. They weren't going to put on some late-night parking lot show and force Luke to learn some new weird thing, were they? But Luke quickly dismissed the idea. That was because the man and woman didn't act like it. Doctor. Dora was clearly wary and nervous. She carefully avoided the surveillance cameras with the man and opened the emergency exit for him. Then, the man went up the stairs alone, but Drive. Dora hesitated. In the end, 2 security guards who walked over noticed her. Doctor. Dora lied awkwardly that she had forgotten something and had come back to get it. The 2 guards didn't doubt her. Doctor. Dora had worked here for a long time, and something like this happened every now and then. Luke murmured curiously, interesting. What are they up to? Industry spies. Industrial espionage was rampant in the United States. As long as a company had some skills, there would be people who would target them. Although the Life Foundation didn't have any particularly famous technology on the surface, it was impossible to say that nobody was interested in their drugs and deep space probe technology. But after watching the man upstairs for a moment, Luke shook his head. This man didn't look like an industry spy at all. Industry spies had clear targets and were decisive in their actions. It was a race against time. As for the young man in front of Luke, he was looking around as he took photos with his phone. He looked like a paparazzo. As Luke was thinking that, the AI program found information on the man. After a look, Luke chuckled. No wonder the man didn't have a clear goal. The man's name was Eddie Brock. He really was a journalist who used to be quite famous in Los Angeles. In the last year or so, he had been headhunted and moved to San Francisco. At the same time, Eddie turned from a simple reporter to an investigative journalist who focused on exposing and criticizing social inequality. With the development of F2F and Messenger, he successfully gathered a lot of fans. Eddie was now a big name among the ordinary people on the West Coast. For someone like that to come to the Foundation's research institute at night, it definitely wasn't to commend the other party. Luke glanced at the guy's online media account and saw that he had posted several reports on the Foundation in the last 2 days. He condemned the Life Foundation for hiding the risks of their research, and for using homeless people to carry out drug tests and causing their deaths. A few days ago, Eddie had received a notification from the media agency that had hired him. Before he posted these reports, this media company had already cancelled their contract with him. In other words, Eddie uploaded these reports after he already lost his job. Rubbing his chin, Luke chuckled. It seems that Eddie really poked a hornet's nest with the Foundation. Is it his turn to take them down now? At that moment, he vaguely remembered something about Eddie. When Luke and Selena were still in Los Angeles, this guy had already done a lot of glowing reporting on superheroes, so Luke found the name familiar. However, now that this idle chaser had become an envoy of justice, he could be considered a hardcore fan. Maybe he wanted to carry on Batman's work, like the Dark Knight. Luke wanted to laugh. He wasn't laughing at Eddie for overestimating himself. On the contrary, if the other party really insisted on doing this sort of reporting, Luke didn't mind providing enough financial support. In fact, he had been using all sorts of disposable aliases to fund and train these spokesmen of justice. This ensured that there was always a certain amount of public opinion on the internet, and prevented the limelight from falling on the authorities or capital groups. At the same time, it made it easier for Luke to fish in troubled waters. In comparison, a certain hacker jumping out to expose everything would be too conspicuous. It was much easier to support media people like Trish and Eddie who were in tune with the times, and give them a bunch of ammo at the right time to attack the government's underbelly. At that moment, Eddie had reached the floor where Haley was imprisoned, which was the floor where the homeless were kept. Sneaking around, he soon attracted the attention of a middle-aged homeless woman in one of the rooms. The middle-aged woman lunged at the glass and shouted for Eddie to save her. Judging from Eddie's reaction, he knew the woman too. But Eddie, who didn't have much experience in infiltration, was a little flustered. He reached out and pressed the control panel at the door. Luke smacked his lips and stood up. All right, it seems I need to help out a little. Even though he had never responded to Batman fans, it didn't go against his nature to save them when necessary. Not to mention, it would be a shame for a good writer like Eddie to be killed by trash like the Life Foundation. With a thought, everything in the room was stored in his inventory, and he quickly turned transparent and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 1760. Extremely destructive and numerous mishaps inside the building. A flustered Eddie finally caused a commotion. The control panel lit up with a dazzling red light, and an alarm rang. At the same time, a nozzle suddenly appeared in the isolation room and released a large amount of white gas. The middle-aged woman screamed in pain from the gas. Anxious, Eddie found a fire extinguisher in a nearby box and smashed it against the glass door. After 7 or 8 hits, the glass finally couldn't withstand the fierce impact and shattered. A large amount of white gas spilled out, and Eddie was assailed by the strong smell of drugs. When the gas dispersed a little, he tried making the hole bigger. As if she saw hope, the middle-aged woman inside suddenly lunged forward and smashed through the remaining glass before she jumped into Eddie's arms. Eddie tried to get up, but the middle-aged woman grabbed his shoulders and shouted, "Save me, save me." Eddie was about to cry, "You have to let me up first." What he didn't notice was that when the woman grabbed him, a pitch-black liquid flowed from one of her hands to Eddie's body. A few seconds later, the middle-aged woman closed her eyes and passed out. Eddie finally freed himself and got to his feet. He was about to check on the woman, when someone shouted behind him, "Freeze, or we'll shoot." Looking at the mess in the lab, Eddie broke out in a cold sweat. If he was caught, the Foundation would probably kill him quietly. The illegal capture of homeless people for experiments was enough reason to silence him. He had just reported that the other party was carrying out illegal drug trials on homeless people. Now, he had even discovered that they were forcefully capturing people for their experiments. If word got out, it was definitely over for the Foundation. Thinking that, he got up and ran. Two approaching security guards pulled the triggers without hesitation. This guy had caused a mess in the lab and had come into direct contact with a volunteer. He absolutely couldn't be allowed to run. Bang, bang, a bullet brushed past Eddie, and he couldn't help but flinch to the side. Bang, crash, his shoulder hit a glass door and instantly shattered it. Eddie hadn't expected the door to shatter so easily. He couldn't help but stagger as he tried to regain his balance. In the end, he picked up momentum and crashed into a metal table in the room, causing it to crumple conspicuously before he stopped. He turned around, only to see that the two security guards had already run to the door with their guns raised. He would definitely be shot if he went out. He looked around anxiously, then gritted his teeth and charged at a glass wall. Bang, crash, the glass wall shattered, and he successfully charged into the next room. Eddie was overjoyed. The glass here didn't seem as hard as the door earlier. He didn't stop and continued charging forward. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of crashes, he broke through 4 glass walls and reached the end of the row. Breaking through the door, he ran around a corner in the hallway, completely shaking off the 2 guards chasing him. Stunned for a moment, the 2 guards then chased after him in a panic. They didn't forget to inform their comrades over the comms, an intruder has broken into the lab and fled. He's very fast. It doesn't look like he's armed. They ran off. When Eddie smashed his way through the glass walls, a metal box on the metal table he had crashed into was also bent out of shape. A blue liquid quickly flowed out of the gap and quickly collected into a large water blue puddle on the table. It hesitated for a moment before it suddenly sped up and shot into the next room through the gap Eddie had created. Haley, who had been injected with a sedative, was woken up by the loud noise Eddie had made. She sat up in a daze. At that moment, the blue liquid shot through the broken glass and hit her in the ribs. It didn't transmit any impact to Haley. In her daze, she didn't even feel the blue liquid at all, and let it drill into her body. A few seconds later, Haley's senses, which had been dulled by the sedative, suddenly cleared up. Her stupor quickly turned into confusion, and then vigilance. Then, recalling how she had been caught, she suddenly stood up and looked around warily as she left the isolation room through the passage that Eddie had created. Luke, who had just reached the lab, scratched his head. Fine, it seems I'll have to clean up my fan and future subordinate. Eddie was really good at destroying things. It hadn't taken more than half a minute for Luke to turn invisible and come in to set up some drones, yet by the time he arrived, it was at the tail end of things. Now, he could only follow Haley down the stairs and monitor her vital signs. At the same time, he ordered the drones to immediately take over the building's surveillance system so that the security guards couldn't find Haley. There had been 4 security guards on Haley's escape route, but Luke beat Haley to them and knocked them out first. Unhindered, Haley ran out of the building and onto the road. Part of this was thanks to Luke, and part of it to Eddie when he barged his way out of the building. There were already more than 20 security guards on the heels of this famous journalist. After Haley left the building, Luke instructed the drones in the air to blow up the 4-wheel drives that were chasing Eddie. Eddie then unleashed the astonishing talent of an escape artist and dashed into the woods outside the building, disappearing without a trace. However, while he got rid of the security guards, he didn't get rid of Luke's drones. 4 drones worked in pairs and silently followed him. In New York, Luke summoned Selena. Something fun has happened. Selena was intrigued. What is it? Luke said, bring Gold Nugget with you. We'll put on our armor and fly straight to San Francisco. Try to stay hidden. I'll send you detailed information. You can take a look when you're on the way with Gold Nugget. Selena perked up. Is it a really strong bad guy? Otherwise, Luke wouldn't be telling her to take Gold Nugget with her. Luke said, not necessarily. We'll talk on the way. A moment later, Luke told Joseph that he had an emergency commission, and told him to go along with Mindy the next day. It had to be said that it was a good thing that Mindy, this 2-star teammate, was a little young, since there wasn't an age gap, but she could still take care of Joseph. Bewildered, Joseph saw them off downstairs. After a long while, he grumbled, then it might as well be the other way round. In any case, Mindy likes to come here and play with Gold Nugget. Chapter 1761. Gross, same kind, and secret observation. 2 people and 1 dog turned invisible and turned the autopilot function on. Selena was excited when she watched the video. Wow, what the hell is that? It looks really gross. Gold Nugget whined. Selena asked, you think so too? Luke. Usually, Selena could understand what the dog head was saying. But she was reading the files and didn't pay much attention to it. She had completely misunderstood the dog head. Gold Nugget typed resentfully into their 3-person team channel, they're probably my kind. They're actually not that ugly. What? Selena was shocked. She watched the video over and over again. So, they're symbiotes. This black one looks a little like Tar, but it does look a little like you. And this blue one, do you know them? Gold Nugget. I don't remember the blue one. I'm more familiar with the Tar monster. It's called Venom. Selena grew interested. Venom, it sounds very strong. Gold Nugget subconsciously retorted, how is that possible? That guy just gets bullied everywhere. Selena said, you're familiar with it, so, haha, you bullied it a lot before. Gold Nugget's expression was conflicted behind its mask, but it managed to reply, I'm one of a kind. None of them can clone themselves. I'm not lying about that, the dog head added inwardly. Selena was a little regretful. Really, if they can clone themselves, we can give one to Luke to cut up for fun. Hearing that, Gold Nugget recalled its fear of being dissected when it first joined this household. It already knew that those words had just been used to scare it, but it was even worse when Gold Nugget understood what had been happening to superhumans in the last few years. Those crazy humans who researched aliens definitely wouldn't stop at doing the most ordinary dissection. So, laying low all this time had definitely been the right choice. Now, Gold Nugget was definitely the richest symbiote in the world. It was no longer the same rank as that trash, Venom. While 2 people and 1 dog made their way over, the level 1 clone in San Francisco was observing the changes in the 2 people who now had symbiotes in them. Eddie was fine. At the very least, he had his own place, and had passed out after rushing home and eating a huge meal. As for Haley's only home, half of the shack had been torn down by the Life Foundation, and she was still registered as missing in New York. Running from the outskirts to the edge of downtown San Francisco, she could only hide in a corner outside an old factory. Hungry and unwell, she then passed out. Clearly, like Eddie, she was experiencing physiological discomfort after the symbiosis. Looking at the unconscious woman, Luke simply took out from his inventory the hibernation box which he hadn't used in a long time. He cancelled his stealth mode and put her inside. During this time, the blue symbiote didn't appear. The symbiotes were highly immune to mental abilities. Luke had no way to check if the other party was conscious or not, which was why he used the hibernation box to complete the space transfer. Haley and the symbiote were put away in space too, and Osiris, the medical AI program, immediately took over. When Gold Nugget first formed a symbiotic relationship with Dollar and Selena, Luke's equipment and tech skills had been too poor, and his data on the initial stages of the symbiosis was incomplete. Now that there were 2 ready-made products available, Luke naturally had to make up for it. Also, if the 2 symbiotes turned on their hosts like Gold Nugget said they might, Luke wouldn't hesitate to use his annihilation energy to force them out. As long as he was fast enough, the 2 individuals would only suffer minor injuries at most. Healing them with light of life was just a matter of credit points. As for being research subjects, Luke thought there was nothing wrong with it. He was already prepared to help them deal with the Life Foundation, so it wasn't too much for them to pay him back as research subjects. What if the symbiosis succeeded? It had to be pointed out that Gold Nugget had already divulged everything it knew about symbiotes to Luke. Undergoing a symbiosis carried a certain risk, which was, at a conservative guess, over half the risk related to fatal illnesses on Earth. Just like humans, there were good and bad symbiotes. The symbiote needed a suitable environment to prevent it from subconsciously hurting the host, which would reduce the danger to the host. However, it was rare for an ordinary symbiote to deliberately try and avoid hurting the host. In the face of a nasty symbiote, it wasn't impossible for more than 90 out of 100 hosts to die. Some of the more eccentric symbiotes simply turned the host into a puppet. After breaking one, they simply switched to another. There were only 2 possibilities when a symbiote was unwilling to write off its host. Firstly, they encountered a very suitable host, or secondly, it was inconvenient to switch to another host for the time being. But with so many people and animals on Earth, the second possibility didn't exist, while the chances of the first one happening were very low. So, Gold Nugget was a good comrade. This guy had never hurt any living creature on Earth. Even the fish it had formed a symbiotic relationship with at the very beginning escaped safely, while Dollar, the old dog, regained its youth. The drones had already infiltrated the system, and began to scan the database of the Life Foundation's research building. Sure enough, it found records of symbiote trials. After 3 symbiote trials with symbiote number 1, the tar monster, Venom, 2 people died and the middle-aged woman tonight was the third. The blue symbiote, named number 2, had also combined with 3 different hosts, all of whom died in a very short period of time. Clearly, the blue symbiote had a lower moral bottom line, so it had been the right thing to do to put Haley in space too and keep an eye on her. Eddie, on the other hand, was a little interesting. Judging from the guy's expressions, the symbiote called Venom was actually communicating with him. The only 2 times they communicated were when Eddie thought he had run into a ghost or was suffering schizophrenia. He was so scared that his head hit the bathroom wall and he passed out. According to Gold Nugget, if the symbiote was willing to communicate with the host, that meant that the host was valuable. It was just like how Gold Nugget had communicated with Dollar at the beginning. Dollar was the true, perfect host for it. On the other hand, Dollar was Selena's most loyal dog. After growing up with her, obedience had become second nature to it. In a perfect symbiosis, the symbiote and host mutually influenced each other. As long as Gold Nugget wanted to continue possessing Dollar, it would be subtly influenced by Dollar's consciousness. The stronger and more persistent Dollar's thoughts were, the more Gold Nugget would accept them. Thus, it was hard for it to go against Selena's wishes. By the same logic, nobody from the Life Foundation's 6 experiments had been able to communicate with these 2 symbiotes, which proved that they weren't good candidates as hosts. The fact that Venom had communicated with Eddie meant that it had taken a shine to him. Chapter 1762. Gross, in the air of poverty. However, the host and the symbiote were more like a knight and his mount. It was one thing to be compatible and maximize their strength, and another to see eye to eye and work closely together. For example, Gold Nugget and Selena weren't that compatible, but after getting along, they came to acknowledge one another. Even if Selena wasn't the best host for it, Gold Nugget was happy enough to combine with her. Of course, it could also be that the special energy in her body was the most delicious food that a certain alien dog head was happy to lick forever. Conversely, even if they were very compatible, but were repulsed by each other, the host wouldn't have it easy. 2 hours later, Luke, Selena and Gold Nugget arrived in San Francisco. The Level 1 clone retreated quietly ahead of time. This way, the clone could focus on studying Haley, and Eddie would be left to Gold Nugget and Selena. After all, Gold Nugget said that it knew the tar monster. It would be even better if there was a chance for the 2 symbiotes to chat, and Venom agreed to let itself be studied. In the surveillance feed, Eddie was lying in the bathtub on top of the bathroom curtain that had been pulled down. He was sound asleep. Selena was stumped. "Are we here just to watch him sleep in the bathtub?" Luke chuckled. "There are a lot of interesting things. But let me be clear first. Some of the videos can make you lose your appetite. Are you sure you want to watch them?" Selena was suspicious. What? Did that symbiote do something unspeakable to him? Gold Nugget whined. Selena glared at the dog. "Type it out." Gold Nugget. "No symbiote is that vulgar. It's usually easier and more efficient to eat the other party's brain and organs." Looking at Eddie's physical condition in the surveillance feed, Selena sighed regretfully. "Fine, it seems that this Venom isn't a loser. At least Eddie hasn't turned brainless yet." Gold Nugget said. "How is that possible? Venom is a loser. Is he good? He just doesn't know how to be bad." Selena suddenly felt that something wasn't right. "Wait, why do I feel that you're..." "Gold Nugget, I'm talking about it, not me. Don't overthink it." Selena nodded and didn't continue asking questions. Instead, she secretly sent Luke a private message. "What do you think Gold Nugget is hiding?" Luke chuckled. "Probably the fact that it's actually a good kid." Selena snorted, but soon realized that it made sense. After Gold Nugget came to Earth, it had only possessed a fish before possessing Dollar. It hadn't officially done anything bad. Of course, when it had broken legs, smashed heads, pulled out gold teeth and searched money safes, it had all been done in cooperation with Selena as a vigilante. The blame couldn't be placed on it, nor were they bad deeds. As for this dog trolling people and leading attacks online, and watching rubbish media, those were at most mental attacks. At the very worst, it could only be said to have a low moral bottom line. So, was the dog head really a good alien kid? After mulling over it for a moment, Selena gave up thinking about it. Hundreds of thousands of online ids said that they were going to kill it, which showed how much it was hated. It went against her conscience to praise it as a good kid. She could only say that this guy wasn't a big villain who killed people. Let me watch the video of Eddie first. How bad can it be to make me lose my appetite? She returned to the main topic. Luke sent the video with a smile. He took out 3 lollipops, one for each of them. When he fed it to Gold Nugget, he didn't forget to stroke the dog's head a few more times to comfort it. This guy probably hadn't had it easy in its old home, so Luke had to let it feel the warmth of Earth. In the future, even if it clashed with its kind, this dog head would stand on Luke's side without hesitation. In any case, the symbiotes didn't have anything like their own nation, and their own kind wasn't worth mentioning. Humans killing each other throughout history proved that nothing stopped living creatures from killing their own kind. Luke didn't think that the symbiotes had that much of an affinity with each other. A moment later, Selena exclaimed in disgust. Luke smiled. You're not going to show Gold Nugget? That's right, I have to show it so that it knows how lucky it was that it ran into us. Selena was enlightened. Of course misery should be shared. Gold Nugget curiously opened the video in the team channel. Then, it saw Eddie take out a slimy rotten chicken from a trash can and stuff it into his mouth. As a food enthusiast, Gold Nugget couldn't help retching. It could only use the text-to-voice converter to roar over the channel, "Aw, venom is so gross." It can even eat food from the trash can. Selena gloated. The moment you came here, you had natural goat's milk and fresh beef from the ranch. You've never eaten sh*t like this before, right? Gold Nugget subconsciously nodded. Wasn't the reason it behaved for the sake of good food. Seeing Venom eat trash, Gold Nugget felt that it was a real embarrassment to symbiotes. Then, when Eddie passed out in the bathtub, his entire body looked like it was covered in a forbidding black aura. Gold Nugget knew what it was the air of poverty. It was a good thing he hadn't run into such an unlucky host, or he would have been the one to eat sh*t in the beginning. Lollipop in its mouth, it felt smug, so, strength wasn't important. What was important was to follow the right person. In the beginning, it had felt that the symbiosis could bring its host benefits, but Luke had indicated that not everyone wanted these enhanced abilities. If it wasn't for the fact that the Fiend wanted it to be a bodyguard for Selena and Claire, its work prospects would have been bleak actually. It was only with Luke that Gold Nugget seemed, slightly, more useless. Luke didn't need it because he had the system, and his abilities and equipment could basically meet all his needs. But even so, it was impossible for him to ditch Gold Nugget. This alien dog head was multifunctional, efficient, obedient, easy to raise, and easy to fool. If it ran, there might not be another one like it. Just like that, 2 people and 1 dog hid in a room 100 meters away and chatted as they ate and waited for Eddie and Venom to recover. In space too, Haley, who had passed out from hunger, finally recovered after being fed nutrient solutions. Osiris had used a physical method to lower her initial temperature. Her tightly furrowed brow relaxed and she settled down. Luke looked at the information. Based on the symbiosis with Gold Nugget, the process should be completed in 5 hours and she'll wake up then. Who knows what the difference will be between her symbiote and the dog head. According to the dog head, liquid transformation, a boost in the host's strength, and rapid self-healing were all basic characteristics of a symbiote. Gold Nugget's ability to clone itself, on the other hand, was a unique ability which it had yet to see in another symbiote. In addition, symbiotes had different types of abilities. Chapter 1763. Eddie the Master Destroyer. First of all, tentacles were the most common symbiote ability. It was similar to how humans could run, throw things and jump. They might not be good at all of them, but they could still do it. As for the side effects of the tentacles, it was like the difference between a marathon and a sprint or between a dart or javelin. Secondly, some symbiotes were more resistant to fire, ice, electricity or vibration, and some could launch special attacks. This was a rarer talent. Luke knew why Gold Nugget liked to talk about its cloning ability. It was what differentiated it from other symbiotes. Apart from that, the dog head's abilities were mediocre. Even though to Luke, Gold Nugget being a good kid was a strong point, it was useless to the symbiote. It was just like how animal protection couldn't be considered an ability, but just a type of trend. But that was also why Luke regarded it as a reliable partner. If Gold Nugget talked about its kind as powerful but savage, Luke would immediately lock them up as test subjects. After all, he liked bad guys the most, and that included symbiotes. He couldn't let Gold Nugget sample the test course, but he could run tests on these symbiote bad guys. It would definitely be a huge step forward in his research of symbiotes. How could he not be happy? The next morning, Eddie woke up in the bathtub. He subconsciously touched his forehead and felt that it was still hot. Am I sick? Suddenly, he remembered what he had found when he snuck into the Life Foundation's research building last night. He shivered and searched his body for his phone. Looking at the photos on the phone, he quickly called his ex-girlfriend, Anne Waning. Why ex-girlfriend? Because he had heard Anne casually mention the Life Foundation and, out of curiosity, he had snuck a look at the classified information she brought home. Anne was a lawyer whose firm had just received a job to defend the Life Foundation. Eddie, who had itchy hands, wrote an article based on this confidential information and had been ready to publish it. Unfortunately, the boss of his media agency chose to stand on the side of money. Eddie's boss used this information and no reporting to obtain a considerable amount of funding from the Life Foundation. The Life Foundation, which became a shareholder in the media agency, immediately fired a certain journalist who had poked the new boss in a sore spot. Not only that, because the Life Foundation's lawsuit was still a confidential matter, few people outside knew about it. After a simple investigation, they suspected that Eddie's information came from his girlfriend, Anne, and the law firm fired her. Eddie's righteous heart had crushed his livelihood, and he successfully turned his girlfriend into his ex-girlfriend. He was very efficient, but this guy had long become a fan of superheroes like Batman. He was very unhappy with this outcome, and chose to continue being stubborn. After going to his former boss to demand an explanation, he simply uploaded the article on his online account. Unfortunately, the Life Foundation had a hand in a lot of interests, and the article didn't draw much attention. It was really hard to compete with capital groups in America. In movies, adapted from true stories, there were indeed cases of the underdogs winning lawsuits and receiving huge compensations. Most of the time, however, it was already pretty good if many people were paid out of court. Successful cases that were the subject of excessive reporting in which could be turned into movies were rare. For example, a certain American corporation forcibly took over the land and water of farmers, and both parties were locked in a lawsuit for decades before the farmers finally won. It was understandable. Few people could persevere with a lawsuit for decades. It took a special kind of person. There was basically nothing left of life after spending it on a lawsuit for decades. Money couldn't buy back wasted time and youth. Eddie was now a little like this. Although he had caused his girlfriend, Anne, to lose her job, he still wanted to prove that he had done nothing wrong. If Anne knew what the Life Foundation had done, she would definitely support his previous actions. Anne soon called Eddie, and they set a meeting place. He knew that Anne would come to see him. Putting their relationship aside, Anne was certainly curious about the Life Foundation which had cost her her job. Not far away, 2 people and 1 dog were already prepared as they followed Eddie unhurriedly. The SUV they were using had been put out by the clone last night. They were also using aliases. Even Gold Nugget had switched to a special dog alias. Its long fur had turned into short fur, and it was now a Labrador. Soon, Eddie's ex-girlfriend, Anne, met him at a barbecue restaurant in a park. This symbiote host wasn't as lucky as Haley. Not only was he burning up with a temperature, he also had to worry about exposing the Life Foundation. His heart and body felt like they were on fire. As soon as he sat down, he got straight to the point. I broke into the Life Foundation. They're secretly catching homeless people for experiments, not tricking them into volunteering for the tests. Anne was astonished. What? You broke into their research building? Eddie, are you crazy? She was a lawyer. Even if they took down the Life Foundation, they wouldn't have an easy time of it given that the evidence had been acquired illegally. If Eddie was sued for trespassing and destroying property, he could be jailed for a few years. Pissing off capitalists in America wasn't the same as pissing off ordinary people. Their lawyers could guarantee that. Eddie didn't care. He had already been in trouble ever since he accepted Drive Dora's proposal last night and snuck into the research building. He had no idea how he was going to live in the future. However, his admiration of Batman and his restless physique bolstered him. He had to do this at the very least. If he took down the Life Foundation, the other party might fall and he might be able to escape disaster. If things blew up, the Bat Squad might be drawn over. But if the Life Foundation discovered that he was the intruder last night, who knew how much longer Eddie could live? He didn't answer Anne's question, and just told her about the Life Foundation. Looking at his expression, Anne put her hand on his forehead suspiciously and confirmed that his condition really wasn't normal. Eddie, you're running a fever. You need to go to the hospital first. Eddie wouldn't be talking nonsense unless he had a fever. From a normal perspective, it was too risky for the Life Foundation to do this. No matter how dangerous the drugs were, they could be tested in more backward areas and nobody would care. Eddie shook his head. I can't. They might find me. Saying that, he suddenly looked at a waiter who was passing by. He subconsciously reached out to grab the grilled pork chop from the man's hand and took a bite. Both Anne and the waiter were dumbfounded. Eddie chewed twice before he spat it out. He threw the pork chop onto his plate and shouted at the waiter in disdain, "This is dead. It's not fresh." Then, his expression changed. So hot, so hot. Do you feel hot? As he spoke, he couldn't help but take off his jacket. Before Anne and the waiter could reply, he looked at the park pond 10 meters away and charged over. Splash! Eddie jumped into the pond from half a meter away so that most of his body was soaked in the cool water. Chapter 1764. Different fates for different hosts. The 7 or 8 passers-by who were playing around nearby looked at this lunatic in astonishment. Eddie had jumped into an ornamental pond full of fish. Most of the fish were dumb and fat from being fed by visitors, and weren't vigilant at all. Eddie's dive into the water scared them into swimming away. But when he leaned against the edge of the pond, the stupid fish were drawn back by the breadcrumbs scattered by visitors. Eddie's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed a fat red carp and bit into it. After chewing twice, he sighed in satisfaction. Now this is fresh. Anne, who had come over after explaining the situation to the waiter and paying for the pork chop that Eddie had taken a bite of, saw this gory scene, and exclaimed, "Eddie, what are you doing?" The visitors on the side also had appalled expressions. It wasn't that they sympathized with the fat carp. After all, it wasn't as adorable as a cat or dog. However, who the hell knew how many drunkards had pissed in this pond? It was disgusting. The problem was that people often had strange reactions. The more disgusting something was, the more they didn't want to look, but couldn't look away. It was like eating sh*t. Not many people could eat it, but if someone else did, a lot of people would yell that it was gross even as they gathered around to watch. After all, there were very few people in the world who would share their blessings, while many were happy to share their suffering. Several of the spectators had already taken out their phones to record this precious moment. It had to be pointed out that it was the dream of most young people to be popular in F2F or messenger circles. Some middle-aged and older people thought the same. So, it wasn't unusual that in the crowd, 2 old ladies in their 70s also raised their phones. Anne was full of despair. How humiliating. More importantly, she had only broken up with Eddie 2 weeks ago. To say that her feelings had completely disappeared was ridiculous. It was too bizarre for her boyfriend to eat a live fish in public. The people around him might think that he was infected with a zombie virus. Not far away, Gold Nugget was laughing as it rolled back and forth on the grass. At the same time, it didn't forget to send a voice message on the internal comms. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death. Venom is so cheap, it actually made the host catch fish from the pond for it to eat." Selena, however, said offhandedly, "I recall that you also swallowed a lot of the fish that Luke caught back then, right?" Gold Nugget stiffened and got up. "Of course that's different. That's fish caught from the ocean. Luke isn't my host. I earned this food through my hard work." Selena was about to say something else, but Luke glanced at her and shook his head, so she stopped. In the very beginning, if this dog head wanted to eat a $2 ice cream cone, it had to wag its tail at Selena. It didn't work at the beginning, and just ate and loafed around before Luke proposed the idea of a wage. After that, it went out with Selena to do heroic deeds, and was able to build a small stash of cash, which was why it now had the air of a nouveau riche. Luke was very protective. It was fine to joke around at home, but not to use people or living things outside to maliciously attack the dog head. In his own words, the dog head couldn't be spoiled too much. However, they also couldn't keep making jabs at it. If they went overboard, it might affect the dog head's combat ability. Be good at home, go wild outside, that was the best approach. This was the opposite of how brats were meek in public but tyrants at home. The former was a good character trait to have, provided that the family could take it. Just nice. Luke was confident in this respect. The soak in the pond soon came to an end. After using the pond water to lower his body temperature and after chowing down on a fat fish, Eddie seemed much more clear-headed. With a face full of despair, he climbed out and slipped away with Anne. Although eating the fish wasn't allowed, the onlookers didn't stop him from leaving. There were a lot of stupid fish in the pond. Sacrificing one for some crazy news was worth it. In any case, the fish wasn't theirs. Not long after Eddie woke up, Haley woke up in space too. The clone, who was keeping an eye on her, immediately focused. Haley looked around the room that looked like something out of science fiction, and was stunned. What the hell is this place? Then, she felt a chill. She lowered her head and saw that she wasn't wearing her homeless getup, but a loose hospital gown. She was very familiar with it. It was basically for people undergoing surgery, and could be unbuttoned completely on the side. That was why it felt cool. Getting up from the clean green bed, she quickly searched the room. It didn't take long, and she didn't find anything valuable. In fact, this was a medical room which Luke had put together at the last minute. Naturally, there was no need to put junk in it. After watching her move around for a while and after collecting enough data, Luke had Osiris send her a message. Ms. Cohen, this way, please. Haley suddenly turned around and looked at the medical robotic arm that had been standing next to the operating table. It was where the voice had come from. The robotic arm was already raised and pointing in the other direction. She couldn't help but look in the direction it was pointing, only to see a door open in what she thought had been a wall. On the other side was another open door. The difference was that the door on her side was silver gray in color, while the door on the other side was wood. Thinking quickly, Haley stepped forward. Cool air brushed over her slightly hot skin, making her a little nervous. Had she run into colleagues from Kings Park Sanatorium? As a mature woman with a medical degree, she could still tell what her body had experienced. But it was precisely because she knew that there was nothing wrong with her body that was the most disturbing to her. A beautiful woman like her had been washed up and thrown onto an operating table. She was even in a surgical gown, but this mysterious person hadn't done anything. That could only mean that the other party was a woman, or that he wasn't normal, like Simon. Thinking that, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but pick up her pace as she walked into the room opposite. After entering, she looked around in surprise. This was a room that was about 50 square meters in size. The living room/bedroom was mostly in warm colors, with whites and grays mixed in. The room was filled with all sorts of wooden furniture, odds and ends and shelves, and was full of life. It was the polar opposite of the cool medical room she had just been in. She couldn't help but turn around to look at the door, only to see that it had closed without her knowing, and she could no longer see the medical room. Haley couldn't help but shiver, and her hot back felt a little cold. Had she run into a ghost? Chapter 1765. A harmonious meeting of two races. She slowly turned back around, and Haley saw someone sitting on the previously empty couch. He was taking a leisurely sip from the coffee cup that he was holding. She froze, and couldn't help but call out the name she had been thinking about day and night. Joker. The android that Luke was operating turned its head slightly, and a big smile suddenly appeared on its calm face. Dr. Cohen, long time no see. Did you miss me? That blood-red mouth, pale face and deep dark circles around the eyes gave off a strange aura. Haley's lips moved soundlessly before she murmured, "You saved me." "No." Luke raised a finger. "You saved yourself." Haley was at a loss. Luke put down his coffee cup and walked over to her. Stretching out both hands to hold her head, he said, "Look, there's an interesting soul in here that shouldn't be destroyed at the hands of those boring people." Haley's entire body trembled. Just now, she thought she would be scared. But now, she was feeling a mysterious excitement, as if she had entered a mysterious and unknown world. The Joker wasn't short. He was 1.9 meters tall, which was slightly taller than Luke's real height. He looked down at Haley, who was about 1.75 meters tall. When it came to acting, Luke was a professional. So, he didn't stare into that abyss that could corrupt most men, but focused on the clean face in front of him. Even the blackheads had been completely removed by Osiris. Thinking that, Luke stroked Haley's cheek with one finger in satisfaction. Then, he frowned. This skin seemed a little bad. Haley was just an ordinary person. She was used to wearing makeup all the time and working overtime. How could her skin compare with the women around Luke, who were either superhumans or who practiced the Kai refining technique? Selena, in particular, had skin that was 2 to 3 times smoother than Haley's. However, it should improve after a while, right? With a thought, a round hole opened in the android's palm, and the tip of the light dagger lightly touched Haley's face. The next moment, blue liquid poured out of Haley's body and quickly covered her. In less than 2 seconds, a sleek blue humanoid creature appeared in front of Luke. Luke instantly put the light dagger away. ****, what I want isn't this sort of skin. Despite cursing inwardly, Luke's eyes were full of curiosity. He had used Light of Life just now to try and stimulate the symbiote. After all, the dog head had already set an example. It was always especially interested in special recovery type energy. It couldn't help but want to eat it. With a smile on his face, Luke drew back his hand and looked Haley's complete symbiotic form up and down. If he could still do anything to Haley in this form, his taste was too heavy. Theoretically speaking, this existence was half human, half symbiote. Only a mad scientist would be able to touch the face of the symbiote with an infatuated expression. Thankfully, this blue form was a bare pass. Selena would definitely want that lush long blue hair if it were gold in color. If Elena saw the beautiful blue curves of this body, she might be able to create an exquisite oil painting. The only bad, unconventional thing was that its big mouth was full of sharp teeth. Compared with Selena and Gold Nugget's mouthless symbiotic form, it wasn't cute at all. Luke was calm, but Haley was completely shocked. She was slightly short-sighted, but her eyesight was now so clear that she could see her new form reflected in Luke's eyes. Haley raised her claws in front of her eyes and exclaimed, "What's going on? What did you do to me?" Luke shook his head. "No, Haley, you have to ask what it did to you. Right, Mr. Alien Symbiote." Haley was confused, but her mouth opened of its own accord. "Earthling, hand over that energy crystal from earlier, and I can make you an alternate host." The blue symbiote was already controlling her words. Luke tilted his head. "Are you threatening me?" The blue symbiote, yes. If possible, it didn't want to waste time speaking nonsense with this earthling. However, that special energy crystal had suddenly disappeared, and it could only find a way through this human. That was something that could make it stronger. Luke, however, burst out laughing and spread his hands. "You should ask your host what she thinks first." The blue symbiote said, "I'm the one in control now, not her. Even if she's your comrade, it can't change your fate." Luke shook his head and drew circles next to his temple with his finger. "Think about it, she'll give you the right idea." Even as the blue symbiote spoke, it couldn't help but communicate with Haley. After all, it only took a thought for it to communicate with its host. It had seen the man take Haley away last night. When she woke up and saw him, she seemed very happy, and it thought that they were accomplices. It could have used Haley to threaten the man into handing over the special energy crystal, but now something didn't seem right. Then, from the memories it got from Haley, something really wasn't right. This man is actually your adversary. What's an adversary? Your enemy. ****, why are you still so happy to see the enemy? The blue symbiote couldn't help but roar in Haley's head. Even symbiotes weren't like that. They were afraid of the strong, and after being beaten up, they were afraid to increase aggro. Only a lunatic would be happy. The blue symbiote that had just formed a symbiotic relationship with a human didn't know that at that moment, Haley's brain was already starting to release a lot of dopamine, which was why she had fallen into this strange, euphoric state. Just like how some people got pleasure from pain, she had a similar reaction after watching the Joker beat up Simon. Since he said to give the symbiote the right idea, she would show it what had happened. The communication between a symbiote and host was extremely fast and difficult to lie about. Soon, the blue symbiote fell silent. The guy in front of him was actually a mental case with serious issues. The symbiote only needed to glean some general knowledge from Haley as a psychiatrist to understand what mental patients were like. Mental patients posed a huge potential risk to a symbiote's consciousness. But it was unreconciled. It was determined to obtain that special energy crystal. So, it controlled Haley's body and lunged forward to grab Luke and combine with him to check his memories. After discovering the source of the energy crystal, it would return to Haley, and wouldn't be too affected. Chapter 1766, A Deal. And uncivilized as a blue Haley charged at him like lightning, Luke simply raised one hand like a traffic police officer would. She smacked into a transparent space barrier. That originally malevolent face was now flat, and the fangs that jutted out looked like they had gotten surgery done on them. The chest, which went from a C to an E after the symbiosis, was also completely flattened. Splayed out on the space barrier, she stared blankly at the clown face that was right next to hers. There was no fluster on that face, only amusement, as if he was watching a circus dog doing some tricks. That was indeed the case. Luke could change space too with a thought, and was a completely god-like existence here. Here, the god of thunder and the Hulk would only be able to watch and didn't have the ability to interfere with the space, let alone a mere symbiote. The blue symbiote pulled itself off of the transparent barrier. What the hell is this? Luke smiled and sat down on the couch. He pointed at another couch. You can sit down now. While the symbiote was hesitating, Haley had already stepped forward, and wasn't hindered as she sat down on the couch. The symbiote was even more cautious. It didn't know what blocked it just now, but this thing was clearly under the other party's control. In other words, the other party could seal it in that transparent barrier any time he wanted to. Looking at the smooth symbiotic form, Luke still didn't like it. He simply ordered, "You're too ugly. Tell her to come out and talk to me." After a brief silence, the blue liquid faded to reveal Haley again in her hospital gown. Luke picked up the coffee pot on the table and poured a cup for Haley. "Here, have a cup to calm down." Without thinking, Haley drained the coffee in one big gulp. Luke watched her drink with great interest before he asked, "Is it hot?" This was hot coffee at 80 degrees. An ordinary person would be sent to the hospital after draining it like that. Haley. How could it be hot? She had subconsciously drunk it all. She smacked her lips and felt a little strange. Rubbing the warm coffee cup in the hot coffee pot, she said in surprise, "I don't think I feel anything." Luke nodded. There are advantages to symbiosis. Haley was at a loss. Luke didn't make small talk, but changed the topic. "My name is Jeff Richard Housen. You can call me Mr. Housen or Joker. What about you? What should I call you, Madam Symbiote?" Haley opened her mouth, but the voice that came out was sharp and different from her actual voice. "I'm Agony." Luke nodded and picked up his coffee again. "Okay, Agony, let's make a deal." Agony didn't say anything, but Haley could clearly sense its nervousness. Luke, on the other hand, took a leisurely sip of his coffee before he slowly put the cup down, making Agony even more anxious. "I want her to be your only host. You can never abandon her." He didn't look at Haley, but his words shocked the female doctor. Agony, however, controlled Haley and spoke again. "Then you have to give me that energy crystal. Otherwise, forget it." Its thinking was actually even simpler. As long as it could get that energy crystal, whether or not it listened to him later made no difference. However, this host was indeed very suitable for it. It could always ask for energy crystals before it left. Luke turned around, and suddenly disappeared and reappeared next to Haley without warning. He put his left hand under her chin and said, "The condition is if you can live." Haley's eyes turned blue, and she grabbed his wrist. Agony bared its fangs and smiled smugly. "No need now. Let me see where you're hiding the crystals." With that, it grabbed his hand and wrapped it up in the blue liquid. "You don't know anything about your situation." Luke, however, raised his right hand unhurriedly and snapped his fingers. A dull yet ear-piercing noise rang out, and Haley felt her heart pound. She cried out, and a few seconds later, the blue color on her body drew back like a tide, and Agony's blue, semi-liquid form emerged from her back. At that moment, it was like a mop with its hair standing on end. Countless blue, liquid tentacles stretched out and trembled like porcupine spikes. Although it tried its best to resist and tried to pull Haley's hand away, it couldn't endure the special frequency sound wave in the end, and it broke away from Haley. Agony jumped out of range of the sound wave and turned into a twisted and strange liquid tentacle which writhed uneasily. Luke snapped his fingers again, and the device in the corner of the room which was releasing the special frequency sound wave immediately stopped. He let go of Haley, who was clutching her chest at the noise, and looked at the blue liquid. "See, this is a deal you can't refuse. Yes, or die, understand? You have 3 seconds. If you agree, return to the host. Otherwise, die." He held up 3 raised fingers on his right hand. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. The blue liquid shot back at Haley and disappeared. "Yes, I agree." Haley was stunned at these words. Of course, it was Agony who had used her mouth to express agreement, but wasn't that a little too cowardly? Where was the savage alien nature? Why did it feel like a dog? It felt like the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Then, Haley was enlightened. "So, am I the weakest one here?" No matter how complicated the female doctor's feelings were, she was, temporarily, obedient since she was weaker than Agony. However, Luke knew what Agony was thinking. Any intelligent creature who wasn't stupid would understand the principle of taking a step back when you couldn't go all out. It didn't know that Luke was only giving it 3 chances. If Agony still wouldn't stick to Haley after the 3rd time, it would become a test subject in space 2 for the rest of its life. If Luke could develop a way to control it, there was still a chance for it to see the light of day. Otherwise, it would forever live out its days in a dark room and on an operating table. After making arrangements for Agony, Luke didn't stay any longer. He simply told Haley that she would be free in a few days. Then, he opened the door again and walked into the medical room next door. After the door closed, he drew his consciousness back from the remote-controlled android. The nano-clown template remained on the android. In any case, it wouldn't take long to make a new nano-template, so Luke kept this as a backup. It was just that easy to deal with villains. Chapter 1767, Who's Uneducated? Little Ho, and lousy day. While Luke was dealing with Haley and Agony in his inventory, Eddie finished bathing in the pond and munching on a live fish. He basically didn't waste any of Luke's time. Eddie, who had a fever, was sent to the hospital by his ex-girlfriend, Anne. She found Drive, Lewis, whom she had a good relationship with, to examine Eddie. During the MRI, the tar monster venom couldn't take the vibration and ran out of Eddie's body. Anne had gone to deal with the paperwork, while Drive, Lewis and his assistant were on the computer next door. When they heard Eddie yell, they felt that something was wrong and opened the door to the room. Unfortunately, they didn't see the fleeing venom. Luke and the others watched the whole thing in HD via the drone feed. Gold Nugget gloated, "Haha, that idiot Venom actually let his host get an MRI. Makes sense, this loser knows nothing." Hearing that, Luke and Selena both looked at the dog head in astonishment. "You're so old and you can't even do math, you still have the cheek to laugh at him." Unfortunately, the dog head was too excited today to notice the disdain in the eyes of the 2 people next to it. In the hospital, Drive, Lewis watched Eddie leave. Of course, his gaze was fixed on Anne, who had left with him. It wasn't until the seductive figure disappeared down the hallway that he returned to the MRI room. His assistant then said bitterly, "There seems to be something wrong with the computer." "Doctor." Lewis was stunned. "What is it?" The assistant said, "I don't know why, but it suddenly crashed just now. Then, when I restarted it, I noticed." He hesitated. Amused, Drive, Lewis said, "What's wrong? If there's a problem, you should get someone to fix it. Do you need a break?" His assistant said, "Well, it's just that your friend's test data is gone." "Doctor." Lewis, unconvinced, he and his assistant searched, but didn't find Eddie's results, so Drive. Lewis took out his phone. Before he could call Anne, however, he hesitated again. Would she think that he was doing this on purpose? Thinking quickly, he suddenly had an idea. He would get Eddie to come in tomorrow or the day after for a follow-up. That way, he could get in touch with Anne and also cover up the fact that he had lost the data. Should he invite her to dinner? She had said a few days ago that she had broken up with Eddie. He should be more proactive. In his heart, a little hoe was already raised and poised to start digging, and Dr. Lewis smiled expectantly. Was this an angry smile? The assistant was shocked. "Dan, what's wrong?" "It's just some data lost. I'll call maintenance right away." Outside the hospital, Luke, who had just used an ant drone to alter the data on the hospital's computers, put away his phone. "Let's go. It's been a long time since we had In-N-Out. Let's eat to our heart's content today." Gold Nugget whined. At the same time, they heard a voice in their earpieces. "I want to eat Iron Man's cheeseburger." Selena rolled her eyes. "Do you want me to drive to Los Angeles and buy it now, mister?" Gold Nugget. The dog felt a chill run down its spine. Sensing that something was wrong from that tone, it immediately wagged its tail and shook its head. "No, I was just saying everyone should eat together when we can." My treat." Selena said. "Okay, you said it. We'll stop by Los Angeles on the way back. I want to buy 100 of them." Gold Nugget froze and whined. Selena saw through the dog head's dumb act. "Oh, 100 each. That makes 500 in total." Gold Nugget's eyes widened. "Huh," Selena said, "what, 300 each? 3 to 10, and 10 to 100. That's 1,000. Gold Nugget's eyes widened. Covering its head with its paws, it pleaded, "No, don't recite multiplication at me again. It's too hard." Selena chuckled and gripped the dog's head. Still want to keep posing? The dog shook its head with difficulty to indicate that it wouldn't do it again. Luke watched the show with a smile and felt it was right to give Gold Nuggets kinda chance. If another idiot symbiote appeared, another temp member could be added to the PDD and the Justice League. Now, he just hoped that Agony and Venom were both stupid yet smart enough to adapt to the situation. At the very least, they couldn't be much smarter than Gold Nugget. This was unlikely, but everyone had to have dreams, who knew, they might come true. So, he couldn't help but look benevolently at Gold Nugget. May those two guys be as easy as you to fool. Eddie got out of the car in front of his place and didn't ask Anne to see him off. Watching her drive off, he was about to enter his building, when he remembered that he had already finished up all his food last night. He could only go to a Chinese mart not far away. He opened the door and the lady boss greeted him. "How are you, Eddie?" "Hello, Mrs. Chen." Eddie was distracted. "It's been a lousy day. I'm just getting by." Mrs. Chen couldn't help but frown at the strange smell in the air. Eddie hadn't showered since last night after sweating and taking a dunk in the pond. The smell was indescribable. Pushing up her black-rimmed glasses, Mrs. Chen couldn't help but shake her head. "You really do look terrible." She wasn't stupid enough to add, "You smell like sh*t." Eddie smiled bitterly. "Thanks for the reminder. You look radiant." He then walked to the food section at the back. A supermarket's usual practice was never to place the essentials out front. Most people would just leave after buying them. It was the same for this mart. When he was far from the counter, Mrs. Chen's voice still rang out behind him. "Did you try the yoga I mentioned? It can help you relax." Eddie said, "No, it's useless." Mrs. Chen looked like she knew everything. "You haven't tried it yet, how would you know? The yoga DVD your cousin gave me is in Chinese. Do I have to hire a Chinese teacher for yoga?" Eddie rolled his eyes and started throwing food into the basket without looking behind him. Ding, the doorbell rang, indicating that a new customer had come in. Eddie stopped talking and focused on picking out food. He was really hungry now. He had been so hungry last night that he had even picked clean the rotten chicken in the trash can. Thinking that, he couldn't help but retch again. He decided to secretly look for Dr. Lewis in a few days. How could he live otherwise, rummaging through trash cans for food? At that moment, he heard someone talking at the cash register near the door. He subconsciously stuck his head out and frowned. A hoodlum stood in front of the counter with an impatient expression. He pulled out a gun from his waist and pointed it at Mrs. Chen. B***tch, do you want to die? Give it to me. Helpless, Mrs. Chen took out a wad of cash from the cash register and gave it to him. The hoodlum had an arrogant look on his face, like a landlord collecting rent. Chapter 1768. Coward, pussy. The hoodlum grabbed the money and stuffed it into his pocket. Putting his gun back into the holster, he picked up 2 bottles of wine from the counter and didn't forget to grab a handful of chocolates from the chocolate shelf next to the cash register. Putting the chocolate into his pocket, he seemed to feel that it wasn't enough, and grabbed a few packs of chewing gum and condoms. He said to Mrs. Chen, "If you dare make a fuss again, the price will be double next time," before he swaggered out. Eddie silently pulled his head back. He couldn't do anything about it. He might dare to argue with the Life Foundation, but that was only because the other party was a company on the surface. Once the matter came to light, there was more or less a chance to argue about it legally. Hoodlums like these didn't care about the law at all. In a robbery like this, the boss might not necessarily call the police, nor would the police necessarily be able to catch them. Even if they were caught, they might not necessarily be convicted. Even if they were convicted, as long as nobody had been hurt or killed during the robbery, they would be released on parole in a few months at most. California's prisons were always full, and couldn't accommodate this influx of hoodlums at all. Sigh, if only Batman had appeared in San Francisco. Eddie couldn't help but think that most of the gangs in Los Angeles no longer engaged in forced extortion. That was because gang members who openly charged protection fees were sent to the hospital every once in a while. With broken arms and legs, they couldn't hold a gun or run. Hoodlums couldn't survive without these 2 skills. As a hardcore Batman fan, Eddie had long understood that this was the work of the Bat Squad. It was Batman and Black Cat at the very beginning. They were LA's famous knee breakers. Then, Batman left, and the Dark Knight took over as New York's bone breaker. Should he send them a request for help and have them come to San Francisco to break bones? They were also partly responsible for this, after all. The hoodlums who had become wary of Los Angeles in the last 2 years all came to San Francisco to carry on with their business of extortion. Why not just cripple this guy? Leaving him alive would only bring disaster to good people. An extremely violent thought flashed through the journalist's mind, but he didn't move. The guy had a gun, and so did his partner outside. San Francisco wasn't like New York, there were too many lawless hoodlums here. It wasn't uncommon for a crazy hoodlum to shoot someone over a wallet. If Eddie tried to stop him, it was very likely that the other party would shoot him in passing. There's no need for me to risk my life over petty cash. It's not because I'm scared, he murmured inwardly. Then, he saw a small dog come out of a side alley and look at him with a mocking expression. When it saw him looking, the dog barked twice at him before turning around to leave, as if it was looking down on him. A hallucination. This had to be a hallucination caused by the fever. Eddie shook his head and told himself that as he picked up the basket and walked to the counter. Mrs. Chen looked much worse than when Eddie had entered the shop. She silently scanned the goods in his basket. A little embarrassed, Eddie couldn't help but say, "Everything's going to be fine." Mrs. Chen lowered her head with red eyes. "That's impossible, Eddie. Life's like that." Eddie was lost for words. Once again, he felt powerless, and he once again thought of the superheroes of New York. Perhaps violence was the only way to suppress violence. At the very least, the hoodlums wouldn't take out their guns willy-nilly and threaten other people's lives. Put a complete end to it. That was impossible. Eddie was a true blue USC graduate, and knew very well that the problem wasn't as simple as hoodlums, but that this was a disease of American society. After all, this was a country overflowing with guns. Not far from the mart, Gold Nugget continued disparaging its own kind in the car. "Pussy. Venom's choice is terrible. He doesn't dare do anything even against small fry. Haha, it might be a coward, but even this is too much for it. No class at all." Luke and Selena looked at each other and didn't say anything. He had at least found a university graduate, but you found a dog. While Dollar enjoyed better treatment than university graduates, the dog didn't have the same status as Eddie. Eddie had just been courting death recently, which was why he was currently in dire straits. But neither of them dealt this blow to the dog head. Again, no matter how bad this guy was, he was still their dog. On the other side, Eddie went upstairs and closed the door. He opened the milk which he had just bought and was about to pour it over his chocolate oats. The dog from earlier reached his door, and the black tar monster venom flowed out of its body and through the gap under the door. Holding the oats in his hand, Eddie recalled what happened last night and was a little distracted. Venom flowed over the floor and stuck to Eddie's feet as it silently burrowed back into the familiar body. Having already gone through the initial symbiosis, Eddie didn't notice Venom coming home at all. A low voice suddenly rang out in his head. "Hurry up and eat. I'm hungry." Eddie's hands jerked with shock. "What?" He looked around, but the room was silent. "Maybe I'm really too hungry," he mumbled as he finally poured the oats into his bowl. "Pour more." A deep voice suddenly rang out. Eddie was so scared that he flung the oats away. "Who's talking?" The room fell silent once more. Eddie. To make it easier for the dog head to have fun, Selena had already come over in the car and stopped at the bottom of the building. In the end, the dog rolled around in the backseat laughing and didn't forget to send a voice message to share its thoughts. "Ha ha ha ha, what an idiotic host. Even little girl Claire is braver than he is." Luke and Selena. "You just don't want to give up any opportunity to diss Venom." Upstairs, Eddie and Venom didn't know that they were being watched. After Eddie checked the room and made sure that there were no abnormalities, he took a sip of his milk. Dong dong dong. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. Most of the milk that Eddie had just drunk was spat back into his bowl, and half of it was stuck to his face. He coughed violently as he put the bowl down. After taking a deep breath, he wiped the milk off of his face and body with a few tissues and walked to the door, puzzled. "Don't open the door," the deep voice warned in his head. Eddie paused, but then decided to ignore the strange voice. Dr. Lewis had said that many illnesses could cause fever, and it was common for people to hallucinate when they had a fever. Eddie looked through the peephole and only saw the door opposite. This was the end of the hallway, and there was a window on the right. Was this a prank? He didn't think much of it. He unlocked the door and looked to the left. He saw a bald man in black standing by the door with 4 other brawny men. The Baldy grinned maliciously. You're really hard to find. With that, he pushed Eddie back into the apartment and followed him. The 4 men in black crowded into the room. Eddie, who had staggered back, looked at the 5 men who were glaring at him. Sensing the strange atmosphere, he couldn't help but tense up. Folks, do you have the wrong guy? Chapter 1769. Sandbag Fists, Beauty and the Beast. The Baldy who was the leader waved his hand, and 2 men in black behind him took out their guns and aimed at Eddie's chest. 2 red dots immediately lit up. Eddie subconsciously raised his hands. Don't shoot. I surrender. As a proper journalist, his rightful position was in front of a camera, not the muzzle of a gun, so he had no qualms being a coward. What are you doing? A low, puzzled voice rang out in his head. Eddie said without thinking, I'm putting my hands up. The voice sounded again. It's embarrassing. Eddie involuntarily put his hands down. Do I have a split personality now? Alarmed, Eddie tried to raise his hands again. No, it's not embarrassing. It is. It's not. You're so embarrassing. I'm not. Why did you put your hands up? Because you should put your hands up when a gun is pointed at you. Eddie bickered fiercely with the voice in his head as the 5 brawny men opposite him stared blankly. In their eyes, Eddie looked like a lunatic as his hands went up and down, like in a spoof video. The 5 men also involuntarily raised and lowered their heads with Eddie's movements. The Baldy was more experienced. Some of the weirdos he had encountered even stripped and danced on the spot, let alone pretend to be crazy. He decisively dismissed this cheap trick. Where is the thing, Eddie? Eddie was confused. What? The Baldy said. The thing you took from our building last night. Eddie was shocked. You're from the Life Foundation. Hearing that, the Baldy was now certain that Eddie was the one who had fled last night. Give it to me. You'll die easier that way. Eddie shook his head quickly. No, I didn't take anything. Too lazy to talk to him, the Baldy gestured. Catch him and take him back for interrogation. 2 brawny men who hadn't taken out their guns immediately circled round and grabbed Eddie's arms from both sides. They were about to tie him up with restraining belts. Eddie subconsciously resisted and flailed. His arms instantly turned black and as thick as the men's heads. The man on the left was thrown out 5 meters away and hit the wall. The man on the right was directly thrown out the window. He gave a miserable scream, and then fell still. The 2 men who had been pointing their guns at Eddie immediately pulled the triggers and hit him in the chest with electric taser wires. Eddie only felt a slight discomfort at the intense electric current, and couldn't help but push his hands forward. The black hands stretched out 3 to 4 meters to hit the 2 men in the chest. The 2 of them flew back and crashed into the wall. The remaining Baldy decisively took out his gun. Eddie's arms pulled back, bringing the Baldy with them so that the latter was in front of him. Face full of bafflement, Eddie smiled awkwardly. Would you believe me if I said that this has nothing to do with me? The Baldy glared. MMPH. One black hand was clamped tightly over his mouth, and he could only express his opinion with muffled sounds. All right, looks like you don't believe me. Eddie was angry. Why doesn't anyone believe me? I really don't understand what's going on. He really wanted to punch this guy hard. As soon as he had the thought, that was exactly what his right hand did. Keeping the Baldy under control with his left hand, his right hand suddenly grew bigger, and a fist more than 20 centimeters in diameter appeared between him and the Baldy. Eddie looked at the fist in surprise, then at the shiny bald head up close. Stunned for a moment, the Baldy then realized that things weren't looking good, and he shook his head frantically. But it was too late. The next moment, a black fist the size of a sandbag landed in his face and punched him into the wall. In the car, Selena was deep in thought. Why do I feel that the increase in strength after this symbiosis is more than what you can do? Gold Nugget immediately defended itself in the channel. I'm currently in clone mode. Also, what's the point of being big? It's so ugly. Selena couldn't help but agree. That's right, this black thing really does look like a tar monster. It's not cute at all. Luke didn't say anything. Gold Nugget's gold color was naturally more beautiful than tar, but as for this symbiotic buff effect, there was no need to count on it too much. In this world, not every piece of trash could rely on their own abilities to launch a counterattack. No matter how Gold Nugget dissed the other symbiote, it couldn't hide the fact that its own symbiotic form wasn't strong. If it was really strong, it wouldn't be in such a hurry to disparage Venom. However, what Luke was interested in wasn't Gold Nugget's combat ability, so he left it to its self-denial. After a few minutes, Eddie had beaten up more than 10 men in black, and he slipped out the back door of the building in a fluster. Seeing that, Luke said to Selena, "I'll take care of things upstairs. Follow him. When you have the opportunity, ask him if he's willing to become a probationary employee." Looking at a certain dog head who had perked up, Luke added, "You can let Gold Nugget go first to lower its guard." He then got out of the car and went upstairs. Selena unhurriedly moved to the driver's seat and looked at Gold Nugget in the rearview mirror. Satisfied, in the backseat, Gold Nugget wagged its tail and barked excitedly, its small eyes practically slits. Selena snorted. "He said you can do whatever you want, but don't break the safety rules, or else, hee." Gold Nugget nodded vigorously in firm obedience. It didn't want to, nor did it dare to go back home. However, being able to brag in front of a fellow townsman could be considered fulfilling its wish for a glorious homecoming. At that moment, Eddie, who had slipped downstairs, quickly left on his motorcycle. Selena followed him to a dark, empty bridge. Eddie was cursing out his split personality, and then he was taught a lesson. Venom got mad and then simply stuck Eddie's back to a concrete pillar. Eddie kicked his legs in the air and then gave up. "Fine, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you a parasite. You can tell me what you want me to call you." In the SUV hundreds of meters away, Gold Nugget rolled around in laughter when it heard that. "Haha, this guy actually dares to call a symbiote a parasite. Doesn't he know that this is taboo?" Selena looked at it in the rearview mirror with a smile. "Someone called you a parasite before. Aren't you asking him for delicious food every day now?" It seemed there weren't many symbiotes who would rather die than yield. She silently labeled the dog head as someone who bullied the weak but feared the strong. Eddie, who had given in, was quickly forgiven by Venom and was pulled down from above. Legs a little weak, Eddie sat on the ground. Looking at the black tentacles stretching out from his back to coalesce into a hideous black head with white eyes and a big mouth full of fangs, he couldn't help but be glad that he was already sitting down. Selena frowned. So ugly, she had been lying a little when she praised Gold Nugget's beauty earlier. Gold Nugget's original form was that of a big angular head with no mouth and a roundish body. Strictly speaking, it should be called cute, not pretty. No matter how she looked at it, Venom looked like a big villain, the kind who would be blown to smithereens at the end of a movie. Gold Nugget gloated. "I'm not lying, right? I dare say that I'm definitely the most beautiful symbiote." But it wouldn't tell Selena that this was based on Earthlings' taste. In the symbiote homeworld, Venom could just barely be considered normal looking, while Gold Nugget actually wasn't handsome enough. Chapter 1770. Be dogs together and taking over Earth. Gold Nugget was considered to have a facial congenital deformity. It was born without a mouth, and naturally didn't have beautiful fangs. It looked very weak and was often bullied by its own kind. Even though it could clone itself, the clone's strength was halved while the number of beatings it got was doubled. Venom was just as weak and was also bullied by their own kind. Gold Nugget's only consolation was that Venom had it worse. Because it was too weak, Gold Nugget had been thrown onto a meteorite as a test subject back then to look for a suitable planet to inhabit. Now, the similarly weak Venom had become the second test subject. After Gold Nugget came to Earth, it envied Luke's concern for Dollar and how Selena valued the dog's company. The moment they officially accepted it into their fold, Gold Nugget decisively betrayed the symbiote race. Being the Fiend's dog was great. Back home, its status was even lower than that of a dog. Why would it work for its own kind that had always mocked and humiliated it? The symbiote race wanted to colonize this planet, and treated all the living creatures here, including humans, as food. If they succeeded, not only would Gold Nugget's days of living well be over, it would also return to being bullied. Only an idiot would be willing for that to happen. It didn't think that the big fiend that was Luke would surrender, and there would inevitably be a battle. But no matter how strong Luke was, it would be hard for him to deal with an endless horde of symbiotes. Gold Nugget absolutely couldn't let the symbiote newcomers go back, so Gold Nugget dissed Venom like crazy, but didn't encourage Luke to kill it. In short, be dogs together, or die. Under the bridge, Venom and Eddie were negotiating. Venom said disdainfully, "You're a piece of trash, you pussy." Eddie suppressed his fear. "Fine, I am. Can you move a little farther back? I can only see your teeth this close. What should I call you?" "Venom. My name is Venom. I'm a symbiote, not a parasite." Eddie said. "Okay, Venom. Why are you here?" "Eddie, you didn't find us, we found you," Venom said. "You belong to me. Think of yourself as a ride." "Wait, why did my status suddenly drop? Eddie was dumbfounded. And, what do you want? Venom said, we'll use the Life Foundation's deep space probe to send Earth's coordinates back and guide the other symbiotes to come and occupy this planet full of food. Stumped for a moment, Eddie's expression suddenly changed. Just now, you said you wanted to bite off those people's heads. Don't tell me, Venom said, yes, because the symbiosis requires nutrition. The brain, eyes, liver, and pancreas are the most delicious. Your kidneys aren't bad either. Fat is trash, it tastes bad. Eddie said, what, that, wait, does it have to be human? Can't it be pork, beef or mutton? This was very important. After all, Americans only ate livestock meat. Their innards were filled with heavy metals and drugs, and they basically wouldn't eat them. In terms of composition, however, their organs were probably the same as human organs, especially pigs. Venom hesitated for a moment. Then, double the amount, and make it fresh. Eddie quickly agreed. No problem. 2 pig brains for his own was a safe choice. Who would be stupid enough to refuse? Thinking for a moment, he asked tentatively, then, can you not contact the other symbiotes? Venom, this is a mission which the leader gave to us. Eddie, who had been feeling muddle-headed all day, suddenly had a thought. As a reporter, he was good at analyzing other people's attitudes. Only then was he able to suss out who was happy to leak information, who wanted to be paid for it, and who was hard to bribe. Venom only emphasized the words, leader, and mission, and didn't state its own stance. Eddie, the expert at sniffing out scandals and courting death, was revived. What do you get if you complete the mission? Can you become a leader? Or will Earth be given to you as your territory? Venom hesitated for a moment. Verbal praise. Eddie was shocked. What? That's it? Venom could sense that Eddie was really disturbed. It would be strange if such a poor reward didn't disturb him. It was a planet full of resources. Verbal praise was all it would get. Venom was a little depressed. 3 of my comrades came to Earth with me this time. One of them, Riot, is the commander. If there really are benefits, it would get them. Venom was unhappy that it ranked lower than the other symbiotes on its homeworld, and all of them were stronger than it was. As an extra that had been sent over, Venom's position was just that awkward. Eddie's eyes darted around as his mind worked quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that there had been a lot of examples that had popped up in the last few years, he would definitely be a little less gutsy. However, it seemed he might be able to persuade Venom to cooperate with him. Venom sensed his thoughts as well. Sure enough, Eddie said, if that's the case, why don't you take this planet for yourself? Venom, that's only possible if the other 3 don't send back the coordinates. Agony and Shriek might be willing not to, but Riot is the commander, and will definitely send the coordinates back. Eddie said, then get rid of Riot, and you become the leader. If I could get rid of Riot, would I be interested in you? Venom mumbled to itself, but it couldn't help but explain, I can't beat Riot. The commander is very strong. Even with the other 2 symbiotes, the 3 of us can't beat it. Eddie, however, smiled. You forget that this isn't your homeworld, but Earth. Venom said, it's because this is Earth that Riot can take any human host and still be very strong. Eddie said, no, I mean, we have a lot of reinforcements on Earth. Venom snorted, that's impossible. Just look at you. Humans are too weak. They're no match for Riot. Eddie said, are you sure? Come, let me show you our reinforcements. He did his best to recall the Bat Squad's achievements, especially during the Battle of New York. Venom, who was connected to Eddie's mind, also got a rough picture. A moment later, it exclaimed, that's impossible. You actually beat back 2 of the Chidori ships. A moment later, it saw the endless swarm of flyers in the air being blown up by the Bat Squad and the Avengers, and Venom had nothing to say. Although the Chidori weren't symbiotes, an attack of that level wasn't something that Riot could withstand. The Chidori flyers only needed to form a circle around Riot to crush it with numbers and technology. It helped that the Earthlings were able to close the space portal and block the Chidori from coming through, but they were strong enough to besiege Riot. That was, if Venom was on their side. As long as it revealed what Riot was like, it wouldn't be too hard for these people to kill it. Chapter 1771. Meeting an old friend again, and Scum, as long as you can find these people to help, I'll agree. Venom promised. In any case, even if you can't win when the time comes, it won't have anything to do with me. A certain symbiote weakling had already considered its escape route in case they lost. Eddie, This guy always had a bit of fear in his heart, which was especially to Venom's liking. It was more comfortable to use a host that could adapt to the situation. Eddie was also delighted. One person and one monster smiled at each other. Those who know will think you're negotiating, those who don't know will think you're dating. A deep female voice came from the shadows not far away. Who is it? Eddie shouted in surprise. Venom whooshed back into his body. As long as I don't show my face, nobody will be able to find me. Thinking that, a certain symbiote weakling silently observed the newcomer through the eyes of his ride. A golden figure walked out from behind a concrete pillar dozens of meters away. Stop hiding, Venom, I can smell you from a kilometer away. Puzzled, Venom used Eddie's mouth to ask, who are you? The golden liquid flowed away from Selena, and a smug dog head emerged from her back. Selena was wearing the armor underneath. In order to make clear its identity, the dog head had specially begged her to turn off the color-changing function of the nanosuit to put its beautiful gold color on display. After all, color was an important way to differentiate between symbiotes, and this gold was very rare. Eddie's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Bastet. Venom's head suddenly popped out from behind him. Voracious. Selena simply nodded at Eddie. Now, she was Black Cat, the knee breaker of Los Angeles, New York's devil bone breaker, Batman's best partner, director of the PDD, and the Secretary General of the Justice League. She had to keep up a mysterious and aloof air. The most revered superhumans were always those who were the best at fighting. Following that, their styles couldn't be too shabby. Of course, it was mainly because Luke had made Batman too classy, and the Dark Knight had never been friendly toward men. So, Black Cat naturally had to be aloof. Unless it was with a core member of the Justice League, she would never forget this character setting. The dog head, however, had no such concerns. Even in the Bat Squad, the codename Hellhound was well known for his dirty mouth. However, Luke had said that Hellhound was uneducated and had only received basic education for several years. Naturally, nobody on the team cared. As a teammate who could get Batman to speak up for him, there was at least no problem with how reliable he was. The golden dog head twisted in the air happily. Haha, are you surprised? Are you happy? Eddie was shocked, before he looked at Venom in astonishment. Your own kind. He actually wanted to confirm if this golden dog head was one of the 3 symbiotes that Venom had mentioned. Venom had no time to bother with him. His strange white eyes opened wide. Haven't you been dead for years? Then, it understood. Wait, you were sent here too. When was that? Who else came with you? Gold Nugget paused, then said unhappily, a few years before you came, they locked me up in a meteorite shell and told me to work hard for the good of the symbiote race. Then, they tossed me into space. Venom's jaw almost hit the ground. WTF, it had to be pointed out that 4 of them had come here via that human aerial tool. Using a meteorite to travel through space. Did they think this was some human science fiction novel? Even a symbiote could die at any time that way. But, why did Gold Nugget look like it had put on a lot of weight and was full of energy? It was rare for Gold Nugget to find someone who would understand what it went through, and it continued, want me to make a contribution. They just wanted me to die. If the meteorite hadn't brushed past something on the way and changed course, I might still be drifting around in space. Then, it realized that what it said wasn't right, and it hurriedly corrected itself. No, I would definitely have starved and turned into a dry corpse. Eddie and Venom naturally understood. Earth was nothing more than a speck in the universe. If the meteorite hadn't veered off course, who the hell knew how Gold Nugget would have reached Earth, which was 180,000 light-years away. It could only be said that this dog head was really D*MN lucky. Venom subconsciously nodded, then suddenly came back to itself. Wait, scum with 0.5 combat ability, why are you looking for me? Gold Nugget. You're the scum, you second last scum. Venom. PFF'd, you're last. You have the cheek to mock me. Selena. Eddie. Reunited after so long, the 2 symbiotes started a battle of words, and they returned to that long period when they were bullied by the other symbiotes. It didn't feel great. After cursing each other for 2 minutes, Venom ran out of words. The truth was that since a minute ago, it could only repeat, scum, you scum. Gold Nugget, whose vocabulary had been enriched with fancy online lingo, never repeated itself and didn't stop interrupting Venom's train of thought, making it unable to think of any other words. In terms of slinging insults, Venom, who had been holed up on the symbiote planet, was the one with 0.5 combat ability, while Gold Nugget's current combat ability was at least over 1 million. 2 minutes later, Venom could only say, "Scum, scum," and was unable to utter a complete sentence. Selena raised her hand unhurriedly, and Gold Nugget, who had been cursing happily, instantly stopped. The golden dog head that had been darting around instantly retreated behind her. Venom. Sao Min Sao, Eddie. Ah, is it finally over? As someone who wrote for a living, this was the first time he realized that he didn't know as much about his mother language as an alien dog. "We're done. Let's get down to business," said Selena. Venom was befuddled. "Ah, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What happened just now?" Selena took out a phone from her waist and tossed it to Eddie. He fumbled and caught it. "What's this?" Selena said. "It's a terminal for PDD interns. There's a contract inside. If you agree to it, follow the procedure given to complete the verification process, and you'll become a probationary PDD employee in the future." "What if I have a different opinion?" Eddie subconsciously negotiated. "If you have a problem, suck it up." Selena's green cat eyes flashed. A non-employee has no right to make any complaints. Eddie choked and understood what she meant. If he didn't want to be employed, he should shut up and get lost. Employees could make suggestions, but couldn't make the decision whether or not their boss accepted the suggestions. In this world, there was no company that needed interns to worry about their boss. If there was, goodbye. Next. Chapter 1772. Genius director Selena and actor detective Luke. Aloof director Selena didn't give Eddie a choice. After tossing Eddie the terminal for a look, she said, "You no longer have anything to do with the Life Foundation, understand?" Eddie. Understood. Selena had already disappeared into the night, and didn't wait for his reply at all. Eddie turned to look at Venom. "Why didn't you stop that voracious?" Hearing that, Venom flew into a rage out of humiliation. "None of your business." With that, it darted back into Eddie's body and didn't say anything else. It had been cursed out so badly just now. Was it supposed to stop that damn scum just to continue being insulted again? It was all because this host didn't have any words in his head, so Venom didn't have a chance to curse back. It seemed that this host wasn't very smart. In the car, Gold Nugget, who had returned to Dollar's body, asked disappointedly, "Why are we leaving so soon?" "I haven't had enough fun yet." Selena started the SUV and glared at it angrily. "What are you playing at? Apart from cursing, did you do anything else?" Gold Nugget whined. Selena said, "Get lost. Stop pretending to be pitiful." The dog head decisively retreated into the depths of Dollar's consciousness and let Dollar, this super bootlicker, come out to curry favor with director Selena. Selena cursed, but didn't want to get angry with Dollar. Dollar couldn't take the blame for what Gold Nugget had done. After the car was some distance away, she appeased Dollar, who had been left in the car on its own for a bit, then said to Gold Nugget, who was pretending to be dead, "Why are you hiding? You have the guts to trade insults with Venom, but don't have the guts to admit it." The dog head whined. Selena glared at the guy in the rearview mirror, but couldn't do anything about the happy smile on Dollar's face. "Enough. Don't tell me you don't get it." The dog tilted its head. Selena said, "After Eddie joins the PDD, you'll have plenty of chances to play with that Venom." The dog's eyes lit up. Selena immediately mocked it even more. "If he doesn't join the PDD, you'll have to abide by the strictest safety rules with them. How can you show off then?" The dog head subconsciously nodded in agreement. Selena snorted. "When Eddie becomes an official member of the PDD, you can tell him what to do as an official member of the Justice League. The Justice League oversees the PDD, and members of the PDD have a duty to provide all necessary support to the Justice League, understand?" Little stars started to appear in the dog's eyes as it thought, "You're really a genius." This director hadn't taken the time to familiarize herself with the work for nothing. Selena wouldn't be a good director if Black Cat didn't order her subordinates around. The organizations for temp work which Luke set up burned $500 million to $1 billion every year. They would be fools if they didn't use these organizations after investing so much in them. Luke was already cleaning up Eddie and Venom's mess, how could the other party not pay it back? Besides, she didn't think Eddie would refuse the invitation. This guy was a hardcore fan of Batman. Even Eddie's slightly lower acknowledgement of the Dark Knight was influenced by Batman. However, joining the PDD meant the chance to fight alongside the superheroes of the Bat Squad, which was definitely tempting. Secondly, Selena had let the dog head torture Venom earlier to arouse a sense of rebellion. If you want to compete with the dog head, join the PDD. It's impossible to establish your own force or rely on one to go up against the PDD. Neither she nor Luke would allow that to happen. Besides, Venom didn't have the capability, and Eddie wasn't stupid. The symbiote and host were connected and influenced by each other. As long as Venom stayed with Eddie for long enough, it wouldn't hate the Bat Squad no matter how unhappy it was with Gold Nugget. After all, its host was on Batman's side. After confirming that there were no problems with the recruitment process, she asked Luke on the team comm, "How's it going on your end?" Luke said, I'm a little busy. Let's talk later." Selina. She wasn't making a fuss, but according to the intelligence on the Life Foundation, they were just a bunch of ordinary people. What was there to be busy about? She looked at the video call in confusion and was stumped for a moment, before she ventured, "Busy acting." On the other side, Luke hummed and didn't reply. Selina put her hand to her forehead, feeling helpless in the face of a certain partner who was too obsessed with acting. She knew that she didn't have a talent for acting, so she turned the steering wheel and said, "Let's go get a late-night snack first." Then, one person and one dog lost themselves in a vast array of delicious food. San Francisco Bay was one of the 3 most populated areas in America. The other 2 were Los Angeles and New York. The Chinatown here was a world-famous tourist spot, and had been the largest Chinatown in the world since the very beginning. All sorts of Chinese shops could be found here. Thanks to Luke, Selina and the dog head were already used to Chinese food, so they had a hard time choosing for a while. Kowloon Dessert Shop closes a little later, plus it's easier to do takeaway, so that can be last, said Selina. This shop does seafood. We've eaten enough of that for the past 2 years. This one does hot and spicy, but they're closing up. Next, Jin's Pastry House. The egg tarts look delicious, but there are too many people. Peking Noodle House. It has pancakes and buns. We can do takeaway. Dosa Indian food. Let's try that tomorrow. While director Selina and the dog head were busy choosing midnight snacks, Luke was also busy acting, busy with work. After listening to the conversation with Venom and Eddie, Luke knew that the Life Foundation couldn't be left alone. This thing was actually an evil human organization that was obsessed with smuggling alien creatures back to Earth. The research aside, Luke didn't think it was necessary to talk about human rights when it came to alien lifeforms. In any case, they weren't human. However, if they were brought back when there was no way of keeping them under control, wasn't this just paving the way for the aliens? Thus, the Life Foundation had to be destroyed, and it had to be done on a grand scale so that everyone knew how dangerous it was. Luke had initially just planned to replace Carlton Drake, the CEO, and spend a few days sweeping up the core technology in the Life Foundation's capital before he had the CEO blow the foundation up. Unfortunately, he didn't have just one symbiote, but 2 on different sides. Venom would probably follow Eddie and join the PDD, but the Joker had Haley and Agony, who were part of his plan to catch Simon. Whether it was Knight or the Joker who stepped forward, Eddie and Haley would grow suspicious. After the symbiosis, they would be immune to mental control and pheromone control. Hence, the best choice was for the opposing sides to put on a show together. Chapter 1773, Battle, Tool, and Little Pumpkins of Love. When Selina sent the message, Luke and his clone had already been acting for a while at the Life Foundation's research building. At that moment, it wasn't just the Dark Knight and the Joker who were present, but also Carlton, the Tool. There were also a lot of enthusiastic cameramen and commentators around, more than 20 famous San Francisco TV paparazzi. Also, as Luke deliberately suppressed the momentum of the battle, the number of paparazzi continued to increase rapidly. By the time this performance was over, there would be more than 100 paparazzi present, enough to film everything from every angle. The Joker and Knight each stood on a lone pillar as they faced each other above crumbling walls a dozen stories high. They were in the outskirts, and there were no lights here. But the cameramen had their own lights, and the searchlights of the helicopters in the sky ensured that the area around them was always lit. What? Carlton, who was in the Joker's hands, was also a human being. Sorry, he was just a tool. Nobody treated this B***starred who researched viruses and had almost destroyed the world as human. The Dark Knight and the Joker were like 2 kings standing in their respective limelights. At that moment, the Dark Knight's damaged cape fluttered behind him, and his armor was clearly dented. One of his lenses was cracked, the blue light spluttering, but he was still upright. The Joker was bent forward slightly. His purple suit was covered in dust, and his white face was a little gray. Blood dripped from his mouth every now and then, but his sunken black eyes were still as eerie as ever. He grabbed Carlton's neck so that the CEO dangled from one hand. He gave his trademark smile. "Mr. Knight, let's play a little game. If you cut off one of your arms, I won't cut off one of his. How does that sound?" The Dark Knight was naturally very dedicated to his position as the #1 Batman cosplayer. So, he didn't answer, and simply charged forward. Crack! One of Carlton's arms was broken. A female reporter shouted excitedly, "Attack, Knight! Kill all the bad guys!" The cameraman behind her wasn't a fan of the Dark Knight's appearance, but of strength. The Dark Knight didn't need looks at all, he just needed to be invincible, like Batman. That Joker or whatever was using Carlton to buy time. What a joke. Just now, the Joker had exposed a lot of dirt on this guy. In the beginning, Carlton tricked homeless people into doing dangerous drug experiments. Then, he caught them outright for even more terrifying live experiments. Recently, he even tried to bring a super virus back from another planet for research. He deserved to die even more than the Joker. At the very least, the Joker was straightforward and open. He also looked a little cool. The cameraman trembled and quickly shook his head to get rid of this dangerous thought. But he already had an impression of how strong the Joker was. This wasn't a blind thought. The 20-minute battle between the Joker and the Dark Knight earlier had taken down half a building. The paparazzi who had rushed over after receiving news that the Joker had appeared didn't know that they would be witnessing a bare-handed building demolition. After CEO Carlton broke another limb, the battle resumed once more. Two figures, one black and one purple, fought their way fiercely through the building once more. The sound of the building breaking apart and the drone of the helicopters couldn't drown out the Joker's wild laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, Carlton is going to die, Mr. Knight. Ah, you punched him again. Ah, his ribs are broken. How scary." Many reporters gnashed their teeth. Despicable. The Joker was actually using Carlton's body to block the Dark Knight's punches and kicks. It was clear that the Dark Knight was suffering because of his no-killing rule. Several times, the Joker used Carlton to block attacks before he sent Knight flying. This guy was simply a monster. He could actually withstand and even destroy part of the armor. That didn't make sense at all. Boom. With a violent rumble, the 11th floor, which had become the top floor of the research building earlier, collapsed. Two figures dashed out and stood on either side of the hole at a distance of 20 meters. The Dark Knight's cape was gone and the Joker's face was covered in blood, while one of his arms and his chest looked abnormally out of shape. Did the Dark Knight win? The reporters had the thought, but they didn't dare jump to conclusions. This Joker was too strong. They had already been fired up, been disappointed many times. Sure enough, the Joker was still holding Carlton in his other hand. He didn't seem to feel any pain as he picked up Carlton and shook his head regretfully. "You're dying. It seems you're not even qualified to be a bad guy." With that, he threw Carlton down from the 11th floor. The Dark Knight's figure flashed, and a rope dart flew at Carlton to save him. As if he had already seen it coming, the Joker jumped out and grabbed the rope dart, quickly winding it around his arm to close the distance. With a loud bang, the two crashed into each other and fell into the broken research building. Just like that, Carlton fell down, and smashed into the concrete with a bang, turning into a twisted human figure. Several seconds later, the purple figure broke through a wall and charged out. Under everyone's gazes, the Joker jumped and disappeared into the darkness. "Ha ha ha ha, I had a lot of fun tonight. Lucky audience, accept my little gift, little pumpkins of love." Before the reporters could come back to their senses, they were showered with little orange pumpkin-like objects. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosions, the pumpkin incendiary grenades formed a huge ring of fire that surrounded a dozen or so reporters in the center. The flames spread inward. The reporters screamed for help in fear. It happened so suddenly that nobody dared to charge into the fire. A shadow flashed inside the building, and the Dark Knight charged out. Several black cylinders shot out to quickly suppress the flames and create a gap in the ring of fire. "Come out," he said as he entered the ring of fire himself. He grabbed a few terrified female reporters and threw them out. 5 or 6 female reporters were thrown onto the grass. Their bodies hurt, but they weren't injured. The cameramen were much stronger and braver. They rushed out themselves. Without such physiques, how could they carry equipment that weighed more than 10 kilograms? Less than 10 seconds after the dozen people escaped, the ring of fire flared up again, and even the earlier gap in the ring disappeared. Chapter 1774, The Number. One cosplayer and the news digger seeing how fiercely the ring of fire burned the ground, all the reporters immediately understood why the Dark Knight had been in such a hurry to save people. It turned out that the ring of fire which the Joker had released was very dangerous. Thinking about it, these smart people understood that the Joker had been telling the Dark Knight to choose. If the Dark Knight chased the Joker, he had to give up on saving their lives. No matter what, the Dark Knight, this Batman cosplayer, wouldn't let them burn to death. So, he wasn't destined to catch the Joker today, or even, ever. For the Joker to play this move, the Dark Knight had to be a little stronger than he was. However, the Joker was very good at playing with people's hearts and was unscrupulous. Being a good person in this world was just that painful. Thinking that, the reporters couldn't help but feel deep gratitude. This was an extremely loyal fan who cosplayed Batman. They had survived all thanks to Batman's protection. They definitely had to visit Batman's fan website tomorrow. As for the Dark Knight, he left without saying a word after saving everyone. It was precisely this behavior of silently saving people without seeking credit that touched the reporters. If it were them, they would have stayed behind to say a few words and hype themselves up. That was why he was the Dark Knight and they were just reporters. 3 minutes later, Luke entered Kowloon dessert shop. The waiter who was cleaning a table close to the door was very atypical. He didn't even lift his head. He simply raised his eyes and asked indifferently, "What do you want to eat?" Luke liked this sort of no-nonsense greeting. "I'm looking for someone." He walked in without looking back. When he found Selina, she and the dog were stuffing themselves in a corner booth. Seeing that he had arrived, Gold Nugget wagged its tail and was then done with its fawning. Selina gave Luke the menu. "Order for yourself." The menu for this shop was too complicated, and she couldn't take it. She could only get the big gourmet expert, Luke, to do it himself. Luke glanced at the things on the table and shook his head helplessly. "It's a Hong Kong cafe. You didn't even order the coffee and tea mix." Selina, what's that?" Luke was too lazy to talk to her. He quickly scanned the menu, and that apathetic waiter came over. Luke simply picked up the menu and pointed at it. This, the waiter was astonished, but automatically took down a long list of almost 20 types of food, desserts, and drinks. Luke didn't give him a chance to speak. He simply said, "Give me 3 of each." After hearing the waiter repeat the order, he waved his hand to indicate that he could leave. Time was money in a shop like this. If the customers were quick and spoke little, the waiters wouldn't be unhappy, but would conversely be relieved. Luke couldn't be bothered with niceties. In any case, he wasn't picky about most Chinese dishes. Whatever they were, it was better than ordinary American food. Thankfully, it was almost 10 at night, and past the shop's peak dining period. Otherwise, the waiter's attitude would be even worse. It would be impossible for 2 people and 1 dog to occupy a booth, and they would definitely have to share the table. The waiter would also start clearing the table as a way to tell customers who had occupied it for too long to get lost. After the waiter left, Selina asked, "All done on that side?" Luke knew what she was talking about. He nodded and said, "Get a few people to thoroughly wrap things up. It should be fine now." Selina asked, "What about its kind?" She glanced at the dog head. Luke said, 2 of them are missing. Have the various branches keep an eye out. They're unfamiliar with the environment, so they will inevitably cause some trouble." After a simple exchange of words, the waiter started serving the food. Then, he understood for the first time what a human machine was. The 2 people ate a little faster than he could serve the food, and with great precision. Even the empty tableware was stacked neatly on the side so that he could bring 1 stack over and take 1 stack away without stopping. Of course, the waiter had misunderstood a little. The one who was really eating quickly was the dog head binging under the table. If it got any faster, it could swallow the entire table of food and cutlery in 1 bite. Thanks to this food regulator, Luke and Selina ate very leisurely. Eddie's stubbornness didn't last long. 3 days after the battle at the Life Foundation, he signed a temporary work agreement with PDD. To be more precise, it was years of experience in society which had made him suppress the urge to sign the contract that very night. Actually, if Selina had waited for him to finish reading the contract that night, he might have signed it there and then. It couldn't be helped. Luke and Selina were giving them too much. As a PDD temp worker, his basic salary was $100,000 a year. For an online journalist, this treatment was very attractive. That was the basic pay, which was equivalent to a stable living allowance. But relying on this alone would at most allow an ordinary person to live a good life. Those with some ambition definitely wouldn't be satisfied. So, the real focus was on commissions and bonuses for providing information. Every time he completed a job or provided valuable information, he would receive a reward of 1,000 at the very least. At most, the sky was the limit. For example, when Eddie discovered that the Life Foundation was kidnapping homeless people for experiments, he could have gotten a reward of $1,000 if he had given this information to the PDD. As for information on the symbiotes, that was worth over $500,000. Seeing that, Eddie knew that he was set. Who was Eddie? He was a news digger. Ever since he became a fan of Batman, he had been focused on digging up dirt on various enterprises for 2 years. He already had a lot of dirt. More importantly, for his column, he spent a lot of time investigating and confirming that there was ironclad evidence before writing an article. Now, he could report whatever he found. It wasn't hard for him to make a report 3 to 5 times a month. Moreover, $1,000 was just the minimum in the PDD. Eddie felt that given his ability to dig up dirt, and coupled with his new Venom cheat, he might not necessarily be able to encounter something worth 100,000 or 1 million, but it definitely wouldn't be hard to find something worth 30,000 to 50,000. As a journalist, he exposed bad guys who committed heinous crimes, but it was hard to get them punished by the law. So, what he really looked forward to was the day when the Bat Squad saw his reports. It would be best if the superheroes directly came out of nowhere and crippled the guilty party. Now, he could give the dirt directly to Black Cat. His useless column could go to hell. A certain patriotic reporter's biggest dream was to blow up those villains. Chapter 1775. Forking out, self-slander and being slandered. However, that wasn't the only reason Eddie was so determined to join the PDD. Eddie had paid close attention to the battle between the Dark Knight and the Joker, and to the death of Carlton, the villain. When Black Cat came to recruit him, the Dark Knight had already gone to deal with Carlton Drake, and just happened to run into the Joker, who had his eye on Carlton as well. What embarrassed Eddie was that when he saw Knight throw the rope dart to save Carlton, he had actually been hoping that Knight would fail. When the Joker successfully stopped Knight from rescuing Carlton, Eddie couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As a reporter, he knew too well how troublesome it was to deal with a rich and unscrupulous bigshot like this. As long as Carlton was alive, Eddie had to worry about himself and even Anne. The other party wouldn't care. That she was Eddie's ex, Carlton might just capture her to see if that would work. In any case, it would be very easy to do so. In fact, it wasn't just Eddie. For the next few days, most of the attention was on this battle between good and evil that had happened at the research building. Most people focused on the Joker. The Dark Knight could be considered a familiar face. It wasn't unusual for him to do good. What was truly strange was this Joker who had suddenly appeared and could fight the Dark Knight one-on-one. The public couldn't be blamed for being too ignorant. They had seen too much in the past few years to make a fuss. However, they had never seen a villain who could fight a major superhero without falling to a disadvantage. For example, the Experimentals, the Chitauri, and the siblings in Grand Rapids had all been in large groups. These were large-scale battles from the very beginning that were intense enough, but few battles left a deep impression. There were no publicly available videos of Loki or Killian, so they naturally weren't part of the discussion. The *TTY yellow giant that Blonsky had turned into was too ugly and too big. He had been beaten up the moment he appeared. Ivan had tried twice, but had been defeated even faster than Blonsky. Of all the villains that everyone had seen so far, only the Joker could fight a superhero on a level playing field and escape intact. During the battle, the Joker spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood, and his arms were broken while his chest caved in. In the end, the image of him escaping was played in slow motion, and it could be seen that the rope dart had almost cut off his left hand. But he had indeed escaped with an intact body. Experts from various TV stations analyzed the Joker's dialogue during the 30-minute battle. One of the accepted conclusions was that this wasn't the first battle between the Dark Knight and the Joker, and the Joker had also escaped intact back then. Everybody was shocked. Someone had actually escaped from the Dark Knight twice, and after a head-on battle. Then, how strong was the Joker? Because of a certain person's perverse sense of fun and his habit of leaving behind eyewitness evidence, the San Francisco reporters had taken a lot of footage. In total, they could put together a 30-minute short film. This allowed the public to see for themselves how strong the Joker was. The fact that the two of them had been able to reduce the 12-story research building to 9 stories during the battle was proof of their destructive power. Many buildings had fallen during the Battle of New York, but that had been caused by battleships and weapons. The battle between the Dark Knight and the Joker was basically close combat. In other words, the two of them had destroyed 3 building levels with their bare hands. And the Joker taking apart the armor was the icing on top. The appearance of the powerful Joker finally caused those who had suppressed their feelings about the Bat Squad to explode. A few days later, people jumped out on TV, the internet, and in print media to mock the Dark Knight and praise the Joker. Of course, it was generally the regular media who ridiculed the Dark Knight for destroying buildings recklessly and not caring about casualties inside. It was only on the internet and in some so-called reprints of online news that the public loudly talked up the Joker. There was a clear division between both camps, which had nothing to do with each other. In the face of this situation, Selina, who was soaking in the jacuzzi in the backyard, simply asked lazily, "Are we just going to let them write nonsense?" "Of course. I paid for it," said Luke casually. Selina. What? Luke had never expected much of the media. From the day it appeared, its biggest use was to fool people. Only by duping ordinary people would society be stable. No society needed too many smart people. Too many smart people meant too many people wanting to climb the rungs of hierarchy. If there were too many smart people on both sides, the ruling class would be tearing out their hair. The media was a tool that other people could use to conceal the majority of information and stifle knowledge. Luke also used it, so he wasn't delighted or sad about this fact. As long as he wanted to, a bunch of articles about the Dark Knight would appear tomorrow. All he needed to do was fork out cash. This time, he was paying others to badmouth the Dark Knight. This was to give some people a chance to counterattack and also to lower the Dark Knight's popularity. Tall trees caught the wind. If the Dark Knight was hailed as someone who loved the people now, what happened if the other party kidnapped 2 people next time, and wanted him to kill himself? It would be hypocritical of the Dark Knight not to do so, and unworthy of his title as someone who loved the people. To do so, only a lunatic would do that. If something like this really happened, then both the Dark Knight and the enemy would die. Batman died, so why not the Dark Knight? Once public opinion died down, Luke's third-generation Batman would make a flashy appearance to carry on his predecessor's will and continue catching bad guys. Luke didn't care about reputation when he did good deeds. Besides, he was now just a private detective with no business. Just nice, the Joker officially entered the public eye. When Luke wanted the Dark Knight to die, the Joker would cooperate with him. After that, the Joker would easily become the #1 villain. Given how tyrannical the clown was, wouldn't monsters full of experience and credit points flock to him? And if such cannon fodder messed with the Bat Squad, the Joker would personally provide the latter detailed information to ensure that these monsters died justified deaths. It didn't matter if many of his subordinates died. The Joker himself was a supervillain. He wouldn't die so easily. When the popular villains in the movies died, most of them came back somehow. Given the Joker's looks and acting skills, it was only natural that he wouldn't die. In fact, apart from Luke's self-slander, the Life Foundation's backers also stirred up a storm of public opinion. The Foundation scandal which the Joker had exposed that night was too deadly. Most of the time, the words of a big villain were more trustworthy than a police investigation. That was because bad guys knew bad guys the best. The Joker had already killed Carlton on the spot. There was no need to waste time slandering a dead man. Chapter 1776. The Joker's little secret. Luke and Selina didn't return to New York for the time being. Instead, they stayed in Los Angeles, since it was close to San Francisco. At a distance of 500 kilometers, relay drones weren't even needed for the remote-controlled robots. Or, if they put on their armor and flew over in stealth mode at night, it would only take 10 to 20 minutes. The Level 1 clone was still in San Francisco. There was no need for Luke himself to keep watch. The people from the Life Foundation who had gone to San Francisco to clean up the mess were tagged one by one. They were in the limelight right now, and it wasn't the right time to touch them. Luke would give the names in his blacklist a buffer of a few months, just enough time to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. However, based on current intelligence, the Life Foundation had ties to several national defense suppliers, 2 of whom had been close to Hydra before. Unsurprisingly, These two organizations were still in cahoots with capital groups. It could only be said that all established corporations in America were like this, made up of complicated relationships and entwined interests. Basically, no one from these two organizations was Hydra, but for the sake of their own interests, they could absolutely sell the rope to hang their own people. It could only be said that it mainly boiled down to interests for these corporations. For example, the matter with Killian had involved a power struggle inside Roxxon Corporation. The faction which Killian had been against was no friend of Luke's either. They were also people who had done a lot of bad things. America was a holy land for harvesting points, and Luke was confident he could reach level 100 provided that the country still existed after he accumulated enough points. In the meantime, Haley was sitting on the balcony of an apartment building on the west coast of San Francisco, enjoying the warm October afternoon sun. She had been free for a few days, but was growing more and more doubtful. She touched her face. She didn't feel anything unusual about it, but it was another face. It even matched the face on the driver's license. This meant that as long as she wasn't stupid enough to expose herself, she could continue living freely as Molly Quinn. There was no need to rely on mind games anymore to make money, since she had woken up with a box of cash that contained $200,000. That wasn't what Haley was concerned about. She could only use these arrangements to speculate about the Joker's personality. In the beginning, she had thought that he was just a lunatic with superpowers. Now, he could take out a mask to change her appearance, and could casually throw out $200,000 in cash, which proved that he wasn't an idiot who only relied on superpowers. He knew very well how this country worked. It ran on money. Whether it was the cash or the high-tech mask, it was all about money. What made Simon strong? His strange ability to possess others was just one part of it. But according to information he had once divulged, the American government had ways to resist mind control. So, Simon built up his stepfather's pharmaceutical company and successfully used it as capital to join the project at Kings Park Sanatorium. Only in an organization under his control would Simon have enough time and opportunity to slowly use his possession ability to obtain the superpowers of others. Superhumans caught by organizations like Sentinel Services, Argus and S.H.I.E.L.D., on the other hand, had interference equipment used on them to ensure that they could only obediently be test subjects. Luke often used mental hypnosis and illusion, but he always used physical strategies first to deal with his opponents. In a game, this was equivalent to using something to break through the other party's magical defenses and then using magic attacks to crush them. That was also why Luke had always valued equipment. For now, there was no one on Earth who could crush Tony in terms of technological combat ability or Luke in terms of superpowers. As long as it wasn't against some powerful, otherworldly existence, his ability to survive was definitely the best in the world. It was hard to beat a money plus superpower combo. As an academic elite, Haley naturally understood this. She had been amazed by Simon before, and had even worshipped him a little. Then the even more powerful Joker had popped out of nowhere, and he seemed even stronger and more mysterious. Despite knowing about the huge benefits of a symbiosis with Agony, the Joker had thought nothing of them and had given this symbiote to Haley. Agony's immunity to mental abilities had been in effect for the past few days, and the mental door which Simon had planted was wiped out. Haley's love and admiration for Simon instantly plummeted. The female doctor understood that this meant that her feelings for Simon had basically been produced by his mind control, and hadn't been real. Also, if she ran into Simon again now, she would be able to beat him up since she was immune to mind control provided that Simon didn't run. Would Simon fight to the death and not retreat? Of course not. He had fled once when he faced the Joker at the seaside villa in Tijuana, and would definitely do so again. How could she like and admire a man who couldn't suppress her? During the past few days after she came out, Haley had watched the video of the battle between the Joker and the Dark Knight. Although the Joker left in the end, nobody thought that he had lost. He went up against the armor with his own flesh and blood, and had only retreated after the Dark Knight's armor cracked. This was definitely the strongest enemy the Bat Squad had ever faced. Also, Haley had been released 3 days after the battle. The broken arms and sternum she had seen in the video were gone by then. They were absolutely intact. She knew that she had discovered a little secret, and he didn't mind sharing it with her. He didn't need Agony. His physical recovery was far faster than that of an ordinary person. Compared with relying on the symbiote to increase his combat ability, he might hate it more for an alien creature to discern his thoughts. Thinking that, Haley couldn't help but sigh. She had no choice but to accept it, and had to keep agony. Otherwise, she really didn't have the confidence that she could keep up with the Joker. The Joker's opponents were Simon, who represented the capital groups and was an evil superhuman, and the Dark Knight, the mainstay of the superheroes. She would enter this mysterious and bizarre world with him, and would no longer be trapped in that ordinary, stagnant life. Suddenly, she turned around. She saw a person standing in front of the couch in the living room. The person bent down and examined the 2 pieces of lingerie on the couch with great interest. Haley smiled. "I took those off just now." Luke straightened up and casually slicked back his hair. "I know. So, you only woke up in the afternoon." Haley walked inside and closed the balcony door. "It seems you're focusing on the wrong thing." Luke didn't look at the 2 dots under her pajamas at all. Instead, he stroked her cheek with his fingertips, then nodded before he sat down on the couch. Haley was stunned. Wait, wasn't there something wrong with this plot? Chapter 1777. Farewell Ceremony and Newbies. Instead, Haley felt like the Joker had been testing her when he touched her cheek. In fact, Luke was indeed testing the feel of her skin. This was the first change which the symbiote caused to the physique. Selena had formed a symbiotic relationship too early. She was someone he knew, so he couldn't do anything to her, much less treat her as a test subject. So, Luke simply took advantage of the fact that he wasn't familiar with this female doctor to get all the data he needed. In any case, she had already been given the symbiote, and it came with a high-paying job. There was no need to let it go to waste. Luke got straight to the point. "Pack up, we're heading out." Haley perked up. "Where to?" Luke said, "New York." Haley was baffled. The female doctor was soon ready, and the 2 of them took a plane to New York in the light of the setting sun. Luke had brought Haley back to say goodbye to her sister, Margaret. After that, Haley would start working, and wouldn't have much time to miss her family. Although he hadn't received any money from the previous commission, he was used to seeing things through to the end, and Haley had to say her farewells in person. Returning to her hometown, Haley's thoughts. World. New York was the Bat Squad's territory. Was he saying that he wasn't afraid of the Bat Squad? That was indeed Luke's plan. After being sent running once, Simon didn't dare show his face. His mind control over Haley had weakened significantly. That was because the woman only admired the strong. Winning and losing was one thing, but Simon didn't even have the courage to face the enemy. This went against Haley's instinct to worship the strong. The biggest taboo in mind control was to go against instinct. The most effective was indirect control or to bypass a person's instinct. But this wasn't an oversight on Simon's part. It was just that he didn't think much of Haley at all. She was just a tool that could be used, and she was always with Simon. He could strengthen his mind control over her at any time, so there was no need to go to so much trouble. In any case, after Haley's symbiosis with agony, whatever method Simon used would be useless. From this point of view, he had done something right. To bypass Simon's control, Luke used indirect control. Coupled with the impact of all the news on Haley during this period of time, Luke had successfully turned the Joker is strong, so he's worth idolizing, into Haley's true worldview. What agony could affect was just the fake thoughts generated by mind control. The immunity to mental abilities naturally had no effect on the host's own worldview. It was like how a glutton had the thought that good food must live up to expectations, and would still enjoy eating after the symbiosis. A person who wasn't partial to eating, on the other hand, would return to a normal diet even if they had been turned into a glutton after the symbiosis. What Luke did was bypass the like to eat threshold and install a eat more of the food you like to eat setting. It wasn't a matter of like to eat, but of like or not. Haley clearly liked thrills and adventure, and liked the unknown and mystery even more. In this regard, Simon was far from being as classy as the Joker. Simon didn't care about a tool that was completely under his control. Haley knew a lot about him. Luke, on the other hand, had kept his real identity hidden from the beginning. He wouldn't tell Haley his secret. Making her guess was also more interesting. It was obvious who was more mysterious between the two. This feeling was even more obvious when the Joker waltzed openly into Margaret's luxury apartment. After the sisters had a heart-to-heart for one night, the Joker grandly took Haley away the next morning, once again proving his strength. Being able to spend a night in the Bat Squad's nest without being found was strength. On the way here, the Joker had warned her never to come to New York alone, or she would be caught and would need to be rescued. Haley had been surprised when Luke pointed out more than 20 surveillance cameras nearby and told her who they belonged to. She never knew that New York, where she had lived for more than 10 years, had such a side to it. The overwhelming majority of people in this city lived under so many pairs of eyes, and had no idea that their lives were under someone else's complete control and scrutiny at any time. If Luke knew what she was thinking, he would just laugh. The female doctor still didn't understand that Luke's real eyes were the smartphones that would be indispensable for everyone in the future. No matter how mysterious a big boss was, and even if he didn't use a phone, his subordinates would. Even if the mid-level cadres were cautious when handling matters, the bottom-level personnel couldn't leave their phones alone. Unless they were existences like the Chitauri and Asgardians, who weren't part of the society on Earth, everyone else would ultimately live in an online world created through smartphones, and would have nowhere to run. Luke's problem wasn't that he didn't have enough information, but that it wasn't very reliable. There was too much information online, and even more trolls who had nothing to do but talk nonsense online. On average, Alfred could filter out more than 100 suspicious leads related to extraordinary events every day. There were tens of thousands of such reports every day, and most of them were deliberately fake. As for the remaining highly suspicious leads, nobody would know if they were real or fake until they investigated for themselves. In New York, the Bat Squad itself was the source of 3 to 5 of these highly suspicious leads, on average every day. After all, according to the safety rules Luke himself had put in place, the most basic one was to operate undercover. Many passers-by and hoodlums liked to post on social media about running into ghosts or strange monsters. So, Luke needed both the PDD and Haley. Putting Eddie and Haley aside, the rate of growth of over 20 PDD interns on the same level still wouldn't be as fast as the rate at which they investigated things. This was how S.H.I.E.L.D. had expanded step by step to hundreds of thousands of employees worldwide. Thankfully, Luke wasn't the government, nor did he plan to oversee all matters to do with the extraordinary. Slow and steady, and eating only as much as their mouths could hold, that had always been the goal of the Justice League. Eddie and Haley were just 2 more mouths that could only take 2 bites. Luke couldn't be greedy, or the Justice League would go the way of S.H.I.E.L.D. After taking Haley to New York for the farewell ceremony, Luke set off with her. The female doctor was a novice, and was relying on a slightly recalcitrant symbiote, so Luke had to take care of the newbies. Speaking of which, he hadn't groomed many newbies. Strictly speaking, the only newbie he had groomed was Selena. But in terms of their foundations, Haley couldn't compare. There was no way he would spend a few years grooming a semi-villainous accomplice. Luke's approach this time was simple and straightforward. They flew back to Los Angeles in the morning and went to 1120 Westchester Road in the evening. Looking at the dark mansion, Haley felt a little strange. "Are there superhumans here?" Luke turned around and gave her a big smile. "Trust me, the problems in there definitely aren't problems for you." Chapter 1778. Punches. Looking at how the left corner of his lips curled up, Haley, who was more observant, knew that this matter wasn't simple. However, when he opened the door and gestured in welcome, she could only step inside. How was it that he could open the door without a key? Of course, that was an unimportant detail. The only light in the dark mansion was from outside. But they weren't ordinary people, and could still clearly see their surroundings. All the furniture was covered in dust. It was obvious that nobody had been here for a long time. Haley looked at Luke again, and he raised his hand to indicate for her to carry on. She could only go to the living room. There was no one in the empty living room. The junk had long been packed up, and there were only a few big pieces of furniture. It was eerie. Haley stopped looking at Luke. She glanced around before she went up the stairs. The living room and kitchen on the first floor of this big house were public spaces where everybody would often gather. The bedrooms and lounge upstairs were personal spaces where people rested less often. She didn't know what she needed to find here, but as long as she did a methodical search, she should be able to get the answer. Staring at Haley, who didn't show any abnormalities at all, Luke nodded inwardly. The symbiote was indeed utterly immune to mental abilities. When he entered, the system had sent him a notification: unknown negative energy detected. Except, yes, no. Unlike the first time he came here back then, Luke didn't decisively leave. Instead, he showed Haley around the mansion. After one round, Haley looked around the bedroom with a puzzled expression. Turning to look at him, she finally couldn't help but ask, is someone secretly living here? Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not exactly. After all, this house used to belong to that family. Haley was still confused. This master bedroom looks like it's been used all this time. There isn't even any dust. But there are no traces in the dust on the way here. How did they enter? Could it be? She looked at the window, and Luke gestured that she could do whatever he wanted. Haley went to the window and looked out. This mansion had been abandoned for a long time, and the trees in the backyard hadn't been pruned. When the night wind blew, the leaves rustled, and the light outside turned dim, which could make people nervous. In the shadows of the trees, it was hard to see what was going on outside. Hesitating for a moment, she opened the 2-bedroom windows one after another. The dust outside the window suggested that nobody had used them to get in. Haley's mind whirled. Is it teleportation? It was a reasonable guess that he had brought her here to catch a superhuman. Luke jumped out the window next to her. Stumped for a moment, Haley climbed out the window awkwardly and took a few more steps on the wooden ledge before she jumped onto the grass in the backyard. As soon as she landed, she turned around and looked in the direction of Luke's gaze. He had twisted around as he landed so that he was facing the back of the house. The basement, Haley confirmed. Luke nodded and walked to the basement door on the side. Haley was a little nervous when she saw that the door was unlocked. Go in, she swallowed, her heart pounding. She was so curious and excited that she got goosebumps. Luke didn't answer. He slowly turned his head and looked to the left. Alarmed, Haley looked over. Through the trees on the left, a thin figure was standing motionless behind a wooden fence dozens of meters away. Haley's hair stood on end. Holy sh*t. Was it really a ghost story tonight? Otherwise, why was this person standing at the fence in the middle of the night? This was an uninhabited mansion. Who would look at them from the fence in the middle of the night? Luke suddenly turned around and flew lightly toward the figure. Haley trembled slightly. While she was feeling surprised and afraid, a huge lump of emotions welled up inside her. Her feelings gradually turned complicated with excitement. It was as if an electric current was running through her, and her face flushed red. She really liked this sort of unknown and strange thing, and subconsciously wanted to explore it. The Joker was with her now. It was perfect. Good things should be shared with others. So, was he sharing this wonderful journey with her? Thinking quickly, she ran after him. However, her movements were a little strange. Imagine a girl who wasn't good at sports, running the 100 meters with her hands and feet tied together. That was pretty much how Haley was moving right now. But she was very fast. In just a few breaths, she reached Luke and looked at the person behind the fence with bright eyes. It was a thin, white woman in her 60s. She was wearing a rough purple cardigan and a red and yellow dress. At first glance, she looked like a normal old lady. In front of Luke and Haley, who had flown over so quickly, the old woman still had a faint smile on her face, as if she were watching puppies playing in the courtyard in the afternoon. It was very strange. After staring at her for a few seconds, Luke turned around and said to Haley, "You hit her." Haley. "Huh," Luke said, "beat her up." Haley reacted and lunged at the old woman without hesitation, punching her in the face. That was because her smile was very unpleasant and nowhere was cool as the Joker's. The old woman didn't move and kept smiling. The next moment, her face was flattened, and she was sent flying 10 meters by Haley's explosive punch. Haley, who had no combat experience, was also stunned for a moment. She drew back her fist and examined it. She had never thought that she would one day send someone flying 10 meters, and it would be an old granny in her 60s to boot. Luke said calmly, "Carry on." Haley. Huh, did he want her to continue beating the sh*t out of the old woman? She looked at the old woman, who had gotten to her feet. She stared at Haley in surprise. "You can hit me." Haley didn't know what she meant, but Luke had a rough idea. Just before the attack, the old woman's mental fluctuations had increased. If Haley were an ordinary person, she would have already reacted abnormally to this mental attack. Unfortunately, people with symbiotes were immune to mental abilities. Haley wasn't stupid. In fact, she was extremely smart. Thinking quickly, she realized that the old woman wouldn't die so easily, which was why Luke had told her to continue. Without any hesitation, she lunged forward again and punched her. Chapter 1779. Violent beating, continue beating, keep going. At that moment, the female doctor, who didn't have any combat training, swung her arms around wildly. Relying on her strong physique after the symbiosis, however, her destructive punches rained down on the old woman. The strange thing was that there was only the sound of flesh hitting flesh. The old woman didn't make a sound as she curled into a ball and didn't resist. 10 seconds later, Haley, who had thrown dozens of punches, felt strange. She stopped and turned around. "Keep going." Luke didn't say anything and just looked at the old lady at Haley's feet. Sensing that something wasn't right, Haley looked down and saw that the old lady, who should have been smashed into a pulp, was standing up again without any injuries. She hurriedly took 2 surprised steps back and looked warily at the other party. The old lady was still smiling as she said unhurriedly, "Kid, don't enter someone else's house. Once the owner gets angry, the consequences will be severe." With that, she turned incorporeal and quickly disappeared into thin air. Haley looked around, her face red and her body cold. This was far more stimulating than she had imagined. Luke said, "Let's go." He then turned around and drifted toward the basement entrance. Haley quickly followed him. She didn't understand why Luke was going to the basement, but he probably had some idea of what was going on. After taking a few steps, she turned around and didn't see the old lady behind the fence. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a figure 20 meters away under the porch of the old house next door. It was none other than the old lady who had been beaten up earlier. She continued smiling benevolently as she watched them. Haley couldn't help but shiver. She should have gone to the bathroom before getting off the plane. Luke pulled open the 2 old wooden doors of the basement and went down. This was a basement space separate to the rest of the house, which was common in American houses. The entrance slanted downward. The strange thing was that the light in the basement was on. Walking down the creaking wooden stairs, they found themselves in a spacious and messy basement. There was all sorts of old junk inside. Children's toys, old magazines, unopened cutlery, cabinets, a bed, and people on the bed. Shocked, Haley looked at the 2 entangled bodies on the bed, one black and one white. A middle-aged blonde woman with a big belly and a man in a black rubber suit were rolling and panting, unaware of their arrival. Looking at the blonde, Luke sighed inwardly. It really was her. This was a case which Luke had taken before and then promptly handed to S.H.I.E.L.D. Clearly, they hadn't solved it. The woman was Vivian Violet, the previous owner of this luxurious mansion. However, she had been confirmed dead when her body appeared on a street bench not far from the neighborhood 4 years ago, before it mysteriously went missing. Her daughter went missing 5 years ago, and her husband, Harry, killed himself 4 years ago. Now, she was in the basement of her mansion, rolling around in bed with a strange man in black latex. The man in black was thin and a head shorter than Vivian. It was a very strange scene in the basement. Haley nudged Luke with her elbow, asking him what to do. Luke said, "Hit him." Haley, again, but she lunged forward obediently, grabbed the man, and threw him against the wall. There were only 2 men here. There was no need to ask who, him, referred to. Luke didn't see how Haley was doing, but instantly appeared in front of Vivian. The woman didn't give any clear reaction to the man being thrown away. She simply writhed and gasped for breath. Luke pointed at her forehead with his right index finger. Poochie. The entire finger pierced Vivian's forehead. The next moment, Vivian screamed in pain. Luke injected the power of faith bit by bit. 1, 3, 5, let her go. "She's mine." A high-pitched voice rang out from under Haley's foot. Luke slowed down, and Vivian's screams died down. Luke turned around and looked at the man in the rubber suit whom Haley was pressing down on. His blood-red lips curled up into a big smile. An ugly soul and twisted possessiveness. What a rare freak. Give me a little more emotion, you might move me, and I might let her go. He increased the output in his hand slightly, and Vivian's screams grew louder. "She's mine," the man roared. He suddenly appeared next to Luke and hugged Vivian. Luke's eyes flickered, and he let the man do what he wanted. The man hugged Vivian and murmured, "You're mine. Nobody can take you from me." As soon as he said that, the entire basement started to creak strangely and the noise quickly grew louder. The light turned dim before it was swallowed up by the growing darkness. The tiny filament glowed with just a speck of red. Countless shadows wriggled and approached in the dark, like a pack of wild dogs eyeing their prey. Haley couldn't help tensing up. She did like the unknown and thrills, but wasn't this plot moving a little too fast? Normally, a person would take a girl to the cinema to watch a supernatural movie, but this new partner actually took her to personally participate in a supernatural event, the kind where if it were a movie, she would be the one killed. It could only be said that the roller coaster of life was too exciting. But the basement didn't stop transforming. Before Haley could adapt to the new environment, the entire basement suddenly turned upside down. Luke adjusted his footing as he fell onto the ceiling, but Vivian and the man were still above him, so he lost the upper hand. Caught off guard, Haley gave a cry of surprise as she landed on the ceiling with a thump. Luke, on the other hand, landed lightly. Flicking off the rotten, dark gray gelatinous substance on his finger, he looked up at the room above him. It was now more than 10 meters to the ceiling, but all the furniture hadn't fallen. It seemed that only he and Haley were affected by gravity. The shadows seized that moment to surge forward and pounce on them. Haley, who had just fallen, was a little nervous. Splayed on the ceiling, she started throwing punches wildly. But apart from whistling through the air, her attacks had no effect on the squirming shadows. Then, she was stunned. That was because the shadows tearing and biting around her had no effect. The shadows that lunged at Luke were directly erased and disappeared. Looking at his faith value drop little by little, Luke felt a little helpless. These small fries were really annoying. Chapter 1780. Eternal Parting, and goodbye. Luke and Haley were fine because they knew that the other party's mental abilities were useless against them. Anyone else would be beaten up and wouldn't be able to fight back. This was equivalent to continuous HP loss in a game. Apart from running away, there really was no other option. After spending some time analyzing the effect of this petty trick, Luke didn't waste any more time. He jumped and pushed off of the wall to instantly grab Vivian from above. Sensing the threat, the man roared and lunged forward. The black latex on him bulged with faces twisted in pain which then stretched out of his body. They were like human heads attached to black tape, which wrapped around Luke in the air. Luke burst out laughing. No, 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 your clothes stink. Keep them for yourself. He waved his hand, and the black tape was cut off by the power of faith and fell. The next moment, he grabbed the man's face. Come, stand still. Let me see what your ugly soul looks like. The latex on the man's face disintegrated to reveal the face of a 16 or 17-year-old white boy. Looking at the boy's face, Luke grinned. Tate Langdon, your mother is telling you to go home for dinner. Tate was stunned. What? Haley subconsciously thought, who's this guy's mother? Telling him to go home meant that this wasn't his house, so, suddenly sensing that she might have gotten the right answer, the female doctor shivered. The woman was so old, how could she have such a young son? Sure enough, Luke said darkly, she was next door earlier, but she'll probably never see you again. As he spoke, the power of faith surged out of his 5 fingers and sank deeper and deeper until almost half of Tate's head burned with dark gray smoke. Tate wasn't human. He was full of negative energy and couldn't resist being corroded by the power of faith. In his agony, he even forgot to direct the human heads and could only scream. Don't worry, you won't disappear. I've prepared a small dark room for you. You can stay there forever. Luke's smile didn't waver. Come, scream a little louder. Say goodbye to your mother. Stranger, I warned you. An old voice suddenly rang out. Looking at the old lady, who had suddenly appeared behind Luke, Haley couldn't help but exclaim, behind you. The female doctor wasn't an idiot. She wouldn't shout, be careful. That would just cause chaos for her ally. A clear position was the right approach. Even before she spoke, however, Luke had already flung Tate away. In a flash, he appeared in front of the pretentious old lady like lightning and grabbed her. He grabbed the old lady by the neck. I thought you would be more polite. It seems you were never taught etiquette, Ms. Constance. It was none other than the old lady who had appeared next door. Luke had already investigated before, so he had recognized the man in the rubber suit as her son. Stumped for a moment, Constance then said coldly, young man, are you being polite when you barge into someone else's house? Also, it's rude to hold a lady like this. Her thoughts flickered, but her body suddenly froze. Seeing the change in her expression, Luke said unhurriedly, oh, sorry. By the way, I want your soul. Constance tried a few more times, but what had once been foolproof wasn't responding. She wasn't an idiot. She knew that she couldn't wait any longer, or her head might explode like her son's. She mumbled a chant, Almighty Lord of Hell, your most devoted believer offers you a unique offering with the most vicious soul. As she chanted, a tiny black dot appeared above their heads. Luke's sharp nose caught the faint smell of sulfur from the black dot. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the rapidly growing black dot, and the image of an old acquaintance couldn't help but appear in his mind. This smell is really nostalgic. A small orange pumpkin-like object that looked like a toy appeared between him and Constance, and instantly exploded. Bang! With a dull noise, thick black smoke instantly enveloped a range of 10 meters. In the black smoke that could block out most light and energy fluctuations, Luke put the dazed Vivian into space too. At the same time, a golden light beam shot out and pierced the mother and son. The credit points in the system were instantly reduced by 60,000. The mother and son were wrapped up in the light beam and thrown into a black hole that was half a meter in diameter. Then, annihilation energy wrapped around the entire black hole and pressed down. With a crack, the black hole shattered into countless black particles which were instantly erased by the annihilation energy. Luke slowly descended from midair. The entire basement creaked and transformed rapidly. By the time he landed, the original small basement had reappeared. Haley, who had been completely focused on the battle, landed on her back again. Looking at the flash of pink under her loose knee-length skirt, Luke silently chose to forgive her. After all, combat ability could be cultivated, while outstanding natural looks were rarer. Never say that natural beauty wasn't unimportant. When those filtered online beauties in Luke's past life were exposed, many men had wanted to wash their eyes out with formalin. Luke wasn't in the habit of torturing himself. After the series of unexpected incidents tonight, the female doctor had become a lot more thick-skinned. She didn't cry out in alarm. She simply got up and looked around the original basement. Did you kill her? At that moment, it wasn't just that big basement space that had disappeared along with the black smoke, but also Constance, Tate and Vivian. But Haley was more concerned about the old lady, Constance. Luke sighed. I thought I would run into something new, but it was the same old thing. Haley's mind whirled, and her heart pounded. She asked tentatively, you mean hell? Luke waved his hand. Let's go. It's not worth wasting time here. Haley followed him obediently, her mind filled with everything that had just happened, including the fight and the conversation earlier. At first, she had thought it would be an action movie, but after a while, she felt that it might be a suspense film. When Constance appeared, she felt that it was more like a supernatural movie. But in the end, it turned out to be a fantasy flick. Her knowledge, experience, and intelligence which she had been so proud of in the past clearly weren't enough in a situation like this. Chapter 1781. A double blow to an old friend. After a long while, the female doctor suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but feel nervous. Crap, she had acted like some extra in AC grade teen flick tonight. Would she be despised? In the past, she had always felt that those stupid female extras should die the moment they appeared, because every second they were alive was an insult to a normal person's intelligence. What she didn't know was that Luke wasn't paying attention to her at all. A moment after destroying the black hole, a system notification had popped up. Hurt Lord of Hell Mephisto. And delay his descent to Earth for 12 years. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 6,000. Total credit, 6,000. Contribution rate, 100%. Express plus 6,000. Credit plus 6,000. Luke couldn't help but smile. Was there anything more reassuring than this, old friend, on his sickbed? If there was, it would definitely be keeping this old friend in bed for a few more years. Mephisto was definitely a big hidden danger. The longer Luke could put off facing him, the more confident he would be. He had just spent 60,000 credit points to send gifts to old Mephisto's door, partly because he hadn't been sure if he could hit him, which would be a waste. Secondly, he had been worried of being too fierce and causing old Mephisto to flip a table and rise from his sickbed just to come and kill Luke. Thirdly, he had given old Mephisto 60,000 points the first time, and had inadvertently done so a second time. If he did it again a third time, it would be the perfect 666 blessing for this old friend. As a Lord of Hell who had lived for who knew how many years, Mephisto might be immortal, but was also wretched. Old Mephisto had always bullied the weak but feared the strong, but he was indeed the tougher one when compared with Luke. As long as old Mephisto was willing to lie dormant for 1,000 years at the price of not doing anything fun, that would definitely be bad for Luke. Of course, Luke, who prioritized safety, had already repeatedly simulated the situation and analyzed the personality of this Lord of Hell, and had come up with a safety threshold. Sleeping for 30 to 50 years was like an ordinary person being hospitalized for 2 weeks to a month. Although it was unpleasant, it could be endured, and life could continue. Sleeping for 1,000 years was like an ordinary person lying in bed for 2 to 3 years. They couldn't work or play, and it was quite uncomfortable. As someone who knew how to lay low, there was a 95% chance that old Mephisto wouldn't turn hostile, but would endure this, short, 20 to 30 years. If he was one of those big demons who was impulsive, his name would have long been forgotten by most creatures. Most impulsive demons were either dormant or on the verge of being beaten into dormancy. As the saying went, the beam that stuck out was the first to rot. A moment ago, Mephisto had been sleeping on his throne in hell. Ever since he was ambushed last time, he had sealed off the passage his subordinates used to come and give their reports. Over the past 2 years, his shallow consciousness responded to the prayers and requests of his believers. In any case, there had never been any standard for whether or not demons responded to prayers and requests. Some lazy demons wouldn't open their eyes even when someone was on their doorstep with a request. As the Lord of Hell, Mephisto naturally had higher standards. Most of the time, he would at most just say that he had, read it, and nothing else. He was the Lord of Hell, not customer service. The reason his shallow consciousness gave a response at all was to prevent his subordinates and believers from running away after years of operation. This schemer had been busy for thousands of years, and couldn't bear to get nothing out of all his sunk costs. After all, he liked to collect all kinds of premium and top-quality souls. He was like a geek who collected limited edition figurines. This was Mephisto's biggest pleasure in life, and could increase his strength and the number of subordinates he had. Old Mephisto had slept soundly for the last 2 years, and nothing happened. Thus, when a certain believer with a high trust, standing and level of quality assurance sent sacrifices, Mephisto's shallow consciousness automatically accepted them. 2 offerings came out of a passage and were automatically assigned to special cells inside Mephisto's palace. There was nothing wrong with doing this. The cells here had been in use for many years and were quite reliable. No matter how powerful the offering was, it couldn't escape in a short period of time. If the power of the offering was too great, the passage wouldn't open. As for Constance and Tate's strength, old Mephisto judged them to be trash. The true strength of the credit energy in their bodies wasn't high. After all, a trash blood god required 2,000 credit points in order to be destroyed, while old Mephisto could blow up 100 trash blood gods in one breath. But there were always exceptions. Less than 2 seconds after Luke threw the mother and son over, they were turned to light golden dust by telekinesis. On Earth, the credit energy for eliminating the enemy automatically disappeared. After the 2 scum-like opponents were destroyed, a message crossed various magical and physical barriers throughout the palace. Backup. We need backup. Brothers, hurry up. The credit energy didn't have anything like a human consciousness, but it had a reflex mechanism. Instantly, the credit energy in the cell gathered into a golden thread which shot into the air. On the throne, old Mephisto suddenly frowned. He felt the strange energy in his body, which was gradually being suppressed, perk up for some reason. It seemed to be asking for help. His intuition, honed after thousands of years of lying low, was frantically warning him, danger. He inexplicably recalled how that idiot subordinate had run up to him, and then, not good. He suddenly opened his eyes and his fingers moved slightly, ready to activate the throne's ultimate protective seal. But it was too late. He was quick, but the credit-enhanced telekinesis reflex mechanism was even faster. Just as his fingers touched the armrests of the throne, a thin golden thread appeared out of thin air and pierced his ribs, successfully convening with its comrade in arms. Mephisto's eyes widened. A moment later, he screamed and jumped high into the air. It hurt too much. It hurt even more than the first time. Clutching his waist, old Mephisto's face twisted as he raised his head and roared, why is it you again? Big Dipper, I'll kill you. No, I'll capture you alive and bring you to hell, and teach you a lesson for 100 years, no, 10,000 years, ah. As he roared, all of hell trembled. Caves in remote areas that had been in disrepair for years collapsed. Many volcanoes suddenly erupted, spitting out thick black smoke and fiery lava. A bunch of demons and evil spirits stopped fighting, having fun, sleeping, beating others up, or being beaten up, and they dropped to their knees and trembled. No one needed to say anything to know that their lord was angry. Who the hell knew which idiot had pissed off the lord, but it was fine as long as he didn't vent his anger on them. In any case, the lord acted up like this every 300 to 500 years, much like how human women acted during a certain time of the month. Everyone was used to it. Chapter 1782, Dissatisfied Director Selena, and new treatment for the dog head. This haunted house in Weaver was one of the few cases that Luke had never solved. This had been a good opportunity to fix the situation. He had screwed old Mephisto over a little, so he left with the female doctor in a good mood. As for old Mephisto's revenge, Luke wasn't worried. The fact that this old fox didn't retaliate immediately meant that Luke hadn't crossed a bottom line this time, and that the other party didn't have the courage to retaliate. Since he hadn't flipped out immediately, that meant he would be less determined to retaliate in the future. After enduring a few more times, it would become a habit. Old Mephisto wasn't a newbie, he should understand this principle. After getting off to a good start with the female doctor, Luke turned some of his attention to Eddie. This righteous paparazzo was much better than the female doctor in various ways. At the very least, Venom and a certain dog head were very similar. A low starting point meant low expectations. As a loser among symbiotes, Venom was definitely much easier to fool than Agony. With Luke's backing, Eddie's requirement was fresh organs, eyes, and brains to eat every day, of course, not human ones. Duping Venom meant training Eddie, and Luke simply gave him the personal contacts of several top meat suppliers. As long as he had money, Eddie could even go to a slaughterhouse and wait for the animal to be slaughtered there and then. This expense was submitted as part of the cost of rearing Venom, which could be considered a training investment. However, when Eddie slipped and used the word rearing, Venom expressed its dissatisfaction. Eddie had no choice but to give it cow or pig brains every day in exchange for its forgiveness. Recently, a certain dog head who liked to check on Venom when it was free would laugh so hard it rolled on the ground, and it continued to mock its fellow for being uncouth. Eddie's admittance into the PDD, but Luke wasn't satisfied with the situation after that. Apart from submitting over 30 pieces of information about shady dealings in one go, this gold star paparazzo hadn't done anything else. After taking tens of thousands of dollars for the information, the guy immediately went to get back his ex-girlfriend, Anne. Luke wasn't an unreasonable person. He never meddled in the Bat Squad's personal relationships, and even encouraged them. They just needed to do a background check to make sure that they weren't being screwed over by some scumbag. Eddie couldn't be blamed for chasing after his ex, but he was completely engrossed in this endeavor, which pissed off his direct superior, Director Selina. This was the first backup hero she had recruited, but he was no longer thinking about upholding justice. When she tried asking Luke what she should do, she got a reply very much in line with her thinking. The reason both the PDD and the Justice League use a temp system is to screen people multiple times and eliminate those who don't share our values. Director Selina was stunned. I thought Eddie was a sure thing. Luke took a sip of his green tea and shook his head at the director's naive thought. Do you think only idiots would believe those scam text messages we get from time to time? Director Selinda nodded. For a moment, she couldn't think how this had to do with what they were talking about. Luke picked up a roast pork bun. Actually, it uses the same principle as our elimination method. Selina's eyes widened. What? She didn't understand how her PDD was related to fraud. Luke stuffed the bun into his mouth and chewed. His words were a little muffled as he said, because it uses a certain standard to eliminate clients who don't meet the requirements. For these scammers, they need to eliminate those who aren't stupid. Whoever is left are naturally idiots who are willing to give them money. Pausing for a moment to swallow his bun, he then said, the PDD will eliminate people who just want to make money and enjoy themselves. They'll be temps forever. We'll just give them money to get things done. If they run out of luck, that won't have anything to do with us. After all, we've already given them the money. Taking another sip of tea, he continued, the majority of people will be eliminated when it comes to the Justice League. Some of them might be good, some might be strong, and some might have special abilities, but all of them will have their own reasons for not being superheroes. They can be made official employees of the PDD, they'll feel it's safer to keep a certain distance. Selina stuffed two sumai into her mouth as she listened to Luke's explanation. Puzzled, she asked, but Eddie already knows that you and I hired him. The Dark Knight had fought the Joker in the research building. Eddie wasn't stupid, and knew that he was special. Luke chuckled. That's because Venom is a target under surveillance. What if this guy only thinks about eating people's brains, eyes and organs every day? Now, even if Venom knows that we're monitoring its every move, it won't be unhappy, because we're the ones paying. Selina's eyes widened. The two of them together only get $200,000 to $300,000 a year, right? And they're just going to accept that. Luke looked at the dog head at Selena's feet, who was unhurriedly enjoying its snacks, and said casually, "It's just a newly hired temp worker. If it wants a raise, it'll have to work hard. Other people only get big bonuses after going out on combat missions. Why should it get millions of bucks for nothing?" If that really happened, wouldn't the dog head immediately explode? It was only because it was cautious and conscientious that it was able to enjoy its current status. The Bat Squad was treated well because they followed Luke out on missions time and time again. Everyone had to work hard. In comparison, the dog head hadn't fought as many battles, yet it earned countless times more. Of course it wouldn't be unhappy. It knew that it benefited a lot from working with Selena. However, Eddie and Venom were still temp employees. If they were treated dozens of times better than when the dog head first started working back then, how could it not be angry? It had always been in fierce competition with Venom, and it absolutely didn't want to be inferior. Given Luke's protective nature, he wouldn't let Venom touch the dog head. Half of what he said was for the dog head to hear. This guy wasn't human and was brainless. It wouldn't understand anything if it wasn't said plainly to its face. Sure enough, the dog head ate more quickly, and it subconsciously wagged its tail. Selena rolled her eyes. This guy was getting better and better at duping the dog head. He didn't increase his money or treatment, and simply made use of its competitive spirit. No wonder he had gotten her to show herself in order to recruit Eddie. Theoretically speaking, she should be using other aliases to recruit both temporary and official members for the PDD. Only the superheroes who joined the Justice League would know that Black Cat was the PDD director. In a sense, Eddie and Venom were specially recruited as tools to motivate Gold Nugget. Chapter 1783. Director Selena also needs to look after newbies. Eddie, who just wanted to go on dates and didn't want to do anything serious, had pissed off Director Celinda. Naturally, it wouldn't end well for him. Gold Nugget was even more excited and kept egging the director to teach the two temp employees a lesson. So, Eddie had a romantic dinner with Anne, but she refused to go home with him. He could only lament as he returned to his newly rented bungalow after 9 that night. Now that he didn't need to clock into work and his income wasn't bad, he had rented a new place in a more remote area. More importantly, he didn't dare live in an apartment with other people. It would be easy for them to think that he was a lunatic. Besides, Venom especially hated noise. It had almost bitten off the head of their neighbor on the second day in the apartment because the guy liked to play music. The guy didn't just use surround sound, he also constantly played heavy metal. 2 wooden doors couldn't block out the noise at all. The other side would also leave the door open from time to time, let alone Venom being unable to take it. Eddie himself felt like his head was about to explode. So, he could only move quickly to avoid the furious Venom biting off the guy's head. He didn't want to bite off someone's head for no reason, nor did he want to taste their brains for himself. The brains of pigs and cows were disgusting enough. If human brains were added to the mix, Eddie was afraid that he would never eat again. Humming, he opened the door, turned on the lights, then closed the door. He walked through the living room and was about to go to the kitchen to get some water. A shadow flashed in his peripheral vision, and Eddie jerked and turned around. He saw his new employer, Black Cat, sitting on the couch. With her arms and legs crossed, she tilted her head slightly to look at him, her green cat eyes flashing. Eddie felt that there was a lot of ridicule in those eyes. A little nervous, he smiled awkwardly. "You're here." Selena was too lazy to talk to him. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Get changed before we go." Eddie. 5 minutes later, Eddie stopped moving, a conflicted expression on his face. Covering his mouth with his palm, he said in a low voice, Black Cat, this is Black Worm. I've arrived at the designated location. Please give me instructions." Selena, who was watching him from a distance via a drone, said over the comms, "Black Worm, your mission tonight is to save 10 innocent civilians. Requirement number 1. Don't let anyone discover your appearance or identity. Requirement number 2. Don't seriously injure or kill the criminals. Requirement number 3. Don't draw the police's attention or pursuit. Now, repeat the requirements, over." Eddie was a paparazzo and only 26, he had a good memory. Hearing that, he repeated the mission and requirements, but couldn't help but ask, then, what would be considered a serious injury? Selena. Broken limbs don't count. Got it. Eddie smiled bitterly. He was still too naive. Clearly, as long as the injuries weren't fatal, everything else wasn't considered serious. Leaning his bike against the wall in an alley, he pulled up the hood of his loose black shirt and put on his mask and sunglasses. Then, he hunched his shoulders slightly and walked out. Even before he reached the mouth of the alley, two thugs pushed a middle-aged woman into the alley. One of them reached for the woman's bag, and the other waved a knife. "Don't move, or you'll have scars on your fat face, and even pigs won't want to sleep with you." Eddie was a little nervous. Hey, why so soon? He wasn't prepared at all. Should he shout something first? Selena said coldly, an arm for using a knife and a finger for stealing the bag. Hearing that, Venom immediately shouted in Eddie's head, "Go, bite off their heads." "Eddie, are you crazy? It's just a robbery, but you want me to bite their heads? Do you know how long it's been since they washed their hair?" Despite cursing Venom in his heart, he tried to calm down. Robbery was a daily thing in America. Eddie had been robbed many times, and they generally happened the same way. So, what he needed to do wasn't complicated. Eddie picked up his pace toward the mouth of the alley. The two men and one woman who were pulling at each other heard the noise and couldn't help but look into the alley. In the middle of the night, a person all in black emerged from the dark alley like a ghost, scaring the three of them. The person with the knife was very experienced. He waved his knife twice in warning. "Hey, we're working. Go away." "Okay," Eddie mumbled. He moved to the side and stuck close to the wall away from the thugs. The thugs immediately continued watching him. Warily, Eddie lowered his head and hunched even more conspicuously, as if he was too scared to stick his nose into other people's business. The thug with the knife looked at the guy in black and felt a little uneasy. When Eddie was 2 meters away, he couldn't help but call out, "Hey, stop, you," bang. "Ah, crunch, ah." Eddie's hands shook. "Why are you forcing me? I didn't want this." The middle-aged woman was dumbfounded. The bag she had been unwilling to let go of fell to the ground. But nobody here paid attention to the bag that had triggered everything. The thug who had tried to grab the bag was curled up on the ground as he clutched his belly and retched. The arm of the thug holding the knife was already bent in the shape of an S, and he screamed miserably. Eddie was at a loss. He hadn't planned to be so ruthless, but he was a little nervous since it was his first time, and he subconsciously used 30% more strength. The arm of the first thug wasn't broken, but he had been punched hard in the stomach. The forearm of the second thug was bent until it could almost be a pinwheel. "Let's go. Are you waiting for a medal?" Selena's cold voice woke Eddie up, and he immediately started moving. Selena said, "Pick up your pace so that you don't draw too much attention." Eddie awkwardly did as he was told, but couldn't help but look at the mouth of the alley. "What are you looking at? Are you some psycho murderer wanting to go back and take a look at your masterpiece?" Selena's mocking instantly extinguished Eddie's excitement. That was right, it was the L.A. knee breaker, New York's devil bone breaker, who was currently commanding him. In the past few years, the criminals in both cities had become so frightened that they didn't even dare utter her codename. All Eddie had done was broken an arm. What was there to be proud of? "Turn right 20 meters up ahead and stop the robbery at the mart 50 meters away," Selena ordered calmly. After following directions as instructed, Eddie looked at the familiar street and suddenly came back to himself. He picked up his pace and reached the mart. He raised his head and saw the familiar white and red Chinese sign Chen Family Mart. Chapter 1784, Mistaken Debt. What met Eddie's eyes was a familiar scene. Two thugs were chatting and keeping watch outside the mart. Eddie immediately recalled how he had hidden in a corner and watched Mrs. Chen being robbed at gunpoint. He was both embarrassed and angry. Venom yelled in his heart, "Mother *******. Go, break every bone in their bodies, smash open their heads, eat their brains." "Eddie, are you crazy?" Venom, "Who's crazy? Apologize." Eddie, "Okay, I'll get you 2 chocolate bars later, alright." Venom, "No, I need at least 1 box." Eddie, "I don't want cavities." Venom, "It's fine, I'll clean your oral cavity for you." Eddie, "Please, can you not say such strange things?" Roasting Venom inwardly, Luke went to the door and was about to enter. The fact that even his face was covered made the two thugs feel that something wasn't right. Was this guy some sort of journalist or undercover cop acting as bait? Although it wasn't common, this sort of idiot did appear every now and then. They decisively raised their hands to block Eddie, and one of them said, "This place isn't open for business for now. Go elsewhere." The thug wasn't saying empty words, he was suspicious and didn't want photo evidence to be taken. "Move." Eddie raised his hands and pushed the arms of the thugs aside. After the symbiosis, he was now so strong that their arms were like straw to him. Entering the mart, he stood in front of the thug who had just put the money into his pocket. "Give her back the money." Surprised, the thugs turned slightly and saw his two friends outside come in. One of them made a cop gesture. The thug at the counter hesitated for only 0.5 seconds before he immediately took out the money from his pocket and put it on the counter. "Oh, this is extra money," she miscounted. "Sorry." He turned around and gave Mrs. Chen a threatening look. The boss just needed to say the word. As long as she didn't cooperate, the police couldn't do anything to them. They had been collecting protection fees for too long, and were too familiar with the process. If the boss dared to stand up to them, someone else would come teach her a lesson and send her to the hospital with a concussion. When the time came, the boss would have to pay for her medical fees, and pay them compensation on top of them. Otherwise, she could forget about doing business. Mrs. Chen was well aware of this, which was why her face was pale and she was crying inwardly. Forcing a smile, her voice trembled. "Oh, I counted wrong. Come again tomorrow." This was clearly telling the thugs to come collect money at a different time tomorrow. It wasn't that she was crazy, but that ordinary citizens felt helpless in the face of thugs. Catching just one or two of these extortion gang members was useless. If they were arrested 2 or 3 times in her shop, it would no longer be a matter of money, but of intimidation. They would definitely make an example out of her so that other shop owners wouldn't learn from her, by destroying the mart and sending her entire family to the hospital. Seeing this, Eddie suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing. For the past 2 years, he had been thinking that if he was capable, he would definitely deal with these disgusting guys. After saving the middle-aged woman earlier, he had been a little distracted, and subconsciously spoke his mind. Actually, the best thing would have been to charge in and beat them up, as if getting revenge for something, so that the other party wouldn't suspect Mrs. Chen. Eddie was regretting his decision, but the 3 thugs didn't look very happy either. If this guy was a cop, they might have to go to the police station. Although they were regulars in the detention center and in prison, nobody wanted to go to the police station for fun. The 3 of them exchanged looks before they turned around and left. Eddie stood silent and helpless. When his head cleared, he realized that he couldn't make a move otherwise. If they couldn't find him later, they would vent their anger on Mrs. Chen's family. Selena said coldly, "Grab a box of condoms, pay for it, and come out." Stumped for a moment, Eddie then realized that doing this would make the 3 of them think that he was a passerby as much as possible. In any case, it was normal for a man to be hurried and furtive when buying condoms. In some states with stricter laws, carrying a box of condoms while out on the streets at night could even be seen as doing illegal business. For him to be acting out of sorts hence wouldn't look strange. Eddie grabbed a box of condoms from a shelf nearby and had Venom change his voice as he said in a low tone, "How much?" "Huh." Mrs. Chen hesitated for a moment before she swiftly scanned the item. $36. "Eddie, FCK, why is it more expensive than what I usually buy?" Taking out the money, he picked up the box and saw that it was a 3-layer ribbed special edition. F***CK, who was he going to use this on? But then he recalled how he had just dug a hole for Mrs. Chen, so it wasn't unjust for him to be screwed over now. Besides, he was willing to pay for something that clearly had a price tag. Could this be considered screwing himself over? Accepting the change, he quickly left the mart and walked in the opposite direction of the 3 thugs. This was an order from Selena. Eddie knew that this would further reduce the possibility of the thugs getting revenge on Mrs. Chen. Walking down a side street 100 meters away, Eddie was a little distracted. He had just saved a stranger, and had also dug a pit for an acquaintance. The world was really unpredictable. With complicated feelings, he continued wandering the streets. Law and order in this area was poor. He completed a total of 9 rescue missions in under 2 hours. At that moment, Selena ordered, "Go to the park 200 meters away. There's gear in the flower bed 20 meters to the left of the entrance. Put it on." Eddie mumbled to himself, "I'm actually getting gear at the last minute for the last mission. Is it very troublesome?" 10 minutes later, he stood up from behind the bushes in the park and looked at himself excitedly. "Is this for me?" Selena said calmly, "You made a serious mistake during your mission at the Chen family mart. Lending you the gear is just to make it easier for you to deal with the aftermath. Now, You owe me 50 credit points. Eddie looked pained, but still focused. What are credit points? Selena said, it's a special currency that can't be bought with money. A lot of people on the black market are currently acquiring these credit points. The exchange rate is $10,000 for 1 credit point. Eddie's face immediately darkened. WTF, he suddenly ended up 500,000 in debt. Didn't that mean working for free for 2 to 3 years? What Selena said next made him despair even more. But nobody would be stupid enough to sell credit points, since the people who have them aren't short of money. Eddie asked, then how do I pay them back? Selena said, if you can find the whereabouts of Venom's missing partners on your own, you can get at least 200 credit points each. Eddie asked, anything else? Selena said, you can get 10,000 credit points for killing an opponent like the Enchantress at Grand Rapids. Eddie, got it, with his current strength, he would be killed in minutes if he faced the Enchantress. Chapter 1785. Not strong enough. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the final location for this operation. Eddie looked at the information and realized that his new boss was really generous. The final mission tonight was a buffet of points. The virtual screen in front of him showed 20 or so people in a 3-story building not far away. Looking at the number of people and the various weapons that were specially tagged on the screen, he was a little nervous. What do I do next? Selena said, you have the gear. Go in and find out for yourself. Eddie was lost for words. Wasn't this basically asking him to charge in and fight all of them? Selena said, remember, the minimum requirement is that all the criminals should be hospitalized for 2 months. Eddie said, they don't have medical insurance. They might not have the money to go to the hospital. Smartass. Selena mumbled to herself. 3 months in bed at home is fine too. Eddie admitted that he was still too green. Hearing that, he almost felt guilty. With just a few words, these hoodlums would need to be bedridden for another month. But his new boss had given the order, and he still owed 50 credit points for the gear. He had no choice but to beat them up. Taking a deep breath, he strode out of the bushes and headed straight for the entrance of the 3-story building. The 2 hoodlums at the door weren't on guard at all. It wasn't until Eddie was 2 meters away that they looked at him blankly. What cosplay is this? A hoodlum who had clearly interacted with the cosplay circle before was shocked. The hoodlum laughed out loud. Do you think you're Batman? You come strutting out in some plastic shell. If you don't want to die, get lost. In the car in the distance, Selena sighed. San Francisco thugs really aren't as soft as in New York. They have guts. Luke lowered his seat and raised his legs as he put them up on the dashboard to the left of the steering wheel. He had coffee in one hand and an egg tart in the other. That's good. The thugs in New York immediately run off when they see someone dressed in something similar, which makes me a little embarrassed to take action. Selena was astonished. You, embarrassed? Luke said, of course. They have a statue of Batman at their front doors, and pray to it before they start work every day. It had to be said that it worked well for the New York hoodlums. At the very least, the thieves and pickpockets at the bottom rarely got broken bones when they went out to make a living. At most, their heads would hurt for 2 days. In comparison, the San Francisco hoodlums still insisted on brazen lying, swindling and stealing. Selena rolled her eyes. That's right, they pray every day not to run into us. They're practically fanatical about it. Luke didn't think much of it. Of course, the upright hope that God stays in the sky. It'll be awkward when they see each other every day otherwise. After Buddha received enlightenment, he ascended to heaven. After Lao Tzu comprehended the Tao, he left on a water buffalo. The implication behind these legends was, you're already a big god, hurry up and ascend. It's demeaning for you to be around mortals. That was also why Luke had decisively led Batman ascend. Someone who was too perfect shouldn't exist in the human world. While they were chatting, Eddie, this newly minted warrior, had already started his performance. He tried to recall the videos he had watched of Batman. It had to be Batman, not the Dark Knight, and he assumed what he thought was the most intimidating pose. It was common knowledge that Batman was the most feared existence. Those blood-red eyes and the tall and sturdy bat suit were nightmares that many bosses often woke up from in the middle of the night. Of course, Eddie wasn't wearing any version of the bat suit. At Selena's request, all the suits were stored in the basement as souvenirs. What Luke had given Eddie was an experimental suit. Luke had played around with the design and paid attention to appearance for once. In the end, the Bat Squad members weren't satisfied with the armor's combat ability, so nobody wore it in battle. But since this armor was in a cosplay style, it was clearly different from most of Luke's armor. In one word, cool. The difference between the bat suit and this experimental suit was like the difference between the Hulkbuster and a Gundam. The Hulkbuster had to meet all sorts of combat requirements. No matter how rich the tycoon was, there was a limit to how good he could make it look. As for a Gundam, aerodynamics, fluid mechanics and standard mechanics were all thrown to the back of the head, the only thing it needed to be was cool. That was also why the hoodlums at the door immediately thought that Eddie was a cosplayer. That was because everybody felt that only armor like the type Batman and Iron Man wore were the most convenient for beating people up. Not only did the suit in front of them look highly exaggerated, it also had two huge metal wings. Regular movement was hard, to say nothing of beating up people. Eddie, however, wasn't angry at all. He had already tested the suit on his way here. This strange armor really suited him. Even if he owed $500,000 for using it this time, he didn't feel that it was a loss. On the virtual screen, the two hoodlums at the door were a light red. This meant that they had at least committed a minor crime. It wasn't just them, everybody in the building also had a color. The darker the red, the worse the crime. The mission requirement was that dark red targets should have 4 broken limbs, bright red targets should have at least 1 broken limb, and anything was fine for light red targets. Looking at the hoodlum who cursed and shoved him, Eddie simply grabbed the man's wrist and pushed him against the wall. Dong. Crack. The hoodlum's head created a dent in the wall. It wasn't that he had an iron head, but that the wall was made up of very ordinary metal plating. But at that moment, the other party's eyes were full of stars as he lay on the ground with an expression that said, "The world has nothing to do with me." Stunned, the other hoodlum reached for the gun at his waist. Eddie grabbed his shoulder, forced him to spin around, and pushed again. Bang! The guy's face hit the wall, and he passed out. There was no such thing as a hard head. That was the price of taking out his gun. Sensing that the hooligans whom he had feared like tigers in the past had suddenly become as weak as chickens, Eddie couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, it wasn't that he had wanted to keep a low profile in the past, it was just that he hadn't been strong enough. Chapter 1786. Drawing a line, and a good, proactive employee thinking that, Eddie opened the door and walked in. The exaggerated black wings on his back automatically folded close to his body when he entered the doorway, and he moved as smooth as water. Of course, this was the effect of Venom, who could manipulate the wings and turn them hard and soft at will. Without the symbiote, a lot of accidents could happen with this winged Gundam. With the symbiote, the Gundam could fly more easily than with the cape on the bat suit. In a fight, the wings could turn into retractable blades. After the door closed, there was a sudden burst of noise inside the 3-story building, followed by the screams and howls of the gangsters. They had been having fun at home at night, but this black Gundam suddenly appeared and beat up everyone. The gang members couldn't take it. It was a good thing that Eddie wasn't ruthless. Except for subconsciously sending 4 or 5 hoodlums flying into the wall, the rest only got broken limbs. Thanks to the all-out firepower from the winged Gundam plus Venom combo, the 30 or so gangsters didn't last more than 5 minutes. Eddie had fun taking down a person with every hit, it was hard to take it any slower. In the end, 4 women who weren't gang members were the only ones left intact in the building. They were yellow on the virtual screen, which meant that they were neutral. Lifting his sandbag-like fists, Eddie exhaled in satisfaction. Is this the strength of a superhero? This is too good, Selena said calmly. You still need to undergo specialized training. Otherwise, it'll continue to take you 4 minutes and 15 seconds to beat up more than 30 hoodlums in armor. Eddie's heart sank and he snapped out of his excitement. Got it, boss, Selena said. All right, there's a safe behind the cabinet on the left. Open it and take everything out. Eddie. But there was no longer any response. 3 minutes later, he jumped out of the boss's office on the 3rd floor and glided away. 10 minutes later, in an old warehouse in the outskirts, Eddie reluctantly took off the suit. He couldn't help but ask, can I really not keep it? Selena's eyes flashed green. Your current credit is -50. Don't even think about it. This bag contains a special bulletproof vest and a hood. Those will be enough for you for the time being. She then threw him a black travel bag. Eddie caught it but didn't open it. How do I get credit points? Selena said, after you become an official employee. Eddie was about to say something else, but Selena ignored him and rummaged through the items from the safe which Eddie had brought back. There were guns, illegal drugs, cash, ledgers, and various other items. Selena asked, "Do you want cash or a bank transfer?" Eddie was stunned. "What?" Selena said, "The cash and guns from this sort of mission are your personal gains, we don't care. However, all the drugs have to be handed over to be destroyed immediately." As she spoke, she had already picked up a bag of illegal drugs, torn it open, and dumped them into a solvent on the side. Eddie decisively put the cash away. He had been spending a lot recently, and could spend $100 to $200 on dinner with Anne each time. Just nice, he could use this money to fund his wooing efforts. As for why Selena wanted the drugs to be handed over, the gold medal paparazzo more or less understood. In the last few years, Batman and Black Cat had caused the price of illegal drugs in New York to increase over 20-fold. This was common knowledge. At the very beginning, many hoodlums spread the word that what Batman liked to do the most was help them destroy evidence. As soon as he came in, he would rush to flush the drugs down the drain. He did it himself because he didn't trust anyone else not to be greedy and hide some of it. Big gangs were also used to splitting the money and goods. Money could be hidden, but goods needed to be sold at any time. There could be just 100,000 or so in cash in the nest, but goods worth hundreds of millions. How many people in the world could resist this temptation? The price of drugs in all of America had increased by 3 to 5 times compared with 3 years ago, and they were now quickly becoming hard currency in the underworld. Eddie had encountered a lot of the dark side, and could even speculate that this was Black Cat's warning. He could make a fortune through other means, but he absolutely couldn't touch illegal drugs. If he did, he would end up like the people in the 3-story building. Taking the $20,000 that he had just obtained, Eddie left the warehouse on his bike. It was the same bike from earlier. Selena said that it was a special vehicle, assigned to him by the department. Eddie wasn't unhappy about that at all. It was definitely top quality, and better than what was used in the Tour de France. The manufacturing cost alone was probably in the thousands. It had to be good, or it would be crushed to smithereens by Eddie, who had been buffed up by venom. After seeing Eddie off, Selena looked behind a pile of junk not far away. Luke cancelled his stealth mode and walked out. It seems that Venom can't detect me yet. Selena was more concerned about herself. "Are you going to make me take care of him like this forever?" Luke said, "Start issuing him missions tomorrow, and get him to do them himself. After tonight's warm-up, he won't cause too much trouble." The main thing was that the complete symbiotic form with Venom was too conspicuous. There was no need for Eddie to draw attention. The reason Luke had gotten Eddie to wear the winged Gundam suit tonight was to distract the gang. They were the ones who collected protection fees from the Chen family mart. This gang had more than 30 core members. If some idiot wanted to use revenge to climb the ladder, he would have to look for tonight's winged Gundam warrior first, and wouldn't connect him to the Chen family mart. Also, as Eddie had thought, the point of this operation tonight was to set the tone and draw a bottom line, what he could and couldn't do, what he could and couldn't take. This operation had already made these clear to Eddie. Although this guy was only 26, he was already an old fox who could catch the meaning. He was a little like Luke. He was cocky only when he was capable, but when he wasn't, he was very cowardly. With the Dark Knight and Black Cat around, he wouldn't be stupid enough to act recklessly. After all, if he clung to the Bat Squad, he wouldn't lose his petty life so easily. Also, Selena had even permitted him to rob a gang tonight for cash. As long as Eddie wasn't an idiot like Venom, he would know that he wouldn't lack money in the future. If he was a little smarter, he could think of a reverse operation, for example, buying information on big gangs from Black Cat. But tonight's operation would be enough for him to ponder for a while, so he probably wouldn't think about it for now. What Eddie valued most at the moment wasn't money, but becoming an official employee of the PDD. Only then would he be a good, proactive employee for the organization. Chapter 1787, Big Brother's Help, and Diligent Drive. Stern's whatever Eddie was thinking, Luke and Selena basically tossed him to the side. Alfred was the one who picked the missions for him every day. One was even a mission based on information from Eddie. Of course, Eddie had only handed over dirt on that violent gang. Alfred, on the other hand, sent him back extra information and details as well as a complete plan of action. When Eddie read the mission, he felt like the heavens weren't sparing him. But as a probie, he didn't dare say or ask anything. It wasn't until a long while later that he suddenly came back to himself. That wasn't right. He didn't have the ability to do anything in the past, but now that he did, why was he still thinking of himself only as an informant? He was going to be a superhero. On this point, he and Venom had different opinions. It expressed that they were two entities in the same body, so Venom should be used as their codename. Eddie, however, felt that the name wasn't impressive enough, and decisively refused, only to be mocked by Venom for wanting to be a superhero. Currently, they were at an impasse, and didn't have a codename. That had nothing to do with Luke. He was very busy. Eddie wasn't handicapped, and didn't need Luke to take him along every day. What? The female doctor had been following the level 1 clone all this time. That was totally for the sake of luring Simon out. It was already the middle of October. From warm and beautiful California, Luke and Selena reluctantly returned to New York in the late fall. When they got home, 2 people and 1 dog sat down in the living room to enjoy the comforts of their nest, when Selena suddenly said, "I feel like something's missing." "What is it?" She chewed absent-mindedly on her freshly baked cupcake and tapped her forehead with her fingers. This was a quirk which director Selena had only developed recently. In her own words, "Working in administration every day gives me a headache." Luke didn't think much of it. It definitely isn't an emergency, or there would be a program notification. Selena nodded and couldn't help but ask, "Little snail, recently, at home, wait, where's your brother?" Luke blinked. "Is he sleeping at Mindy's?" Selena spat at him. "Get lost. Neither of you are good things." With that, she got up and went upstairs. Gold Nugget watched her disappear up the stairs before it wagged its tail at Luke furtively to comfort him. Luke rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? I don't need your sympathy." On the 3rd floor, Selena said, "Dog, hurry up and come take a shower." The dog rubbed its head against Luke's hand and then went upstairs. As long as it persisted in its bootlicking, the ultimate victory would belong to it. While Selena and the Fiend didn't say anything, the benefits it actually received now had skyrocketed. "Venom, you're destined to fall behind me. I'm the one who knows best how to curry favor in this world." Thinking that, Gold Nugget went upstairs happily to take a shower. After Selena left, Luke immediately took out his phone to check on his brother. He hadn't paid much attention to Joseph recently. After all, Little Snail was monitoring him 24/7 and would let him know if anything happened. There were a lot of things to do on his end, and Joseph had just come to New York, so the latter had promptly been forgotten. Of course, Luke didn't look at any footage. He just checked Joseph's activity log. Sure enough, it was all about school and home. He only went out to train once every 3 days, but nothing happened. Looking at the date, Luke realized that he was out training, so he relaxed. "Train if you want, but don't look at anything you shouldn't. That's all I can help you with." Muttering to himself, Luke stretched and then went to the basement. For security reasons, he had emptied the basement when he left, and now that he had returned, he had to put the things back. Thankfully, he was very familiar with the storage function of his inventory, and it was done in a few minutes. At that moment, there was a call from Space 2. Luke could only sink into his consciousness and take over a robot inside. He asked the middle-aged man in a white coat, "What materials do you need this time?" "Dr. Samuel Stearns immediately said, "I need to personally study targets 02 and 04. Luke was silent for a moment before he said helplessly, "Did you forget that you're target 06? Dr. Stearns was unmoved. "Either kill me or let me do research." Luke chuckled, "I can keep you alive and not let you do research. Let's see if you can still act pretentious then." Even as he mocked inwardly, he knew that would be impossible. Compared with Dr. Stearns' self-awareness, energy and initiative, the other special living targets were nothing. 01 Black Sky Electra had once become a container for some strange creature and wasn't even afraid of isolation anymore, and just wanted to kill every day. 02 Half Plant Claudia with her poisonous vines grew flowers and read books every day. She and 03 Sandman Hodge were also in love. 04 Ophelia, who called herself Viper, was the female doctor who had plotted with Yoshida to obtain the power of the blood god. She hadn't died when Luke stabbed her in the back of the head in Tokyo, and was actually able to recover so that she was as good as new. It was amazing. This person didn't put in much effort into her research. She looked busy, but didn't actually have anything to show for it. 05 was Blonsky, the *TTY yellow version of the Hulk. He was similar to Black Sky, and could only be used as a research subject. Only Drive, Stearns, who had been the last to enter, fell into a frenzy of research after receiving the information on Claudia and Ophelia. The so-called information was just the 2 women's physical stats and their tissue samples after they took Life 1. If Dr. Stearns, who was too obsessed with studying human superpowers, was no longer able to continue studying the Hulk's blood, this sort of poisonous and regenerative blood was fine too. These two ladies were much more interesting than the Hulk. There was only one Hulk, and he was far away. Here were two women who were both proficient in poisons and regeneration who could become test subjects together and hence wouldn't be lonely. Of the 6 special targets, Stearns had the most demands but produced the most results, so his treatment was very good. Not only did he have a big laboratory, he also had test subjects who were bright red in the system to experiment on. The AI program arranged everything, and Luke didn't have to worry about anything at all. The second floor of the lab was a full projection of an artificial courtyard with flowers, grass, mountains and water. Even the sun and rain could be controlled by the program. In college, Drive, Stearns had his dorm, the cafeteria and the lab. He didn't have many friends. Corporations also kept their specialized technology under tight wraps. Here, everything he wanted to know was on full display for him. Stearns felt that this was the most enjoyable time in his life. He didn't want to leave at all. Chapter 1788, Research Tool, Materials and Folly Drive. Stearns was also well aware that the owner of this mysterious base wouldn't allow him to leave after perusing this information. If he left, he would no longer have access to that classified material. Also, he was allowed to communicate with 4 other special living targets. Although they were separated by an unbreakable transparent barrier, Drive, Stearns could observe and study them at will. This didn't include Blonsky. Luke didn't want Drive, Stearns to continue messing around with this extremely unreliable technology. But the spirit of research would never change. It had only been a few months, but Drive, Stearns couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to study the 2 unusual women further. If Luke hadn't set up the robots to stop him, Drive, Stearns would have even modified himself to become like them. That was because their bodies were extremely special. They practically never aged, didn't get tired, and barely slept. This body was too perfect for a scientist who liked to do research. From this point of view, homebody techies actually had similar needs as gaming shut-ins. Paired with the rapid increase in his intelligence, Drive, Stearns felt that he would definitely be able to develop a magical product that had never been seen before. Since he was so useful, his new boss definitely wouldn't be willing to kill him. In fact, Drive, Stearns should be glad that he wasn't evil enough, or that he had been caught before he could turn evil. The fact that he was light red in the system was an important reason why he could work in a comfortable environment. If he were bright red, he definitely wouldn't be able to enjoy himself, and would be dealt with if he couldn't complete a mission. If he were so dark red he was almost black, Drive, Stearns would have become research material, just like Claudia and the others. Luke also had R&D skills. It didn't matter if he were just a little worse in this regard. In any case, he could still use Life 1 to keep the test subjects alive and test the effects at the same time. However, Drive, Stearns was indeed extraordinary. If there was a classification for geniuses, he would be a genius on Tony's level. A genius at this level wasn't omnipotent, but was constantly inspired. Dr. Stearns' creative output and quality were indeed far inferior to Tony's. However, Luke could lock Drive, Stearns up to do dirty work for him, while he couldn't do the same to the tycoon. Now that Luke had given him a rough research direction, Drive, Stearns had made a breakthrough, and after the data was processed by Ultima, the super AI program in Space 2, the research on Life 1 increased in efficiency. As for Tony, Luke could only influence his research at most, while the research direction was left to fate. So, Drive, Stearns was a super research tool. As much as possible, Luke wouldn't hinder his research. Dr. Stearns had directed the robots to do all the previous research, but now he wanted to do it himself. The 2 women's poison attacks were too strange. Without the utter isolation function of Space 2, Drive, Stearns would decompose into pulp in seconds, with no hope of being saved. Luke compromised. I can provide you the latest remote-controlled android and have the women cooperate with your research. Unless you're planning on personally cutting them open, this is enough. Fine. Dr. Stearns felt a little regretful. Whether he did it or not himself didn't matter. This was purely a reflex for scientists when they encountered rare materials. A robot doing the work was also very good. Many research organizations wanted to use robots to avoid many risks. There were 2 reasons why they didn't do. Firstly, they didn't have enough robot technology, and secondly, they didn't have the money to make such good robots. Since his new boss was so generous, Stearns didn't push his luck. Less than 2 minutes after the mysterious boss left, the remote-controlled android arrived. At the AI program's prompt, Stearns lay down in the massage chair that had just been delivered to him. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he realized that he was in front of Claudia's house. Dr. Stearns looked down at himself in astonishment, then raised his hands in shock. WTF, is this really a remote-controlled robot? What surprised him wasn't the remote-controlled robot, but that the mode of control looked as if he were in its body. In this body, Dr. Stearns even forgot about Claudia. He simply jumped around and sang incoherent praise. Unbelievable, awesome, perfect, incredible. Didn't anyone teach you that it's rude to make noise in front of someone else's house? A lazy female voice rang out, interrupting a certain tech nerd's musings. Dr. Stearns jumped 5 meters into the air before landing firmly on his feet. He didn't look at Claudia immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and waved his hands in front of him in satisfaction. This precision and stability are too perfect. These are the sorts of hands which research institutes need the most. He opened his eyes and looked at Claudia, who was standing at the door in silk pajamas. Relevant data on her was projected in front of Dr. Stearns, and he could flip through it quickly. Dr. Stearns looked at Claudia with glowing red mechanical eyes. I don't even need to do anything to read the information. This really is the most perfect research tool. Claudia frowned. You're annoying. As soon as she said that, she waved her hand, and a green vine flew out of her loose pajama sleeve. Pa, boom. The remote-controlled android's head was smashed into the opaque space barrier. Dr. Stearns' vision turned dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the massage chair. The half-dome cover over his head opened, and the gentle female voice of the AI program warned, Research Android 1 has been damaged. There are no backup androids. Connection cut. F***CK. Dr. Stearns couldn't help but curse. My new robot. Even with his thick nerves, it hurt. This remote-controlled android wasn't something that an ordinary remote-controlled robotic arm could compare with. There was a gap of at least 2 to 3 generations in technology, and the difference in price wouldn't be several-fold, but 100-fold. It might not be possible to buy one, even if you had the money. He had only gotten his hands on it 5 minutes ago, and it was already damaged. Was the new boss willing to buy another one? Dr. Stearns couldn't help but slap his forehead and frown. But tech nerds were fearless in the end. Dr. Stearns, this homebody techie, was even better at courting death. Even as he frowned, he had already gotten the AI program to issue instructions for the boss to immediately do a resupply. Reason: the most legitimate reason was damage. Dr. Stearns couldn't be bothered to lie. Luke replied quickly, but the outcome wasn't great. Then negotiate with them first. One research android costs 20 million. If you squander too much, this will affect your other research equipment. Dr. Stearns looked even more depressed. Luke, who was still in the basement, shook his head. Stearns had gotten a little cocky recently. Luke had just given him a new robot, and he had already stuffed it up. Didn't he know that it was hard for the boss to make money? Chapter 1789. The boss's operation, and a discussion with Big Brother. The requirements for a research robot were higher than for an ordinary combat robot. Not only were the raw materials very expensive, some components were also troublesome. It was a waste of time for Luke to get the big shot who sold everything to specially settle a deal after the robot was damaged so soon. No matter how much money Luke had, he couldn't let drive Stearns act like this. An unrestrained researcher could burn all the wealth on Earth. Luke was only a shareholder in a few companies, not the god of Earth. He had to save as much money as possible. Of course, even after he made this clear, he still had to give the robot to Dr. Stearns. After Luke personally negotiated with Claudia and Ophelia, they quickly agreed to cooperate with the research. However, to prevent the robot from being instantly destroyed again, Stearns certainly couldn't plot to cut them open and study them bit by bit. It wasn't that Luke wanted to give them preferential treatment, but that the two women weren't in normal mind frames to begin with. It was easy for them to go completely crazy, which would make it hard for them to cooperate with experiments in the future. What was even more interesting was that after the negotiation, the two women were finally full of life. They said that they were willing to participate in the research, not just to be studied. In exchange for being proactive in research, they had the right to refuse to cooperate in some of Dr. Stern's experiments. Nobody wanted to be ordered around like a monkey. Using the threat of Dr. Stern's could be considered to have brought about the desired effect, and it added new dimensions to Luke's research projects. Luke really wasn't a professional when it came to biotechnology, nor was he interested. These 3 doctors could just be sent off with money and equipment. Luke didn't have to participate in the research, he just needed to harvest results at regular intervals. Just after 10 in the evening, Mindy sent Joseph back, which was a must. Mindy was only 14, but she was definitely more grown up than 9-year-old Joseph. As the big brother, Luke could not create opportunities for his little brother, but at the very least, he shouldn't blindly mess things up. When they said goodbye at the door, Luke finally appeared. "Do you want to come in for a bit, Mindy?" Mindy was shocked, but then relaxed. "Luke, you're back." Luke nodded and said with a smile, "Do you want me to drive you back?" Mindy rolled her eyes. "I'm already in the 10th grade. Luke shrugged. "Okay. Shall I come over tomorrow with a little gift?" Mindy's eyes lit up. "What gift?" Luke said, "Handmade." Mindy wasn't disappointed. The longsword that Luke had given her last time wasn't bad. Although she rarely used it, she still liked it. Just like the dozens of butterfly knives she had, collecting premium cold weapons was her personal hobby. The big shot who sold everything also had special cold weapons, but they had to be bought with credit points, which was completely different from gifts. Mindy waved goodbye happily and rode her bike back home. Joseph pushed his bike into the hallway and asked casually as he went upstairs, "Did your business trip go well?" Luke said, "Not bad." Sensing Joseph's emotions, Luke secretly chuckled. "Fine, you get a gift too." Joseph's mood clearly improved, but he said, "I'm not a kid." Luke chuckled. "Are you saying that Mindy is still a kid?" Joseph curled his lip. "She probably won't be able to grow up in this lifetime." Luke didn't argue with him. Mindy acting a little childish didn't mean that she was naive. A moment later, Luke went upstairs and gave Joseph 2 big boxes. "These are for you." Joseph looked at him suspiciously. "Can I open them now?" Luke nodded and took a leisurely sip of his coffee. The boxes weren't wrapped, but tied simply with red ribbon. Joseph lifted the top of one box and was shocked when he saw what was inside. Uncertain, he took the item out of the box and turned it around in his hands before he was 100% sure that it was a motorcycle helmet. A motorcycle helmet wasn't a big deal, but the helmet was pink and had cartoon-like cat whiskers and a mouth on the front to create a cute cat face. Joseph turned around and looked at Luke. Luke raised his hand with a smile. "There's another one." Joseph quickly opened the second box. When he saw the dark color, he was immediately relieved. "This one's for me, right?" Luke burst out laughing. "Huh, do you want to wear the girl's style?" Joseph glared at his brother angrily. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" He finally came back to his senses. Luke had deliberately placed the box with the pink helmet close to him so that he would open it first. In fact, they were couple helmets. The 2 helmets were similar, but the black one was for guys, while the pink one had a cartoon cat face. After complaining about the prank, Joseph quickly asked, "Are you giving her a motorbike?" Luke nodded and confirmed his speculation. "Yes." Joseph had a strange expression on his face. "So, you gave me 2 motorcycle helmets, and you're giving her a motorcycle." Luke sipped his coffee leisurely. "That's right." Joseph wanted to complain, but didn't know what to say. Luke, however, explained, "You should think about your safety on the road. Also, you've been training with her for so long. Should I just give her a helmet?" Joseph finally couldn't take it anymore. "I mean, don't tell me you're splitting the original gift into 2. Luke shook his head decisively. "No way. If it was a set, why would I specially prepare a helmet for you? You now get a free driver. Don't tell me you're not satisfied with this gift." Joseph was lost for words. A free driver. Adults sure knew how to play tricks. The next day, Mindy jumped around happily on her motorbike. This wasn't a common motorbike, but one that Luke had specially modified for her. The motorcycle was streamlined and eye-catching in pink and purple. It was small in size, but it was heavy enough to drive at high speed. With the nanosuits and Luke's couple helmets, their lives wouldn't be in danger. Not only that, it could change appearance and color, and switch out license plates, similar to Belle's cab. On a straight road, the AI program could also steer the motorbike, which would allow the driver to free up their hands in a short period of time. Luke also had a fully AI motorcycle, but it needed super wide tires. That would look too flashy, and would draw attention outside. It wasn't suitable for these two minors. This, ordinary, version was enough for Mindy and Joseph's daily use. Chapter 1790. Research underway, and a new commission helping his little brother sort out travel fare, was just compensation for leaving him alone at home during this period of time. Although Mindy treasured the new motorbike and Joseph couldn't touch it himself, he could still get a free ride. The motorbike was from Luke, and it wouldn't be nice for Mindy to be the only one to ride it, so she let Joseph get on as well. For the next few days, Luke slacked off again. When he was free, he would have coffee with the company CEO in front of the glass windows of HQ, or take Elena out to draw. After the research subjects agreed to cooperate, drive, Stearns gradually entered the most enjoyable stage of his research. The minds of these two women who played with poison were abnormal to begin with. Coupled with their special physiques, pheromone control had a very poor effect on them, but with Dr. Stearns breathing down their necks, the two women knew that they couldn't keep resisting. If they didn't take a step back, they might really have to become research material on the operating table until they died. There was finally some movement with the nanotoxin technology which Ophelia had been keeping under wraps. Claudia also tried to cultivate the blood orchid. Although their days were much worse than before, Luke gave them better treatment after they expressed their intent to cooperate. The current volume of Luke's Space 2 was equivalent to a large cube that was 100 meters in length, width and height. They had books, computer games, TV dramas, movies and music in their personal spaces. They could even have a swimming pool in their respective courtyards. As long as Luke wanted to, he could make 10,000 square meter mansions that were 5 meters tall. It was much more spacious than the women's previous villas that were several hundred square meters in size. Between getting better treatment and becoming research material, the two women didn't hesitate for long, and decisively chose to live more comfortably. But once they got on this train, they couldn't get off. In the future, they would need to provide a corresponding level of results for whatever treatment they wanted. The two women and one man were doctors who had been involved in research for a long time. After they seriously devoted themselves to their research, several projects that had stalled for some time finally started to see progress. Ophelia's nanotoxin was very flexible and could be combined with a lot of technology. It was very effective in terms of both offense and defense. Artificial cultivation of the blood orchid contributed to further analysis of its characteristics. By exploring the cause of the effects it produced, it might be possible to mass-produce it. Dr. Stearns researched how to use Life 1 to strengthen the human body and to extend its lifespan. Luke said frankly, "If this project succeeds, you'll be the first person to enjoy the results." Dr. Stearns still missed the Hulk project, but when he heard that, his mind cleared. In any case, if the new boss didn't provide him with the materials, how could he work on the Hulk project? Luke was relieved. Finally, the guy's obsession had been suppressed for the time being. Dr. Stearns was his research asset. If he was distracted, what would be wasted were Luke's research results. It was already the middle of November, and at 10 o'clock one night, the agency that hadn't been officially opened for business for long suddenly received a new commission from Dustin, whom Luke and Selena hadn't seen in a while. On the phone, his voice clearly sounded a little hoarse. "Luke, it's me. Good evening. You finally don't have to keep Jennifer company today." Luke smiled casually. Dustin was busy with work and tried his best to keep Jennifer company when he was free at night. The two of them basically only saw each other at night. After a few seconds of silence, Dustin said slowly, "I have a job for you." Luke slowly sat up straight on the couch. "From who?" Dustin said, "From me. It's a private job. It's best if only you know about it." Luke was surprised when he heard that. A serious personal request like this was all about friendship. In the future, as long as it wouldn't put Dustin at risk, he would have to do his best to help Luke in return. Thinking that, Luke slowed down in his speech. "No problem. Remember that you owe me another one." Dustin was relieved to hear that. It was just like how people didn't mind helping someone they had helped before, as long as the other party expressed enough gratitude. In fact, people trusted their creditors more, provided that they weren't pressed to pay the latter back. Dustin looked in the rearview mirror. In the backseat, Jennifer was wearing his coat and had her head down. He took a deep breath. "I'm in Long Beach." There was an unexpected situation in the woods diagonally across from Nickerson Beach Park. I need you to take care of it. Pausing for a moment, he couldn't help but add, the sooner, the better. Luke readily agreed. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Until I get there, be careful. After hanging up, Dustin heaved a sigh. Until now, there weren't many people he could trust. Luke was the only one who was trustworthy and capable of resolving any future problems that may pop up. Even so, his heart was still pounding. It wasn't that he wasn't confident in Luke, this matter involved Jennifer, so Dustin couldn't relax completely. However, he still comforted her. Luke is a reliable guy. What happened today isn't a big day. Jennifer sighed faintly. What on earth am I? Dustin couldn't say anything in reply. If he said that his wife was Superman, it might trigger her unstable emotions. If he said there was nothing wrong with her, then what about the guy lying in the grass? Hesitating for a moment, Dustin, whose gift at speaking had improved in the last 2 years, gave the right answer. You are my wife, the only woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. Jennifer fell silent. It had been a bad night, but at least it wasn't the worst. That was what the DA, who had her husband's support, thought. Luke was a punctual person, and was even used to being 5 minutes early. 5 minutes after the call, he appeared in the bushes not far away. After confirming that it was Luke, Dustin stretched out his phone and let the screen flash once before he immediately turned the light off. In fact, Luke's sharp nose had already locked onto Dustin and his wife, as well as another person. However, the strong smell of blood confirmed one thing: Dustin's problem wasn't a small one. Dustin went out to greet him. Luke asked, "What's going on? What do you need me to do?" They had always dealt with emergencies like this. Dustin was already familiar with this routine, and immediately explained in a low voice. It wasn't complicated. In short, DA, Jennifer had just killed a man. However, she was a light green in the system, which confirmed that the person she had killed wasn't anything good. Dustin had brought her to a special seaside restaurant for dinner. When they left, they heard someone calling for help. One was a veteran police officer and the other was a strong woman. They weren't scared, and immediately stopped the car to check. Chapter 1791, Turned Green. That's a big problem. It was an injured 15 or 16-year-old Asian teenager. He was short and thin, and they relaxed a little. But just as Dustin crouched down to ask about the situation and Jennifer was about to call the police, something happened. Just like that, the Asian teenager's mouth cracked wide open. Even Dustin, who was a veteran officer, was dumbfounded. Had anyone ever seen a big mouth open all the way to the back of the head? He had seen it today. What was even more frightening was that the young man grabbed his hands tightly to prevent him from retreating, and it looked like Dustin would be completely swallowed. Dustin felt his vision go dark, and a thought subconsciously popped into his head: it was over. It would be strange if he could survive with this strange thing all around him. At that moment, the woman shouted angrily, "Get lost!" At the same time, there was a bang. The huge mouth instantly disappeared, and the scene in front of Dustin returned to normal. A figure was sent flying 10 meters before it hit the ground and rolled another 20 meters, cutting a path through the grass. In front of Dustin was a blood-splattered calf, and the high heel on it looked familiar. It was the elegant Chanel shoes which he had helped put on Jennifer before they left home tonight. Now, he swallowed hard and looked to the side, only to see Jennifer staring at her leg in shock. "Dustin, what the f***ck?" Jennifer glared at him and stomped her foot. "What did you say, Poochie?" Her entire leg sank into the ground. Dustin raised his hand to stop his wife from falling over. "I'm not talking about you. No, your skin." Jennifer had just recovered from the shock of sending someone flying with a kick. She subconsciously looked at her hands. "What the f***ck?" Dustin hurriedly stood up and grabbed her hands. Calm down." An impatient Jennifer waved her hands, and Dustin was sent flying. Jennifer hadn't expected her husband to be sent flying with a casual wave of her hands. She subconsciously opened her arms and easily caught him in a princess carry. The scene fell silent. The couple looked at each other and, for a time, didn't know what to say. Dustin, who had been a police officer for more than 20 years, was more experienced. A moment later, he got down from his wife's strong arms and then bundled her into the car. "Stay in the car for now. I'll clean up the scene. Don't worry, I've got this." Jennifer didn't say anything, and simply let Dustin put his coat on her. Putting on the standard rubber gloves, Dustin wiped her bloody calf with a towel. Of course, It wasn't Jennifer's blood, but the young Asian's. Seeing that the Asian teenager had been about to take a big bite out of her husband, Jennifer panicked and kicked him. The Asian teenager was sent rolling dozens of meters away. After cleaning up his wife, Dustin quickly cleaned up the car. Thankfully, the car was black, and the blood stains couldn't be seen at night. Then, he took a small rug out from the trunk, wrapped it around the dead Asian teenager, and dragged him into the bushes. After everything was done, Dustin paced back and forth outside the car. The problem tonight wasn't the Asian teenager. Whether that guy was a superhuman or a monster didn't matter to Dustin. In any case, Jennifer had already destroyed his upper torso and head. Now, the problem was how to hide Jennifer's peculiarities. It was impossible for a normal woman to kick someone hard enough to shatter their head and cave in their body. It was impossible for a normal woman to suddenly turn green. If it were anyone else, Dustin wouldn't be so sensitive. However, Luke had mentioned before that Jennifer's cousin could blow up a Chitauri battleship on his own. Even now, Dustin still remembered his shock when he heard the news. He had never thought that Dr. Banner, who looked like a gentle and good person, could be such a terrifying existence. When his initial surprise and confusion faded, Dustin discovered a serious problem: drive. Banner could turn green, so could Jennifer, and they were cousins. What he remembered even more clearly was that Jennifer had lost a lot of blood after being attacked by the hitmen sent by the Ellsworths, so Luke had simply treated Drive Banner as a portable blood bank. So, Dustin's wife was actually a She-Hulk. Thinking that, Dustin became even more wary about letting anyone else know. At that time, Luke had casually mentioned what happened to Dr. Banner, but hadn't explained the details. However, under military surveillance, and retrieval attempts, didn't sound like anything good. If the military wanted the Hulk back, then wouldn't they want Dustin's wife as well? Jennifer's skin had only turned green and her transformation wasn't as terrible as the Hulk's, but this was precisely the terrifying thing about it. It was hard to control the violent Hulk, but it was easy to control Jennifer, who was now green but was still rational and had a normal mindset. As Dustin's thoughts raced, he felt hot all over, though his back turned cold every now and then. Doing his best to suppress his chaotic emotions, he mulled over the issue several times before he finally decided to ask Luke for help. Dustin hadn't made this choice on the spur of the moment or because of favoritism. The trust between them had been built on years of working together and silently observing the other party's style. Dustin gave his former capable subordinates a lot of labels, but what he valued most apart from incredibly strong capability was trustworthiness. Luke never made empty promises, but never went back on promises that he did make. Luke rarely owed anyone big favors, but many people owed him big favors. Conversely, this proved that Luke valued favors. Those who valued promises and favors had a much higher bottom line than those who only cared about benefits. Besides, Dustin vaguely sensed that Luke was connected to the superhuman circle. Although Luke had never said it outright, he was no stranger to people with superpowers, like Dr. Banner, and had been connected to Tony Stark since the beginning. Also, Luke had enough strength and confidence to make contact with that circle. Fighting dozens of armed bandits alone wasn't something that just any superhuman could do. Most superhumans might be killed instantly if they fought dozens of armed bandits single-handedly. Secondly, Luke had never shown any fear or disgust of superhumans. When he talked to Dustin about this special group, he was just stating the facts. Finally, it was Luke who had suggested that Dr. Banner give his blood to Jennifer. He had been involved from the beginning. Who else could Dustin count on but him? Chapter 1792, Professional Cleanup and Cooperation. Luke didn't think much of it after Dustin told him what happened tonight and how Jennifer was doing. If Haley had been the one to turn into a She-Hulk, he might still be a little happy since he would have less apprehensions. The most troublesome thing was that the other party was a friend. Jennifer didn't have a direct connection to Luke, but Dustin had been attentive toward her for as long as Luke knew him. She was the person closest to several of Luke's colleagues. It was like Luke always said, if you're too close, you can't do anything. Jennifer was an elite lawyer with a strong sense of justice and a crafty mind. Otherwise, how could she make Dustin behave? Maybe it was because Jennifer was only in her 30s. But in any case, Luke could only be gentle and fair when communicating with this sister-in-law, and to give and take whenever one or the other party needed help. A certain person would flare up if Jennifer changed identities and was sent out of the country. The main point was that Jennifer would turn green whenever she got agitated, and would use her sandbag-like fists to convince people to be good. So, it was better to have the big shot who sold everything contact this potential female hero and give her some high-tech face-changing equipment. As long as she didn't turn green on the spot in front of everybody, everything was negotiable. Superhumans with physical abilities and the She-Hulk were two different things. Luke could easily protect the former, but the latter was General Ross's project. Secondly, the big shot could give this sister-in-law some professional advice about controlling her emotions and hiding her transformation. After all, nobody knew how to hide better than the big shot. As Luke worked things out, he didn't stop moving as he began to take things out of his backpack. He had Jennifer get out of the car. She took off her coat in a thick part of the woods, and Dustin treated it thoroughly with a cleaning spray. Luke dragged the body of the teenager wrapped in the rug to the other side. While the couple was busy in the woods, he threw the body into his inventory. Then, he activated the scanning function on his lenses and stored everything within range that had traces of the teenager in his inventory. He also cleaned up Dustin's car. After he was done, he even had the time to take out a lollipop and eat it unhurriedly. After another 2 minutes, the couple finally came out of the woods. Luke took the cleaning spray from Dustin and gestured for them to stand apart. He scanned them with his lenses one last time and cleaned up small bits that had been missed. Less than a minute later, he stopped and said, "Okay, you go home first. You just came here for a romantic dinner tonight, but Jennifer, you caught a cold. You might need to take some time off from work." Dustin and Jennifer well understood how collusion and fabrication worked, and they nodded silently. Luke gave Dustin an old phone model. "Contact this person, he should be able to alleviate Jennifer's sickness to some extent. If possible, it would be best to stop work for a while and make sure that her condition is under control at the very least." "Thank you." Dustin patted Luke's shoulder and shook his hand before he left. In the passenger seat, Jennifer looked in the rearview mirror. Luke waved goodbye and walked slowly toward the road, like an old man out for a stroll. She suddenly said, "Isn't Luke a little too experienced at this?" Dustin was still thinking about the phone with a cure. He hummed carelessly and said, "This kid did a lot of private jobs in Los Angeles. He got paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is nothing." As Luke's boss, Dustin had to know how much he made on the surface. Before Luke resigned, many people had been staring at his account, ready to pounce. Too many people were jealous of a 21-year-old who was able to become a lieutenant. Even though the higher-ups knew that Luke had connections, and even though his colleagues in the detective bureau knew that he was capable, he had still risen too quickly. For example, Dustin was already 45. If he was lucky, he might be promoted to inspector next year. If nothing untoward happened and Luke progressed at the same rate as before, he could become deputy chief at the age of 35. But he had resigned of his own accord. Otherwise, if NYPD produced a 25-year-old captain, hundreds of officers would line up to write a petition to denounce him. Jennifer didn't care about that. She stressed, "I'm saying that he's too experienced." Dustin still didn't think much of it. "Darling, he's the detective with the highest success rate in Los Angeles. If he wanted to, he could be the detective with the highest success rate in NYPD or even the world." Jennifer rolled her eyes. Dustin was very close to Luke and had fallen out with Deputy Commissioner Brad over him, but was she praising Luke here? "What I'm saying is that the both of you work so well together and are so good at it. This isn't the first time you've worked together to clean up a scene, right?" She finally expressed her worries. Jennifer had been a lawyer for years, and had been the DA in New York for 2 years. She was very familiar with how sentences were handed down among suspects. People who committed serious crimes in America didn't necessarily get heavy sentences, it was the person who took the blame that got the most severe sentence. Luke was rich, and he was no longer a police officer. It would be very difficult for internal affairs to get him to cooperate with an investigation. He could even hire a team of lawyers to help file a lawsuit. Dustin, however, was still with the police department. If anyone realized that there was a problem, and couldn't do anything to Luke, Dustin as the weak point, would come under fire. Dustin wasn't stupid. After his wife asked 3 questions in a row, he immediately understood her worries. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "That's because you've never worked with him. Otherwise, you wouldn't think that." Jennifer asked, "What do you mean?" Dustin's eyes flickered, and he said in a nostalgic tone, Doing things with him, you take the least risk and get the most credit. You never get involved in those dirty things. Whether you are his boss or partner, there's no exception. Jennifer was surprised. Are you serious? She only knew that Luke was a nice guy, but she had never heard the details. After all, she and Dustin were both busy people, and their time together was better spent on other things. Dustin sighed. John McClane. You've heard of him, right? Of course Jennifer had heard of this guy who had shaken up the New York police system. The guy who started losing his hair in his 30s. Dustin couldn't help but swipe his hand through his own hair and feel lucky. I would thank the heavens if he only causes 10 times as much trouble as Luke. Jennifer was lost for words. Are you saying that Mr. McClane is dozens of times more of a troublemaker than Luke? In any case, Dustin wasn't involved in any illegal cleanups, so that was fine. What she had done tonight had been in self-defense, but if word got out that she turned green, the people who would come looking for her definitely wouldn't talk about legalities. Chapter 1793. Missing clues, investigation. While Dustin was filling Jennifer in on the details, Luke had already gotten Osiris to start analyzing the teenager's body. To be able to scare Jennifer into transforming, the big-mouthed teenager must have been acting very strange back then. But the DA's kick was even more ruthless. It kicked a hole 5 centimeters wide in the teenager's chest and blew up his head. Although most of the head had been smashed, Osiris noticed something unusual amidst the fragments. This person had no brain. Many of the damaged parts of the head were more like muscles, and it was unlikely that a human head would have that many muscles. For Luke, a head full of muscles was just a description and not a superpower. Alfred's investigation had also uncovered clues about the Asian teenager. There weren't many Asian teenagers of the right age in New York, and even fewer had come to Long Beach in the last 2 days. Although this person no longer had a face, a possible suspect would always be found after searching outward from the crime scene. The young Asian teenager was called Takuya Miura, and he was 16 years old. His father was a Japanese who was working in America, and the family of 3 had arrived in New York 5 days ago. Luke found the Miura family's number in the immigration department's database, but nobody picked up. Frowning, he used the name of a related company to call colleagues in Mr. Miura's department. He said that he was unable to reach the couple, and asked if the other party had resigned. In the end, he quickly received the reply that the company had been unable to contact Mr. Miura for the past few days. The company had also sent someone to the house, but nobody opened the door. After getting an answer, Luke didn't waste any time and went straight to the house. A few years ago, Mr. Miura had successfully secured an opportunity to work in America. For the sake of this job, the family lived apart for a while. A year ago, his wife had come to look after him and also to look for a suitable school for their son. Not long ago, Mr. Miura was promoted as a mid-level manager at the company, and was finally able to bring his son to America. The couple had asked for leave to return to Japan 10 days ago so that they could complete the move in one go. The Miura family now lived in Queens. Luke drove over for a look. Naturally, Selena and the dog head were with him. In Selena's words, this was much more fun than dealing with PDD matters. There was no end to the work in the PDD, and Luke didn't want her to turn into a work machine. It was good to go out and play. When they arrived at the house, they did one round before entering through the back door. The house looked no different from a regular house. But that was what was unusual about it. There were 3 sets of keys and a remote in the key bowl at the door. Some of the food ingredients in the kitchen had gone bad. Also, there were no slippers at the door. However, when Luke scanned the room with his lenses, he could see footprints belonging to 3 people. When they arrived at the master bedroom, the bed was completely bare, and there was a strong smell of bleach. Selena sighed. This cleanup, how ruthless. Both of them were seasoned detectives and knew very well that bleach could destroy traces of blood. The room had been empty for days, but the smell of bleach was so strong. There had to have been a lot of blood in the room. The missing bedsheet and blanket seemed to attest to it. Someone had died in the master bedroom not long ago, and in a very messy way. Luke nodded and picked up 2 phones from the nightstand. They belonged to the couple. Both of them used old models with longer-lasting batteries, and the phones hadn't shut down yet. However, the last call was made the night they arrived. What followed was a series of missed calls and unread messages. Sure enough, the couple had disappeared from this world after that night. Luke put the two phones in his pocket and looked at the results of Alfred's screening of the surveillance footage. The surveillance cameras nearby only captured the family driving back that day, and the couple never appeared again after that. 3 days after the family's arrival, the son appeared on a surveillance camera a few blocks away. He entered Brooklyn 2 days later and then went to Long Beach yesterday. After doing one round of the house, Luke gestured, and 2 people and 1 dog left through the back door again. They followed a small path for 100 meters until they reached a manhole cover that had been hidden under a lot of junk. At that moment, the stench which Luke's sharp nose picked up was very obvious. He kicked away the junk on the manhole cover and opened it to look inside. This should be the couple. Let me take a look. Selena and the dog looked down as well, and saw a few big black plastic bags. Luke said, "Let's go. Someone else will take care of this." He put the manhole cover back and piled the junk on top of it again. The 3 of them left quietly. Luke, however, had already put the Miura couple's bodies away in his inventory. These 2 bodies belonged to Takuya's parents, and were probably first-hand crime evidence. Naturally, they had to be brought back for an autopsy. A private investigator had to do a lot of dirty work. It absolutely wasn't as classy as it looked in the movies. Of course, it wasn't like a private investigator couldn't be classy. As long as a certain master detective had connections and status, he just needed to open his mouth, and the forensic scientist would be willing to risk breaking the rules by letting the detective cut the queue and be the first to look at the autopsy report. That sort of master detective had class. Ultimately, however, no matter how amazing his deductions were, there had to be a chain of evidence. Without a chain of evidence, it was very troublesome to convict someone simply based on logical deductions. Thankfully, Luke and Selena weren't expecting to make money as private investigators, nor did they need to negotiate the law. Their goal was to uncover the truth and protect ordinary people. Law, justice, progress. What did that have to do with private investigators? When they got home, they went to the basement. Luke turned on the virtual screen and analyzed the intelligence with Selena. Gold nugget, it was just an extra. Apart from running some rounds in the beginning and helping them bring over some snacks and drinks, it spent the rest of the time lying comfortably on the floor and not getting in the way. It ate and drank, and put on its earphones to watch dramas. As long as the fiend can see me, it can't be considered slacking off. A certain dog head's thinking was just that simple and clear-cut. Luke and Selena kept flipping through the information, and the sequence of events gradually became clearer. A homeless man in Brooklyn told the patrol officers that he saw a monster eating people 2 days ago. A day ago, a group of young people at Nickerson Beach Park reported 2 friends missing. The investigators found nothing unusual at the Miura house in Japan. At the same time, they discovered that a lot of bleach had been used in the house foyer. Takuya's aunt went missing 20 days ago. She had been entrusted by his father to check on him regularly. In Tokyo, there have been cases of wild animals attacking people, which have been kept under wraps. However, someone said online that those people were eaten, and only parts of their bodies were left. The scenes were extremely bloody. As they discussed this, Selena looked at Luke and said eagerly, "This seems interesting. Do you want to take a look over there?" Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. "We can check it out. But let's wait another 2 days and see if we can discover anything else here." It wasn't urgent to go to Japan to investigate the Miuras. He was just interested. There was no need to leave immediately. The medical program, Osiris, could also finish summarizing the various autopsy reports. Chapter 1794. Another trip to Tokyo and relying on oneself. 2 days later, Luke entrusted his little brother to Mindy once more, and left with Selena and Gold Nugget. Since they were no longer police officers, they naturally wouldn't take a regular plane to Tokyo. Unlike many magnates who like to dress up their private planes, the commercial plane which was registered under a certain flight company prioritized flight distance first and speed second. The interior decor and facilities were just the basics. There was no such thing as a flight attendant who liked to ask the boss what to drink, a 3x3-meter bed, or even a jacuzzi. If it wasn't for the fact that Luke wouldn't prepare all the necessities required on the plane himself, this commercial plane wouldn't even have the sole middle-aged flight attendant. This middle-aged woman had ordinary looks, but she was down to earth, followed instructions, and was very professional. She cherished this job that paid very well with no regard for her age or looks. Luke had her stay in the lounge so as not to wander around. To prevent her from feeling like she was being locked up in some dark room, Luke had even expanded the kitchen area and reduced the size of the passenger area. A large reason Luke had hired this middle-aged flight attendant back then was because her culinary skills weren't too bad. The plane wasn't a suitable place for the three of them to move around, it was fine for them to just do their own work or watch dramas. The only thing they required was more food, or they would become anxious when they got hungry. After eating and drinking, they took a nap and then got off the plane at Tokyo's Narita International Airport. Taking a car that had been sent to the airport by the PDD, 2 people and 1 dog drove into Tokyo once more. They had been here before, but that had only been for a few days, when they had dumped a lot of trash into Tokyo Bay in passing. Looking at the street, Selena asked solemnly, where should we start? Luke said, noodles. There are a lot of special noodle shops which we have yet to try. Selena's eyes lit up. Really? Luke was amused. This case isn't urgent. Besides, it's the afternoon. We can spend half the day eating, then get to work at night. Okay, then we'll follow your arrangements. Director Selena nodded with the air of a leader, but already couldn't help smacking her lips. The dog head in the backseat quickly whined to indicate that it agreed with this decision. At night, Tokyo was bustling with activity. Traffic lights changed and people moved like a tide through the busy intersections. Luke was holding 2 big bags of snacks in both hands, and Selena was holding a box in one hand and chopsticks in the other. She didn't forget to mutter, 1 for you, 1 for me, 1 for gold nugget. 1 for you. Her movements were gentle and precise, and she could accurately pop into Luke's mouth whatever snack she was holding. Gold nugget, just put it wherever on the right. It was very good at picking up food. Many passers-by looked at them curiously. The woman was so accurate at feeding the man and the dog. Did she specialize in some sort of craftsman trade? Also, this was a world which valued looks. People with craftsmanship weren't rare. There were plenty of unusual people like these in Japan, but there weren't many who looked this outstanding, let alone 2 foreigners. The 2 people and 1 dog who had traveled the world had already learned to ignore these gazes. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at a residential area, and the 2 bags of snacks in Luke's hands were finally empty. Squeezing the trash into 2 balls and stuffing them into his backpack, Luke looked up ahead. We're at the Mura's place. Okay, let's get to work. Selena patted her belly in satisfaction. She wasn't 100% full, but it was always good to leave some room. The dog head wagged its tail in satisfaction. In the afternoon, they had followed Luke and sampled various things. They bought whatever they chanced upon, takoyaki, taiyaki, tamagoyaki and so on, provided that it didn't require them to queue for the food. After eating and drinking their fill, 2 people and 1 dog entered the house in high spirits, and came out less than half an hour later. Selena said, it seems that Takuya Miura also ate his aunt. Luke rubbed his chin. That's right, it shouldn't have been long before his parents returned to Japan. We'll be able to confirm it after we visit his aunt's place. Takuya's aunt's house was less than a kilometer away, which was why his parents had entrusted his aunt to check up on him regularly. 10 minutes later, they left the house. Luke had just needed to use hypnosis, and easily learned the situation from the woman's husband and daughter. Something strange had indeed happened to Takuya recently, which caused him to eat 3 of his family members. Based on their investigation, he had just been an ordinary kid before. Awakened a superpower which made you eat your family. Sorry, Luke had never seen such a strange superpower before. Secondly, there might be people whose heads got bigger after they obtained superpowers, but there were none whose brains disappeared after getting superpowers. Luke had access to the databases of many superpower organizations, including S.H.I.E.L.D. These organizations had existed for years or even decades, and there were at least 8,000 types of superpowers on record, which covered an extensive range. Eating people had nothing to do with a superpower, but with mental illness. However, it didn't seem like Takuya had been suffering a mental illness. When it came down to it, the food quantity he consumed was similar to that of big predators like tigers and lions. Looking at Luke, who was walking silently next to her, Selena nudged him with her shoulder. What are you thinking about? Luke nodded. The recent rumors about people being eaten here probably aren't unfounded. We'll do it the old way, set up surveillance and gather information. Sooner or later, someone will wander into range. Oh, Selena suddenly looked enlightened. She punched her left palm lightly with her right fist. Yes, this is what you said before, something about guarding the pig and waiting for the rabbit. Luke was lost for words. You really are a language genius. At least, your Chinese is up in the clouds. For the next week, Luke and Selena were busy. It was the end of November. There were a lot of amazing things about Japan. For example, the people here typically like to hole up at home and play, and go against the mainstream. This was also the case with smartphones and the internet. Smartphones had already become the trend in the last few years, and Japan would inevitably be covered by the wireless network. In America, Luke was like a fish in water when it came to gathering online intelligence. When he arrived in Tokyo, however, he felt that it was still barren land. Japan hadn't followed America as closely in the last 2 years in entering the age of wireless internet, even though it was the first country to fully set up a 3G network. Except for a few places where Wi-Fi could be used, most people in Japan were still accustomed to using the mobile data on their phones to surf the web or send text messages. Mostly, when they went online, it was via cabled internet on their computers. Naturally, functionality was the priority when it came to phones. Many girls here still use the flip-top models, and might even use them for years. Thus, Luke's multifaceted system lost countless eyes. He and Selena had no choice but to get to work themselves as they installed surveillance cameras in hidden corners of tall buildings along main roads. Chapter 1795, Overtime and an onsen with a winter view. Surveillance cameras used by Luke and Selena naturally wouldn't be ordinary. Firstly, they had all sorts of functions in AI mode. They could detect and lock onto unusual situations. The telephoto lens would automatically focus to get a clearer image, while the wireless communication function was a standard feature. Secondly, they were very covert. It was naturally against the law for Luke to install these things in Tokyo. It was too easy to use them to spy on private affairs, so they were very sensitive. In his previous life, it was basically the police which installed long focus cameras like these in China. Thus, the cameras couldn't be set up openly in public, so it was best for 2 people and 1 dog to work overtime. If this was handled by the PDD, it would take a team of several people to complete the entire process. It was hard to hide too many people and too much activity. Thirdly, the cameras could be set up quickly. With Luke and Selena working together, they could set up a dozen surveillance cameras in one night. It would already be pretty good if an ordinary team could set up one in half a day. Firstly, it wasn't a regular setup process, and secondly, there would definitely be all sorts of problems with the setup. When that happened, was Luke going to oversee the adjustments? The number of teams could be increased, but it was impossible to keep secret so many teams of 3 to 5 people when setting up the cameras. Luke had the hypnosis ability, but if he had the time to hypnotize hundreds of people, he might as well set up the cameras himself. The hypnosis would wear off over time, while there was no risk of leaks if he set up the surveillance cameras himself. Once they were set up, they would be useful for at least 2 years. Each surveillance camera could monitor most movements clearly within a 200-meter radius, and cover an area of more than 0.1 square kilometers. If the focus was less on a clear image and more on detecting anomalies, the radius could increase to 500 meters and cover a surveillance area of more than 0.7 square kilometers. Once they became more familiar with the installation process, Luke and Selena went from setting up 20 cameras on the first night to 27 cameras on the last night. After a week, they installed a total of 139 surveillance cameras with a maximum surveillance range of 100 square kilometers. Although there were a lot of blind spots in this surveillance range, it was basically enough. After all, the entire city of Tokyo was only 2,200 square kilometers in size. It was already astonishing that they could directly monitor 4% of this area. It wasn't like they couldn't do more. However, the risk of being discovered would also increase. Secondly, it wasn't like they could keep hanging around as renovation workers on the top of Tokyo's skyscrapers. In addition, public places in Tokyo already had a lot of surveillance cameras, so Luke didn't need to pay attention to these areas. If the cameras here really did capture something, it would be very easy to directly obtain a copy of the footage from the shop owner or the police. In short, as long as Takuya eating people wasn't a once-off incident, Luke would discover suspicious targets sooner or later. After they were done for the night, Luke and Selena sat in a noodle shop which the 3 of them had booked out. One by one, 2 people and 1 dog ordered the noodles they wanted, and the shop owner, who looked to be in his 50s, never stopped moving. A small TV in one corner on the counter was playing very softly. It was playing a variety show, which looked like it was about visiting an onsen. Before the 3 of them arrived, The old man might have been dreaming about soaking in an onsen, or perhaps thinking about taking a soak with the female reporter. Luke only took one glance and didn't look again after that. The female reporter was really ordinary, regardless whether it was her face or figure. Selena, on the other hand, watched the show fixedly as she raised her bowl and wolfed down the noodles. After a long while, just as the boss was about to run out of noodles, Selena suddenly said, "Let's go to an onsen." Luke spat out a rib and looked at her in confusion. Selena finished her noodle soup and put down her bowl with a contented sigh. She then pointed at the TV with her chopsticks. "It's snowing in Hokkaido. I've never tried a hot spring in the snow before." Luke couldn't help but look at the variety show again. The female host had already thrown away her towel and was happily soaking. He smiled. "No problem, we're headed to Sapporo anyway." Selena asked, "Shall we leave tomorrow?" Luke said, "We can leave after we're done eating. We can sleep well after soaking in the hot spring." Selena grabbed his cheek and kissed it. "Bro, you're so considerate." Luke helplessly took out a tissue and wiped away the oily lipstick mark. "If you were a little more hygienic, this gratitude would be a little more sincere." A moment later, 2 people and 1 dog finished the last 3 bowls of noodles and left. The old man in the shop didn't immediately clean up the dishes. He simply watched gloomily as these 2 ashless left. He roared inwardly, "B*****, I'm already 45, and I can only sell noodles here in the middle of the night. You're actually going to Hokkaido right now to soak in a hot spring, and with a dog at that. There's something wrong with this world." However, there was still only the sound of the TV in the small shop. The boss could only rage inwardly and not show it on his face. The customers hadn't gone far. It would be rude to curse out loud. Reality was even crueler than what this 45-year-old shopkeeper, who looked like he was 50, could imagine. Luke and Selena returned to the safe house first, put on their armor, turned on stealth mode, then flew straight to Hokkaido, thus saving on travel fare. Half an hour later, they landed in Sapporo. Compared with the biting cold with no sign of snow yet in Tokyo, Sapporo was already a winter wonderland. They entered a safe house, put away their armor, changed their appearances, and drove straight to a particular onsen. That was right, it was the onsen which had initially been opened by Hydra. After the people running the onsen went missing, there had been a lot of wrangling over ownership of the place. Several parties wanted to buy this basically complete onsen. There was no clear victor yet, so the onsen had been sealed up all this time. But what Luke wanted was for nobody to disturb him. The 3 of them went to the small pool which, director Chris, had enjoyed before. It was completely empty. Luke opened the valve, filled the pool with water, and dumped a cleaning solution into it. Half an hour later, a new pool of water was ready, and he gestured at Selena. "Everything is ready. Please, ma'am." Selena threw off her down jacket and crawled out of the camping tent in a bikini. She stepped into the pool and immediately exclaimed, "Hot, hot." Luke didn't respond. With her physique, she could even withstand boiling water for a while. How could this hot spring injure her thick skin? Sure enough, Selena soon reclined on the round stone bench with a comfortable expression. "Dog head, bring me my wine." Gold Nugget, who had already turned into a Labrador with its nanomask, immediately brought over a bottle of iced wine from the tent and gave it to Luke. Luke uncorked the bottle and filled 2 glasses in a stone cup with gold-colored wine. Selena stretched out her hand, and they clinked glasses. "Cheers." The dog head shook its big head to indicate a toast, then stuck out its tongue and licked up the wine in the stone cup. Luke and Selena smiled as they drank slowly from their glasses. Chapter 1796. Surprise, surprise, and yet another surprise. The onsen was very quiet at night, and Luke and Selena were in a corner where they could look down at the small valley below. There was the sound of running water from a nearby creek, and white smoke rose from the hot spring into the sky. Apart from the creek, everything else was covered in a layer of silver that was dotted with yellow and black patches as well as dark green plants. Arms on the edge of the pool, Luke looked up at the dark night and didn't move for a long time. After a long while, he lowered his head and looked at the 2 guys who were eating furtively. "What are you doing?" Selena suddenly took a deep breath and rolled her eyes. "Look at you. It's like the kind of meditative state that Big Gray, Splinter's codename, talks about. It's good for calming the mind. Isn't it because we're afraid of disturbing you?" Gold Nugget also nodded to indicate that it was very hard to eat without making a sound. Luke couldn't help but laugh. Relaxing, he nodded and appreciated their consideration. "It's indeed effective. You can give it a try if you have the chance. Selena and the dog couldn't help but look at each other. Try what? Do as Splinter said, slow down your breathing and clear your mind, and then, fall asleep. She and the dog had tried several times, but the results were always the same. This surefire method for falling asleep was second only to reading Luke's tech files. Luke was about to say something else, when his phone beeped very softly. He picked it up and his mouth dropped open. What the hell? Selena was surprised. What? An emergency? Luke opened his mouth twice before he simply handed her the phone. See for yourself. Selena grabbed it and took a look. WTF. The dog head couldn't help but take a look, and half a roasted eel dropped from its mouth. After the shock, Selena blinked hard and read the message again to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. How did they hook up? Luke coughed. That man can be considered my cheap uncle, and we're all colleagues. It's better not to use the word hook up. Selena spread her hands and stuck out her chest, and didn't look like she had any shame at all. Both of them are adults who have already had children. Wouldn't it be normal for them to be a little faster? Luke was lost for words. In a sense, she was right. Love between adults could be complicated, but it could also be very simple. As for these two, it definitely wasn't simple, but it wasn't necessarily complicated. Selena's eyes flashed. Why don't we take a peek? Luke refused. We're too close, isn't that inappropriate? Selena immediately pinched his thigh. Put away that D*MN expression. You just want me to persuade you so that you'll reluctantly agree. Tell me, do you agree? Luke chuckled and raised his hands. Okay, let's wait until they come tomorrow. Selena snorted. Luke had always been mysterious, but she could easily tell if he was tacitly agreeing or refusing. Of course, he acquiesced this time, but they couldn't go overboard. After all, Luke had set a rule back then to respect his teammates' privacy. However, Luke and Selena had come to Japan first, before the other party chose this place. This sort of coincidence naturally couldn't be considered spying on his teammates. Suddenly, Selena's phone pinged. She subconsciously looked at it and exclaimed, "Someone's here in the middle of the night." There's something wrong with this guy. She gave Luke her phone. Luke took it and saw on the screen a drone surveillance image of a person walking slowly down the small road toward the onsen entrance. The newcomer was an Asian man who looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing an ordinary thick jacket and jeans. This place was close to the onsen district, and Sapporo could be considered a Japanese tourist spot. His clothes weren't very distinctive. He might not be Japanese, but a tourist from another part of Asia. However, there seemed to be dark patches on his clothes. As a seasoned detective, Selena saw at a glance that they could be bloodstains. Selena was eager to try. Are we going to catch him? Luke thought for a moment, but shook his head. Not for now. There's nobody else here anyway. Let's wait until we've soaked enough. Selena thought for a moment and realized that he made sense. She immediately reclined on the stone bench. The hot spring was 100 meters away from the building and separated from the trees by a few hills. The man wouldn't notice them if he entered the building. When Luke said that there was nobody else here, he was reminding Selena that even if this was a murderer, there would be no new victim here. If he ran, didn't they still have a living creature with a very sharp nose and 4 legs here? So, Luke, Selena and the dog enjoyed the rare hot spring on a snowy night as they ate and drank leisurely. For them, once they enjoyed something, it was unlikely they would take the time to enjoy it again. That was because there were too many places in the world that the rich could play in. An hour later, after consuming all the food and drinks they had brought, they finally got out of the hot spring and packed up. Just as they were about to leave, Luke's phone vibrated with another message. Luke opened it and was astounded. Selena had already dried up and put on her nanosuit in the camping tent. She stuck her head out and asked, "What's up?" Luke nodded. "Someone else is here. 4 people in 2 cars. 3 men and a woman." Selena quickly put on a t-shirt and jeans and clicked her tongue. 1 woman and 3 men in the middle of the night. Japanese people really know how to have fun. Luke also picked up his pace and threw the wine bottle and cutlery into the food box. "There's something even more interesting. Want to hear it?" Selena crawled out and stuffed her feet into her nano boots. Her eyes glowed. "Is the girl the cute type that you're always talking about?" Luke suddenly felt that he shouldn't have imparted so much strange knowledge to her. Coughing lightly, he closed the food box and tossed a thick jacket to her. "I don't think so, but a cute girl, maybe a little. She's a JK, after all." Taking the jacket, Selena didn't quite understand. Jack, Luke said, J and K. It's online Japanese lingo. It's the abbreviation for the Japanese word for high school girls. Selena was stunned. Isn't that the same as our middle schoolers then? Luke looked at her strangely. Have you forgotten the young women wearing school uniforms along the road at night? Selena immediately lost interest. So, it's a fetish thing. Although she had never been in charge of cases in this particular area when she had been a police detective, there were too many people in Los Angeles and New York who offered this sort of service. Doing odd things for money wasn't anything new. As long as the other party was willing to pay, men could even wear female school uniforms, let alone female sex workers. Money was God. That was the truth of capitalism. Chapter 1797. Let's go, Hellhound. By the time Luke and Selena were done packing, the 3 men and 1 woman had arrived. After they got out of the cars, the 4 of them chatted and laughed for a while, before the men escorted the JK girl into the building. At that moment, Luke and Selena were wearing wide lenses as they looked at everything on the virtual screen. Selena was the first to express her opinion. Those 3 guys are more normal. As for the girl, is it because she's experienced? You know JK girls so well, tell me. Luke didn't take the bait. He said calmly, I think so too. The girl is very calm, but we can't rule out the possibility that it's because she's experienced. Pausing for a moment, he then said, but we might not have to wait too long to find out. Let's go. It'll be easier to take action if something happens. But what happened next left them speechless. The JK girl led the 3 men into a lounge in the building. She then discovered a few bottles of red wine and proposed drinking to liven things up. These bottles of wine had actually been placed here by the middle-aged man who had come alone earlier. The 3 lust-addled men soon passed out after drinking the drugged wine. Only then did the middle-aged man come out. Along with the JK girl, they searched the 3 men and took all they had. It was clear this wasn't the first time they had done something like this. Luke and Selena looked at each other in bewilderment. So, was this duo their target? But it didn't take long for the JK girl to make a call. She simply said, food's here. Come to Nobi Onsen. Then, the middle-aged man covered the long dining table and the floor with plastic sheets and dragged the 3 men over to the table. After hesitating for a moment, he lugged the fattest of the 3 men up onto the table. I want more this time. Staring at the fatty on the table, the girl licked her lips. You can tell Wayno that, I just want my share. The middle-aged man was unhappy. Why do they get the same amount we do when we're the ones who do the work? If that's the case, I would rather look for food on my own. The JK girl was confused by his anger. Because Wayno is stronger than you. You can't beat him, so you have to listen to him. The middle-aged man's face twisted strangely before it returned to normal. This world is so big. As long as I leave this place, no matter how strong he is, can he find me? Stunned for a moment, the JK girl seemed to get it. But, the middle-aged man walked over to her and grabbed her neck. Haven't you come to your senses yet? This isn't the last planet. It's hard to say who's strong and who's weak here. The JK girl, however, suddenly flung his hand away. I don't know what you want, but even together, we can't beat Wayno. So, whatever you do has nothing to do with me. The middle-aged man's face twisted again until it was almost unrecognizable. The JK girl in front of him also had a twisted face. After confronting each other for a few seconds, the middle-aged man finally calmed down. The JK girl turned back into her young and delicate appearance. The middle-aged man said coldly, it might not be long before you die. At that time, you'll know what a mistake you made. The JK girl didn't answer. She simply looked at him with the same cold eyes. It was like 2 wild beasts testing and threatening each other. Luke and Selena watched the show with great relish. Why did private investigators like to sneak around and do secret surveillance? That was because people would reveal a lot of secrets in an environment where their guards were down. Although the 2 had only been talking for 2 to 3 minutes, there was already a lot of information to go through. After the conversation was over, Selena asked in a low voice, don't tell me they're similar to Hellhound. Luke didn't know for sure either, and looked at the dog head. The dog head immediately shook its head. Selena immediately translated, it isn't sure. Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. If they have companions, they probably aren't the same. After all, that probie in San Francisco said that only 4 of them had been on that deep space probe. Selena thought about it. This was space travel. Without coordinates or a propulsion system, there was practically no chance of drifting randomly toward Earth. The meteorite which the dog head had been on had been sent off course, and successfully landed on Earth. This sort of dog luck was out of this world. Could a miracle like that be replicated? Only if Earth's coordinates had been leaked. While Luke was analyzing the intelligence, the other party didn't make them wait too long. Less than 10 minutes later, 2 more cars arrived, and 4 people got out. This time, all 4 of them were men of varying ages who also wore very different types of clothes. One old man looked like a tramp, however you looked at him. Of the 2 middle-aged men, one wore a cheap suit, and the other looked like a slovenly shut-in. Lastly, there was a high school boy with an ordinary appearance who wore a school uniform. The 4 of them went straight to the lounge. After they entered, all 4 men looked at the man lying on the table with hungry expressions. Then, the high school boy turned around and nodded at the JK girl. Takako, well done. The girl called Takako was expressionless. She simply gave him a waterproof apron and a Japanese kitchen knife. The high school boy put on the apron unhurriedly and waved the kitchen knife in his hand as he walked toward the man on the dining table. The hunger and excitement on his face grew. Bang! With a loud bang, the lounge door was kicked open, and a voice rang out in Japanese. Freeze! This is the Metropolitan Police's Special Assault Force. Whoever moves will be killed. The 5 men and 1 woman in the lounge all turned around, stunned. Luke and Selena were standing gallantly at the door. They were wearing tactical vests with the word, police, on them, and had switched to Asian faces. The 5 men and 1 woman looked at each other, then suddenly started to laugh. The laughter grew louder and louder, the 2 middle-aged men almost collapsing to the floor as they howled. Police, Special Assault Force, what was that? Was it delicious? The high school student turned around and smiled at Luke. Oh, then please kill us. Luke nodded solemnly like a righteous big shot in some TV show. I'm relieved to hear that. Let's go, Hellhound. He waved his hand, and a large, dazzling gold object rushed in, almost blinding the 5 men and 1 woman. The huge golden lump turned its head and looked at the 5 scumbags in front of it. Its eyes were full of disdain as it tossed its head back and roared. Chapter 1798. You have to introduce yourself before a fight. Looking at the enormous golden animal in front of them, 5 men and 1 woman felt that something wasn't right. This dog was more than a meter tall. Could it still be considered a dog? Gold Nugget, however, was excited. It had been too long since it had played a lead role. Most of the time, it was either watching the show with Dollar or punching people together with Selena. There was basically no chance for it to enter the Hellhound form with Dollar. It was time to show off its real skills as Hellhound tonight. With a threatening roar, the dog-headed creature stomped hard on the ground, which cracked and turned into a streak of golden light which charged at the nerd. It was this sort of shut-in nerd who, when he had nothing to do, trolled people online and often stole the dog-head's thunder. Although it probably wasn't this actual shut-in, who wasn't even human, who stole the dog-head's thunder, there was no need to be reasonable. The first target was him. Ultimate skill dog-head charge. Activate. Boom. The nerd didn't even have time to react before he was squashed against the wall and his round figure was instantly flattened. He only had time to scream. The man next to him was shocked. His head suddenly twisted into a ball, and several long shadows lashed out at Gold Nugget. Poochie. Poochie. The dog head felt sharp pain as several large wounds appeared on its golden body. Ouch. It was so angry that it twisted its butt and its tail lashed out to hit the man in the chest. Bang! A hole appeared in the man's chest, and he slammed into the wall behind him. At that moment, the tramp's head also started to twist. Bang! 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 Luke pulled the trigger, and the old man's head jerked back to reveal 3 shallow wounds. His eyes weren't hit, and only a small part of his face was injured. Bang! 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 The 3 bullets hit the old man in the neck, heart and liver. Come back, Luke ordered at the same time. Hearing his order, the dog head also realized that the heads of the 2 men and the woman in the room were starting to twist and change. They were clearly going to attack it. They couldn't kill it, but they could inflict huge wounds that would be immensely painful. Gold Nugget could endure it, but Dollar couldn't. That was one of the reasons why Hellhound rarely attacked as the main force. So, when it heard the order, the dog head immediately raised its front paws and turned to kick at the wall with its back legs to do a flip and land on the ceiling. It ran across the ceiling and flipped again at the doorway to land on all 4s on the floor. What monsters are you? Luke suddenly asked in fluent Japanese. The 6 people in the room all turned to look at the door. At that moment, they still had human appearances, but their heads had twisted and split into strange flesh-colored tentacles. The tips of the tentacles were sharp, and there were countless strange eyeballs everywhere. The heads split into tentacles in different ways. Some tentacles spiraled upward from the top, some heads opened on the side, and some split into 2. The high school boy, on the other hand, was like an octopus with 4 tentacles. Although they all looked different in various ways, that didn't affect the similarities they shared. Luke also noticed that the tentacles of the tramp he had injured and of the 2 men whom Gold Nugget had injured were significantly slower in their movements. Physical damage could affect the tentacles. Luke wondered. The high school boy actually replied, "Human, you and your dog are indeed very strong. So, I'm giving you a chance. Submit to me, and we'll be the masters of this planet and rule together." Luke was surprised. "You really answered me. So, it's true that you have to introduce yourself before a fight in Japanese movies." Even as he derided the other party inwardly, he immediately said, "That's impossible. There are so many of us and only a few of you. You can't even take over Sapporo." The high school boy's 4 tentacles paused, as if he had been asked an awkward question. A moment later, he said, "Human, we're not like the dog next to you. There are a lot of us, much more than you can imagine." Luke asked, 100. The high school boy said, "No." Luke asked, 1,000. The high school boy said, "Not just that." Luke asked, 10,000. The high school boy waved his tentacles impatiently. "There are more than 100,000 of us alone hibernating in the meteorite. This time, more than 10 meteorites landed on Earth at the same time. We have enough power to conquer this planet." Luke was bewildered. Millions of these monsters. That was nonsense. But based on how the other party was acting, it was possible that he was telling the truth. Thinking quickly, he asked again, "There are so many of you. Are you their king, and they'll listen to you?" The high school boy's tentacles paused again before he waved them a little aggressively. "I'll definitely be the strongest king." As if annoyed by the question, he finally stopped talking. "Now, do you surrender, or shall I kill you?" Luke chuckled. "I choose to kill you." As soon as he said that, he opened fire. Bang, 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 ding, 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 ding. Luke exclaimed, "You can do that." The 3 intact people waved their tentacles in front of them, which were relatively wide and easily blocked the bullets. Retreat. At the order, Selena immediately retreated, with Luke taking up the middle position and Gold Nugget holding off the other party. 2 people and 1 dog retreated too quickly, and the 3 people in the room were stunned. They ran. Then, should they give chase? Their tentacles were very fast and could even block bullets. However, it was impossible for the human bodies they were possessing to run faster than a bullet. Currently, they were only a little stronger than ordinary people. The high school boy hesitated for a moment before he waved his hand. "Takako, Yuta, kill them." The JK girl immediately ran out, waving her tentacles. The middle-aged man, however, didn't move. He looked at his 3 injured companions in the room. The high school boy turned his head. "Yuta, didn't you hear me?" Seeing the 4 tentacles that were aimed at him, the middle-aged man finally suppressed his reluctance and anger. He ran out as well, but at a slower pace. After he left, the high school boy closed the door with his tentacles. He turned around and faced his 3 injured companions. He spread his hands and leaned in close. "Come, what are you waiting for?" The tramp, the average-looking man, and the nerd looked at each other, before their tentacles suddenly lashed out at the high school boy's hands. Chapter 1799, Dong. Dong, dong, dang, dang, dang. The result was that both the average-looking man and the nerd slashed at the boy's right hand. Their tentacles clashed a few times, but because of their heavy injuries, they didn't have the strength to truly fight each other. The high school boy looked at them helplessly. "Fine, Kenji, pick a foot." The nerd, "Kenji? No way, why should I be a smelly foot? Apart from sleeping, I have to keep moving. I would rather die." Hearing that, the high school boy's eyes flickered. He really wanted to stab this idiot teammate to death. He had far superior brains, however, and resisted the urge. "Then come to my chest." Hearing that, Kenji was very pleased. "That's great." The tramp and the average-looking man couldn't help but look at this super idiot of their own kind with all the eyeballs they had. They had pretty much the same thought as the high school boy, why didn't this embarrassing teammate die sooner? In the hallway, the JK girl had just turned a corner, when she heard gunshots. In the face of the bullets, she waved her tentacles vigilantly and deliberately enlarged them to block vital parts of her upper body. At that moment, her legs suddenly felt cold, and there was a slight prick of pain. Takako couldn't help but look down, only to see 2 darts in her legs. She opened her mouth to say something, but her body suddenly turned rigid as she entered into something close to a hibernation state. Although her head was already different from that of humans, it was still attached to a human body. The human body, which had been instantly paralyzed by the darts, couldn't provide energy for her head to move. The 2 tentacles turned limp, and her body toppled forward. Luke grabbed her and retreated, before he gave Gold Nugget 2 paralysis darts. There's one more. Use this to subdue him. Don't kill the high school boy. Drive him away and then reconvene with us. Gold Nugget whined aggrievedly. Luke snapped, you can have fun, but don't just stand around to be chopped up. What if Dollar gets PTSD? Gold Nugget. How can a dog get PTSD? I don't know that much, don't lie to me. That being said, it still obediently picked up the 2 paralysis darts, ready to launch them with a lash of its tail. Then, Luke and Selena grabbed Takako and ran off. In hibernation mode, Takako couldn't maintain her transformed state, and went back to a human form. It would have been really troublesome otherwise. Selena already had some understanding of Luke's MO. She asked, "Are you fishing again?" Luke chuckled. The beginning is always hard. Rather than us looking for these man-eating monsters in Sapporo, why not make him think that it's dangerous so that he'll rope more of them in? As long as there's a certain number of monsters, it won't be hard to track them. The easiest way to deal with small circles was to get inside. Selena naturally understood this principle. It was just like asking ordinary people about gangs. You needed to summarize and analyze whatever information you got from 100 people, and even that was still just scraps. With gang members, you just needed 3 to 5 of them at most in order to get a lot of inside information. After all, gangs had allies as well as enemies. They knew each other far better than ordinary people did. The high school boy was obviously the leader of this group of monsters. Luke and Gold Nugget had killed or caught several of his underlings, and then sent him running. It would be strange if he didn't go off to rebuild his gang. Inside the onsen hotel, the middle-aged man, Yuta, took his sweet time. However, the hallway was only 10 meters long, and he soon reached the corner. Going around the corner, he saw the golden dog glaring at him from a few meters away. Without any hesitation, he stabbed at Gold Nugget with his tentacles. Gold Nugget snorted and finally took out its special weapon, a multi-purpose collapsible war hammer. A golden tentacle lashed out with the small hammer and collided with the 2 tentacles. Sparks flew as the hammer and tentacles clashed in the air. The dog's jade-like eyes flickered and narrowed further. If Luke were here, he would know that the guy was up to no good. The next moment, a long, thin streak of gold shot out from the corner and quickly thickened as it spiraled up from Yuta's feet to his neck and wrapped tightly around the 2 tentacles. Doing this was like tying an ordinary person's arms together from top to bottom. In a situation like this, breaking free with brute force was a pipe dream since there was no room to exert strength at all. Yuta was stunned. He had never encountered such a shameless attack before. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Pleased with itself, Gold Nugget unhurriedly pulled Yuta toward it. In any case, Luke said that it was fine as long as Dollar didn't get hurt. Yuta grew anxious. Although the strange big dog in front of him didn't have a mouth, it had smashed in the nerd's stomach earlier and severely injured him. Yuta didn't want to be squashed against the wall either. In the end, this guy was a little smarter than the others, except for the high school boy. Thinking quickly, he suddenly had a thought. The next moment, his tentacles retracted and he turned back into a human. Gold Nugget subconsciously retracted its golden tentacle. Right after the man's head returned to its original shape, it suddenly transformed again so that there were now 2 sharp edges on both sides of his head. Ouch! The dog head screamed in pain as the golden tentacle was cut. After Yuta was released, he immediately turned around and slashed at the rest of the golden tentacle. Gold Nugget was angry. The golden tentacle suddenly exploded and turned into even finer tentacles which no longer wrapped around the enemy, but creeped up like vines. Yuta didn't dare risk cutting himself, so he used the same trick again and returned to his original form. But the dog head was even faster as the fine golden tentacles plastered themselves to Yuta's neck at almost the same time, determined not to touch his head. Yuta, The corners of Gold Nugget's eyes twitched, and it jeered inwardly. Try transforming again. Before Yuta could think of a new way to break out of this situation, a robust golden tentacle raised a shiny hammer in front of him. Looking at the hammer, Yuta was terrified. No, dong 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 dong. There was a series of thuds, like a wooden fish being hit, and Yuta's entire head hurt. He reflexively transformed again. The tiny golden tentacles moved as well, and Gold Nugget widened its eyes. This was what it had been waiting for. With a thought, the two sharp tentacles were pressed to the ground. The litter hammer which had been pounding Yuta's head abruptly sped up and smashed the sharp edges on both sides of his head. Dang 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 dang. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and Yuta screamed. The sharp edges were very durable, but they still couldn't withstand the heavy metal hammer. Gold Nugget had a firm hold of the two tentacles, not giving Yuta a chance to break free. Comment 1 Comment Vote Send Gift Chapter 1799, Dong. 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 Dang. 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 The result was that both the average-looking man and the nerd slashed at the boy's right hand. Their tentacles clashed a few times, but because of their heavy injuries, they didn't have the strength to truly fight each other. The high school boy looked at them helplessly. Fine, Kenji, pick a foot. The nerd, Kenji, no way, why should I be a smelly foot? Apart from sleeping, I have to keep moving. I would rather die. Hearing that, the high school boy's eyes flickered. He really wanted to stab this idiot teammate to death. He had far superior brains, however, and resisted the urge. Then come to my chest. Hearing that, Kenji was very pleased. That's great. The tramp and the average-looking man couldn't help but look at this super idiot of their own kind with all the eyeballs they had. They had pretty much the same thought as the high school boy. Why didn't this embarrassing teammate die sooner? In the hallway, the JK girl had just turned a corner, when she heard gunshots. In the face of the bullets, she waved her tentacles vigilantly and deliberately enlarged them to block vital parts of her upper body. At that moment, her legs suddenly felt cold, and there was a slight prick of pain. Takako couldn't help but look down, only to see two darts in her legs. She opened her mouth to say something, but her body suddenly turned rigid as she entered into something close to a hibernation state. Although her head was already different from that of humans, it was still attached to a human body. The human body, which had been instantly paralyzed by the darts, couldn't provide energy for her head to move. The two tentacles turned limp, and her body toppled forward. Luke grabbed her and retreated, before he gave Gold Nugget two paralysis darts. There's one more. Use this to subdue him. Don't kill the high school boy. Drive him away and then reconvene with us. Gold Nugget whined aggrievedly. Luke snapped, you can have fun, but don't just stand around to be chopped up. What if Dollar gets PTSD? Gold Nugget. How can a dog get PTSD? I don't know that much, don't lie to me. That being said, it still obediently picked up the two paralysis darts, ready to launch them with a lash of its tail. Then, Luke and Selena grabbed Takako and ran off. In hibernation mode, Takako couldn't maintain her transformed state, and went back to a human form. It would have been really troublesome otherwise. Selena already had some understanding of Luke's MO. She asked, "Are you fishing again?" Luke chuckled. The beginning is always hard. Rather than us looking for these man-eating monsters in Sapporo, why not make him think that it's dangerous so that he'll rope more of them in? As long as there's a certain number of monsters, it won't be hard to track them. The easiest way to deal with small circles was to get inside. Selena naturally understood this principle. It was just like asking ordinary people about gangs. You needed to summarize and analyze whatever information you got from 100 people, and even that was still just scraps. With gang members, you just needed 3 to 5 of them at most in order to get a lot of inside information. After all, gangs had allies as well as enemies. They knew each other far better than ordinary people did. The high school boy was obviously the leader of this group of monsters. Luke and Gold Nugget had killed or caught several of his underlings, and then sent him running. It would be strange if he didn't go off to rebuild his gang. Inside the onsen hotel, the middle-aged man, Yuta, took his sweet time. However, the hallway was only 10 meters long, and he soon reached the corner. Going around the corner, he saw the golden dog glaring at him from a few meters away. Without any hesitation, he stabbed at Gold Nugget with his tentacles. Gold Nugget snorted and finally took out its special weapon, a multipurpose collapsible war hammer. A golden tentacle lashed out with the small hammer and collided with the two tentacles. Sparks flew as the hammer and tentacles clashed in the air. The dog's jade-like eyes flickered and narrowed further. If Luke were here, he would know that the guy was up to no good. The next moment, a long, thin streak of gold shot out from the corner and quickly thickened as it spiraled up from Yuta's feet to his neck and wrapped tightly around the two tentacles. Doing this was like tying an ordinary person's arms together from top to bottom. In a situation like this, breaking free with brute force was a pipe dream since there was no room to exert strength at all. Yuta was stunned. He had never encountered such a shameless attack before. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Pleased with itself, Gold Nugget unhurriedly pulled Yuta toward it. In any case, Luke said that it was fine as long as Dollar didn't get hurt. Yuta grew anxious. Although the strange big dog in front of him didn't have a mouth, it had smashed in the nerd's stomach earlier and severely injured him. Yuta didn't want to be squashed against the wall either. In the end, this guy was a little smarter than the others, except for the high school boy. Thinking quickly, he suddenly had a thought. The next moment, his tentacles retracted and he turned back into a human. Gold Nugget subconsciously retracted its golden tentacle. Right after the man's head returned to its original shape, it suddenly transformed again so that there were now two sharp edges on both sides of his head. Ouch! The dog head screamed in pain as the golden tentacle was cut. After Yuta was released, he immediately turned around and slashed at the rest of the golden tentacle. Gold Nugget was angry. The golden tentacle suddenly exploded and turned into even finer tentacles which no longer wrapped around the enemy, but creeped up like vines. Yuta didn't dare risk cutting himself, so he used the same trick again and returned to his original form. But the dog head was even faster as the fine golden tentacles plastered themselves to Yuta's neck at almost the same time, determined not to touch his head. Yuta, the corners of Gold Nugget's eyes twitched, and it jeered inwardly. Try transforming again. Before Yuta could think of a new way to break out of this situation, a robust golden tentacle raised a shiny hammer in front of him. Looking at the hammer, Yuta was terrified. No, dong 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 dong. There was a series of thuds, like a wooden fish being hit, and Yuta's entire head hurt. He reflexively transformed again. The tiny golden tentacles moved as well, and Gold Nugget widened its eyes. This was what it had been waiting for. With a thought, the two sharp tentacles were pressed to the ground. The litter hammer which had been pounding Yuta's head abruptly sped up and smashed the sharp edges on both sides of his head. Dang 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 dang. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and Yuta screamed. The sharp edges were very durable, but they still couldn't withstand the heavy metal hammer. Gold Nugget had a firm hold of the two tentacles, not giving Yuta a chance to break free. Chapter 1800. Proficiency in 18 weapons. In the midst of the excruciating pain, Yuta lost his cool and even forgot that he could transform back. He could only struggle and scream. After 5 seconds, when the two sharp edges started to twist and crack, the hammer finally stopped. At the same time, Yuta felt a slight pain in his chest as he was hit with 2 paralysis darts. Gold Nugget snorted. Trash. Useless. Scum. You dare play with tentacles in front of me? I've already bent your blades. At that moment, someone walked out from around a corner. Is that so? Then please give me some pointers. The person was wearing a school uniform. It was the high school boy. At that moment, his arms and chest were covered in blood, but there were 4 tentacles on his chest. Coupled with the 4 tentacles on his head, he had really turned into an octopus. Gold Nugget tilted its head and looked at him out of the corner of its eye. Oh, really? When it said that, it pressed a button on the multi-purpose collapsible war hammer. With a clatter, the collapsible hammer turned into a big thing more than 2 meters tall, on which popped out 18 tools of various shapes and sizes lumped together. It looked a little funny. Stunned for a moment, the boy then burst out laughing. You think making your weapon bigger will scare me? No matter how strong it was just a weapon. If it was bigger, it wouldn't be as agile as before. The golden tentacles couldn't withstand his sharp tentacles. There really was nothing to be afraid of. Gold Nugget. Oh, really? 18 tentacles suddenly popped out and grabbed a tool each from the unfolded war hammer. Click. There was the clear sound of components being taken apart. Each of the 18 tentacles was now holding a separate tool. Although each tool was less than 20 centimeters in size, the smallest only 5 centimeters long, they were 100% made of a special metal. Apart from its armor, this multi-purpose collapsible war hammer was the dog head's secret weapon. Quantity could make up for quality. In order to placate the dog head, and since Luke liked DIY anyway, the hammer had gone through numerous modifications. This was already version 6.0. This was the 18-type weapon. All sorts of useful technology had been integrated into the hammer. The dog head wouldn't be satisfied with just one piece of equipment. Under the wide eyes of the high school boy, the 18 golden tentacles holding a weapon, each spread out like a peacock's tail behind Gold Nugget's butt. Count again. Who has more weapons now? The high school boy couldn't help but look up. Although he was shocked, he was reluctant to run. After all, even if the other party had more weapons, they might not be strong. As a person who wanted to become a king, he couldn't retreat without a fight. He no longer hesitated. Attack. Kill him. The 4 tentacles on his head lashed out at Gold Nugget. The 3 parasitic beings that had turned into his hands and chest were a little slower, but they also attacked. Clang. Countless tentacles and sparks flew between the high school boy and Gold Nugget. Less than 2 seconds later, however, there was a scream as the parasite in the chest that used to be the nerd was stabbed by a metal file. As if infected, the tentacles on the high school boy's hands and head screamed one after another. Each tentacle was caught in a pincer attack by the bottle opener, scissors, knife, saw, grappling hook, needle and other tools that Gold Nugget brandished. As time passed, the dog head, which was protected by 18 weapons, had the absolute upper hand. Gold Nugget often played with these tools when it was a dog. When it went out with Selena to beat up people, it just used these small tools. When it trained with Luke, it also used these small tools. It was now proficient at using 18 tools. Even though this high school boy had leveled up 3 times, he didn't know how to use cold weapons in combat. In 10 seconds, there were 30 to 40 holes in the 8 tentacles, all caused by various tools. As Gold Nugget slowly drew closer, the high school boy finally couldn't take it anymore, and fled. The advantage of their species was that running didn't have a huge impact on their tentacles' offensive capabilities. Thus, he was able to quickly escape to a car outside the building, and he drove off. The dog head remembered Luke's instructions, and didn't use its full strength. However, it was still petty enough to smash half the car windows. It chased the car several hundred meters more before it pretended that it wasn't fast enough, and let the high school boy escape. Satisfied, Gold Nugget sent Luke a message, but Luke just hummed in acknowledgement and said, "Come back if you're done playing." The dog head was feeling a little high and couldn't help but want to do more. "How about the 3 drugged people? Should I throw them back into the city?" Luke said, "Number need. You did a good job tonight. Come back and we'll go look for something special for supper." Hearing that, the dog head decisively cancelled its transformation and rushed back to the city. A moment after it left, Luke arrived in his armor. He quickly cleaned up the bodies and blood, then stuffed the 3 men into a car and dumped it in front of a police station in Sapporo. As for how the police officers would react when they saw the 3 naked men in the backseat, that had nothing to do with Luke. They were already very lucky to be alive. A night at the police station would drive the lesson home even further. It might prevent them from being caught as food again. There was a lot to be gained from this experience. Luke went to Sapporo with Selena and Gold Nugget for supper. The second clone in New York had already received the delivery, that was the girl and the middle-aged man through space too, and had started studying them. Not only were they living specimens, there was a female and a male, there was a lot of room for research. First of all, he had to try and dig out information on their kind. But he had only just started experimenting, when he realized that this monster had modified the human brain significantly, so pheromone control was useless on the girl. Secondly, mental hypnosis and illusion weren't very effective on them. Conversely, drugs had a certain effect. This wasn't an efficient way of digging out information, however, and the authenticity of the information had to be verified repeatedly. It would take at least a week to obtain a complete and accurate answer, which was much more troublesome compared with only the few hours required for an ordinary person. But Luke wasn't in a hurry. He had already gotten some information on the high school boy whom he let escape. His name was Shinji Ueno. The boy wasn't completely brainless, but there was definitely something fishy about the hundreds of thousands of his kind. It had to be pointed out that a certain dog head had the absolute say when it came to flying here on a meteorite. Getting here alive was practically 99.99% impossible. Even if hundreds of thousands of their own kind had set off, it would already be pretty good if several hundred or several thousand were able to make it to Earth. This wasn't Luke trying to comfort himself, but just basic logic. Chapter 1801. A unique way of riding the roller coaster in New York. Takuya Miura ate a person at least once every 2 days. Today, these monsters were very familiar with the hunting process. From this, it could be inferred that these monsters were used to and needed to eat people with some regularity. Takuya Miura ate his aunt half a month ago, which was the earliest confirmed time. If there really were hundreds of thousands of these man-eating monsters, that would mean at least 1 million people eaten in half a month. What did that mean? That was almost 1/10 of the population of Tokyo. However, the multifaceted system hadn't found any news of people going missing or being eaten. Thus, there could only be thousands or 10,000 man-eating monsters at most, and they weren't all in the same city. This number was just a guess, but it definitely wouldn't be hundreds of thousands. In the end, much was still unknown about their origin, species and habits. It would also be impossible for them to be gathered in one nest for Luke to clean up. Until now, they only had the ability to transform their heads into sharp tentacles and attack within a 10-meter range. A preliminary test showed that they weren't carrying any alien viruses. Even if there really were hundreds of thousands of them, they weren't as destructive as the Chidori in New York. In terms of danger level, Shredder's mutant blood god had been poisoned with a nanotoxin last time. It had devoured living people like crazy in Tokyo and created poison circles, which was much more terrifying than these man-eating monsters. In short, for now, the man-eating monsters weren't dangerous on a large scale. Luke had just caught 2 live specimens, and the analysis and testing had only just begun. It was useless to rush. Doing good wasn't a problem, but doing what he could was a different story. If he panicked whenever something happened, he might as well not sleep for the rest of his life. Hundreds of lives disappeared every moment in the world, and he couldn't be anxious about all of them. He only did good deeds once he was certain he could. So, as the Level 2 clone worked unhurriedly in New York the next day, Luke went to Tokyo Disneyland with Selena, and happened to pass by cheap Uncle Frank. Luke wasn't watching him, he really was just passing by. When Selena saw Frank, who was sitting expressionlessly on the roller coaster, she burst out laughing. Does he feel like he's sitting in the electric chair? Luke shook his head with a wry smile. Alice was sitting in the very front, a trace of a smile on her face, but there were no other changes to her expression either. Carrie, on the other hand, looked around and exclaimed in excitement. She was the most normal of the 3. Selena laughed at Frank for a long while before she finally gasped for air and nudged Luke with her elbow. How on earth did they get together? This time, she finally stopped using the words, hook up. Luke quickly shook his head. That's private. But Selena kept winking at him, and Luke could only add, they probably came in contact when Alice took Carrie to the warehouse to play. Selena was enlightened. In other words, Carrie actually allowed Frank to hit on her mother. Luke wanted to say no, but that was probably the case. Only when Carrie came into contact with Frank would Alice spend time with him. Otherwise, Alice, who loved her daughter more than anything else, wouldn't bother wasting time getting to know Frank. As for why Carrie approved of Frank, that was a mystery. It had to be pointed out that even his teammates were scared of Frank's poker face. He barely had any friends in the team because of his identity as the tactical commander, his stable, efficient and precise orders, and his taciturn personality. Selena wasn't scared of him, but she didn't have much in common with Frank. Deadpool talked a lot, but he was afraid that Frank would deduct his bonus, so he rarely took the initiative to provoke this commander. Damon could have become Frank's friend, but he had been beaten up for bringing Mindy up wrong. It wasn't that Damon held a grudge, but Frank didn't want to be friends with such a scumbag father. Only the founder of the team, Luke, dared to joke around with him. But if it was because of Carrie, everything made sense. Carrie's physical development was affected by her previous experiences and her own abilities. She looked like she was 8 or 9 years old. Frank's daughter, Elizabeth, was 8 years old when she was killed, and looked a little like Carrie now. Frank hadn't been familiar with Mindy, and had beaten up her father. Back then, Mindy had looked like she was 10 years old because of her short stature. Family was both the most painful wound for Frank and a memory he couldn't give up. Perhaps that was why he was willing to come to Tokyo with Carrie and sit on the roller coaster. After observing from a distance for a moment, Luke and Selena left. However, Luke still used his Dark Knight ID to send a message to everyone in the team to remind them to pay attention to their safety. He also uploaded a portion of the battle footage of the man-eating monsters to the team's platform. Not long after, Mindy sent a message. Is this in Japan? Anyone who was a little more attentive would be able to tell from the guy's appearances, clothes and speech that this was the case. Luke confirmed her observation. After a brief silence, Mindy sent a message. I've arranged with friends to visit Japan for a few days. Luke was stunned. Then you better be careful. Their tentacles can break through the nanosuit. It'll be dangerous for you at close range. He wouldn't ban her from coming. He wasn't Mindy's father. Why should he care where she went? Fighting the Chidori was more dangerous than running into the man-eating monsters, and Mindy had already done the former. Damon interjected, I didn't notice anything clearly unusual in Japan. They probably don't attack in crowded areas during the day, right? Luke said, yes, they're very smart. They usually attack at night or when nobody's around. After a brief silence, Damon and Mindy said, then we'll go over and help investigate. Luke said, okay. Damon asked, well, can our armor be sent over? Luke was responsible for most of the armor delivery during team missions, but he was already in Japan, and hadn't issued a mission yet. Luke smiled. I'll give you the address of a safe house later, and you can go get your armor and equipment there. Also, I am now officially issuing a commission to track down these man-eating monsters. Keep an eye out. One of them already appeared in New York. The little turtles and their teacher immediately accepted the job, but would only do reconnaissance in New York. Ivan and Angel didn't say anything. They clearly weren't interested. There was also no sign of Frank or Alice. It seemed they were prepared purely to have a holiday. Luke could only make up the numbers himself, and V and Big Dipper's aliases popped up to indicate that they accepted the job. That way, he could use any one of the two aliases while he was in Japan. Chapter 1802. Air Transport, Package, and Team Trip. After sending the message, Luke felt that everything was settled. In the end, Mindy sent a message to the team in the afternoon. It's cold in Tokyo. I'm not wearing enough clothes. Luke, he asked Damon, and learned that the father and daughter had sent the earlier messages while on the plane. No wonder Luke had to provide backup armor. After all that, they were almost in Japan. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't think much of it. With Damon around, Mindy wouldn't be able to do anything. But that night, Mindy sent another message. Going to have fun in Tokyo with friends tomorrow. Woohoo. The little turtles immediately flattered this little, big sister, and expressed their envy. They actually really wanted to go. Whether it was the martial arts they had learned since young or the word, ninja, in Ninja Squad, they all originated here. The movies depicted the East as an ancient and mysterious place, especially China, which was 5,000 years old. It was a pity that Luke had warned them that they weren't allowed to go to China. The last time Luke and Selena went to China on holiday, they just ate and drank. They didn't dare go out at night to be vigilantes at all. Superhuman surveillance there was too strict. Ordinary people didn't know what was going on, but Luke had easily detected a lot of surveillance equipment. If the little turtles and their teacher went, the nanosuits wouldn't be able to hide them at all, and the doors to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Research Institute would open for them at any time. Mindy, however, egged them on. Have the big shot, transport, you and our armor to Japan. That won't cost much, right? Don't tell me Donnie used all the credits to buy parts again. Luke. It was true that Luke used air transport, but he had never used a plane. Not long after, Donnie really did send a private message to the Dark Knight, asking what would happen with the New York Commission if they went to Japan. Amused, Luke could only reply, this commission is for gathering intelligence, and is not limited by region. Donnie instantly replied with thanks. Who knew how the little turtles had talked it over with their teacher, but half an hour later, Splinter really did issue the big shot who sold everything a transport commission. Luke had already anticipated this possibility, and accepted it. If the rules allowed it, the big shot wouldn't refuse a commission from core members. It indeed wasn't dangerous to go on a trip to Japan. Thus, he simply put out a Japan trip package 100 credit points for each of the little turtles and their teacher, and a 50% discount for all 5. The package covered all itinerary arrangements for them in Japan. These so-called itinerary arrangements consisted mainly of providing aliases, shelter and transportation so that they could come out at night and roam around, and could also be sent away in an emergency. Mindy was interested when she saw this, and right away arranged to meet with the little turtles to play for 2 days. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sent Damon a message and told him not to forget the safety rules. Unless they were willing, everyone had to avoid exposing their real identities. This rule was the final wall for the team. It was a constant reminder to all team members that meeting each other was a risk, and they had to be cautious when revealing their faces. Luke himself was putting out a long line to catch a big fish. Naturally, he couldn't let his team be caught. Damon couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. The big shot had been selling various aliases for a long time, including the matching nanomask. Each alias only cost 20 credit points. He wasn't an idiot. Of course he would use it. On the other side, the big shot who had accepted the credit points immediately got to work. The Level 2 clone in New York sent the coordinates for a remote area in Nassau County. A few hours later, the little turtles and their teacher boarded a private plane, their Quinjet. The teacher and disciples arrived in Sapporo at 2 in the morning, and Luke dropped them off at a remote onsen inn. This efficiency made the little turtles and their teacher a little dizzy. "Are we abroad already? Isn't that a little too fast?" Thanks to mental hypnosis and illusion, the couple and their daughter who ran the inn overlooked the peculiarity of these 5 guests. The fact that the 4 black boys were hunchbacked and too tall, and the one old Asian man had a face longer than that of a horse, wasn't a big deal. For the first time in their lives, the 4 little turtles soaked in the onsen in the snow. They were beside themselves with excitement. Luke could only sigh, as expected of Selena's pets. They were just like a certain dog head. In the end, Frank silently used his authority to throw the 4 little turtles and Mindy into a side communication channel so that their nonsense wouldn't taint the screen. Master Splinter was still as principled as ever, and he sent the big shot a message, "Many thanks, sir." Looking at this turn of phrase, Luke clicked his tongue and looked at Selena. "You really recommended wuxia novels to Splinter?" Eating her sukiyaki as she analyzed the intelligence, Selena turned her head to look at him blankly, a roll of beef in her mouth. "Ah, didn't you say those books would be good for him? He's very interested in Chinese culture and has a good memory. I don't know much about Chinese culture, so I can't teach him." "Luke, I shouldn't have taught you that weird stuff." What had inexplicably become a team trip had increased Luke's workload, but he had no objections. For core members of the Bat Squad, money wasn't the most important thing. Wade, that lunatic, was no longer a core member. The service provided by the Big Shot was a significant means of strengthening team cohesion. Many people wanted to be superheroes, but few wanted to clean up the mess. The Big Shot was the most professional at cleanups. That was something all the team members agreed on. Apart from not being able to fight, he was the perfect superhero, butler. Even Frank would hesitate to let the team go and do the work themselves. He was quite professional when it came to pre-battle preparations. Clean up. He had once left in his wake hundreds of bullet-ridden bodies of criminals in New York, and left the cleanup to the professionals, the police. After all, this sort of cleanup was pretty much like washing dishes. Generally speaking, the better a chef was at cooking, the more they hated doing the dishes. By the same logic, the stronger a superhero was, the less they liked to clean up the mess. None of the members of the Bat Squad, including Luke, liked to clean up. The reason he did so was purely because of his paranoia. The establishment of the PDD and the Justice League had helped reduce the burden of various tasks, some of which were related to cleaning up a scene. It was a little tiring, but in terms of mentality, the team members couldn't do without Batman, this linchpin, while in terms of practical needs, they couldn't do without the Big Shot, this super butler. They were completely bound together. The only good thing was that it wasn't too complicated for Luke, who had an AI program and an inventory. For example, the Quinjet which the little turtles and their teacher had taken only flew for a little over 3 hours. Now that it was back in his inventory, it was just a matter of spending a little on fuel. Chapter 1803, Origin, Chicken Yakitori, and a fix. In the next few days, Luke continued to lay out a long line to catch a big fish. He silently monitored the high school boy, Wayno, as the latter snuck out to look for people at night. His interrogation of the 2 monsters had also progressed significantly, and he now had a rough idea of their origin. Reportedly, they had come to Earth during the Leo meteor shower, and the Scouts had been on one of the Life Foundation's deep space probes that had returned safely. The name this species called themselves was a strange sound. Clearly, there was no equivalent word for it on Earth. Luke simply called them parasites. However, they were different from actual parasite bugs. The parasites were quite intelligent and also had a societal structure. Their king had discovered the deep space probe, which was clearly man-made. As per their usual practice, This king sent a bunch of baby parasites to Earth on the probe. Wayno hadn't been lying about the hundreds of thousands. The special meteorite shell which the baby beasts were launched out in could ensure that they remained in hibernation for a very long time. Whether or not they ran into any sort of danger, like a meteorite, a laser blast or a black hole, would depend on their luck. Because of the harsh travel environment, the parasites, like many animals, would launch a large number of baby beasts every time to ensure their survival. In any case, the baby beasts were similar to 10 cm centipedes. It didn't cost much to produce them, and they could be wasted. From this point of view, the baby beasts that were launched were similar to Gold Nugget in that they were just cannon fodder for reconnaissance. The difference was that the parasites were similar to insects. Sending out their young was like bees or ants breaking off to form new colonies. It was a way to carry on the species. Thus, these parasites weren't like the symbiotes, and wouldn't send out Earth's coordinates if they got the chance. They had no way to do so, nor would they think to, since Earth was new territory for these parasites. Luke sorted out the first batch of intelligence and sent it to the team. He also sent it to Tony and Phil to alert them. Tony himself was a big backer. Naturally, the Avengers didn't lack anything, and their strength was increasing steadily. Phil controlled the new shield and had bought a lot of equipment and supplies from the big shot who sold everything. Although the new shield wasn't as big as the previous shield, it still had a certain amount of power. Forget Nick Fury, who knew where this guy was hiding and digging pits for other people. Both parties soon replied, saying that they would keep an eye out for relevant information and that they would share whatever they found with Luke. Luke relaxed and finished up for the day. Just as he was about to call Selena, who was working on the side, to come out for supper, a message appeared on the team channel. The pachinko machines in Japan are like our slot machines. Luke, why was Damon letting Mindy play with those? It was a small matter if Mindy lost, but it would be troublesome if she smashed up the store. Even with the slot machines in Las Vegas, a person had to rely on mathematics and probability to make money. Luke looked at Mindy's coordinates and saw that she was also in Sapporo, along with 4 other teammates, while her father, Damon, was in a hotel a kilometer away. Without doubt, she had met up with her 4 turtle lackeys that night, and had gone out to play. Luke, forget it. There was both a father and a teacher. The bunch would be taught a good lesson if they caused trouble. An hour later, in a chicken yakitori shop, Luke had just tricked Selena into tasting chicken butt. Selena took a bite, chewed for a moment, then spat it out. She decisively tossed the rest of the chicken butt to Gold Nugget, who didn't mind at all. Luke hurriedly gave her a grilled chicken yakitori skewer. It doesn't taste good. Have this. Selena asked, what the hell is that? Why is it so smelly? Even though the glands in the chicken butt had been removed beforehand, the smell couldn't escape her keen sense of taste. Luke shrugged innocently. The boss recommended it. He said it's a specialty here. Selena didn't cook, so she had no impression of chicken butt. Although she felt that something wasn't right, she accepted Luke's explanation when she saw that someone else was indeed eating the chicken butt. It was very normal to run into locals enjoying local specialties, which outsiders couldn't take. After that, the chicken liver, wings, and neck were served up, and Selena forgot about the butt. Luke, on the other hand, looked at the photo of her eating the chicken butt on the virtual screen and chuckled inwardly. He had more material for memes now. At that moment, Mindy suddenly sent a message on the virtual screen. It seems we found some clues about the parasites. Luke was stunned. Where? Mindy said, we ran into a guy in a 24-hour mart on the outskirts of Sapporo. His head suddenly turned into sharp tentacles and he stabbed Mikey. Luke felt that something wasn't right. Are any of you hurt? What's the situation? Mindy said, we're fine. That guy's tentacle stabbed the armor on Mikey's back. However, the mart and the pachinko store next door were wrecked. Does that count as a situation? Luke, I knew it. Actually, this couldn't be considered their fault. Mindy had reached Sapporo that night, ditched her father, and arranged to go out and play with the 4 little turtles. When the 5 of them arrived outside the pachinko store, they thought they were some sort of arcade machines. Everyone decided to go in and take a look. After losing a bit of money, Mindy was a little unhappy. Donnie, the tech turtle, quickly comforted her and said that the machine had definitely been rigged, it was normal to lose. Mindy immediately felt like she had been tricked, and it had been in front of her gang to boot. She asked Donnie if he had a way to fix it, and Donnie patted his chest and promised that it was a small matter. Getting his 3 brothers to hide him, he quickly used nanotechnology to adjust the pachinko machine so that there was a high chance that it would give the winning pattern. After Donnie was done, Mindy immediately continued playing and never stopped winning. It was a simple and crude method. However, pachinko stores weren't opened by upstanding people. The little turtles already looked very suspicious to begin with, and it was even more suspicious now when they were clustered together. The gang members who were monitoring the place came to interrogate them. After exchanging a few words, Mindy deliberately picked a fight and both parties instantly started a brawl. Chapter 1804. Stirring up trouble and tying knots. A few years ago, Mindy would bring out her weapon at the slightest provocation. Now that she was constrained by the Bat Squad's rules, all she wanted to do was beat up these Japanese thugs. She was already very restrained. Who would have thought that 200 meters away was the gang branch? When they heard their comrades say that someone had messed with the pachinko machine, 20 to 30 people ran over, all of them holding sticks and acting aggressively. Then, the battle royale began. The members of the Japanese gang were beaten until they wailed. As they ran, some retreated to the mart nearby. Mikey gave chase, and a parasite inside the mart mistakenly assumed that Mikey was after it, and immediately transformed and stabbed at Mikey's shell several times. The real battle officially began. The gang members who were supposed to be the villains all collapsed in less than a minute. They moaned from where they lay on the ground, against the walls and on the pachinko machines, but nobody cared about them anymore. Even customers in the shops ran to the door to watch the show. When they got a clear look at the parasite's tentacles, half of them instantly fled, leaving behind a dozen or so Japanese nosy parkers whose phones started to flash. Japan might still only have 3G, but the people here could take world-class photos on their phones. Mindy and the 4 little turtles didn't have time to care about these people. If this was a movie, these guys would definitely be extras in one scene. They would all die. Ursa Minor's queen and the 4 heavenly kings surrounded the parasite and planned to capture it alive. Less than 5 seconds later, the parasite realized that it had run into a wall. Not only were there a lot of enemies, they were all ridiculously strong. The 4 boys turtles who pressed forward were short, strong and bald. They looked fierce and were impervious to attacks thanks to the armor and their shells. The only weak-looking girl had whipped out a sword and had almost crippled the man in the leg. This reminded the parasite of a message Wano had sent out about retreating immediately if any of them encountered a powerful enemy. By the time Luke put on his armor and flew to the coordinates, the unlucky parasite had already fallen on a hill on the outskirts of Sapporo. Mindy and the others had come out to play. They didn't have any suitable gear for capturing the parasite, so they had deliberately forced him to flee the city. In the middle of nowhere, Mindy took out her 6-stick and tested it on the guy. The human body twitched, threw up, had diarrhea, itched, farted and so on. No matter how the parasite in the head tried to move the body remained paralyzed. Mindy was delighted when she saw V land. "V, why are you here?" Luke pressed down on her head helplessly and rubbed it hard. "I am also taking part in this investigation." Mindy was excited for a moment, but then remembered what she had done in Sapporo tonight, and felt a little guilty. When it came to her father, Mindy was absolutely unrepentant. After all, it was Damon's fault she was like this. But in front of V, she really couldn't be that way. V had been helping her ever since they met, and she was firmly in a weaker position with him. On the side, the 4 little turtles didn't say anything and just avidly scanned this mysterious big shot. This big sister had mentioned V a lot. She repeatedly stressed that he was very strong, but that he was always on the move and didn't show up often. It had to be pointed out that Mindy was someone who would diss Black Bear for not being strong. The only people in the team she acknowledged to be strong were Batman, Black Cat, V and Big Dipper. Of the 4 of them, V appeared the least and was also the most mysterious. However, she had told the 4 little turtles about V's soliloquies, and they were truly amazed. They had only ever seen assassins recite poetry in movies. But the movies and TV were fake, while this person in front of them could really recite poetry while fighting back in a hail of bullets. Putting aside whether he was strong or not, he was so cool. Even Tony's hardcore fan Donnie had to admit that V was indeed crazy cool. The holes which Tony's missiles and pulse cannon created were nothing like reciting poetry. Luke simply nodded at the little turtles. V was a person with style. It wouldn't be normal for him to chat inanely with the little guys. After exchanging greetings, he slowly walked toward the parasite lying on a large rock 10 meters away. This guy's body had already been tortured by the sick stick, but his head was still in its transformed state. The two sharp tentacles were a little slow, but could still be used. "Look out, Leo," the little turtle's leader couldn't help but warn Luke. One tentacle had already turned into a shadow which lashed out at Luke. Ding, 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 ding. Sparks exploded, and the little turtles were dumbfounded. Mindy turned red with excitement. At some point, a mad knife had appeared in Luke's right hand, and he drew countless grayish-black arcs in the air as he used it to block every attack from the tentacle. This wasn't a cold weapon fight between humans. His opponent was a monster with 10-meter-long tentacles. The group was standing 10 meters away because the tentacles could attack from any angle within this range, and were very lethal. At that moment, the tentacle that was attacking V's upper torso was blocked by the knife. As for the tentacle which attacked his lower torso, he simply sidestepped it at just the right angle. He didn't slow down at all, and didn't even bend his back. Leo, who specialized in two swords, was captivated. He could completely sense how skilled V was. When the four brothers worked together earlier, they had relied on their turtle shells to protect themselves, and had to jump around constantly. V, on the other hand, was single-handedly crushing the parasite head-on with just a knife. At a rough guess, V could defeat the four brothers in a 1v4. Batman aside, he was the second person who would be able to defeat the four brothers with a cold weapon. The first was Big Dipper. Unfortunately, there was no more time for the four brothers to be lost in thought. Luke was moving a little slower than usual, and it took him just under 10 seconds to cover a distance of 10 meters. Then, he used the knife to tie the two sharp tentacles together in a tight knot. Seeing this, not only the 5 kids behind him, but even the unlucky parasite was dumbfounded. It couldn't help but ask 3 questions straight from the soul. Who am I? What am I doing? How did I end up like this? It was 2 tentacles versus 1 knife, and in less than 10 seconds, the tentacles were knotted together. What was the feeling? It was probably despair. Under the man's bewildered gaze, Luke injected him with a paralytic toxin. Done. Mission accomplished. He turned around and saw a bunch of dumbfounded kids gaping at him. Luke found that odd. What's wrong? Mindy subconsciously shook her head. It's nothing. Chapter 1805. The typical main character. Mindy had always been a staunch V fan, and regarded him as the most underestimated member of the team. Although not many people supported this view, she had never changed her mind. Today had just proven that she had good taste. Luke nodded. Have fun. I'm leaving. With that, he grabbed the parasite and flew into the air, disappearing from sight. Stunned for a moment, Mikey suddenly rubbed his round black head. He didn't recite a poem just now. Mindy came back to her senses and immediately retorted, he didn't kill anyone. And that's just an uneducated man-eating monster. He's not qualified to make V recite poetry. The 4 lackeys, who didn't even have elementary school certificates, lowered their heads and shut up. Did villains have to be educated these days? Although he had caught another parasite, Luke wasn't happy. He had already locked onto 7 or 8 parasites, and this one was a possible target that he would have caught sooner or later. But since he had caught one, he couldn't waste it. After interrogating the parasite for information, Luke planned to give it to Tony and Phil as a test subject. The relationship between the Avengers and the new Shield was inseparable. The Avengers, manager, Maria Hill, and Phil were both Nick Fury's right-hand men. So, the easiest way was to share this test subject with both parties. It might not be long before they started capturing parasites themselves. Giving them too many would be useless. 1 specimen was enough for them to observe how powerful the parasites' sharp tentacles were. As long as they were prepared, the parasites wouldn't be a problem. Even if there were thousands of them, they might not be as troublesome as gold nuggets remaining 2 countrymen. After all, the symbiote's host could regenerate at an astonishing rate. They were strong in all aspects and very resistant to mental effects and poison. They were much more powerful than the parasites. At that moment, something interesting happened in Tokyo. In a newly circulated video, 2 groups of people were fighting in an alley. It was a 1v3, and the single person was quickly overwhelmed. However, they had made a lot of noise, so the other 3 didn't dare chase him, and he managed to escape. Both sides were parasites. Interesting. Were the parasites at odds with each other? Luke replayed the scene of the 4 parasites with great interest. Selena was drawn over. After a few glances, she exclaimed in surprise. This kid's hands have also transformed. Is he like Wayno, and has several of the parasites in him? Then, she was confused. But he was almost killed. Why didn't the parasite controlling the head take action? Luke shook his head. The surveillance cameras are a little far away, there's no way to read their lips. However, we can go check it out ourselves. Just because they couldn't read the lips didn't mean that they couldn't uncover the identities of the 4 parasites in human society. It wasn't like they could turn invisible. After screening the surveillance footage, it would be very easy to discover where they worked or lived. From their current investigation, these guys were basically reliant on their human hosts while they quietly adapted to the new environment. This proved that the parasites weren't stupid, which was also a good thing for humans. To be cold-hearted about it, considering that 360,000 people were born and 150,000 died daily, it wasn't a big deal if the parasites ate thousands of people every day. Also, after the initial attention which their activities drew in the news at the very beginning, these parasites very quickly received an order from the new king to hunt people whose deaths wouldn't matter to anyone. There were a lot of people in Tokyo who didn't have fixed occupations or residences, or any relatives, friends or colleagues. Nobody would call the police, nor would they file a report. It was very hard for people who were eaten to become part of the number of people missing on file in Tokyo. Even a small number reported wouldn't make a difference. After all, 150,000 people went missing in Japan every year. But for the ruling class, most of these dead people were of no use. They only added to the burden on society when they were alive, it didn't matter if they died. That was one of the reasons why Luke's database had an error. An ocean of information that couldn't be processed was just a garbage dump. His intelligence system couldn't cover everyone in America, let alone Japan. The next day was a rare sunny day. Early in the morning, Luke and Selena assumed Japanese aliases and headed straight for Tokyo West High School. Dozens of meters away from the school gate, 2 people and 1 dog waited for their target with lollipops in their mouths. The advantage of this sunny weather was the amount of girls who came to school, all of them wearing the school uniform. These were genuine JK girls. Although some of them definitely moonlighted as hostesses, most of them had yet to step into society. The downside was that these girls weren't as attractive as the ones in certain Japanese media. They were wearing short skirts and long stockings, but Luke still had the urge to wash his eyes. He could only sigh. The girls at Dalton Junior High were still the best. Of course, it could also be because the girls there were rich and knew how to dress. Most of the students here were from ordinary backgrounds and didn't have the necessary resources. Just as Luke was feeling a little disappointed, Selena nudged him. He's here. He looked at the school gate and saw a short, weak-looking boy walking toward it. Next to him was a girl whose looks were a 7 out of 10. Luke was surprised. So, it's true that losers always have beautiful women around them. Selena looked at him strangely. Your brother's male classmates told him to stay away from the girls. Does your brother look like a loser? Unable to respond, Luke could only change the subject. Let's go and find out more about this Shinichi Izumi. 2 people and 1 dog walked leisurely through the school gate. The guard at the gate completely ignored them, as if they didn't exist. A few students looked at them, but that was all. It was common here not to find trouble with others. The guard at the gate didn't care that Luke and Selena had brought a dog into the school. Looking at the girl with shoulder-length hair who was trying to find something to talk about with Shinichi Izumi, Selena finally felt uncomfortable. Does she owe his family a lot of money? Luke strode forward like a hooligan with his hands in his pockets and yawned widely. That's why I suspect he's the main character. Selena naturally knew what he meant. This guy would watch soap operas with her every now and then, and would often complain about the protagonist halo, or how the guy was lucky to live past 1 episode and so on. Selena really wanted to beat him up every time she listened to him. That was because he was usually right. But she was really skeptical now. He has an ordinary family, ordinary grades, ordinary looks, and an ordinary temperament, but he actually has such a beautiful childhood friend. Is this really the protagonist halo? Then, she egged Luke on. Why don't you try hitting on her? If she changes her mind, Shinichi Izumi definitely doesn't have the protagonist halo. Chapter 1806. The protagonist halo, and the protagonist treatment. Luke wasn't afraid at all of this childish taunt. Not interested. Selena raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Luke nodded firmly. It would be too easy. Selena kicked out at him. Luke, who was already prepared, chuckled and dodged. He jerked his chin. Wait, Someone really is hitting on the childhood friend. Selena turned around and now saw 2 boys and 1 girl at the school gate. A moment later, her expression turned strange. Is that guy really the protagonist? Luke was as calm as ever. He has a secret, a beautiful childhood friend, and a handsome rival trying to steal his childhood friend away. He has all 3 key elements. Selena slapped her forehead. Seriously, shouldn't the protagonist in this movie be human? Can he still be considered human? As they chatted, Shinichi Izumi and his handsome rival went their separate ways. Luke lost an opportunity to spectate as a bystander. However, this wasn't a wasted trip, since that handsome student had a parasite as well. Compared with Ueno in Sapporo, who had only contacted 7 or 8 of his own kind after several days, this Shinichi Izumi clearly had potential. There were 22 million people in Tokyo, and less than 1/10 of that in Sapporo. It made sense that proportionally, there would be more parasites here. But the surprises didn't stop there. Less than 2 minutes after they started following Shinichi, this guy started tailing another person. This time, it was a middle-aged woman. Looking at Shinichi Izumi's fearful appearance, Selena couldn't help but complain, he's already so scared. Why is he still following her? Luke asked, because he has no choice. Selena nodded and said, this woman looks too calm. Is she used to being followed by male students? Before Luke could say anything, Shinichi Izumi started talking to the middle-aged woman. After saying a few words, they went to a lab. Selena said, a female teacher bringing a male student into an empty lab. He, is this a particular sort of plot? Luke didn't respond. His partner was learning more and more strange things. Luke was basically reaping what he himself had sown. This really wasn't anything to brag about. An ant drone had already quietly slipped under the door and into the lab. It wouldn't miss anything. Save Shinichi Izumi. Sorry, Luke and Selena didn't acknowledge the protagonist Halo. This guy also had a parasite inside him. Although it had clashed with other parasites, that didn't mean that it would stand with humans. All countries had traitors, as did all species. Weren't the dog head and venom good examples? After a few minutes, Luke and Selena looked at each other in surprise. Director Selena couldn't help but say, this woman is very interesting. We can get in contact with her. Let's observe for a few days first. Luke pondered for a moment, but didn't veto the idea. He simply reminded her, this woman is a research-type parasite, but not necessarily less dangerous than a predator. The predators want to kill all of us off sooner or later, while she probably wants the parasites to live here on Earth. Shinichi Izumi's conversation with the woman revealed a lot of important information. For example, Shinichi Izumi wasn't allied with this female teacher, and this woman wasn't allied with the 3 parasites that had chased Shinichi Izumi last night. That was because only Shinichi Izumi's right hand had been possessed, while his brain was still human. He was definitely an anomaly. However, the woman didn't do anything. Instead, she expressed interest in Shinichi Izumi and wanted to study his unique condition and figure out a solution so that parasites didn't need to eat people. From this point of view, parasites were actually very similar to humans. Each individual of the same species nevertheless had their own characteristics. Their biggest problem was that they treated humans as food. This wasn't Earth from Luke's previous life. Instead, it was an Earth where Manhattan was the center of the universe. All sorts of supernatural creatures and beings would be drawn there. Unless tens of millions of parasites came to Earth at the same time, the best outcome for them right now was bare survival. The vampires had already amply proven this point. If they solved the problem of eating people, they could live like vampires, who could drink blood without needing to kill people. Luke had purged the vampires once in recent years, and had been followed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the FBI. Luke had also provided Blade with equipment and intelligence support, and Blade had cut down a lot of vampire leaders in the course of 2 years. When 2 people and 1 dog traveled the world last year, they had taken care of another batch in passing. The vampires who killed for fun had basically disappeared. As long as enough of them died, there naturally wouldn't be any more movement. However, evil would never disappear for good from this world, and could only be suppressed. After doing all that, Luke didn't have time to continue paying attention to the vampires, even if there were definitely some who were still secretly killing people for their blood. It was the same for the parasites. As long as he got rid of those who had the urge to eat people, and the few that were left were able to change their diet, Luke wouldn't waste time monitoring them either. It was normal to make the most out of something. Of course, if small fleas jumped out in front of him, he didn't mind killing them. For example, Ueno definitely had to die, as well as the 3 parasites who had chased Shinichi Izumi last night. It was very likely that the handsome student earlier would also have to die. Only this female teacher could be left alone for the time being. Luke now had a way to lure out the wilder parasites at regular intervals. In the lab, Shinichi Izumi finally chickened out and left in a hurry. He couldn't be blamed for it. As an ordinary high school student, his right hand had suddenly turned into a monster, and he had been targeted by a bunch of monsters. He could be considered pretty tough for not breaking down already. Luke didn't have to come into direct contact with him any longer. It was easier to set up a full set of surveillance measures. As for doing a body checkup on Shinichi Izumi, that could be carried out under covert sedation. It would be best if he and his right hand, or Migi, had no idea about it. Shinichi Izumi was indeed the protagonist. The villains always want to kill me trope had already come true, and those beast-like, predatory parasites from last night would definitely come after this, half-human, half-parasite. When the time came, Luke could kill several dozen or several hundred of them from the dark, or just pretend to be some sort of mysterious old man with Shinichi Izumi, right? Luke's plan was that simple. Chapter 1807. Meeting his uncle once more, and concerned for the health of the middle-aged man. It was early December when Tony received the express delivery that was the parasite from Luke. After 2 days of intense research, the tycoon said that he wanted to go over for a look. It was an alien life form. A living alien life form. Luke directly rejected this meaningless proposal. He had no time to be the tycoon's nanny. Even Selena couldn't fight the parasite head-on right now, to say nothing of Tony, who wouldn't be able to withstand one lash from a tentacle. Coming here to watch the show would just be courting death. Besides, there was nothing to see here. The most important thing for Luke and Selena every day was to take the dog head out to eat and drink, and then make some small moves when Shinichi Izumi fought other parasites. The fights got fiercer and fiercer. Something big was about to happen. Then, Phil arrived. Naturally, this was the tycoon's doing. Since Luke didn't want to be his nanny, Tony hired Phil and New Shield to bring back 2 parasites to study. The rich were just this willful. The supplies which Luke had provided Phil with were the basic essentials, while Tony, as a national defense supplier, was like an all-purpose warehouse. Of course, it was also because Luke didn't want to abandon the big shot style. Thus, Tony could solve the problem with a phone call, while Luke had to deliver the goods himself every time. If he delivered large amounts of supplies frequently, wouldn't he be a porter, for real? Seeing that it was Big Dipper, Phil was sure that a lot of people would die during this incident. Big Dipper had never gone easy on anyone. He killed both man and beast. Phil shook hands with him and greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, Big Dipper. Luke subconsciously looked at his real uncle's right hand. It was a real hand. He hadn't been crippled. It seemed that he was doing well to protect himself. He couldn't help but say, "Aren't you too busy? Your hairline seems a little higher. You should learn from Tony." Phil was stunned for a moment and his smile froze. Damn it, he was 6 years older than Tony. What was wrong with having less hair? But there was nothing he could do about Big Dipper. He could only do his best to remain calm. "I'm just an office worker. I can't compare with the big boss." Luke had just wanted to test Phil's mental fortitude. The fact that he hadn't been beaten up proved that his uncle was doing well. So, he stopped being cheeky and gestured for Phil to sit down. The two of them got down to business. "Why are you here? Don't say that it's because of Tony, he's not that much of a VIP." Phil accepted the cup of tea from Luke and took a sip. He thought for a moment before he said, "With the information you provided, we paid special attention and found many suspicious cases all over the world. Your assessment is a little alarming, so we have to confirm how dangerous they are." Luke understood. As an American in this life, he subconsciously didn't care if more people died in another country every day. It wasn't like he was the one who created the parasites. For Phil, on the other hand, it was a conditioned reflex to protect all of Earth. A monster race that could eat thousands of people in a day or two was naturally an alarming case. Luke nodded. "Did you catch any alive?" Phil's expression turned solemn. "We caught 3, but lost 2 agents." Luke frowned. "Weren't you already warned?" Phil smiled bitterly. "Both of them died during the first capture. The other party reacted a little faster, and the agents took out their guns when they were nervous. This sort of small error was inevitable, and Luke didn't pursue the matter. He changed the topic and said, We have a bit of a handle on the situation in Tokyo and Sapporo, but Tokyo is too big and isn't our territory. We've currently only confirmed 100 targets. Phil was very sensitive. You found their nest, Luke said, 1 in Sapporo, 2 in Tokyo. Furthermore, the 2 in Tokyo are different factions. Phil was stunned. What factions? Luke said, one is the conventional camp which hunts and eats people every day or two. The other camp controls their intake and is also researching food substitutes. Phil was surprised. So soon? Luke felt the same way. This species has its own characteristics. They're definitely not stupid. We can't leave them alone for too long. After a while, our team will take action and try to eliminate most of the parasites in one go. Phil thought for a moment. If it's a big operation, I can temporarily transfer 100 people over. They're all well-equipped and skilled veterans. Luke said, okay, after this meal, I'll take you for an on-site inspection. Phil didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We can go now. I'll buy some food and we can eat on the way. Luke shook his head. I've already ordered. Let's finish eating first before we do anything. It won't delay us. Phil could only helplessly enjoy an authentic Japanese sushi banquet. Luke rarely ate sushi, but it was more suitable to eat this while he was with Phil. His uncle was slightly younger than Dustin, but had a much higher hairline. It was definitely because he ate a lot of fast food. A few days of a light Japanese diet would be good. Seeing Luke eat unhurriedly, Phil also didn't rush. He couldn't do anything about Big Dipper. If the latter wanted to eat first before getting to work, Phil could only do the same. Once they were full, Luke took Phil to the safe house to put on some armor. A parasite's attack could kill a defenseless target in less than a second. Luke didn't want his uncle to get himself killed. Then, taking advantage of the night, they visited several parasite nests in Tokyo. Each nest had 3 to 5 parasites, and they were all very strong. The parasites might look primitive, but they had a clear hierarchy, and the strong automatically became the boss. The way they communicated with each other was very mystical. They called it brain waves, and could sense the presence and emotions of their own kind. However, Luke's mental probe device couldn't detect these brain waves, unless the other party was wearing the detection helmet. It was impossible for Luke to make everyone in Tokyo wear a detection helmet, which was why this operation was taking a while. Seeing the parasites eat people, Phil frowned. Are we going to let them keep eating? Luke sighed. I can get rid of these guys easily, but after that, the other parasites will be even more careful about hiding, and the number of people eaten will then be hundreds of times more. Phil couldn't say anything in response. There was no standard answer to this prisoner's dilemma. It came down to a person's individual decision. What Luke said was cruel, but reality was even crueler. After surveying several nests, Phil didn't want to stay any longer. Luke, however, said, there are 2 special parasites that might be of some help to us. They went straight to Shinichi Izumi's place, where the high school student was bickering with his right hand. Phil's mouth dropped open in surprise. He's still human. Chapter 1808. Most unusual. Parasite Luke nodded, then shook his head. To be precise, Shinichi Izumi can now be considered half human, half parasite. The good news is that he and his parasite, Miggy, don't have the urge to eat people. Phil was a little intrigued. Why don't we catch him and send him to Tony's lab? It might not take long to get results. This sort of unique type could very likely contain the secret key to the composition of the parasite, so this proposal made sense. Luke, however, shook his head and said, there's no rush for now. His mother was possessed by a parasite not long ago and almost killed him. The 2 parties have been fighting each other recently. I need him to lure out the parasites that like to kill. Phil frowned. Can he handle it? Luke smiled. Don't underestimate him. He's killed 3 of the other parasites in the last 3 days. Phil. What? Knowing that he couldn't hide it from an old fox like Phil, Luke decisively told the truth. I helped out a little in secret. Phil was lost for words. After seeing this unique, half-breed, Phil conversely wasn't anxious. Shinichi Izumi was only the first. What was so special about the other parasite? Phil was stunned when he saw the middle-aged woman who was reading at home. Is she a parasite too? Luke said, that's right. Phil thought for a moment. Is she the parasite which you said is interested in research? That highly intelligent individual who wants to solve the issue of eating people? Yes. Luke confirmed once again that talking with smart people was the best. Pondering for a moment, Phil asked, when are you going to make contact with her? After dealing with all sorts of peculiar existences for so long, What Phil was best at wasn't fighting, but communication and negotiation. Too bad he wasn't Batman, and his subordinates weren't from the Bat Squad. He wasn't strong enough, so he had to make up for it with his words. This was Phil was best in. With Luke's help over the past 2 years, his strength had increased rapidly, and he could take care of mid-level superhumans. However, his style of doing things was already ingrained. In the end, he was still the scholarly and easygoing Phil Coulson who kept smiling even when he was blowing up the other party's head. The difference was that in the past, there were many times when he couldn't win. Thus, he had to be prepared to slip away at any time if things didn't work out. Now, if things weren't going to plan, he could blow up the other party's head and solve the problem. Luke had given his uncle more than just combat ability. He had also given Phil a portable mental probe, which was slightly more inferior and could only roughly detect the other party's mental fluctuations. As for highly suspicious agents, Phil just needed to issue a simple mission and have them appear somewhere in New York so that Luke could secretly check them out. In this way, Phil got new S.H.I.E.L.D. in working order. These problematic agents weren't wasted. If they weren't in key positions, they were put on the front line on dangerous assignments. As much remaining value as possible was squeezed out of these traitors. Phil now had the basic qualities of a director. His capabilities, strength, skills, and cunning were all above average. That was why he had been able to guess Luke's plan so quickly. Luke thought for a moment and said, "This parasite, let's call her Ryoko Tamaya. She's more unpredictable than Shinichi Izumi. Do you know what experiments she has carried out?" Phil, "Using animals as substitutes for humans." Luke said, "In fact, she's tried most mainstream human food, but that's just one of her experiments." Phil pondered for a moment. "Is she gathering underlings already?" Luke gave him a thumbs up. "That's right, she is already in control of 32 parasites and is able to make them obey her." Also, Phil smiled bitterly. "Just tell me." Luke didn't beat around the bush. "She is continually learning biology and chemistry to analyze the natures and physiques of her own kind. She is also working as a teacher at Shinichi Izumi's high school to observe him up close." "Phil, is she the new queen of the parasites?" The 3 parasites that had been caught had mentioned the existence of a new king, but though the new king had passed on orders through the brain waves of their kind many times, they had never seen the king with their own eyes. Luke said, "I can't rule it out, but that's not important. What's important is that she found a male parasite host to carry out a reproduction experiment." Phil couldn't come back to his senses for a moment. He thought for a moment about the words, reproduction experiment, before he exclaimed in surprise. "She wants to have a child." Luke's eyes flickered and he smiled. "Yes, and she's probably already pregnant." Even someone as experienced as Phil was a little dizzy. For a moment, he stared blankly at Ryoko Tamaya inside the house and couldn't say anything. A moment later, he heaved a sigh. This target is indeed very unusual. According to the confessions of the 3 parasites, they had arrived on Earth along with the Leo meteor shower, and it had only been a month. In the end, she was already pregnant. Given her efficiency and research mindset, Phil felt that it would be strange if she didn't do something. This was a mystical world. Most people who dared to mess around like this either died or became gods. Tony was a good example of someone who became a god, but he wasn't extreme enough to produce a kid just like that. Phil wanted to continue discussing it, but Luke's expression changed. "Parasites are approaching." Phil looked around. "Where?" Luke shared a drone feed to Phil's virtual screen in the armor. 7 or 8 people were swiftly approaching from an alley. They were all wearing hats or hoodies, and hiding their faces behind masks. It wasn't a bad job at trying to hide their identities. Unfortunately for them, Luke had already gotten matches in his database. "Phil, should we help her?" Luke said, "Just watch. This woman is scarier than you think. It'll be hard for these people to kill her." Phil was curious. "Is she very strong?" Luke said, "If she has an IQ of 140, most of the parasites don't even have 80. She can kill a bunch of idiots with just her brain." Phil smacked his lips and suddenly said, "Why don't you give her to me?" Luke was astonished. "What do you want with her?" Phil hesitated for a moment, but still said, "We have a way to control her, and she'll be of use in New S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected Phil to play this move. Well, S.H.I.E.L.D. had never been a clean organization. New S.H.I.E.L.D. had inherited some of the Black Egg directors' first-rate practices. For example, Dylan Ellsworth and Alex Montel, whom Luke had forcibly turned into vampires, had been handed over to Phil and squeezed dry. After they were used as research subjects for a long while, they found an opportunity to commit suicide. Chapter 1809. Please Die Quietly. Alfred had discovered what happened to these two young masters after Luke downloaded S.H.I.E.L.'s classified files. Alfred wouldn't have picked them out if they hadn't been connected to Luke. They were just small fry in a pile of research material, and were just footnotes in the classified files. So, Phil really had plenty of ways to control Ryoko Tamaya. On the other hand, exactly how effective the means were and how long they could last were up in the air. Thinking for a moment, Luke decided to give his uncle some face. You can have her, but we want half of any results you obtain. In the future, we get a copy of whatever information she provides on parasites. Phil agreed readily. No problem, I'm not done yet, why are you in such a hurry? Luke couldn't help but roll his eyes. Since this is an investment, I'll do my best to reduce her risk level before giving her to you. Phil, thank you. He had just thrown out this suggestion casually. If it were a success, it would be a boon. It made no difference tagging on this condition. New S.H.I.E.L.'s methods of control were flawed, but the risks were within acceptable range. But Big Dipper was willing to take charge in this matter, which was definitely more reliable than whatever methods New S.H.I.E.L.D. had. At the very least, New S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have a mental probe. Phil had also sounded out Tony, but the tycoon had completely ignored him. Clearly, he didn't want to hand over this technology. Their biggest trump card would be to obtain secret use of the mental probe. If word of this spread, however, it would only be troublesome for Tony and Luke, and nothing good. By the time the two reached an agreement, the 8 parasites had arrived at the door, broken the lock, and walked in. That was right, the parasites didn't charge in, but entered brazenly. Hearing the noise, Ryoko Tamaya frowned. She put on her slippers and went downstairs. She paused halfway on the stairs and looked at the 8 of her kind. Looking at the 8 of them, she asked indifferently, Murata, why did you break into my house? The leader of the parasites was an ordinary man in his 30s. He said coldly, Tamaya, this is your last chance. Don't stop us from killing Shinichi Izumi. A trace of confusion flashed in Tamaya's eyes. Stop you, Murata said, if it wasn't for you, Shinichi Izumi wouldn't have had the chance to kill 3 of us. Tamaya finally looked surprised. He's already killed 3 of you. Murata said, as expected of the smartest of us all, you've even learned human hypocrisy. How can you not know what he did? Tamaya suddenly smiled lightly. So, why are you looking for me? Murata said, this is a warning. We're going to kill Shinichi Izumi and that traitor Migi tonight. If you dare interfere, we'll kill you too. Tamaya already understood. At the very beginning, she had discovered the anomaly with Shinichi Izumi and was very interested in him. At the same time, she had instructed Murata not to cause trouble for Shinichi Izumi. Ultimately, Murata still remembered the identity of this half-breed, and decided to kill this anomaly. In the end, Shinichi Izumi somehow escaped several times, and 3 of their comrades were killed. Murata couldn't think how this was possible, and thus blamed her for everything. He had no choice but to do this, or his underlings would start to fear Shinichi Izumi. No matter the species, once you killed enough of your own kind, they would naturally become warier of you. But if he said that Shinichi Izumi had gotten help from Tamaya, Murata's parasites wouldn't doubt him. Her brain was very famous among the parasites. While other parasites couldn't even hide themselves properly, she had already started studying human science. The difference in IQ wasn't between adults and children, but between humans and animals. That was why Murata was so wary and had immediately suspected Tamaya. This was the only explanation he could come up with as to why his operation against Shinichi had inexplicably failed. That was because Tamaya was protecting the boy, and she knew a lot about parasites. If she revealed their weaknesses to Shinichi Izumi, it would be very easy for him to kill them. Tamaya understood, but she really didn't know how Shinichi had been able to win 3 times in a row. She simply looked at the people downstairs. I told you, that Shinichi Izumi is my research subject. Why didn't you listen? Murata said, that traitor has only possessed Shinichi Izumi's right hand. He's human, and will expose our existence. Tamaya sneered. Do you think your existence is a secret? Murata said, killing him will at least preserve our secret a little longer. Tamaya shook his head. According to the latest news from Sapporo, many of our kind have been killed or are missing. You might want to go over there first and sort that out. Murata, What? Now that Ryoko Tamaya had shared this news, there was no need for Murata to make trouble for her or Shinichi Izumi. That was because the leak had already happened, and it wasn't in Tokyo. There was no way to control it. Various emotions flashed across his face, and he suddenly said, "That's all a lie. You don't want to give up that boy. You've betrayed us." Tamaya smiled. "He's useful to me, and you're worthless. So, please die quietly." The 8 parasites looked at each other in bewilderment. They were very afraid of Tamaya. This was like the school delinquents confronting the top student. If the latter took action, it was a different matter altogether. Murata. Kill her. With Ryoko Tamaya around, it would be very hard for him to establish himself as a leader among the parasites in the area since Ryoko Tamaya had been the leader before. Murata had planned to kill her tonight. The parasites under him hesitated for a moment before they started to transform. Their heads opened and turned into hideous tentacles. It was 1v8. They couldn't lose. Tamaya smiled again, but it was cold and disdainful. Her face also split open on the left, turning into a sharp tentacle. However, the right half of her face was still human, which gave her an eerie sort of beauty. Pa, 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 pa. The bony tentacles clashed repeatedly, and there was utter chaos on Murata's side. I can't use any strength. Why am I so slow? What's going on? In a 1v8 fight, Ryoko Tamaya actually had the upper hand. Her tentacle danced in the air, leaving only afterimages behind, while the dozen or so tentacles opposite her were more than 10 times slower. The smile remained on her cold face. That's because I poisoned you. Otherwise, how would I kill all of you? The parasites were terrified. They didn't sense how they had been poisoned at all, much less what kind of poison it was, but their tentacles had indeed lost strength and speed. They felt limp and powerless. Chapter 1810. King. In just a minute, the parasites grew increasingly weaker. Finally, Tamaya cut off the head of one of the parasites with her tentacle, and the group started to fall apart. Under the horrified gazes of the parasites, she cut off their heads one by one. 7 bodies lay on the ground, and only a despairing Murata was left. Tamaya didn't follow the Japanese tradition of pausing to say goodbye before killing the enemy boss. She had already said what she needed to say. She flicked her tentacle and was about to cut Murata in half. At that moment, she felt a strong force push her tentacle aside, and it sent her down the stairs to coincidentally land on the couch in the living room. Stunned for a moment, Murata then rejoiced and turned around to run. Tamaya immediately got up, planning to take care of Murata before he ran out of attack range. Unexpectedly, another strong force pushed her back down. Tamaya calmly looked around, but didn't find anything unusual. She frowned. "Come out, I see you." 2 seconds later, she heard a tiny but clear voice. "Miss Tamaya, please look out the left window." She immediately turned around, only to see the curtain. Nobody was there. "Oh, I don't think you saw me." There was a smile in the voice, and it disappeared after that. Putting away the tentacle, there was finally some bewilderment on Tamaya's face. Phil couldn't hear Luke's secret transmission, but when he looked at Tamaya, he couldn't help but want to laugh at her falling for such an old trick. "That Murata probably won't dare appear again for the time being, right?" he asked casually. Luke, who had just used telekinesis to stop Tamaya twice, said casually, "It's inconvenient for her to do anything during the day, so Murata only needs to worry about her at night. Now that Tamaya is out in the open and Murata is in the dark, there's still a chance for revenge." "Phil, you make it sound like you're willing to let Tamaya die." This was the tool that had been reserved for him. If she were killed, wouldn't that be a slap to Big Dipper's face? After exchanging words on the team channel, they left. Phil had only been worried that Tamaya would hunt Murata down and kill him. It seemed that he had been overthinking it. Tamaya thought nothing of that idiot at all. Calling Murata an idiot wasn't an understatement. The best way to deal with an opponent like Tamaya was to ambush and kill her without giving her a chance to say anything. However, Murata wanted to kill her to establish his dominance, so he had to say something to her before the fight. Who would have thought that Tamaya was the one who was qualified to do the posturing, while Murata was nothing more than trash? As the new director, Phil had a lot on his plate. After watching this farce, he didn't stay any longer and left that very night. The Bat Squad, the Avengers and New Shield had a joint agreement. Information would be exchanged every day, and they could back each other up in an emergency. Since Phil had promised to help the Bat Squad clean up the parasites, he had to send the 100 agents over as soon as possible. As for Tamaya, Luke said that he would deal with her later, so Phil didn't have to worry at all. Luke had estimated that the operation to eliminate the Japanese parasites would start in a week or two, but who would have thought that Murata would appear again just 3 days after he was defeated, directly pushing forward Luke's plan. Luke received a surveillance alert. By the time 2 people and 1 dog put on their armor and rushed to Shinichi Izumi's house, the unlucky high school student had already fallen. Murata picked up Shinichi Izumi and turned to look at the other person. "Your Majesty, with him around, Tamaya definitely won't run." An ordinary-looking salaryman around 25 years old nodded. "Take him, we're leaving." More than 20 parasites escorted this man out as they headed for Ryoko Tamaya's house. Observing the salaryman from a distance, Selena found it strange. "Is that the new king of the parasites? From our investigation, there's an 80% chance that he's the new king." The reason for the remaining 20% was that they couldn't confirm anything, and there were no other leads. But Murata had found this person so quickly. Pondering for a moment, Luke then said, "We'll find out soon enough. If Murata is just relying on numbers, he's dead tonight for sure." Selena immediately got it. The reason Luke hadn't killed Murata was because of the latter's setting as a tool. Now that he had caught Shinichi Izumi and wanted to take down Tamaya, there was no value in his continued existence. The plan to eliminate the parasites had already been finalized, and the 100 agents from New Shield had arrived in Tokyo 2 days ago. Their team had mucked around long enough in Japan, and was ready to leave. It wasn't a bad thing to earn some credit points in passing. Selena immediately asked, "Should I send a message and get everyone ready for action?" Luke nodded. "Send it." Selena quickly sent the message and received responses from the New Shield agents as well as all the members of the Bat Squad who were in Japan. Even Frank and Alice accepted the commission. The mental control terminal and the androids were already in place. They just needed to go online, in the safe house. After that, they could return to the hotel to sleep. After sending the message, Selena couldn't help but make a request. "After this is over, can we go to the onsen one more time before we go home?" Luke was amused. "The one in the snow?" Selena nodded hard. "It would be best if it's during the day, when there aren't many people on the mountains." Luke said, "No problem. As long as you hand your wallet over, getting an onsen to yourself won't be a problem." After her request was approved, Director Selena didn't say anything else. Shinichi Izumi's house was close to Tokyo West High School. After Tamaya applied to be a chemistry teacher there, she settled down about a kilometer away in the area. The parasites didn't drive. They walked through alleys and avoided most cameras. Selena clicked her tongue. "These guys adapt too well. If we gave them another year, they would be at least 10 times harder to find." Luke agreed. At that time, they wouldn't gather on such a large scale. It would take 10 times as long to take down scattered targets. At that moment, the group of parasites arrived at the house. This time, Murata had learned his lesson. Instead of going in, he had the parasites surround Tamaya's house first. Then, he pointed at her bedroom. The salaryman nodded indifferently. He suddenly took a running leap to break through the bedroom window. Inside, Tamaya was suddenly sent flying out of the room. A powerful enemy incoming from the window. Luke, who was hiding on the side, used his telekinesis to move her, and he sent her a secret transmission at the same time. Tamaya's eyes flashed, and she opened her mouth. A sharp tentacle stretched out as she entered battle mode. Chapter 18:11. Mutual plotting. Who is the ruler? Bang. Crash. The glass window exploded, and the salaryman charged in. But all he saw was an empty bed. He couldn't help but be stunned. Swoosh. A dark shadow flew over from outside the door and slashed at his neck. The salaryman raised his hand, and his entire arm turned into a silver-gray blade. He easily blocked the attack and slashed back. The shadow retreated back to the door. The salaryman took 2 steps to the side and met Ryoko Tamaya's gaze. "Who are you?" she suddenly asked. The salaryman didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked her up and down for a moment before he nodded. "You can call me Riot." Ryoko Tamaya said, "You're not one of us." The man who called himself Rod nodded calmly. "Part of this body belongs to one of your kind. It suits me." Ryoko Tamaya's eyes flashed, and she swiftly typed on her phone behind her back with one hand. "However, I think you might be more suitable for me." Ryoko Tamaya asked, "Why?" "Riot. You have enough brains to help me complete my mission." Ryoko Tamaya asked, "What mission?" "Your drugs are useless on me." Riot suddenly smiled. a hungry expression in his eyes. After we become one, you'll know everything. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at Ryoko Tamaya. She had been vigilant the entire time. When Riot lunged at her, she stepped back and flipped over the banister to fall headfirst. She used her tentacle to cushion her fall, then flipped back around, and her tentacle immediately lashed upward. Poochie. Riot, who had been chasing her, was caught in this attack, and huge wounds appeared on his neck and chest. However, he landed firmly on the ground with a sinister smile. Under Ryoko Tamaya's gaze, the huge wounds glowed with a silver-gray light. The tissue on both sides of the injuries melted like liquid, and the wounds disappeared. The entire healing process took less than 2 seconds. Ryoko Tamaya narrowed her eyes. Were you in Hokkaido half a month ago? Riot didn't answer her question. Silver-gray tentacles appeared from his head and hands at the same time and lashed out. Ryoko Tamaya sneered and pressed a button on her phone. Riot's body suddenly stopped, and he couldn't help but sway on his feet. Ryoko Tamaya blocked his tentacles easily as she calmly retreated. Riot's body trembled, and he couldn't even control his tentacles. What did you do? Ryoko Tamaya didn't say anything and simply observed the guy as if he were a research subject. Suddenly, a tentacle on Riot's head lashed out. Pa! The two tentacles collided with a sharp sound, and Ryoko Tamaya's expression changed. Riot's tentacle didn't dodge at all and clung to her tentacle tightly. Then, a silver-gray half-liquid quickly permeated Ryoko Tamaya's tentacle and instantly disappeared. Ryoko Tamaya's tentacle immediately lashed out at the salaryman's neck, and his head flew off. The tentacle slashed down like lightning and cut the parasite in half. Was Riot dead? Of course not. Sensing that something wasn't right, Ryoko Tamaya rejected the possibility. After the silver-gray substance entered her tentacle, the injuries which the salaryman received were normal. They bled profusely and the flesh was mangled as the host was killed. The injuries didn't turn silver-gray and instantly heal like before. Ha 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 ha, how can I die? That idiot is just a temporary tool, and you're my new tool. A deep voice rang out in her head. Frowning, Ryoko Tamaya pulled her tentacle back and looked at it. It hadn't turned silver-gray. Eyes flashing, she recalled her tentacle and started walking. But after taking 2 steps, she realized that she couldn't move further. No matter how hard she tried, her muscles seemed locked. She could only shift slightly on her feet. Don't think of walking into that trap again to deal with me. The low voice rang out in her head again. It's useless. You can't hide anything from me. Ryoko Tamaya suddenly said, Are you still there? Please help me move forward 5 meters. The low voice said again, I won't give you, huh? What's going on? Ryoko Tamaya's body suddenly drifted forward 5 meters to stand next to the salaryman's body. She immediately felt waves of discomfort. However, her expression changed a moment later. It felt like her internal organs were about to explode. Riot switched from panic to delight. Huh, your body is quite interesting. You're not afraid of this sort of damage. Ryoko Tamaya's heart sank. She had personally tested the subsonic transmitter that was in the living room before, and she usually felt worse than this. Thinking quickly, she came up with several possibilities. The biggest possibility was that after Riot entered her body, some unknown reaction had been produced with this mysterious monster, and her resistance to the subsonic transmitter had increased. That was definitely bad news. What are you? She asked. I'm a symbiote that is far more advanced than parasites like you, Riot replied smugly. This parasite could actually help it escape its fear of subsonic waves. What a magical host. It wanted this body. In a good mood, it didn't mind answering a few more questions. If everything went smoothly, it would continue to use this body. What is a symbiote? Asked Ryoko Tamaya again. The Riot. A special, advanced life form. You little bugs won't understand how great we are. Ryoko Tamaya said, Really? Maybe I should ask someone else. Riot said, It's useless to ask. This planet will belong to us symbiotes sooner or later, not to little bugs like you. Ryoko Tamaya smiled. You might have gotten something wrong. Riot. What? Ryoko Tamaya said, The ruler of this planet is neither you nor me, but humans. Am I right, Mr. Mystery Human who doesn't want to show his face? Riot was suspicious. What are you talking about? Let me see what you're thinking. A voice rang out in his ear. You're much smarter than this thing. He suddenly turned around and saw a man in a black and white skull mask standing behind him. Just as Ryoko Tamaya opened her mouth to speak, a deep and rough voice suddenly came out of it. A human, Die. Half of Ryoko Tamaya's head turned back into a tentacle which lashed out at Luke. The difference was that the tentacle had completely turned silver gray and looked like metal. The huge katana in Luke's right hand also turned into a silver afterimage as it met the tentacle. Chapter 18:12. Fighting Riot Clang. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out in the living room. Luke slowly drew back his blade. Then you have to be faster. Pa! A silver gray tip fell to the ground. Riot, who had already possessed Ryoko Tamaya's body, screamed in pain, but didn't give up as its tentacles swung out. At the same time, the silver gray tip turned into a silver gray liquid which returned to its feet and body. Clang, clang. There were two more crisp sounds. Ah! There was another scream. The sharp tentacles were directly cut off. After being injured again, Riot didn't immediately attack. It already understood that this enemy couldn't be killed with a surprise attack. Luke raised the katana in his hand and examined it with both satisfaction and regret. He was satisfied because this special metal katana was indeed powerful. Its sharpness was just an additional stat. The truly awesome thing about it was that it was durable and practically indestructible. Luke, who was a master at using cold weapons, had immense strength, and this blade could pose a fatal threat to many impervious enemies. What made his heart ache was that when Luke encountered that mega octopus last time, it actually escaped with the other katana. A certain person had only been able to play with two blades for less than 2 days. Who are you? Riot finally asked. Its voice was low and hoarse, like that of a beast, and was very distinctive. Luke unhurriedly drew the katana back. He bowed slightly and said, "Only when you can receive my attack will you have the right to ask for my name." Before Riot could react, Luke suddenly appeared in front of it. He now had plenty of room to exert force with the katana. Instantly, there were two intersecting streaks of silver light. Before Riot could react, it felt a chill in its arms, which was followed by excruciating pain. It wasn't afraid of physical attacks, but they still hurt. Riot couldn't help but take a few steps back, and the tentacle on its head which had just recovered stabbed at Luke. Luke was even faster. Brushing past the tentacle, he turned around and slashed at Riot's legs before kicking it in the butt. Riot's torso smashed through the wall and flew out of the room. Luke stood up and put the katana away. He tilted his head and looked at the arms and legs on the ground. "Aren't you going to enter the complete symbiotic form? It seems I didn't go hard enough on you." The arms and legs quickly turned into a silver gray liquid and slipped out to track the owner of the house. Luke followed them out through the hole and saw Riot getting back to its feet after smashing into the wall opposite, its limbs all regenerated. Of course, it had heard what Luke said. The problem was that Luke was too fast, and Riot had been cut down twice before it could use its full strength. At that moment, at the enemy's reminder, it finally roared, and a layer of silver gray liquid quickly covered its body. This time, Luke finally followed the glorious Japanese tradition of not suddenly intervening to stop the other party's transformation. If that happened in a cartoon, the audience would send the cartoonist razor blades. Luke wasn't in a hurry to take action. He wanted to see what marvelous form this Riot, the dog head's countryman, had. In terms of looks, the dog head was still the best. It didn't have a mouth, so it naturally didn't have fangs, and hence looked cute. Agony's blue skin coupled with Haley's looks was passable, but its fangs were too sharp. Venom was a tar monster. Not only was it ugly, it didn't have any hair. The dog head didn't have any hair either. On the other hand, Agony had long, thick hair. That made Luke wonder if the dog head and Venom were long-lost brothers. It wasn't until he saw Riot's head now in the complete symbiotic state that he was basically sure of one thing: the symbiotes generally truly didn't have any hair. Riot's appearance lowered the bar for symbiote looks once more. Not only was this guy bald, its entire body was bumpy all over and not smooth at all. If that silver gray skin was black like Venom, it would look even more like a toad. However, the toad in front of Luke was clearly smart and not to be trifled with. Many key parts of its body had spikes that ranged from a few centimeters to a dozen centimeters in length. It looked fierce. So, this was actually a poisonous toad. This was a disservice to its host, Ryoko Tamaya. The high school teacher's looks and temperament could pique the interest of some nerds who liked the mature type. A lot of ridiculous thoughts flashed through Luke's mind in less than 2 seconds. His brain was just that fast after his mental strength exceeded 40. On the other side, Riot swelled up again, not just physically, but also in terms of its senses. After it stood up, it roared and shot a dozen or so spikes at Luke. Luke, on the other hand, was a little disappointed. Shouldn't the boss do something big after a roar like that? This little trick was boring. He was too lazy to move. He simply turned slightly, and 4 or 5 spikes flew past his chest without making contact at all. The moment the spikes shot out, 3 tentacles attacked from above and both sides. Luke frowned. That's all you can do? Then you're going to die here today. As soon as he said that, the katana on his shoulder exploded with a dazzling silver light that enveloped the 3 tentacles. The 3 tentacles suddenly stopped and shattered into pieces. Riot threw out more spikes as it started to retreat. This time, Luke didn't even bother to dodge. He simply flicked his left hand. With a clatter, he flicked away 4 or 5 darts. A dozen tentacles suddenly shot out of Riot's body. Their tips were no longer like the edges of a sharp knife, but the simplest of cones, which stabbed at Luke from all directions. The katana danced around Luke to block the tentacles. At that moment, a tentacle that had just been cut off slithered back toward Riot's body. Luke suddenly sped up and appeared in front of Riot, pressing a palm to its chest. A very scant amount of elementary annihilation spread out to cover the front of Riot's upper torso. Riot instantly sensed the destructive energy and screamed in fear as it directly pulled away from Tamaya's back. The annihilation energy seized the opportunity to wrap around Tamaya and prevent Riot from returning to her body. If Luke had known that Riot would be here tonight, he wouldn't have given it a chance to combine with Ryoko Tamaya. After all, she was a very important tool. He was even more reluctant to kill Riot. Of the 5 symbiotes that came to Earth, 3 could be considered to have been recruited by Luke. Only Riot and the missing Shriek could potentially be used for research. It would be a shame to kill them right away. Chapter 1813. Cooperation, Escapee, Exploding Hotline. Riot didn't know that Luke was protecting Ryoko Tamaya. It only felt that the annihilation energy would kill it and its host. So, it subconsciously started to run. Even frightened as it was, however, as the de facto leader of the symbiotes, it still had pretty good judgment. The moment it left Ryoko Tamaya, it burrowed into the ground without hesitation. There was a manhole grate cover there, and it could escape danger if it slipped inside. For a symbiote, it took no more than a second to switch hosts. But as soon as it slipped through the grate, the entire cover was sent flying. Luke flicked out with his telekinesis, and the silver-gray symbiote which had entered the sewer halfway was sent flying. At the same time, Luke took out a long and thick black cylinder from his waist with his left hand, and threw it at Riot. The black cylinder opened in the air and swiftly turned into a synthetic bag. Riot dropped into the bag, and it closed on its own. After quickly activating the hibernation function, Luke heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally caught this living treasure. The black cylinder just now was a flexible, fully sealed hibernation bag. It was a small piece of equipment which he had specially designed for troublesome opponents. Compared with the previous hibernation box, the biggest advantage of the hibernation bag was that it was portable. He could use his inventory to move the enormous hibernation box, but it would be inconvenient for his team members. Also, Luke had to consider the balance between hibernation temperature and materials used, since ordinary sealed receptacles wouldn't be able to contain things like the symbiote, the mutant blood god, or poisonous or corrosive live specimens. In the end, Mindy gave it a new code name, Body Bag. She said that anyone who was put in it would be close to dying if they weren't dead already. What could Luke say? He could only pray that his friends and family wouldn't need it. If the hibernation bag could catch people, it naturally could save them. In the case of a person with severe injuries, using the hibernation bag would greatly slow down the rate at which the other party's condition deteriorated, and they would be able to last until help arrived. In the hands of a team member, it was just supplementary restraining equipment with the same function as cable ties or handcuffs. Apart from special monsters like the symbiote, other targets could also be knocked out and stuffed into the hibernation bag. In truth, it was very hard to improve the launch speed of the hibernation bag, and it could only be thrown by hand, but it wasn't easy to control your posture. Only Luke, who had both the strength and skill, could use this thing as a hunting trap, and directly trap Riot with it. Riot, who had reverted to its original form, lost the ability to speak. It could only charge around wildly in the bag before it was quickly sedated by the hibernation function. Luke finally looked at Ryoko Tamaya. She had returned to her human form, but didn't reveal her tentacles. She simply turned her head silently and looked coldly at the trapped Riot, who had gained the upper hand earlier. "You were the one who let Murata go that day, right?" she asked. Luke scanned her stomach and didn't notice anything unusual. He nodded. Yes. Ryoko Tamaya asked, "Did you give me that warning earlier?" Luke nodded again. Ryoko Tamaya asked, "What do you want?" Luke said, "You." Ryoko Tamaya smiled lightly. "You want to catch me for research?" Luke shook his head, then nodded. "The research is just in passing. Someone has an eye on you, so I'm willing to give you a chance." "Cooperation or obedience?" Ryoko Tamaya asked. "Is there a difference?" Luke said, "If you cooperate, you can at least live as a human for a long time. Otherwise, I can't think of a reason to let you go." Ryoko Tamaya said, "Very well, I agree." Luke was stumped. As expected, she was smart. So, he simply raised his hand and shot out a dart, and a surprised expression finally appeared on Ryoko Tamaya's face. However, the paralytic toxin worked quickly, and she fell unconscious in a few seconds. Luke grabbed her in the hibernation bag and flew into the sky. "Wrap things up here." No way. In any case, it was impossible to hide what happened tonight. While Luke was dealing with Tamaya and Riot, Selena had already led the team in killing more than 20 parasites. The team then split up and headed to their designated locations to clean up all the targets in Tokyo. This was a good deed they were doing as international superheroes. Was there a need to justify it to the locals? Of course not. Not long after Luke left, the silver-gray spikes in the wall suddenly melted into a semi-liquid state. When they gathered together, they formed a ball the size of a fist and quickly flowed into the nearest sewer. In the sewer, a little rat which had been frightened by the earlier rumbling on the surface was hiding in a small hole. The silver-gray substance noticed it and immediately lunged at it. The little rat squeaked in fear, but soon quieted down. A moment later, its eyes turned silver-gray. The rat's eyes flickered several times before they returned to black, and they glowed with anger and madness. Then, a small gray shadow dashed out of the hole and ran quickly through the sewers in the north. Luke found a quiet corner and placed Tamaya and Riot in space 2, before he officially joined the purge of the parasites. Since it had already begun, all the confirmed parasites had to be killed as soon as possible. Anyone who was suspected of being a parasite was caught and examined with the mental helmet probe. If it was a parasite, it would definitely resist, and there was no need to check. Over the past few days, it had been confirmed that there were about 730 parasites in Japan, as well as 2,400 suspicious targets. As long as these parasites were killed, there wouldn't be many left on Earth. The parasites that were killed were basically fond of hunting humans, and didn't respect human life. In order to catch all of them in one go, Luke had endured these man-eating monsters for so many days. Logically speaking, this would produce the greatest results, but personally, it definitely didn't feel good. He felt that he had to let them personally experience what international superheroes were like. Thus, over a year later, a second round of chaos took place in Tokyo. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's hotline exploded once more. A lot of emergency calls flooded in, from housewives, men, the elderly and children. The biggest headache was that a bunch of young people and kids insisted that they had seen American superheroes. When the chief of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department was woken up by the phone, he could only listen to his most trusted subordinate spout nonsense with a dumbfounded expression. For the chief, who had just woken up, the following words were indeed nonsense. "Chief, the emergency hotline is blowing up. Many people claim that the Bat Squad is engaging man-eating monsters in multiple locations in Tokyo." "What? It's all true." A lot of police officers arrived at the scene and found the bodies of 3 to 15 man-eating monsters. After killing them, the Bat Squad moved on to the next location. "What? Based on where the reports are coming from, the Bat Squad is attacking at least 200 man-eating monsters, and they're not hiding themselves. The special combat troops there. Leading use heavy firearms, which include rifles, sniper rifles, grenades and armored trucks. More than half of downtown Tokyo can hear the gunfire. B****, why are you only calling me now?" His trusted subordinate said gloomily, "Director, I received the intelligence 15 minutes ago, and immediately called you. Chapter 1814, congratulations, good news, and request fulfilled." The chief immediately got it. To avoid being disturbed tonight, he had set his phone to vibrate. In the end, because he was too tired and had fallen asleep, his phone rang for 15 minutes before he woke up. B****, he cursed and swung his palm. "Pa." A dazed female voice came from the side. "Ah, it hurts." Wait, the chief was too lazy to see what he had hit. He suddenly got up and shouted, "Summon all the police officers. This is a state of emergency. All report the situation to the executives immediately. Make sure that the officers hold out." He then hung up. His subordinate was stunned. Hold out? That was a battle between the Bat Squad and the man-eating monsters. Who the hell could endure out there? He was completely right. Not only were there no police officers who went out that night, the military soldiers didn't even leave the base. The commander who received the news didn't give his men any orders at all. If he dared give the order, the soldiers might be implicated in the chaos in Tokyo. It wouldn't be surprising if they were killed in battle or shot in the back. Besides, what was the point of going to court death? In the battle between Luke and the Blood God Experimental before, more than 400 people had died in Tokyo, including more than 20 police officers. With so many members of the Bat Squad here today, even an idiot would know that their opponents weren't simple. If the commander went out, he might die along with a bunch of his men. Even if he was lucky enough to survive tonight, he would still be blamed for his error in field command, and be doomed to be a scapegoat. If he didn't go out, he might be punished and lose his job. In either case, there was no benefit to taking on this mission. Hence, the Bat Squad and 100 new SHIELD agents fought in Tokyo for half a night without clashing with any government agencies. It could only be said that Luke's guess was correct. Japan had experienced an extraordinary power vacuum in recent years. After SHIELD, Argus and Sentinel services collapsed, there had been a lot of empty territory in America, which didn't have the energy to rebuild replacement organizations in Japan. Hydra could have seized the opportunity to expand, but Luke had turned around and slaughtered them like fat sheep, dragging Shredder down with his secret research institute. Hydra now only dared to quietly use the shell of a business company to develop some feelers in Japan. It didn't dare play around with an official base at all. In the face of a large-scale battle by the Bat Squad, there was no power big enough to intervene. Everybody watched quietly on the side. At most, they would take videos for their records. Chaos in Tokyo, that had nothing to do with them. At 6 a.m. the next day, the police department, which had been monitoring the situation, found no signs of the Bat Squad, and the gunfire and fighting had completely disappeared. Only then did the chief of the Metropolitan Police send the Prime Minister a message to say that he had everything under control. The Prime Minister simply said, "Get lost." At noon, the Prime Minister looked at the preliminary data and found that there really was good news. Unexpectedly, the large-scale battle last night hadn't caused too much damage to Tokyo. Whether it was manpower or property damage, there unexpectedly wasn't a lot of losses. Instead, there were more than 2,100 corpses of the man-eating monsters, which both shocked and delighted the Prime Minister. The populace didn't know about the man-eating monsters, but the Prime Minister did. It was just that he had no solutions. Now that the Bat Squad had come and killed so many of the man-eating monsters, he no longer had to take responsibility for causing chaos and getting rid of this hidden danger. The Bat Squad didn't even ask for a single cent. American superheroes were indeed much more reliable than the American military. Of course, the Prime Minister couldn't say that. Instead, he had to exaggerate the losses and complain about the lack of defenses last night. That night, the governor of Tokyo thanked the Bat Squad on TV for their huge contribution to the safety of Tokyo. He also declared that the members of the Bat Squad who had participated in the battle last night would be considered honorary permanent citizens of Tokyo. When word of this spread, the American people immediately sneered. The people of New York were especially unhappy. Why should our superheroes go over to be your honorary citizens? The Bat Squad had a very high status in the eyes of the people of New York. They were the true guardians of the common people and guaranteed safety. The Tokyo government actually dared create a connection out of thin air. If a dog suddenly called your father, Dad, would that make you a dog too? Unfortunately, the Tokyo government didn't care what the people of New York thought. In any case, they were already currying favor with the Bat Squad. It would be stupid to give up halfway. Not only did the Japanese side have no intention of taking back their word, some people even started talking about setting it in stone. What? The Bat Squad didn't acknowledge the title. But they didn't object, right? No objection meant tacit approval. While everyone was discussing this, nobody knew that a few days later, the governor of Tokyo would see an old man in a black suit in his office. Just like that, the big shot who sold everything appeared in front of the governor to fulfill the latter's request to form a tie with the Bat Squad and present them with honorary citizen certificates. Their conversation only lasted 20 minutes before the big shot got up and left. When he opened the door and stepped outside, his entire figure gradually faded and then disappeared into thin air. The governor stared at the open door as cold sweat broke out on his forehead and back. He rejoiced yet also felt helpless. He finally realized that it wasn't easy to ride on the Bat Squad's popularity. The big shot hadn't wasted any time. He simply requested that the other party provide various top-notch components, parts and other supplies as payment for the Bat Squad's help this time. Before the conflicted governor could say anything, the big shot explained, the Bat Squad operated independently, and indeed won't charge you anything. However, you yourself said that you really want to pay them back. They find it hard to refuse this sincere request, so they're letting me do the talking. The governor wanted to flip the table when he heard that. B*****, is that all you heard? Chapter 1815. Deal. Enjoying the fun. However, the governor didn't dare make a sound. After achieving his initial goal, he was even more glad that he didn't have the strength to flip a table. Although the deal this time cost him a lot, he had made contact with the big shot who sold everything. The existence of this big shot wasn't an absolute secret in the upper echelons of the world. There were many people at the top who wanted to make deals with the big shot, but couldn't even find the door. That was especially the case for the Asian region. Luke didn't dare go to China, the Japanese market wasn't too big, and he wasn't keen on crossing the Pacific Ocean, but since the other party had delivered themselves to his door this time, things were simple. Japan would send over whatever he wanted to the United States, and Luke didn't have to come himself. After that, the Japanese government stopped putting on a show of currying favor with the Bat Squad, which did nothing to dampen the Bat Squad's popularity among the people. Firstly, it was troublesome and unnecessary for the government. Secondly, if the government suddenly changed its attitude, it would be a big problem if it caused a misunderstanding with the big shot. The big shot had said that the purge had been on an unavoidably large scale because there were too many parasites. In the future, the government could send him classified information related to the parasites, and the Bat Squad would take action for free. Also, these parasites would only be taken care of in certain locations, and basically wouldn't draw the attention of ordinary citizens. The Japanese government wasn't unhappy. The Bat Squad was still beating up people in New York every day. Did the American government say anything? Did NYPD say anything? No. Superheroes whom the American authorities couldn't do anything about were willing to give Japan a heads up. There was nothing to complain about. It wasn't like the Bat Squad needed law enforcement approval, plus the law enforcement agencies might not even know that they were taking action. What was the point of being unhappy? Since I can't resist, I'll just lie down. The government had already quietly completed the deal, while the public TV stations were already working overtime and starting to produce cartoons. Many artists received priority orders to create comics related to the Bat Squad. All they had to do was buy the copyright from the Rescue Foundation. On the third day, the foundation sent a public letter to the Japanese government saying that it would help the people who had suffered losses in this battle. The government tactfully had a few TV stations report the good news. For a moment, the Japanese people's good impression of the Bat Squad skyrocketed. Luke had no choice. He was the one who had started this operation, and while not many ordinary people had been implicated, there had been a lot of property damage. He didn't have to worry about losses during battle, but if they reached a certain number and he didn't make up for them in the aftermath when he had the means to, the system would issue a warning. What surprised him was that the system's faith value skyrocketed 3 days after the battle, and the faith value he obtained every day was 30% higher than before. From this, it was clear that the people of Tokyo had a good impression of him. In comparison, the faith value provided by America and Europe wasn't much. There were 450 million people in America, 600 million in Europe, and just 150 million in Japan. The daily faith output from Japan was actually 1/3 of the total. Because of the distance, Luke spent most of his time in Europe and America, where the people benefited the most. Even at a conservative estimate, faith value in Europe and America was at least 5 times lower than in Japan. Luke decided that he had to come visit Japan regularly in the future. It didn't have to be for a big event, but it definitely had to be on TV so that public enthusiasm never dropped. The members of the Bat Squad left one after another. They had been in Japan for more than 10 days, and spent the last 3 days helping Luke clean up the occasional parasite here and there. Thankfully, they had 100 agents from New Shield this time. The androids just needed to set out while the team members waited in the safe house to go online. With Luke monitoring the situation, New Shield was a lot more reliable in carrying out key roles. The low-end equipment which Phil had gotten from Luke had become standard equipment for core Shield members. Coupled with a low-end bulletproof vest, a semi-AI combat helmet, and various firearms and non-lethal weapons, their combat ability was more than 10 times better. After all, it was low-end equipment only in the big shot's eyes. For Phil's sake, this gear was only slightly more expensive than the manufacturing costs. For example, an F-22 cost over $100 million to make. Factoring in the cost of the materials, it had to sell for at least $200 million in order for the suppliers not to cough up blood. Luke, on the other hand, didn't charge any material or processing costs at all. If SHIELD bought the same things from an American supplier, it would already be good if they could get them at just 2 or 3 times the price. As for attempts to secretly resell the equipment, Luke and Phil made use of the opportunity to weed out people. How could Luke not put in a backdoor for the things he made? Anyone who had an eye on this equipment pretty much became a signal transmitter. New Shield wasn't short of funds. The big shot set high prices for people and items related to superpowers, at millions or tens of millions. When the old Shield fell from power, the Hydra camp which had nothing to do with Pierce took most of the superhumans away. The rest were either caught by other agencies or became classified assets of other branches. New Shield simply abandoned trapping and studying superhumans. If they could be killed, they would be killed. If they were caught, they were transferred to the Big Shot in an exchange. For example, the Big Shot had estimated that the total value of the hundreds of parasites caught this time was 100 million. It was an even split, so New Shield could get 50 million. Thus, Phil had enough confidence to give the agents new and better things. Few would turn traitor for money, and these few would very quickly be sent to heaven along with their contractors. With money, equipment and core members, Phil firmly controlled New Shield. It was early December, and Luke and Selena had just returned from Sapporo. Unexpectedly, that high school boy, Wayno, had disappeared, and was never seen again. He was the only one who had 4 parasites on his body, and could be considered the one regret from this cleanup operation. Luke didn't think too much of it. Bad guys always jumped out on their own sooner or later. Since they couldn't find Wayno, he fulfilled his promise and took Selena to the hot spring on the mountainside. When they returned to Tokyo after that, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they went to a large cosplay event in Ikebukuro. This was an event that had been put together at the last minute and had only been promoted 2 days beforehand. When 2 people and 1 dog arrived at Ikebukuro, it had become a sea of odd-looking humans. The members of the Bat Squad had been using androids a few days ago, which had also been fitted with matching armor. Thus, all sorts of cosplay could be seen on the streets, from Black Cat and Big Dipper to the Little Turtles and Lady Deathstrike. Black Cat was the most cosplayed since this #1 female superhero and Batman's loyal partner was too famous. Chapter 18:16. The point is participation, and trouble. There was barely anyone cosplaying Frank, the team commander. Although he was very useful in the team, he rarely shone in battle. He was the least famous in the public eye. The number of Black-Pink Bear cosplayers were second only to Batman and Black Cat. The main thing was that girls liked Pink Bear. Those who didn't like Black would naturally go for Pink. To match, many shut-ins simply cosplayed Pink Bear's partner, Black Bear. If they couldn't be boyfriends in real life, they could take advantage of cosplay to be the seniors. Thinking that, many shut-ins felt even more excited. It was a good thing that Mindy had returned to America 2 days ago. Otherwise, she would definitely want to beat up this bunch of short-legged pink bears and overweight black bears. If she saw the pink bear in the short princess dress that had a beard, 2 ponytails, and a chest full of black hair, she would definitely sue this cosplay event. At that moment, Luke was dressed like V, and Selena simply wore a female version of the bat suit as they made their way through the crowd. Some people noticed that their cosplay outfits were top quality, but before they could strike up a conversation, they realized that the 2 were already long gone. When 2 people and 1 dog arrived at the main venue, electronic dance music was playing as a group cosplaying the Bat Squad danced on stage. Black Cat was in center position, and the lower half of her face was exposed. She was probably a white girl, and had a well-developed chest. Luke couldn't help but nod when he saw this. But Selena was quite unhappy. She has so much flab and still has the nerve to cosplay Black Cat. Luke said, the main point is participation. Speaking of which, he was the one who was cosplayed the most. There were badmen revealing too much skin, big dippers with big bellies, and dark knights in silk underwear, but Luke didn't even blink. In fact, there were a lot of cosplayers in skimpy outfits who were flaunting large expanses of skin in this December weather. Even though they were covered in goosebumps, they still adopted engrossed poses and expressions in the cold wind. A bunch of cameramen were standing, squatting, or crawling on the ground as they captured marvelous shots from unbelievable angles to demonstrate their professionalism. 2 people and 1 dog just wandered around for a while. They weren't interested in squeezing through the crowd, and just bought ice cream from a fast food store next to the road. Luke didn't know why fast food stores still sold ice cream in winter. It was the dog head who had sharp eyes, and immediately noticed a girl passing by with ice cream. 2 people and 1 dog chatted on a street corner as they ate their ice cream. Selena hadn't forgotten to use the armor's camera to capture all sorts of eye-searing cosplay, and was ready to open a separate chat group to share the profits. For example, that bearded, pink bear definitely had to be shared. The sight of 2 people and 1 dog eating ice cream attracted the attention of many girls. First of all, Luke and Selena were very tall, and the half masks on their helmets clearly showed that they were young. Coupled with the Labrador that the dog head was disguised as, this combination was indeed interesting. Many people came over with professional cameras, wanting to take a few shots. Selena was too lazy to say anything. She simply had Luke interpret and say that she was an amateur who didn't know how to pose. Although these people were a little disappointed, they didn't complain. After all, Americans didn't have to follow the rules of Japanese cosplay. Not only that, many people also came looking for an opportunity to take group shots. This mainly involved taking wi-fi's with Luke and Selena in the background. Some people subconsciously wanted to hug them, but Luke pushed the women away while Selena kicked the men away. In the end, even more people came to take photos of them. On Selena's side, the men were kicked back several meters one after another. Nobody could touch her. Just as Luke pushed away another girl who lunged at him and wondered if they should move to avoid these masochists, there was a clamor 100 meters away. Luke was stunned. That was because amidst the screaming, a lot of people were yelling, "Man-eating ghost," which was what the Japanese people called the parasites. He suddenly jumped 2 meters high and grabbed a protrusion in the wall on the 2nd floor as he looked down. Selena raised her head. What's wrong? Her Japanese was bad, and she couldn't quite understand what was going on. Luke's V-mask closed up completely, and he tossed the rest of the ice cream to Gold Nugget. A parasite is killing people over there. I'll take care of it. Keep an eye on the side for any more parasites lying in ambush. As soon as he said that, he kicked off of the wall and charged forward 100 meters. The onlookers, who hadn't sensed anything wrong even after Luke jumped 2 meters, suddenly came back to their senses. Their eyes widened, and many of them exclaimed, "What?" Selena tossed the remaining ice cream to the dog and closed her mask. "Let's go." With a flash, she darted through the crowd like a fish and disappeared. The dog had swallowed the ice cream before following her. Suddenly, a girl screamed, "Superheroes. They're American superheroes. They're Batman and Black Cat." Many shut-ins who had been watching Luke and Selena rolled their eyes. Come on, Batman had never worn a Zorro hat. Also, it had been more than 2 years. Black Cat's mask had always been a cat face, while this one was a perfect imitation of Batman's mask. But just because they knew that didn't mean that everyone around them did. So, the girl's shout was met with a storm of questions. Where's Batman? Where's Her Majesty? Get out of the way, let me look at her. Huh, was that Batman on the wall just now? I think I saw a cape. On the other side, Luke had already made use of the suction function in his boots to charge 100 meters over the wall. He jumped, his cape fluttering behind him as he charged at the parasite who had a tentacle wrapped around a girl's neck on the stage. The other party was very vigilant and subconsciously lashed out with its tentacles. Grayish-black streaks of light swept out like a fan as 2 tentacles and 2 blades collided with each other, but that couldn't slow Luke down. The shadow from the black cape fell over the parasite. 1 blade deflected a tentacle and stabbed down. Pooh! There was the sound of a cold weapon cutting through flesh, which was immediately drowned out by exclamations. A wide black cape swept past the parasite. 2 figures stood still with their backs to each other, and the area around the stage suddenly fell silent. Chapter 1817. Make up something for me too, and little brother isn't happy. Luke carefully scanned the area for more parasites that might cause trouble. At that moment, the head of the parasite behind him suddenly jerked, and the parasite that had been around the man's neck fell to the ground with a thump. It twisted and twitched weakly before falling still. The crowd, which had been silent for a moment, exploded. It was impossible to hear what they were shouting, but nobody rushed to the stage since the man was still on it. This unlucky male MC had been killed by the parasite as a declaration of war. The female MC was a little luckier. Her eyes rolled back in fear, and she didn't know yet that she had been saved. Looking at the clamor below the stage but seeing no more parasites appear, Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment, before he appeared next to the female MC in a flash. He took the microphone from the female MC and tapped on it twice. The clamor died down. The onlookers knew that the man in the smiling mask who had suddenly appeared was going to say something. Monster. To be or not to be, that's a question. To die, to sleep, no more. Luke still had that London accent as he recited this line as if he were reciting poetry. Putting the microphone back into the MC's hand, he jumped lightly and pushed off of the wall of a nearby building a few times before he reached the rooftop and disappeared. There was an even louder burst of noise. Most people flushed and screamed, unable to speak. It might not be Ultraman battling a small monster, but it was the first time that most people had seen a superhero fight a small monster. Also, this mysterious superhero's English pronunciation sounded very classy. It was classier than superheroes who didn't make a sound and ran away after killing monsters. 10 minutes later, Luke, Selena and Gold Nugget were drinking coffee in a high-class restaurant as they looked at the fast food store down below. A lot of people had already gathered around where the two people and one dog had been eating ice cream. Many people who had taken photos with Luke's group in the background were talking excitedly on their phones. A lot of shut-ins even stuck out their butts to show everybody Selena's footprint on them. The girls looked at these nerds enviously. They cursed them for being despicable but imagined what it would be like to be kicked by V like that. The men were practically green with envy. Many of them couldn't help but shout what they were thinking. Why didn't I come just now? Clearly, they didn't mind being kicked at all, and even looked forward to it. There was a long line of people at the fast food store, all of whom wanted to buy the ice cream that Luke's group had been eating. The servers pretended not to hear them. Luke and Selena had only tasted 2/3 of the ice cream in the store before they ran off because of the emergency. The store manager immediately had the idea to sell the ice cream in alternate batches. This would prevent customers from thinking that the superheroes had only tried 1 or 2 flavors. The store could alternate between offering male superhero ice cream, female superhero ice cream, and pet ice cream to preserve the novelty. Pet ice cream for people to eat. That was no problem at all. Countless people down below were making a racket, and they didn't know that the superheroes whom they were talking about were in the opposite building, watching the show. Luke had left quickly earlier, but Selena and the dog head had still been nearby to see if they could lure out some stupid parasites. In the end, it was indeed rare to see a parasite as stupid as the first one. Selena felt some regret that she couldn't take action as Batwoman. It seems this is it. Luke hummed and said, even monsters are afraid of death. Selena, however, snorted. A certain person is always so flashy whenever he appears, who knows what for. Luke nudged her with his shoulder and said with a smile, it's the character setting, right? It wouldn't be professional of me if I didn't recite lines. Selena swiftly bargained, all right. Make up a few lines for my new identity then. Pondering for 2 seconds, Luke said, for the world and peace, for the evils of truth and love, a bright tomorrow awaits you. Selena, WTF. Luke said, you don't like it? Then switch to something else. Future, a white future is the color of evil. Universe, the hammer of justice for a black world. Let our names be recorded in this land. Selena wanted to flip a table, but a moment later, she couldn't help but recite the 2 strange lines several times in her heart. Suddenly, she made a fist with her right hand and punched her left palm. It's decided. I'll use the second one in the future. Luke. Huh, Selena said excitedly. Well, I can get Mikey and the others to try it out first. It's better than their original line. Luke couldn't help but recall the scene of the little turtles yelling, we're the Ninja Turtles, yeah, and was lost for words. Then, he chuckled despite himself. As long as he wasn't the one she was making say it, who cared? It just so happened that the little turtles had recently asked him how they could become more cultured. Wouldn't this script help? At least, it sounded much more cultured than, "We're the Ninja Turtles." Yeah, unexpectedly, Luke's faith value skyrocketed again after this operation, and the daily intake increased by another 10%. That was because the incident had happened in broad daylight, and there had been countless cameras trained on the stage. Footage of the scene from multiple angles was everywhere in a day, and the TV stations, the internet, and the media were all involved. Not only were there images of Luke taking action, there were also photos of the two people and a dog eating ice cream. Taking a pet out for cosplay in broad daylight and even showing their faces to eat made these new superheroes seem so down to earth. They didn't care at all that they were only in the background in the photos. But at the same time, they didn't let anyone come into close contact with them. This made their popularity, along with purchases of Labrador dogs, skyrocket in Japan. Luke's previous idea was thus set in stone. When he was free, he would come to Japan to put on a show and harvest faith value. He didn't have to keep a low profile like in America. In any case, the Japanese government couldn't do anything about him. But that was the end of this particular trip to Japan. Luke and Selena took a private plane back to America. When they got home, Joseph, who was looking at his tablet in the living room, glanced at Luke expressionlessly, before he lowered his head and continued looking at the tablet without saying anything. Luke chuckled and put his hand on his brother's shoulder. "Hey, what are you unhappy about? Tell me, and I'll take care of it for you." Joseph shrugged disdainfully, but couldn't get rid of the hand. Looking at his smiling brother, he finally accepted his fate. Chapter 18:18. Research, Teen Mode and Team Joseph had never been able to do anything about Luke. Even the smartest kid would be depressed when they ran into a rotten guy who had lived up to 30 years old in his previous life. Luke was several times more shameless than Claire and Joseph combined. Joseph could only be blunt. "It's fine if you go on a business trip, but Mindy went traveling a few days after that. She entrusted me to Nikki and Monica, and they took turns sending me home." "Did you know that?" Luke chuckled and rubbed Joseph's head. "Hey, isn't that great for you? A long-legged big sister picks you up and takes you home. Do you know how many people would be happy to experience that?" Suddenly, he looked enlightened. "So, you're actually not complaining about me going on a business trip, but you're unhappy that Mindy went traveling too?" Joseph opened his mouth but was unable to respond. He really was unhappy about that, but it wasn't just that. Mindy had gone to Japan with a friend she had met recently. Joseph was only 9 and needed his parents to accompany him if he went overseas. What could he do? He didn't think that Catherine would let him take leave from school for no reason and go traveling with him. Although Mindy had told him about the trip to Japan after she came back, and it didn't sound like very much fun, Joseph was still a little depressed. What he didn't know was that the Level 2 clone had always been in New York and would go to the basement workshop every night. It watched over Joseph, but never appeared in front of him. Luke stopped teasing Joseph. He opened his backpack and gave him 2 boxes. "These are your gifts." Joseph looked at the colors suspiciously. "Another matching set." Luke winked at him. "See for yourself. I didn't specially wrap them up this time." Joseph opened the black box. Inside was a semi-transparent box with a distinct Japanese logo on it and the head of a fierce black bear on the side. He picked up his tablet and took a photo of the box. Then, he read the translation. "Strongest hero, black bear costume, limited edition 100 sets. 95% similarity to the real suit." He opened the pink box that was at the bottom. "Strongest hero, pink bear costume, limited edition 100 sets. Princess dress." Joseph's eyes widened. "You want me to give the princess dress to Mindy?" Luke said, "Why not? She's a girl. Besides, this is a limited edition dress. There's no armor. In any case, it doesn't look as good as the armor I make," Luke murmured inwardly. After hesitating for a moment, Joseph accepted the gifts. At the very least, some thought had been put into it. Mindy did like pink more. After accepting the gifts, this little brother couldn't maintain a wooden expression anymore. The 2 brothers could finally go back to talking normally. Luke and Selena didn't do anything big after they returned. After a refreshing break, Selena started to deal with the work that had piled up in the PDD, and Luke began to study the parasites and the symbiote riot. Compared with before, Luke now had some research manpower. In space too, Stearns, Claudia and Ophelia were very interested in the alien species. They all had their own main research projects, but Luke had a lot of parasites, and each of the 3 scientists were given 2 for research, based on their preferences. After using them up, they could get more parasites. In any case, they weren't rare. The 3 scientists were very interested in the symbiote Riot, but Luke treasured this guy and didn't dare let them mess around with it. If Riot was killed in the process, Luke really wouldn't be able to find another one like it. The research on the parasites soon produced results, and the 3 scientists came to a rough conclusion: parasites had a limited value in the short term, and weren't worth further research. After all, this thing possessed just one part of the host. The rest of the body was still a weakness. More parasites could indeed strengthen more parts, but they could interfere with each other. If things went wrong, they might fight for control of the body. The Hulk basically still had a human appearance. Blonsky, who was half a Hulk, might still have a human form, but was already very ugly. In comparison, not only did the parasites have to eat people to survive, they had completely inhuman appearances. For now, the parasites could only be used as interesting research subjects. Luke couldn't expect to gain any benefits from the research. Instead, Stearns was very interested in the anomaly that was Shinichi Izumi. It was a pity that Shinichi Izumi was a neutral yellow in the system, so Luke couldn't capture him for experiments. He could only have the PDD in Japan find an opportunity to dupe him into participating in some tests. The main focus of the parasite research was actually on the highly intelligent parasite, Ryoko Tamaya. If she could develop food to replace human blood, Luke would let her go. If she achieved this goal, Luke could protect her and let her live openly in human society. But she had to become the new king of the parasites and do her best to control them so that they no longer ate people. At that time, she and her kind could work for Phil. For parasites with fighting capabilities far beyond what ordinary humans had, this was the only treatment they could get. They had lived in human society for a long time, and it wouldn't be hard for them to hide the fact that they ate people. Any one of them who got a craving could secretly kill a human to eat. There was naturally no way they could be allowed to hide freely in human society. Tamaya had no objections. She even started her research the day after she was captured. Luke also needed time to test the effects of various abilities and methods on her. Pheromone control and mental hypnosis and illusion weren't as effective on the parasite, but they weren't completely useless. After experimenting and making adjustments, he might be able to find a control method which ensured that nothing happened to her. Luke was engrossed in his research. On Mindy's side, it was lively. A few days ago, she found the big shot who sold everything and opened a separate team channel called Ursa Minor Team. The rules of this channel were directly copied from the Bat Squad, and Luke even added a teen mode. Any questions or divulging of personal information would be directly censored. Mindy was a member, with the codename Miss M. Joseph was also a member, with the codename Destiny. Then, there were the Little Turtles: Blueberry, Leo, Red Bean Ice, Raffle, Novelty, Mikey, and Purple Grape, Donnie. Next were Black Pearl, Monica, White Diamond, Nikki, Miss J, Carrie, and Mr. T, Tyrone. Finally, there was Miss P, and this person was Claire. As for whether this P referred to Pink, or Peppa, or even both, only Claire herself knew. Apart from that, Luke and Selena were the channel moderators and chat supervisors, who shared an account and ensured that these guys didn't mess around. The most ordinary person in this group of youngsters was Joseph. Apart from possessing an IQ of more than 140, there was nothing special about him. But if they really wanted to cause trouble, this lineup of 10 superheroes was pretty lavish. They just lacked experience and organization. If Mindy carried on like this, however, Luke might not have to worry about putting together a second-tier team. This Ursa Minor could become the teen team. Chapter 18-19. Stolen. Babysitting. Luke was too busy with research to check the Ursa Minor chat, so naturally, the moderator account fell into Selena's hands. For the past few days, Director Selena's biggest hobby was to send beautiful cosplay photos which she had taken in Japan to Ursa Minor. That hairy pink bear was the headliner. Mindy actually wanted to get angry, but after seeing the other cosplayers, she suddenly realized that she had nothing to say. Donnie, the tech turtle with sharp eyes, had even used a program to find male versions of Black Cat, which actually weren't much better than the hairy pink bear. Mindy was angry, but the little turtles were envious. They weren't very famous, only a little more so than Frank. Even Lady Deathstrike had a lot of fans after all. Female heroes were rare. It was just that Joseph had unjustly copped some blame. He had given Mindy the pink dress, and she had been very happy when she opened the box, but Selena sent the photo the next day. Thankfully, Mindy wouldn't vent her anger on Joseph, it was just that the hairy pink bear was also wearing a pink dress. Besides, she had invited Joseph to go to Japan with her, but he couldn't. It could be said that she had abandoned him for a period of time. And when she came back, he was the one to give her a gift. She couldn't say anything about this treatment. The next few days were peaceful. At the end of the month, Tony suddenly sent an urgent message saying that Loki's scepter had been stolen. Luke immediately had his clone go, only to discover that the scepter had been missing for days. If Tony hadn't suddenly wanted to study the scepter again, he wouldn't have realized that what was stored at the base for special items was a fake. After investigating the base, Luke was certain that it was the doing of 2 security guards who had gone missing. After more investigation, he discovered that their families had also disappeared. The trail led to the sea and ended there. The 2 security guards had left by a speedboat which didn't have a GPS system. It had already been a few days, and this was on the ocean, it would be hard to track them. The signal transmitter which Tony had installed on the scepter was still silent, and there was no trace of the gamma energy emitted by the gem on the scepter. Clearly, the person behind this knew the scepter well. Considering how the scepter had disappeared from Tony's base, it was clear that the other party had been planning this for a long time. Tony wasn't too surprised. Loki's scepter was a good thing, but it was useless to ordinary people. Even the tycoon hadn't figured out how to use it, which was why he had moved it to a warehouse for special items. After all, he had too many things to research, and he could only keep the ones he was working on at the moment in his lab. The 2 missing security guards had only opened the door, and weren't the ones to steal the scepter. Recently, the surveillance cameras and equipment for detecting superpowers at the base had frequently been experiencing minor issues. When Luke checked, he found that the longest period of time that the system stopped working was half a minute at most. So, superhumans definitely had to be involved for the operation to be carried out so quickly. Luke had long known that the gem in the scepter was probably one of the Infinity Stones, so his 2 clones hadn't given up investigating it when he went back to Texas for Christmas. He didn't want the tycoon to be distracted by trying to solve this case. He specifically told Tony that he would investigate it himself. The other party had been planning this for a long time, and any leads Luke found were cut off. The people involved went out to sea by boat, and then disappeared. It was an absolutely flawless cleanup. In the face of such efficiency, Luke didn't know how long it would take for him to find the other party. Of course, he couldn't let this hold up the work efficiency of his tech development machine. At the same time, Luke rejoiced that he had kept a low profile. Nobody could steal anything from Batman because nobody knew who he was. Whether it was the Bat Cave in New Jersey or New Hope Research Institute in Nassau County, they had nothing to do with the Bat Squad on the surface. That wasn't the case with Tony. He didn't have an inventory, and someone would notice sooner or later if he built such a big base. After this incident, Tony immediately increased security at the base. Of course, there would still be loopholes, but it would be very hard for the other party to sneak in safely and take any items. This also proved that many bad guys had their eye on Tony. They weren't as stupid as movie villains, but hid on the side and waited for an opportunity. Despite his worries, Luke had a good Christmas. When he returned to Shackelford, the happiest thing he did was play with 2-year-old Cindy. Generally speaking, most kids got prettier after they turned 5 or 6, and they became less cute. 2-year-olds were a mix of angel and demon. They were both energetic and wild. Little Cindy was the same. The kiddo was in great shape and could run fast on her short legs, which made Luke think of a corgi. Catherine, who had always insisted on taking care of her children herself, had no choice but to hire 2 young professional nannies. A nanny who was too old wouldn't be able to handle Cindy, and just one nanny wasn't enough. Cindy could run them ragged in half a day. So, when Luke returned this time, he started a war with his little sister. He used a lot of trapping gear which he had developed but barely used to control Cindy's range of movements. Luke also took wicked pleasure in hiding the presence of this equipment from Cindy as much as possible. When he saw his little sister tied up with a transparent rope around her waist as she flailed wildly, unable to escape, he happily took photos as a memento with his phone. Although Cindy was smart, she was only 2 years old. Thanks to her heartless big brother's prank, she was basically fighting air, because she had no idea how her movements were being restricted. When Luke was done playing, he would pick her up and give her a few kisses on her chubby face. At that moment, Cindy would hug her brother with a smile and continue pestering him to play with her. Catherine would smile and scold Luke for his wicked behavior, but didn't stop him. Robert immediately asked, "Why didn't you give me a set of these things earlier? Do you know how hard this year has been for me?" Luke said innocently, "Didn't you say that you like to play with Cindy the most? You're from the Special Forces, and you can't even deal with a 2-year-old." Robert was angry. "If you dare, play with her for a day without using that gear." Luke chuckled, "I rely on my abilities to slack off. Why should I make myself suffer?" Hearing this familiar saying, Robert couldn't say anything in response. Bickering was bickering, but Luke still made a babysitting device for Robert. So, everybody took turns using the device when they were free. They watched as Cindy ran around, but when she was out of safety range, she was pulled back. Cindy was a little puzzled, but soon stopped wondering how she had suddenly come back, and started running again. The air instantly filled with laughter, making for a happy atmosphere. Chapter 1820. Meeting after Christmas, Luke returned to New York. Claire had come with him. She said that she wanted to talk to him about something. In the end, it was about joining Ursa Minor. However, she abided by the rules of the chat group. She simply told Luke that she and her friends had joined a particular hobby group, and that there might be some unconventional group activities occasionally. Looking at his sister, who mimed beating someone up, Luke rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. He just told her to take it easy and not go overboard. He casually asked about her and Stacy, and the answer he got was that they were doing fine. However, Stacy had acted in a D*MN low-budget art film the year before last, and somehow won the Best Supporting Actress award at a film festival this year, and suddenly became popular. Now, Stacy was filming another movie. Looking at Claire's expression, Luke felt that something was wrong. You don't want her to be famous. Claire wasn't a petty person, but it was hard to say when it came to her girlfriend. Claire was depressed. "Bro, there are kissing scenes." She was an extra before, and didn't have to do much. Now, she's the lead actress. There'll be a lot of kissing scenes. Luke found that odd. With a woman, Claire. With a man, Luke didn't think much of it. "Oh, just pretend it's like being bitten by a dog." "Claire, is it okay to describe yourself like that?" Gold Nugget turned its head blankly. After seeing Claire off, Luke went to look for the art film which Stacy had gotten an award for, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Claire's expression, he had thought that it was some crappy work. In the end, it turned out to be a high-quality art film. Stacy did have a kiss in it, but it was just a peck, the kind that was given in pure farewell. After that, Luke didn't want to get involved. When it came to personal matters, as long as it wasn't murder or domestic abuse, it was normal to have happy and sad times. Their relationship would only grow more stable if they experienced things together. That was how people grew up. It wasn't normal to only have partners and no friends in life. Now that Stacy was filming, it wasn't a bad idea for Claire to give her some space and go play with Mindy. Luke's thoughts were beautiful, but things didn't always go to plan. Less than 2 days later, the dog head suddenly came running to disclose that Claire was about to start a fight out of jealousy. Luke had always respected Claire's privacy, but according to the dog head, Claire and the others were in a park. A public place naturally wasn't private. As the big brother, it made sense for him to observe. When he accessed the scene, Luke was stunned. How many people were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Was this a meeting? When he turned on the external surveillance that Claire had on her, he was even more speechless. It really was a meeting. In the park in New Jersey, 7 girls wore various stumped expressions. It wasn't complicated. Mindy, Claire, Nikki and Monica had come to a Mexican restaurant for lunch. According to Claire, the food here was pretty good. Before the car reached the restaurant, Claire heard a familiar voice as they passed by the park. Baffled for a moment, she hurriedly stopped the car and ran over to catch Stacy hugging one girl and talking and laughing with another. Claire, who liked to surf the internet, quickly recognized that the girl whom Stacy was hugging was the most popular female gaming live streamer at the moment. She had even watched videos of this female live streamer with Stacy. Feeling like she had been stabbed in the back, Claire couldn't take it and immediately charged forward to question Stacy. Stacy looked pained, but didn't know how to explain the situation. The female live streamer was embarrassed, while the other girl had an indecipherable expression on her face. A moment later, Mindy and the others arrived. Watching the argument, they didn't know what to do. It was impossible to take action. After all, the two girls opposite had no intention of attacking them. Besides, if they really fought, the two girls would probably cry. After all, they looked weak. But after a few minutes, the situation became clear. The only ones who were really arguing were Claire and Stacy. The other 5 people became bystanders. Mindy rolled her eyes and approached the girl who hadn't been hugging Stacy. She asked in a low voice, "You have nothing to do with Carly, Stacy's alias, right?" The girl didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "This is my first time meeting her. She was passing by and she was stopped by Artie, Artemis's alias." Mindy stretched out her hand. "Mindy." The girl was relieved that they could finally communicate normally. "Sky." Just like that, the two of them chatted in low voices. Nikki and Monica noticed and leaned in to listen to the gossip. As it turned out, Sky met Artemis every day, and they happened to run into Stacy, who was also here to eat. It was Artemis who had called out to Stacy. According to Stacy, they met during filming. Hearing that, Mindy and the other 2 girls then gave Sky strange looks. Shocked, Sky quickly explained, "I'm not a lesbian. Artie isn't either." Mindy asked curiously, "Really?" Thinking for a moment, Sky then shook her head confidently. "I'm sure. She really isn't. At least, she never seemed so to me." Mindy was deep in thought. "But I heard there are different types of lesbians." Nikki and Monica had strange expressions on their faces as they subconsciously moved away from her. Sometimes, this kid was too obsessed with strange knowledge, and said really awkward things like now. Sky's eyes widened. What? She wasn't a lesbian, but there were all sorts of strange knowledge on the internet, and she had picked up a thing or two. Thankfully, Mindy was the calmest of the girls. When Claire and Stacy's argument turned into seething, Mindy pulled Claire aside and whispered something to her. After hearing her relay Sky's words, Claire looked a little embarrassed. Mindy did her best to stand on tiptoe and pat her shoulder. "Calm down and talk to your girlfriend and her friend. Don't lose your temper over a misunderstanding." Claire simply nodded and didn't say anything. Mindy changed the topic. "If she really dares cheat on you, let me know, and I guarantee I'll send her and her sugar mommy to the hospital tonight." Claire. Then, Mindy and the others drove off with Sky, leaving the scene to Claire, Stacy and Artemis. Luke, who had been watching the whole time, clicked his tongue and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Nobody knew better than he did that there really was nothing going on between Stacy and Artemis. They had wandered around together for years. If there really was something between them, they would have gotten together a long time ago. If Claire and Stacy hadn't run into each other, they might never have liked women. Chapter 1821. Destined, and fishing for benefits. Actually, Stacy hadn't told Claire about the twins because of Luke. According to the safety rules, the 3 of them had to avoid crossing paths on the surface. It was Artemis, who was the most impulsive, who had stopped Stacy. Luke thought for a moment, then sent a message to Stacy, allowing her to tell Claire about him and the twins. If Stacy didn't explain the situation clearly this time, it would be very hard to convince Claire. Besides, since Claire had found Stacy as her girlfriend and had joined Mindy's Ursa Minor, she was destined to enter this circle. Luke wasn't really worried about this right now, and let her do whatever she wanted. Stacy was frank in her confession. She didn't even keep it a secret that the wizard, V, was teaching the 3 sisters. She didn't need to tell Claire who V was. It just so happened that V had been on TV in Japan, and there were a lot of videos as proof. Claire had initially clamored to kick up a fuss with V and make this fiend give Stacy her freedom, but she quickly gave up on this idea. That was because Mindy had heard her say that she was going to make trouble for V. Mindy didn't use coercion of any sort, she just kindly helped Claire figure out the logic so that Claire became aware of the fact that V was with the Bat Squad. Look for trouble with the Bat Squad? Of course Claire wouldn't do that. Batman had saved her in Los Angeles. As a fan of Batman and from what Stacy had told her about her past, Claire understood why V had taken it upon himself to teach the 3 girls. If V hadn't intervened, Stacy might not have run into Claire, and the 2 of them might not have gotten together. What shocked Claire more was that Stacy had robbed her brother of the criminal he had been escorting. The female live streamer, Artie, had been tasered in the butt by Luke, and had collapsed. Although Claire knew that she shouldn't, she still felt some glee when she heard this. As expected of her big brother, he had helped her get revenge more than 2 years ago. Fine, she accepted Stacy's explanation, but she still resented Artemis a little. After all, Stacy had been sitting too close to Artemis back then, and they had indeed been too cozy with each other. Coupled with some minor disagreements with Stacy recently, it was inevitable that the two of them would argue. After the argument, Mindy helped to ask Sky about it, and then assured Claire that Stacy really wasn't having an affair. Only then did Claire's anger disappear. In the next few days, Claire and Stacy made up, and the two of them went to Stacy's set. Except for complaining to her sister and cursing that traitor, Stacy, Artemis actually wasn't truly displeased. In the end, this was all her fault. If she hadn't suddenly stopped Stacy, none of this would have happened. This also made the twins realize that the three of them indeed had their own lives. The twins didn't have boyfriends yet, while Stacy had already taken a big step forward for herself. Artemis still had lingering trauma. She warned her sister that in the future, whether she got a boyfriend or a girlfriend, she had to make it clear to her first. She really didn't want to cop blame for no reason. It was one thing to take the blame, but to have to watch other people's PDA on top of that, and not being able to mock them because she was the one in the wrong, was the worst. While the Supergirl trio and Claire were caught up together, Mindy took advantage of the situation. Less than a month later, Sky, codenamed Shockwave, joined Ursa Minor's chat group as intelligence personnel. Donnie had been in charge of this before, but he preferred to tinker with things, and his internet skills could only be considered passable. Just because he had better internet skills didn't mean he was good at gathering and analyzing intelligence. Now that Sky was here, Donnie finally didn't have to deal with Mindy's irrational requests. She asked him every day whether there were any suitable targets. Where was Donnie supposed to find them? Targets couldn't be chosen randomly, he would be the one held responsible if anything happened. The slightly bigger gangs and evil forces in New York had been wiped out by the Bat Squad several times over. It was too hard to find new idiots. Luke also knew that Sky had joined Ursa Minor. In fact, Mindy and Sky had already contacted him in private. Whether it was recruiting new members or joining a group, they had to apply to him for an assessment, and only after the vetting process was passed could they proceed. Of course, the vetting was limited to the superhuman community. The funny thing was that because Sky hadn't divulged her vibration ability, Mindy had actually given her a desk job. Luke didn't call Mindy's attention to it either. The most exciting outcome would be when she realized that Sky could take on all of them on her own. Sky's vibration had short and long-range capabilities, and was still increasing in power. Without her armor, Mindy would definitely be killed instantly, and Claire plus Gold Nugget number 2 would also be taken down by Sky. However, Sky still remembered what Luke said. She had been studying hard in college for the past 2 years to improve herself. With her black-rimmed glasses, she looked very bookish. She had no objections to Mindy's misunderstanding. Fighting and killing indeed didn't suit technical staff like her. The combat training which Luke had arranged for her was for self-defense, and wasn't worth mentioning. Also, she had watched Mindy, Nikki and Monica train in women's self-defense. She was sure that this wasn't some women's self-defense like they claimed. Nevertheless, the three of them were definitely better at physical combat, at least. Sky's battle skills were a combination of shock waves and physical techniques. She could create holes in a regular person's body from a distance. Naturally, she wouldn't use that on her new friends. Time flew by, and soon, it was Valentine's Day. Luke got busy, which was rare. Jenny had already called to say that there was a backlog of work and they needed to meet for a detailed discussion. It had been a year since she became chairman of the board. The phone company already had a new CEO, and there were a whole bunch of directors and assistant directors. A few years ago, Luke had completed the layout of the multifaceted system. He had enough legitimate funds that could be used, so the number of shares he held no longer mattered. As per prior agreement, all sorts of basic patents were transferred to the phone company so that it turned from a shell company which assembled and sold the phones into the real goose which laid the golden eggs. In America, any monopoly would be besieged. The safest approach was a bunch of companies which stuck together. Jenny had enough leverage to constantly trade shares with other major corporations. The phone company was no longer Luke and Jenny's personal toy, but a new and huge conglomerate of interests. On the other hand, Jenny's initial ambition to start a business venture gradually waned, and she wasn't interested in managing the affairs of the increasingly huge and complicated phone company. In a year or two, she would convert her shares in F2F and Messenger. At that time, she would resign from her position as manager of these companies and turn into a major shareholder behind the scenes as she poured her energy into tech companies instead. Chapter 1822. A confidential matter between the chairman and the shareholder. Purely making phones or software was no longer enough to pique CEO Jenny's interest. She preferred to invest in small companies with up-and-coming tech. This was a test of vision and luck, but the chairman of the board was rich. Besides, she had Luke backing her, so it was very easy to sieve out the crack projects. For example, a company claimed that it had developed an AI that could automatically write programs, and was pulling in investments all over the world. Luke had little snail check the other party's communication data, and found that this company was truly artificial and intelligent. They handed the projects over to their own software engineers, and only sent them out after the programs were written. The company was 100% artificial. This reminded Luke of the automatic cleaning cloth, which his mother had given him in his previous life. It was automatic, in how it was completely reliant on his movements to clean. Actually, Luke had been suspicious of the AI project ever since he saw the list of company founders and engineers. Another example was a pharmaceutical company which claimed that they had developed a miniature device that could complete a standard blood test with just a drop of blood, and the device wasn't much bigger than the box which mobile phones came in. After checking the communication records, Luke found that several project leaders had privately said that the equipment was too small and that there wasn't enough space for the assembly of parts. They requested that the company increase the size of the device. In the end, this thing passed some state test and was now in use. Now that this company was bragging even more, it would blow up sooner or later. This was just the most typical mark of success, that it had raked in a lot of money at the very least. Using the information from Luke, Jenny secretly used a venture capital company and movements on the market to make a small fortune. There were even more unconventional minor projects which she invested in purely based on the greater fool theory. But in order to hide from the public eye, Jenny's tech company continued to invest in countless small projects and wait for them to fail. If the success rate was too high, people would follow what she was doing. Jenny was the top female bigshot who controlled a phone company, F2F and Messenger. There really were many people who wanted to follow her lead. That was one of the reasons why Jenny wanted to quit. After converting shares in the three major companies, she would no longer be considered a high-performing business upstart, but a major shareholder in various conglomerates. There was no need for someone with this sort of identity to appear in the public eye. It was easy for many people to do an online search and find out who the CEOs and chairmen of the pharmaceutical, oil and electric companies in America were. But most people didn't really know whose pockets the money from these corporations ended up in. As long as the surnames of the big shots weren't the same as some famous XX family in the past, ordinary people wouldn't know these names. It hadn't been long since Jenny became wealthy, but she held a lot of power. She needed this time to fade out and return to herself, to digest the resources she had obtained, and to turn from influential new money into an influential figure. This wasn't a simple task, and most people would need many years to get used to it. It was human nature to be vain and show off. Even powerful figures found it hard to turn down everything. A certain tycoon was a classic example. Fortunately, Jenny wasn't a performer, and had enjoyed enough flattery in the last few years. Most importantly, most of the flattery she received should actually belong to Luke. She was stared at every day, and had to put on fake smiles and practice social niceties as she played the corporate game. In the end, a certain person was so free that he even took his partner and dog to travel around the world. Jenny was indignant at this injustice, but it also cleared her head. The person who deserved to show off was living a low-key and free life. As for her, what did she have to flaunt? After talking business with Jenny a few days beforehand, Luke had no choice but to pay a small price. He would go traveling with the overbearing female chairman of the board in March. Jenny hadn't made this request, at least, she hadn't said it out loud. Nevertheless, her intentions were too clear. Although Jenny hadn't gone through life and death with him, she had been in charge of the phone and software companies for years, and had contributed a lot. As for going on a trip together, could her proactively going back to Texas with him that one time be considered a trip? It was only because Luke met up with her on a regular basis that the chairman of the board hadn't complained. Elena, on the other hand, didn't have many requests. She had a comfortable environment to study drawing in, and met Luke once or twice a week. If Luke wasn't free, she took the 2 female bodyguards with her when she went out drawing. As an artist, her way of thinking was different from many women, and she had no qualms about spending Luke's money. This was the treatment she got for selling all her prophetic drawings to Luke. In short, the female artist was selling her art. There was nothing to be embarrassed about when she was making money with her skills. Max was left to the clone, and she was busy selling cupcakes. As long as Luke made a little more cupcakes, for her, she wouldn't have time to think about Valentine's Day. In early March, Luke and Jenny went traveling around the world for a month. Luke had already played a little trick beforehand. After Valentine's Day, the level 1 clone came back from Haley's side. After half a year, the female doctor had become a 1-star teammate of the Joker. She had Agony to protect her, and didn't have to fear Simon. As a mature teammate, she naturally had to learn to earn points himself. After the level 1 clone returned, Luke and Selena moved to New Hope Research Institute. On the surface, New Hope Research Institute had nothing to do with Luke himself. He and Selena used aliases when they went in and out. It was a good time now for his clone to do research in seclusion, and with Selena handling external matters, Luke didn't need to show his face in New York for a long time. Thus, the only person the outside world would see was Luke himself as he accompanied Jenny. Actually, this was how Luke had taken Elena on holiday after Valentine's Day. After testing it out, he found that it was very convenient, so he naturally did it again with Jenny. On the plane, Jenny couldn't help but sneer when she saw Luke look around. "It's not like you don't have your own, don't make that expression, alright?" Luke chuckled, and his hand slid down her waist. "Sorry, I really don't have this." In front of them was a big bed. Luke's private plane really didn't have one. He had given the space over to a kitchen. Jenny's breathing turned heavy and her face flushed. "So, you want to experience it for yourself?" Luke nodded naturally. Wouldn't it be a waste not to try it out? A moment later, Jenny was angry. "What do you want? Who wants to talk about AD*MN stock swap?" Luke said solemnly, "Aren't you the chairman of the board now? Of course we have to discuss something more formal first." How's the soundproofing?" "The 2 attendants won't hear us, right?" Jenny said. "If you don't press the button, they'll just stay in their lounge and not hear anything, okay?" Luke nodded in satisfaction. "Then we can now talk about confidential company matters." Sensing the hem of the dress slide down her thigh, Jenny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you sure it's a confidential matter?" Luke said matter-of-factly. "A private conversation between the chairman of the board and a major shareholder can shake the company's stock price. Isn't that a confidential matter? Isn't it huge?" Jenny rolled her eyes and grabbed Luke. This confidential matter was indeed huge. Chapter 1823. Letting yourself go. And curious for the next few days, Luke enjoyed the Mile High Club on Jenny's plane. Their trip wasn't too packed. It was true that they had come out to play, but there was no way it was purely fun for Luke. Jenny took this new bodyguard with her as she privately met with the higher-ups of many companies. These meetings didn't last long, and usually ended in half an hour. If it wasn't because there was no other way to make the meeting shorter, it could actually have been wrapped up the moment Luke saw the person for himself. That was because Luke could finally match a lot of the names on his blacklist to the person and their level of evil in real life. The reason he came was to confirm and add to the information in his little black notebook. Trying to uncover these guys who hid behind the scenes one by one would be tricky. Now, he just needed to follow Jenny out on a trip as she arranged meetings with each one. A private meeting like this didn't have to be a big deal or take a lot of time. Few people wouldn't give Chairman Jenny face, and they made time to meet with her. Jenny wasn't a nouveau riche upstart anymore. After converting so many shares, not only did she have enough capital, she also had a wide range of connections. Nobody wanted to offend her for no reason. Speaking of which, Jenny was the person on Luke's side who had been affected the most by Luke's abilities. It wasn't that he was afraid of betrayal, he just didn't want them to fall out for some inexplicable reason. Also, before she had converted her shares, Luke had transferred some of his shares to her. Jenny was the biggest shareholder in the 3 major companies, with 15 to 20% of the shares in each company. Luke was the second biggest shareholder with between 10 and 15% of the shares. The remaining shareholders had at most 10%, or 1% or even 0x%. If the new CEOs wanted to remain firm in their positions, they had to get Jenny's support. That way, Even if she didn't hold any managerial positions in the future, she would still have a lot of say in the three companies. From this point of view, Luke had given Jenny an excessive amount. Of course, it wasn't a loss for him. After the stock swap, 70% of the shares would belong to Luke and 30% to Jenny, but she would still be in charge of them. If she suddenly didn't want to work anymore one day, Luke could find someone to replace her at any time, which wouldn't affect his position as a hidden bigshot. A month wasn't long, but it was a long vacation for Jenny, who had been busy for years. With Luke by her side, her bodyguards could basically take a break. After changing her face, she followed Luke around. She could do whatever she wanted. A long time ago, Chairman Jenny had expressed a wish to beat up gangsters. Relying on the nanosuit and a bulletproof vest, the chairman charged into a nest and unleashed tyrannical punches. When it was over, she was flushed and panting, not because of exhaustion, but out of sheer excitement. But that wasn't enough. She even forced a group of gangsters whom she had beaten black and blue to act against their comrades. In short, take off their pants and touch them. Don't misunderstand, it was just groping. The chairman of the board still remembered how she had been molested after being kidnapped by gang members back then. She had long used her connections to deal with the instigators. However, she hadn't witnessed it for herself, while now, she could personally direct the show. Holding her phone up, she gave serious instructions and took photos. She even posted them online, which made a lot of headlines. What could Luke say? He supported her, of course. Jenny turned into a porno director, and Luke became her loyal advisor. The gangsters he picked out were those who highly opposed same-sex relationships, so the filming process was absolutely unbearable to them. If they didn't want to continue being beaten up, they could only grit their teeth and do as they were told. Thankfully, Miss Jenny had always been tasteful. After venting her anger, she didn't do it again. The nanosuit's main function wasn't just protection. With the help of some equipment, they could go to all sorts of amazing places to view the scenery. Skyscrapers, mountains, cliffs, lakes and forests were all good locations. Luke had absolute confidence in his physical skills. He could maintain his balance anywhere and wouldn't let anything happen to them. Since there were no bodyguards on this private trip, Jenny didn't have to pretend to be the overbearing chairman of the board anymore. That was what Luke preferred. To gradually adapt to life behind the scenes, Jenny needed to escape the pressure in the eyes of others. The richest woman, the queen of business, the powerful bigshot, these were all just tools that could be used. She had enough confidence to move between these personas rather than let them tie her down. It was easier said than done. There was also a saying in China, there is only fame and fortune. Nobody had ever been able to deny this. Thankfully, Jenny didn't need to do so, she just had to be clear about what she needed. After a month of travel, Jenny was radiant and reluctant to go back. It could only be said that following Luke around was too fun. But crafty Luke had already given her a heads up as he stuck to his shut-in persona and said that he preferred to stay at home and do R&D. Nobody knew better than Jenny how much of the tech for the three major companies came from Luke. She also knew that Luke basically went home after work and hardly left the house at night. While chatting with Pepper, Jenny had heard a little about Tony Stark's daily schedule, and felt that it was pretty much the same for Luke. Thus, the chairman didn't doubt Luke's rubbish talk at all. She just arranged with Luke that after she stepped down from a managerial role for the three major companies, the two of them had to take at least a month off every year, and it didn't have to be all at once. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was treating it like a half-year or quarterly bonus. He agreed to the request. In any case, if the time was split up, it was only a week every 3 months, he could easily find the time. He might not necessarily be able to take an entire month off. Back in New York, Luke sent Jenny to the phone company's headquarters, only to see Angel waiting in the office. She was Jenny's personal bodyguard, and wasn't here to wait for him. Luke simply nodded at her with a smile and left. His keen senses told him that Angel was staring at his back. Entering the elevator, he shook his head in amusement. She probably didn't recognize him as V, but was just a little curious about him. After all, she had an okay relationship with Jenny. However, Jenny was the only woman she got along with. The two women basically got along in a regular way, and could just barely be considered bosom friends. If Angel wasn't curious about this female billionaire's relationship, she would be the female version of Frank. After Luke took the elevator down, Angel waited for Jenny to make a pot of green tea in the kitchen. She curled her lip and said, "You've really been led astray by your little wolfhound. You actually like to drink such bitter stuff." Jenny smiled. "You need to savor it slowly. You're not interested, so you don't have to force yourself." Angel snorted and went to the kitchen to get a cup. She filled it up, then downed the tea in one go. "Jenny, do you need me to send you to the hospital?" Chapter 1824. Sustainable Development, Self-Improvement. Jenny had to test the tea with a thermometer every time she made it. That was hot water that was close to 80 degrees. Angel frowned. "It still tastes the same, but not as bitter." Jenny's mouth dropped open. A moment later, she gave up on her worries and smiled wryly. "You need to savor it, you're just quenching your thirst if you drink it that way. Also, the tea leaves haven't steeped yet, so of course the taste is lighter." Angel decisively stopped discussing something as mystical as taste, and asked what she was really interested in. "Your little wolfhound seems very good at fighting." Jenny subconsciously nodded, and her face changed. "Wait, don't spar with him. He's not as strong as you are." Angel snorted. "Nonsense. He has the muscles and movements of a pro. Don't tell me his little d*ck isn't strong enough." Jenny's gaze fell on Angel's massive chest. Angel was enlightened, and said disdainfully, "I was born with this, can you blame me? Why don't you say I have more muscles than he does?" As she spoke, she didn't forget to look at Jenny's chest. The chairman flew into a rage out of humiliation. "What's the point of being big? There's no one to rub it anyway." Angel was furious. "I just don't like those weaklings. You've been rubbed back and forth for a month. Your chest hasn't grown bigger, but your mind's grown smaller, right?" The chairman of the board said, "Some people like it small, and aren't as rough as certain people." Angel said, "Say that again, and I'll rape your little wolfhound." The chairman decisively gave in. "My bad, there are actually a lot of people outside who are interested in you. I can introduce you to 10 or 20 of them if you want." Angel said, "Get lost. Are they after my body? They're clearly after my identity as a personal bodyguard." "That's low." The chairman couldn't help but laugh on the couch, because Angel was right. There had been people trying to hook up with Angel for the past few months, and Angel was naturally unhappy at being targeted by a bunch of guys who just wanted a cheap way of reaping benefits. Was she only worth that much? It was early April, but the temperature in many East Coast cities, including New York, was still low. It was only a few degrees in the morning and at night, and the wind was cold. In contrast, the atmosphere in Ursa Minor was quite lively. With the addition of Sky, this intelligence officer, Ursa Minor was finally getting somewhere. Donnie, the tech turtle, was in charge of modifying equipment, and Mindy and the little turtle spent credit points to buy optical camouflage and Chidori flyer components from the big shot, finally solving the problem of transportation for Ursa Minor. While there were a lot of ridiculous parts to the flying car, which was put together, it could be considered a feat of witchcraft. From the outside, it looked like a very normal Ford minibus. Inside, it was similar to an American police assault vehicle. There was an aisle for the driver to move to the back of the van, but the van didn't have windows. When necessary, optical camouflage in the suspension system could be turned on, and the van made very little noise when it was invisible. 2 rows of seats faced each other in the back of the van. They could accommodate 10 people and equipment, provided that everyone wasn't wearing armor. Of course, they didn't have any armor to use. The Bat Squad armor couldn't be used for a private operation like this. Firstly, it would be conspicuous, and secondly, it would be easy for people to connect them to the Bat Squad. Even some people in Ursa Minor didn't know there was a connection between the two, so this information couldn't be leaked. Luke didn't care that these kids were stealing his business. After almost a year of silent training, he finally leveled up and obtained 8 stat points, which he allocated to dexterity. At that moment, the system showed that the host's level was 26. Strength, 34, level 1 star of justice plus 10, level 2 star of justice plus 20, dexterity, 26, level 1 star of justice plus 10, level 2 star of justice plus 20, mental strength, 3, level 1 star of justice plus 10, level 2 star of justice plus 20, host's experience, 3.8 million, 30 million. Credit, 20,320,000, faith value, 370,000. Although he was only 1 level away from breaking through the 60 dexterity threshold, even Luke couldn't do anything about it. An average of more than 10,000 experience and credit points a day was already pretty good. There weren't that many super chives to harvest, not to mention they couldn't be found just anywhere. He usually tried his best to practice sustainable development. The reason he had gone with Jenny to lock onto targets in his blacklist was to dig deeper. It wouldn't be good to kill those top big shots in bulk, but it wouldn't be too much of a concern if something happened to their subordinates. If they died, someone else would naturally take their place. These people had personally planned and participated in a lot of crimes, and were definitely worth a lot of experience and credit points. As long as Luke found the starting point, he would be able to lock onto the real identities of these people. He would run into some big cases again, and it wouldn't take long for him to collect the experience points for the next level. So, it wasn't bad for Ursa Minor to deal with low-value targets. In any case, the experience and credit points earned by his teammates could be shared with him. Without doing anything, he could still earn hundreds of experience and credit points. The experience and credit points each time seemed low, but he now had a lot of teammates. Currently, 20 to 30% of the increase in Luke's experience and credit points came from his teammates. There was a limit to how much time a person had, and Luke couldn't make trouble for these small fry one by one. It was already good for him to get points in a trickle after a 1 or 2-star teammate took over. Ursa Minor's real combat training was also very effective. Nikki and Monica, who had only beaten up hooligans before, had already taken action twice, and Tyrone had moved once. Those who had yet to participate in battle were Joseph and Sky, the two admin personnel, as well as Carrie, who was a slightly more special existence. Joseph might not be taking action himself, but he was in charge of planning each operation like the chief of staff. With Sky's abundant intelligence support, Joseph was doing a good job. Luke realized that he wouldn't have to worry too much about Ursa Minor in the future. Mindy had already assembled the basic personnel all by herself. Even Carrie, who didn't seem to be of use at the moment, played a key role. Her spirit form already had an offensive component to it, and she had even developed an ability called mental resistance last year. Mental resistance specifically increased resistance to mental attacks. Not only could Carrie use it as protection, she could also release it as an attack, and it had a clear effect on most mental abilities. Ever since Carrie obtained this ability, Luke could only use pheromone control to suppress Alice and Carrie's mental issues. Mental resistance wasn't very useful to Luke and Selena, but the rest of the team no longer had to worry about running into mental-type superhumans. Simon, that troublesome ghost, might also suffer if he was hit by mental resistance. As long as mental resistance was refreshed regularly, it was enough to ensure that everyone wasn't targeted via their minds, which solved the team's biggest shortcoming. More importantly, the prerequisite for this ability was only 40 mental strength and 100,000 credit points. Luke, who didn't lack credit points, immediately learned it. Carrie wasn't an adult yet, and her mental state was unstable. She wasn't suitable for official combat, to say nothing of controlling both herself and the minds of others during battle at the same time. As a seasoned battle professional, Luke would know how to use this ability at the right moment. He profited a lot when he shared this ability with his clones. Chapter 1825. Trip, Searching for Family, and Waste of Time. Ursa Minor carried out quite a number of operations recently, which boosted their friendship. Of course, this was mainly between Mindy and the various cliques within the team. There were roughly 3 smaller units in Ursa Minor. Claire, Joseph and Sky were in one. They only knew Mindy, Nikki and Monica. The Little Turtles and Tyrone only knew Mindy. Carrie was still a mystery, she only knew Joseph and Mindy. These cliques had never seen each other in real life, and had only exchanged greetings in the group. At most, they only knew whether the other party was male or female. It couldn't be said that they weren't friends at all, but Luke was cautious. Any intent to meet in real life was censored and never made it into the team channel. Mindy, as a member of the Bat Squad, was the only exception. She was already mature enough, and was used to the safety rules. She could unite the team members and kill when necessary. It was precisely because she had the basic qualities of a leader that Luke had tacitly allowed her to create her Ursa Minor. Family ties and trust weren't enough, it would be easy to cause harm to both yourself and others in a critical moment. So, although Claire was in Ursa Minor, Luke had never thought of letting her take the lead. Mindy was almost 16, and she had never been stupid. As long as she was willing to spend credit points, the big shot would give her enough recommendation letters to guarantee entry into university. Even an Ivy League university wouldn't be a problem. But there were too many established traditions there, and she would definitely have to restrain herself if she went. Mindy, who was used to being free, naturally wouldn't choose to go to places like that. She didn't rely on a degree to make a living, nor did she need to make connections there. Instead, she might not be able to hold back from taking down a bunch of badly behaved students. So, a university in New York or New Jersey was fine. Nikki and Monica were already in college, and Mindy trained often with Joseph, so she was too lazy to attend class at Dalton Junior High. When she was free, she either trained or contacted her friends in Ursa Minor. Sky, in particular, had just joined. Their personalities didn't clash, and when they found out that they both knew Luke pretty well, they quickly got closer. Joseph, he was a guy. Mindy didn't need a male best friend. That night, while Mindy was eating and chatting with Sky in a diner, Sky said that she was going on a trip. Mindy had no objections. Sky was their intelligence officer, but most intelligence could be sent online and didn't impact anything. However, Mindy was more interested in Sky's reason for going on a trip. She couldn't help but ask if it was a regular trip or if she was doing something like backpacking, whether it was in America or overseas, and whether she would be visiting cultural spots or nature. Sky hesitated for a moment, but ultimately told the truth. I was sent to an orphanage when I was young. Do you remember? Mindy blinked and nodded. She didn't say anything and listened attentively as she adopted the air of a concerned big sister. Sky, who had been in slightly low spirits, unexpectedly wanted to laugh at Mindy's manner. I've been looking for my parents through various information channels, but there are a lot of things that need to be verified on site, so I want to sort out some of the things that aren't clear or suspicious. Who knows, I might be able to find clues about my parents. Mindy's mind raced, and she suddenly said, I can help you. Stumped, Sky hesitated. After all, this was her business, and she might be gone for a month or two. It didn't seem right to take up so much of Mindy's time. Mindy, however, patted her chest. I'm the boss. If I don't help you, who will? Don't underestimate me. I have a lot of resources. I can definitely help. By resources, she was naturally talking about credit points. Recently, credit points had become more and more useful. The biggest use of credit points at the very beginning had been to buy life-saving things like the Light of Life dagger, Life 1, and equipment. But not long after the Battle of New York, credit points could be used to buy various supplies and ID documents, as well as to launder dirty money. Apart from the cost of laundering the dirty money, which was based on the amount of money, most of everything else cost just a few dozen points. Since last year, credit points could even be used to purchase various professional services. Although it wasn't to the point of being a one-stop service, preparations and the cleanup, which were the most time-consuming, could be resolved with credit points. If Mindy really didn't have enough points, she could take on commissions issued by her teammates or the big shot. However, this sort of private, custom commission wasn't cheap. The basic starting price was 200 credit points. Unless necessary, nobody would dare extravagantly issue a commission like that. Over the past 2 years, everybody understood that the genuinely big commissions were from Batman, where it wasn't hard to get 1,000 credit points in one go. But without extra commissions, a team member would already be considered diligent if they could earn 300 credit points in a year. Thankfully, Mindy was thick-skinned and would always go to V through the back door. The father and daughter bought a lot of gadgets not with credit points, but with money. Besides, even if Mindy didn't have credit points, she still had her father. In comparison, Donnie had squandered the little turtle's credit points unnecessarily, and would cry about being poor in the Bat Squad chat. Ivan was another, impoverished denizen, whose two most common phrases in the chat were, anyone selling credit points, and, anyone have a commission. Learning from the mistakes of these two tech fanatics, Mindy resolved not to let her father waste his credit points on inventing stuff. She, on the other hand, had points and wasn't flustered. She could now confidently pat her chest and act like a big boss. In the end, Sky accepted Mindy's good intentions. However, they agreed that Mindy could leave whenever she wanted and didn't have to follow Sky all the way. Mindy agreed, but she chuckled inwardly. This was her first trip around America with her best friend. It should be fun. Joseph, sorry, boys could only step aside when it came to girl business. Besides, it wasn't like his brother was away from home on another trip. Of course Luke knew about Sky's search for her family. He encouraged and supported her decision to go investigate in person. This was an obsession for Sky. Luke had no reason to stop her from finding her birth parents. If Mindy went with her, it would be a regular private trip, which wasn't for him to meddle in. The only thing was that with the good friend about to go on a trip, would his little brother be hurt? After Mindy left, Luke specially observed Joseph, only to discover that his brother was very normal. He couldn't help but nod in relief. As expected of my brother. He's really broad-minded. What Luke didn't know was that Joseph was relieved. They were finally gone. Women were indeed the biggest waste of time. Joseph's study progress had been affected recently, and had been slowed down by at least 3%. Luke had all sorts of study materials, and Joseph really wanted to bury his head in them and not come out. His parents, his siblings, and even Mindy and the other 2 women thought that he was too weak and needed more physical training. Let him just bury himself in studying books and nothing else. No way, he wasn't allowed to skimp on physical and combat training. Chapter 1826, Appeasement, and 084 Selena's birthday was at the end of April. Compared with the previous times, she kept a low profile on her birthday. This time she tactfully turned down everyone's party proposals and only accepted their congratulations. After all, it was hard to say if this could be considered a blessing. For a woman who was 29 years old, a birthday really wasn't a happy thing. Sensing that she was a little depressed, Luke simply pulled her into the basement for a special birthday activity to check the research report put together by the medical program, Osiris. The report was divided roughly into 2 parts. Firstly, the Kunlun Kai refining technique could delay aging. Given Selena's progress with the Kai refining technique, she could live to 120 to 150 years old, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that based on calculations, she would still be as active as an ordinary person under 30 years old even when she turned 50 to 60, thanks to the Kai refining technique. Secondly, the symbiosis with Gold Nugget could transform the human body. Dollar was now 15 years old, which was the twilight years for a dog. Thanks to the symbiosis, however, it had aged backward to some extent, and looked even younger and healthier. Selena, who combined with Gold Nugget for an hour every night, was in a similar situation. She looked even younger than when she had first become a police officer in Shackelford. After explaining the data in detail to Selena, Luke patted her head and said, "Girl, do you know what this means?" Selena had some understanding of machines and electronics, but wasn't interested in biology at all. Her head spun from the weird-sounding words and figures. She simply jabbed her elbow into Luke's stomach. "Stop messing around and just tell me." Luke didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached out to adjust the line graph for age and aging on the virtual screen. He drew a straight horizontal line between Selena, who was 29 years old, to the age of the ordinary person on the diagram. "Congratulations, little sister Selena. You are now on par with an ordinary 12-year-old. Selena stuck out her chest. "I might not have studied much, but don't try to fool me. Can an ordinary 12-year-old girl look like me?" Luke shrugged. "This is just a comparison of physical activity. You can think of yourself as a 60-year-old who is forever in your early 20s. "Got it." Selena was stunned for a long while before she mumbled, "Are you serious?" Luke had mentioned longevity to her before, but hadn't explained it in detail. There was no standard value for a lifespan, so short-term tests couldn't be carried out. In the early stages, Luke's equipment had been limited, and thus couldn't be used as evidence. Now, however, there were 3 PhDs holders in biology and the AI. Ultima in space too, and the analysis of previous data was pretty accurate. As the saying went, your 30s were close to middle age. This age held a lot of meaning for many people. Those who were rich and talented could still be called young, but ordinary people really became middle-aged dregs. So, Luke made use of this opportunity to tell Selena about these verified conclusions, so that this silly girl wouldn't be sad for no reason. It was more effective than Luke had imagined. After a brief daze, Selena suddenly had an enormous appetite, and she hankered for more food. The dog head whined on the side to say that it had also played a part. Luke went along with it and fired up the grill. The next day, Selena was back to work in high spirits. In her own words, one had to work harder while they were young. What else could the younger Luke say? In fact, he had done more than Selena could ever imagine. He had already expected Selena's aging to slow down, and he wasn't surprised at all. What he wanted was something that could slow down aging for ordinary people, like Life 1. Now that he had the raw ingredient, the blood orchid, there would be no tricks or hidden dangers with Life 1. In comparison, the Kai refining technique came from Kunlun. He spread the word among the superhumans that Robert and Catherine were reclusive, and it was hard for outsiders to come into contact with them. But Selena also had her parents and siblings. If this big family also learned the Kai refining technique, it would be hard to keep their daily cultivation a secret, and even harder to explain. As long as any hidden dangers with Life One were eliminated, Luke could covertly inject it into the other party. Since the beneficiaries themselves wouldn't know about it, there was naturally no way for them to leak the secret. A few days after appeasing Selena, Luke received a call. Phil said that he wanted to talk to him about something. Luke subconsciously thought of Tamaya. But he then came back to his senses. Phil was looking for Luke himself. Ryoko Tamaya had been part of the deal between Big Dipper and Phil, so it had to be something else. Luke didn't interact much with Phil as himself. At most, he sent a few conventional greetings during the holidays. For a moment, he didn't know why his uncle was looking for him. That night, Phil went to Luke's place in disguise. Luke led him upstairs to the living room, and they made awkward small talk over coffee. Not wanting to waste any more time, Luke said, "Just spit it out. You seem busy." "Fine." Phil smiled in embarrassment. "You and that girl called Sky are quite close." Surprised, Luke hummed and said, "We have a good relationship." He stressed, "Good," which meant that he was the one protecting Sky. Phil was smart enough to get it. Pondering for a moment, he said, "Recently, we ran into 2 old agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. They had been carrying out a secret assignment for many years, to protect Sky." Luke raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that. Phil said, "It's a pity my men were too late. The 2 agents were attacked at the time, and one was killed while the other was seriously injured." He conveyed only that, and died not long after. Luke found that odd. The old S.H.I.E.L.D. fell over 2 years ago. Why were they still carrying out this assignment? Phil sighed. This was the only thing they'd been doing for over a decade, and they lost contact with HQ in the last few years. If they suddenly stopped doing this, what could they do? Luke nodded in understanding. After doing something for so many years, it naturally became a habit. Phil collected his gloomy thoughts and didn't immerse himself in his memories of S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason a team of agents was specially assigned to protect Sky for over 10 years is because Sky is actually an 084. Huh, Luke sat up straight. An unknown object. 084 was an old S.H.I.E.L.D. code for strange objects whose origins couldn't be determined. Generally speaking, 084 also meant that there was something unusual about the object. For example, Phil had once classified Thor's Mjolnir as an 084. Frowning, Luke asked, "Is it because she has a superpower?" Phil was surprised. What superpower? Luke was certain that Phil didn't know. Vibrations, it's very powerful. Phil was a little tempted. This ability seems pretty good. Luke rolled his eyes. "Please, it's not like you don't have any men. Why do you want everything?" Chapter 1827. Finding Dad in 10 days. Phil smiled wryly and didn't hide anything. "You know that big shot who likes to sell things, right?" Luke raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying that he sent you here for Sky?" Phil quickly shook his head. "No, I just want to tell you that S.H.I.E.L.D. may have collapsed, but the people whom it offended still exist, and many of them are superhumans. It's a good thing the big shot sold us a lot of powerful equipment. Otherwise, these vengeful guys would have besieged New S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke couldn't help but laugh. "So, you want a girl who has only settled down for 2 years to be your goon?" Phil's smile didn't waver. She lived under the protection of that team for more than 10 years. "She's trustworthy." Luke waved his hand angrily. "All right, she's already an adult. If you want to recruit her, approach her yourself. But let me be clear, don't use her for her background." "Phil, we don't have any exact information on her background. That team of agents died one after another in the last few years. The last one said that someone was targeting them in order to find Sky." Luke was lost for words. After all that, his uncle was already using this combo of Sky's mysterious background plus the fact she was being hunted. As long as Phil played the good guy and provided help, he might really be able to sway Sky. That was right, this was a con. Luke had done the same thing more than once. It was just that it took him longer to set things up. It actually wasn't a big deal if Phil really managed to sway Sky. As a staunch believer in long-term investments, Luke was confident that Sky would always lean toward his side. Even if she did join New S.H.I.E.L.D., she would just be the next Phil or Tony. Would she refuse Luke if he opened his mouth to make a request? In truth, New Shield and the Avengers had a very delicate relationship with the Bat Squad. That was because their highest-ranked leaders could be considered semi-members of the Bat Squad. The favors they owed Luke and their mutual interests put them firmly on Luke's side. It wasn't just Skye, even Nick Fury, who was used to plotting, along with Natasha and Hawkeye, were unwilling to fall out with Luke. After getting permission from Luke to recruit Skye, Phil relaxed and meticulously shared other information on Skye's background. Only now did Luke learn that Skye had switched foster homes every year or two. This was arranged by the S.H.I.E.L.D. team protecting her, to prevent her from being tracked down. Based on various clues, Phil speculated that the ones hunting Skye were probably from some Hydra branch. Luke agreed with this speculation, because certain methods and habits were very similar to what Hydra used. After that, Phil was about to leave. Luke, however, made him stay for a proper dinner before he let him go. Phil felt a little helpless, but could only give in. He sat down at the dining table and enjoyed an abundant spread. Looking at Luke, Selena, and the dog head who were spread around the table, he suddenly felt bitter. Phil had also participated in this sort of gathering many years ago, but that couple would no longer appear in front of him. The three of them chatted and laughed, and Phil even drank 2 bottles of beer. God knew how long it had been after becoming director that he could drink so casually. Strong alcohol would affect his judgment and put him behind in his work. It was meaningless to drink beer alone. Everybody was busy in the department. Those who could drink with him either weren't in the mood or didn't have time. When the 1-hour notification popped up on his watch, Phil tamped down his reluctance and got up to leave. Luke, Selena and Gold Nugget saw him off. Luke hugged Phil and said, "Work never ends. Come again for dinner when you're free." Phil smiled and patted his shoulder. "I'll try my best." Then, he waved goodbye at Selena, who responded with a smile. Gold Nugget, who was sitting on the side, also raised one paw and waved at him. Phil could only wave back. "I'll bring you royal dog food next time we come. The gold kind." Gold Nugget. Luke, Selena. Since he had given Phil a chance to persuade Skye, Luke didn't immediately send the information to her. As Phil's nephew, he couldn't reveal Phil's trump card beforehand, right? Phil's hairline was 0.5 millimeters higher. He still had to protect his uncle's hairline, which even the Kunlun Kai refining technique couldn't save. Besides, Phil was already on his way, and Skye would know everything in 2 or 3 days. Sure enough, Skye sent Luke a message on the 3rd day to confirm Phil's identity. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fine, this uncle was slick enough to use their connection in order to try and poach Skye. But what could Luke do about it? He gave Skye an affirmative answer and told her to take it easy and think carefully before she made a choice. Wherever she went, he would support her. After confirming that Luke hadn't given up on her, Skye relaxed. What she didn't know was that Luke was laughing up his sleeve. As long as Skye was willing, wouldn't she be a spy placed by the Justice League in New Shield? Luke thought that the matter was settled. Phil didn't persuade Skye right away, and simply assisted her in her investigation. Nobody knew more about searching for an 084 than an old S.H.I.E.L.D. supervisor. Besides, Phil could also use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database of classified information. But in early May, Phil called. "Luke, there's a little problem with Skye's matter." Luke found that odd. "What's wrong?" Phil said, "We found someone who claims to be her father." Luke was astonished. What? This progress was excessive. In 10 days, they managed to find the father. Not even a novelist would dare write something like that. Phil said, "I obtained some of his blood. After testing, this person is indeed Skye's biological father." Luke asked, "What's the problem?" Phil, "He's an underground doctor with violent tendencies. When we first found him, he was riled up and cut the throats of 2 injured thugs." Luke frowned. This indeed wasn't good news. Nobody wanted their friend to have a father who was so dangerous that he could cut his kid's throat when he got angry. "What do you think?" Luke threw the problem to Phil. Phil was the one who wanted to recruit Skye, he should handle it. Phil was silent for a moment before he said, "I'm considering restraining her father first. Skye can keep him company while he's getting treatment. We can revisit the matter when his condition improves." Luke's lips twitched. This was quite a good plan. Skye's father would be treated by New Shield. It wouldn't be hard to get closer to Skye that way. Pondering for a moment, Luke agreed with Phil's plan. "Okay, but I'll get a mental specialist to go over immediately and confirm her father's condition." Naturally, Phil had no objections. Luke had made a lot of things easier for him, and Phil had to give his nephew face. Chapter 1828. Awkward meeting between father and daughter. Luke's clone arrived very quickly. The level 1 clone had recently been grinding points in Maryland, Virginia and West Virginia. Sky and the others were in Charleston, the largest city in West Virginia. American place names were very common, and the biggest city in South Carolina was called Charleston. These two, biggest cities in the state, had one thing in common: they had fewer than 100,000 people. There were 5 million people in South Carolina, but only 2 million in West Virginia. This was a remote region of America, which made it easier for Phil to keep an eye on people. Charleston was surrounded by empty wilderness. Unless Sky's father had a nanosuit or a superpower, and could run hundreds of kilometers without needing to drive, it would be hard for him to slip away soundlessly. At that moment, Phil was feeling helpless as he stood not far away. Mr. V, isn't this a little inappropriate? Luke leaned forward and observed the middle-aged man in the chair. He said casually, "It's just a small tranquilizer dose to ensure we don't clash physically." Phil had nothing to say in response, and could only grumble inwardly. You darted him as soon as you charged in. It would be strange if there was a clash. No matter what his beloved uncle thought, Luke didn't care. His attention was focused on the middle-aged man in front of him. The man looked like he was in his 40s. He had a scraggly beard and messy hair. His old suit was only a little better than a tramp's. Who knew how long it had been since he changed, but he smelled sour and smelly. His eyes were lifeless. Well, that was because he had been injected with the tranquilizer. However, his eye bags were very heavy and his eyes were bloodshot. Clearly, he hadn't been sleeping well. After examining the person for about a minute, Luke said, "Sky is your daughter?" The middle-aged man said, "Yes." Luke asked, "What's your name?" The middle-aged man, "Calvin Zabo." Luke asked a lot of questions. After a long while, he turned to Phil. So, Phil couldn't help but scratch his head. This isn't easy to handle. Luke nodded and also wanted to scratch his head, because this involved a lot of things. Sky used to be called Daisy Johnson. Johnson was her father's real name. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that Sky had a mother called Jiang. Jiang was Chinese, and met Calvin when he visited a remote Chinese village in the 1980s to provide medical aid. Sky was born after that. Not long after Sky was born, Jiang's village was attacked. Not only were all the villagers killed, Sky, who was still a baby, was also taken away. Calvin had gone out to practice medicine. When he returned, he only found Jiang's broken body in the wasteland outside the village. At that point, the story turned into a horror movie. Calvin sewed up Jiang's body, and then, she came back to life. That was right. At that time, someone had dug out her internal organs, but she came back to life after being stitched up. That was because she was a superhuman who could absorb the lives of others to heal her injuries or even make her immortal. The people in that remote village worshipped her like a witch or a god, and she had always used the old villagers on the verge of death to prolong her life. Calvin knew that too, but he loved Jiang deeply. Not only wasn't he scared off, he even stayed in the village. Jiang, who had been saved, suddenly disappeared one day. Her message didn't explain where she went, and only told Calvin to find their daughter. Calvin had lost his wife and child, and was furious. For the sake of their family being reunited, however, he could only do his best to investigate the tragedy that was the destruction of the village. He found some leads and began to hunt down the group that had taken Sky away. It was the SHIELD agents who had been protecting her. When they realized this, Luke and Phil looked at each other in bewilderment. Could Sky accept joining the organization that had killed her mother? Those agents really weren't Hydra. After that, however, Calvin said that he suspected that these people had unknowingly been following the orders of a Hydra branch leader. That was because Jiang had once fallen into the hands of Hydra, and Hydra had discovered the peculiarity about her. That was why Hydra had tracked her down in China and dissected her. Phil was immediately relieved. In other words, Hydra had probably borrowed the power of the old shield to do something bad. Phil had also contributed to the destruction of the old shield, and had always been against Hydra. It was unlikely that Sky would turn hostile toward him. So, there was still hope of recruiting her into New Shield. But nobody knew where Sky's mother, Jiang, was, or what she wanted. The woman had once sent a letter to Calvin asking him to help find a special item, and she would meet him then. Luke and Phil found that strange. Shouldn't the family reunite after their daughter, Sky, was found. At that point, Sky was halfway through her search for her parents. However, her mother was missing, her father had gone crazy, and there was an unknown enemy that was nowhere to be seen. The situation was a mess. Thinking for a moment, Luke made a decision. I'll stabilize Calvin's mental state first. He can meet Sky tomorrow at the earliest. Hiding Calvin would arouse Sky's suspicions, so it was better to let her know everything as soon as possible. She was about to turn 20, it was time for her to make some life decisions. The meeting between Sky and Calvin the next day wasn't a happy one at all. Calvin really cherished and loved Sky, but he couldn't control his temper. When he said he wanted to live together with Sky, she had looked at Vi and Phil inquiringly. This immediately agitated Calvin, who felt that Luke and Phil had stolen his daughter's attention. He couldn't help but roar that he was going to kill them. Sky was both embarrassed and depressed. Phil was helpless. Luke rolled his eyes under his mask. That was exactly how a mental patient would react. Unfortunately, with the restraints on him, Calvin could only twist and yell in his chair. He couldn't do anything to them. As his immediate family, Sky quickly agreed to V's proposal to take Calvin back to New Jersey for treatment first. Calvin would enjoy a good treatment environment. He could meet Sky during the day, and would sleep in a reinforced confinement room at night. After that, V immediately took Calvin back to New York. Phil, on the other hand, stayed with Sky to protect her and ensure that she didn't vent her anger on New Shield. Mindy, who had been on the trip with Sky, was very curious about Sky's father, but Sky said that she wanted to take care of it herself, so Mindy didn't say anything. She was sorry that this trip had barely started before it came to an end, she hadn't had enough. Chapter 1829, Treatment and Setting Off Once More for the Next Month, Mr. Calvin lived as happily as a pig. Although it was a little embarrassing to have to sleep in a reinforced room at night, he knew it was for his daughter's safety. Unlike his wife, Calvin was just an ordinary person. In order to get revenge, he could only rack his brains and, through bloody experiments, he used his medical expertise to come up with a drug that was similar to a super stimulant. When he injected himself with this drug, he gained the strength and physique of a monster for a short period of time, but became irritable and lost control. Luke was pleasantly surprised by this doctor. Sky was an obedient kid. He didn't have to worry too much about whatever she wanted to do. Of course, a violent person like Calvin couldn't be allowed to run around. He couldn't kill Sky's father, so it made sense to recruit him. The super stimulant which Calvin invented had a lot of side effects, mostly because of his hasty research and lack of money and equipment. In fact, anyone who could develop a drug like this already had the qualifications to become a top biologist. The tycoon provided Luke with a continuous supply of technology for machines and electronics. What Luke really lacked was research capability in the field of biology. There were already 3 doctorate holders in space too, as well as a highly intelligent parasite like Tamaya. For a biological research project, however, this could only be considered a research team at most. His level 1 clone had been roaming several states recently, collecting researchers from secret research institutes. As long as the researchers were bright red evil, they would be thrown into space too to help the 3 doctors. Those who couldn't help would be used as test subjects. This way, the 3 doctors had 3 to 5 assistants each for the experiments. These people lived in dorms, which couldn't compare with the treatment the 3 doctors enjoyed. If they wanted to improve their living conditions, they had to work hard. If they didn't work hard, they would be re-educated. If they didn't change their ways after 3 chances, they would automatically become test subjects. Whether it was Claudia's plant project, or Ophelia's poison project, the outcome for the test subjects was terrifying. Nobody wanted to become a plant that couldn't move but still had a human mind, and could be amputated for research. Nobody wanted to turn green, fester or mutate from poison. In comparison, Drive, Stern's personal project, the super soldier serum, often involved giving test subjects electric shocks. If the experiment didn't work, they would become roast pigs. But the test subjects were lucky if they could die this way. At the very least, they suffered the shortest. Calvin was Sky's father. It wasn't appropriate to throw him into the absolutely confidential space too, so the research institute would be his final destination in the future. With money, equipment and his daughter, Sky, to accompany him, he should be happy to return to a normal family life. Besides, attending physician, Luke had been working hard for the past month. First, He used mental hypnosis and illusion to stabilize the man's emotions, and then used light of life to repair the harm caused to his body from the experiments. Calvin's condition improved significantly. Sky, who had gradually become familiar with him, even personally tidied up her father's hair and spent her own money to buy him a lot of high-end clothes. Calvin now looked like a university professor. Although he wasn't handsome, he at least looked like a decent person. While everything was going well, he suddenly presented Sky with a problem. "Daisy, I want to look for your mother." Sky, who was having afternoon tea with him, was stunned and paused in drinking her tea. Calvin quickly explained, "She suffered unimaginable pain, but if our family can be together, she'll definitely be happy in the future." After a brief silence, Sky asked hesitantly, "But where can we find her?" Calvin immediately said, "She left me her contact. As long as she knows that I found you, she'll definitely come see us." After thinking for a moment, Sky didn't immediately agree. She simply said, "Let me think about it for 2 days." Seeing the disappointment on her father's face, she added, 2 days at most." That night, after thinking for an entire afternoon, she left it to Luke to decide. Thinking for a moment, Luke replied, "It's only natural that you would want to find your family. You can go if you want. Call me if you run into any problems." Sky wasn't surprised at his reply. Luke was a good person. He had sorted out many problems for her, including in her life and studies, but in the end, he insisted that it was some sort of long-term investment. Sky didn't believe him at all. She had looked like a tramp in the sewers of New York back then, who would invest in her? Later, when she awakened her superpower, Luke tried his best to suppress the side effects of the superpower so that she wouldn't be killed by it. However, he still reminded her to study, think and train more to improve her foundation, and didn't tell her to use her superpower. Now, he had found someone to treat her father. His opinion was very important to her. Besides, Sky wasn't stupid. In order to gain her understanding and not be seen as a rotten father who had abandoned his daughter, Calvin couldn't hide the tragedy of the village being wiped out. From the intelligence from her father and Luke, Sky knew that it was probably Hydra who had caused the tragedy. The thing about Hydra was that it always came back. Sky's mother escaped once during World War II, but was still found and killed decades later. If she found her mother, she might draw Hydra's attention again. Luke, on the other hand, didn't hesitate to encourage her to look for her mother. Sure enough, Luke was a good guy. After giving Luke the good guy card again, Sky was relieved. The next day, she told Calvin the good news. Calvin was excited. Thankfully, he didn't go crazy. The father and daughter didn't waste any time. They immediately set off for an arranged meeting place to leave a message for Jiang. Then, they waited for a month. It wasn't until after National Day that a man called the number in the message to set a meeting. Sky said to meet in New York, but the other party refused. She chose New Jersey, but the other party refused. Instead, he wanted them to meet in Greece. Sky agreed without much hesitation. To avoid those who had killed her, it was normal for Jiang to be cautious. Sky, who was already a member of the Justice League, had money and credit points. She booked tickets under her real identity and took her father on a trip. Of course, this was also something Luke had prepared for. The Level 1 clone quietly followed the father and daughter to Greece. Greece in July was definitely a man's paradise, because it was too hot. The Mediterranean climate made it dry all year round, and it only rained 4 days on average in July. There were people sunbathing everywhere, some locals and some tourists. They were all red and tanned. There were a lot of beautiful women, but there were even more middle-aged men and women with flab. The father and daughter weren't in the mood to play, and Sky went to investigate the rendezvous point. The PDD delivered several drones on time, which made it easy for her to set up a surveillance network. Chapter 1830. Meeting, and entering Afterlife. When night fell, Calvin and Sky stood on a community basketball court. Because there were no lights here, there was no one around. The area was surrounded by trees, creating a small, hidden space. When it was time for the meeting, nobody appeared. Calvin grew a little anxious and started muttering to himself. Sky stopped him and comforted him in a soft voice, and Calvin gradually calmed down. After his psychological issues were suppressed by the drug, he was indeed a good father who loved his daughter. He listened to everything Sky said. 5 minutes later, Sky suddenly stared at a certain corner of the basketball court. A figure had suddenly appeared behind a tree, and the drone immediately alerted her. Surprise flashed in Sky's eyes when she saw the familiar leather coat and black sunglasses. Thinking quickly, she suddenly thought of a possibility. The person walked out and asked, "Calvin, is this Daisy?" Calvin turned around warily and looked at the tall man in the leather coat. "Who are you?" The person said, "Jiang asked me to pick the two of you up, provided that this really is her daughter." Calvin asked, "Your ID?" The person said, 8872. Calvin was relieved. July 2, 1988. That was Sky's birthday, which Calvin and Jiang had set as a code for the both of them. Only then did he put his hand on Sky's shoulder and answer the person's question. "This is Daisy, my daughter." "You are?" "I'm Gordon." The person smiled stiffly at Sky. "So, you're her daughter." Many thoughts flashed through Sky's mind, but in the end, she simply hummed in acknowledgement. Calvin found that odd. "You know each other?" Gordon looked at him strangely. "We met once. Also, Luke almost broke your balls." Sky added inwardly. This Gordon was the man in the coat who had gone to the relief shelter to catch Emma and her sons during the community party. More importantly, this guy's superpower was teleportation. Sky was very smart. The moment she saw Gordon, she connected the dots. Jiang had superpowers, and Gordon was from some superpower organization, Afterlife. Jiang didn't come to meet the father and daughter. Instead, she had Gordon pick them up since Gordon could teleport. It was undoubtedly very safe for Gordon, who could teleport here and take people with him. Gordon had come out a few minutes late, clearly to see if there was any danger around. Sky had only seen Luke almost kick Gordon to death, and didn't know that the Dark Knight had fought Gordon once after that. Gordon was unwilling to go to New York or New Jersey, for fear of being set up by the Bat Squad in New York, which was why he chose Europe. Teleportation wasn't an invincible ability, and Gordon had to be very careful. Otherwise, Tony wouldn't have been able to use the space obstruction device to take down the Enchantress. After Gordon grabbed both father and daughter's hands and disappeared from the basketball court, a transparent shadow smiled in the dark. "Time to visit my warehouse of abilities." As he spoke, faint light spurted out of the shadow's back, and it charged east. This was the level 1 clone that was secretly following them. After hearing the name Jiang from Calvin, Luke immediately remembered the leader of the Inhumans whom Emma had mentioned before. The leader was also called Jiang, and was also an Asian woman. Also, Luke had a rough guess that Afterlife was somewhere in Nepal. That was in line with the theory that Jiang was Chinese. It was only there that the Inhumans could avoid American surveillance and not be under the supervision of Chinese organizations. So, Afterlife had always kept a low profile. That was because it was just small fry. If it stood out too much, it would easily fall. Looking at the way Sky's signal completely vanished on the virtual screen, Luke curled his lip. Sure enough, they're very careful. On the other side, Sky and Calvin arrived inside a room in a flash. The room was done up in an antiquated style and had a lot of objects with an Eastern charm, but there were no windows. Gordon let go of their hands and said, "Okay, please wait here a moment." Saying that, he walked out a door. A few minutes later, the door opened again, and a woman's voice rang out. "Come out, both of you." Sky and Calvin looked at each other and walked through the door. Behind the door wasn't the outside world, but a small room that looked like a hall. After the door closed, the woman warned, "This is a routine sterilization process. Don't panic." As she spoke, the silver room lit up with countless fine white lines. Sky frowned. There was an unpleasant smell of burning. She took out her phone from her pocket. The smell of burning became even more obvious. Noticing her movements, Calvin asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Sky shook her head. "I think my phone is broken." Stumped, Calvin took out his phone, only to discover that it couldn't be turned on either. "What's going on?" Sky put her phone away and didn't say anything else. The white light flashed for half a minute before it finally faded, and another door opened. Excited, Calvin strode out. Sky didn't stop him and simply followed silently. There were 3 stone steps outside the door, and a middle-aged woman stood at the bottom. She looked at them with a smile. She had braided hair and was wearing a Chinese-style gown. She had an oval face and beautiful eyes. It was a pity that her face was marred by twisted scars. Calvin paused, then trembled. "Jiang, are you all right?" Jiang looked at him and nodded with a smile. "Calvin, long time no see." Calvin hesitated. Yes, it's been more than 10 years." Jiang looked at Sky and smiled brightly. "Daisy." Sky struggled to suppress her excitement. "Yes, Jiang stepped forward and pulled her into her arms. Thank you, fate, for returning you to me. Sky's eyes turned red and her mind was in a mess, but she couldn't help but hug Jiang tightly. Yes, thank you, fate. What followed was a family reunion. In a quiet compound, the three of them chatted as they ate. However, it was Calvin and Sky who talked more. Jiang only said that she lived here in seclusion and rarely left. There was naturally nothing much to say about a secluded life. After dinner, Jiang arranged rooms for the father and daughter and told them to rest early. Watching her leave, Sky closed the door and looked around the room. Chapter 1831. Sorry, I don't think so. The rooms in Jiang's courtyard were also in the standard Eastern style, and most of the furniture was in a pseudo-antique style. Except for electric lights, there were no electronic products here, including computers. Sky took out her phone out of habit, only to remember that it was damaged. She hurriedly opened her backpack and took out the nanomask, only to discover that it couldn't be activated. Clearly, the so-called sterilization process wasn't necessarily for getting rid of biological viruses, but to damage electronic equipment. The nanomask also had an electronic chip, which was smaller than most. The chip was broken, so the mask couldn't be activated. It seemed that Afterlife had pretty strict confidentiality measures. Sky's heart didn't ache over the damaged phone and nanomask. However, it meant that she couldn't use the internet to contact Luke. The family had been together just now, and she hadn't had time to think about it. Now that she was alone, she vaguely sensed that Jiang's attitude was a little strange. Jiang indeed had a good attitude towards Sky, but in front of Calvin, she seemed aloof. They had been separated for more than 10 years, so it was normal for them to be distant. Still, Calvin had remained in backward China back then for her sake, and they had Sky. The tragedy of the village's destruction couldn't be blamed on Calvin. If he hadn't gone out to practice medicine, he would have died with Jiang. Calvin had clearly been excited when he saw Jiang. Even a blind person could tell how much he loved her. Jiang, on the other hand, didn't respond directly, and she didn't look excited. It was as if she was just being polite. Thinking that, Sky felt a little uncomfortable. Calvin wasn't a good person, he went crazy after the tragedy. In order to become stronger, he did a lot of illegal things and killed a lot of people. However, his feelings towards Sky were sincere, she could sense that from their recent interactions. It was also Calvin who had brought up looking for Jiang. In the end, it seemed that Jiang's feelings for him weren't as deep as Sky thought. However, she was indeed Sky's mother. Thinking that, Sky stood in front of the window for a long time without moving. Slowly, night fell. The next day, the sun was bright. Jiang walked around Afterlife with the father and daughter. Nothing happened during that time, but Sky, who had been training for years, still keenly noticed that many people in Afterlife gave her and Calvin strange looks. She wasn't an expert on micro-expressions, so she wasn't sure exactly what was going on. However, those people definitely weren't curious or welcoming. On the third day, Jiang came to her alone, saying that she wanted to do a test to confirm her identity as an inhuman. Sky felt a little uncomfortable. The one thing people didn't like was comparisons. Luke had never treated her differently just because of her superpower. Instead, he paid more attention to her internet skills. Sky didn't think she needed to pass some test to prove that she wasn't human, but of a different race. She had encountered a lot of bad guys over the years, but there were also a lot of good guys. Luke, Selena, Mindy and the ladies who helped out at the relief shelter were all nice people. Charlie, the kid whom she had kicked at the very beginning, couldn't be considered bad. At most, he was a little stupid. She couldn't think of a reason why she had to become some inhuman. But when Jiang smiled and took her for a test, Sky couldn't find a reason to refuse. This mother wasn't as cute as her father, but she wasn't bad either. Revealing her superpower wasn't a big deal. The Inhumans here all knew that after they awakened, they would have superpowers. Since Calvin had mentioned it in his message, it was impossible for Sky to keep it a secret. However, some of the safety rules subconsciously popped into her head. A person should always keep some cards up their sleeves. So, she would just release 10% of her power later. She noticed the surprise on Jiang's face during the test, and was glad that she had only used 10%. Jiang was extremely happy since her daughter's vibration ability was really strong. Not only could it crush rocks, it also had a penetrative effect. In particular, the shock wave was still very lethal after it passed through the first hard protective layer. Sky was her daughter, so naturally, she would stand on her side to help her. Happy, Jiang didn't know that her daughter actually held more than one trump card. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Sky could split open mountains. She only needed to use 10% of her power to break rocks. In fact, she had yet to use the energy storage mode on her gloves. If Sky really went all out, she could instantly destroy this test building along with the ground here. Even Calvin didn't know this. After all, Sky's dream was to be an internet whiz. She was completely the intellectual type, and fighting and killing didn't suit her. On the fourth day, Sky didn't see Calvin at lunch, which was strange. She paid a lot of attention to Calvin's mental state, so eating and chatting every day was an indispensable, monitoring procedure. Calvin was used to eating with her, and it was unlikely that he would skip out on a meal. She subconsciously asked Jiang, "Where's Dad?" Jiang's eyes flashed, and she smiled. He said he still has some things to deal with outside. He'll come see you when he's done. Sky frowned. She had learned psychology and rhetoric herself. What was the meaning of that? The father and daughter had been relying on each other for a month. What matter did he have to attend to? It had to be pointed out that a family reunion had been Calvin's biggest wish. He had only gotten his wish a few days ago. What important matter could he have to leave so suddenly, and only come and visit his daughter again when he was free? Thinking quickly, she said, "Really? I know some friends who'll be able to help him out." Jiang's smile froze slightly before she shook her head. "He said he didn't want you to get involved. You know he did a lot to get you back." After a brief silence, Sky said slowly, "There's no need. I know what he did for us. He's not a good person, but he's a good father." Jiang had an awkward expression on her face. "So, you have to think about him. Maybe it's better to let him think that you don't know about it." Sky was silent. "Sorry, I don't think so." A deep and cold voice rang out in the room. Both Jiang and Sky were stunned and couldn't help but turn to look at the door. The closed door opened at that moment, and a person in black and white stepped into the room. "This is our first meeting. Please forgive the intrusion." The words came out in Mandarin from under the black and white skull mask. Jiang's expression changed slightly, while Sky came back to her senses after a brief daze. "You're Big Dipper." Chapter 1832, Fixing Problems and Giving You a Chance. Luke simply nodded at Sky, then looked at Jiang. Jiang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Isn't it rude to enter without permission?" Luke said, "That's why I said, please forgive the intrusion." Jiang said, "Fine, please go to the living room first, and we'll talk in detail." Luke said, "All right." The three of them went to the living room not far away and saw that Gordon was already there. Jiang had only moved to the living room to buy time while she called for reinforcements. Gordon was the first to arrive. He had called for more reinforcements before coming here. On the virtual screen behind Luke's mask, 5 people were running toward the courtyard. But that was a good thing. Those who dared to provide backup couldn't be weak. Otherwise, they would come here to die. Jiang had good mental fortitude. In the living room, she even instructed Gordon to prepare a pot of tea. This was once again to give Gordon the chance to inform the reinforcements that the newcomer was Big Dipper. In any case, he could teleport, and it would only take a thought for him to come back. Jiang sat down in a chair first and gestured. "Please sit." Luke sat down opposite her and crossed his legs. It was very rude behavior, but he wasn't here to be polite. Jiang's eyes flickered, but she still smiled politely. "Mr. Big Dipper, how long have you known my daughter?" Luke said, "A few years." Jiang glanced at Sky. "Oh, can you tell me how you met?" Luke narrowed his eyes at her. "Because she needed a friend to fix her problems." Jiang's heart sank. "Daisy is my daughter. She won't run into any trouble here." Luke said coldly, "It doesn't matter. If she does, I'll take care of it for her." Jiang's face darkened. "Are you saying that I'm part of the trouble?" Sky was a little embarrassed. "Wasn't that too blunt?" Looking at the expressions of the mother and daughter, Luke chuckled inwardly. If he gave people a pleasant feeling, then Big Dipper wouldn't be the scapegoat king at all. He had arrived the night Sky and her father arrived. He had been using drones to monitor the environment for the past few days, and had seen more than Sky, this silly kid. Bound by family ties, it would be hard for her to fall out with her mother even if she had doubts. He could only make things clear and resolve the problem openly. Nobody knew about negotiation better than Luke, since he was best at making an offer that the other party couldn't refuse. He had said just a few words and Jiang already couldn't continue. Big Dipper didn't follow a normal conversation pattern at all. Jiang had limited combat ability, and needed to buy time for her people to arrive. At that moment, Gordon finally teleported back with a pot of hot tea. Jiang immediately said casually, "Come, Mr. Big Dipper, have some tea first, and then we'll talk." Luke didn't refuse. He opened the lower half of his helmet and took a sip of tea. Looking at his mouth, his neat gray beard, and his skillful movements as he drank the tea, Jiang couldn't help but wonder, was he a Chinese man in his 50s? They were using lidded teacups, and just the way he lifted the lid wasn't something many Chinese knew how to do correctly, let alone practice it. Luke took a sip and put the teacup back on the table. "I've had my tea. Your people are here. Let's talk." Jiang's hand paused. Before she could reply, Luke spoke again, as if he were talking to himself. "Bad enough that the tea leaves are ordinary, but they're even bad at brewing tea." Jiang's eyes widened as she looked at the guy who turned his head and curled his lip in disdain. Did he have to mutter to himself so loudly? Before she could say anything, Luke said, "Sky is an adult. You have no right to make any decision for her, including driving her father away." As soon as he said that, Jiang's face darkened, and Sky was shocked. Luke wasn't done. "Whether she wants to stay in Afterlife or return to America is up to her. You have no right to put her under house arrest." Jiang couldn't help but clench her fists. "Am I her mother? Or are you her father?" Luke said, "I'm taking her back to Calvin today. Do you have any objections?" Jiang opened her mouth slightly, but Luke waved his hand impatiently. "Forget it. Your opinion doesn't matter. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse." With that, he stood up. At that moment, 5 people came in. It was 1 woman and 4 men. The woman was around 30 years old, and the men were between 20 and 50 years old. "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance." Luke looked at the 5 of them. "You have 3 seconds to prepare. 3, 2, 1. On. 1, he drew the longsword on his back and charged at the 5 people. Seeing how aggressive Luke was, the young man in the middle subconsciously raised his hand and activated his ability. D*MN it. "You idiot. No, F*CK. The 4 people around him noticed his movement and ran away as fast as they could while cursing. But they were too slow. White streaks of electricity suddenly jumped up around the young man, some of it crawling up the 4 others. The woman collapsed and twitched, and started foaming at the mouth. A brawny Asian man was the fastest. He was basically outside the circle, but still subconsciously twitched a few times and groaned. A man in his 50s wasn't very fast, but he was the first to retreat. Even though he was hit hard with an electric shock, he gritted his teeth and retreated several meters. The last middle-aged man could only crawl away from the electric streaks with difficulty. He couldn't help but yell, but he was full of energy and didn't even shake. In the chaos, the young man directed a white streak of electricity at Luke. Luke's longsword, on the other hand, turned into a silver streak of light as he slashed at the electricity without any hesitation. The blade immediately exploded with dazzling electricity. Polaris warned, "An external power source has been detected. The power system is at 120% load. Please discharge power as soon as possible." The longsword didn't stop. It continued forward and struck the young man in the head just before he raised his hand to block. Dwang! The back of the unsheathed longsword hit the young man in the forehead, and he passed out. Luke drew back his longsword and slashed left and right. 2 white streaks of electricity shot out from the blade and instantly hit the old man and the middle-aged man. As if he had been sent flying, the old man was pushed back even further. It was as if the middle-aged man's butt had been set on fire, and he screamed as he scuttled more than 10 meters away. Luke didn't stop after sending out the 2 electric streaks. He jumped lightly and raised his longsword high before he slashed down at the Asian man, who was the only person still unscathed. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.